Chapter 431 Beating the Fairy Dragon. These are sad times for dragons. There used to be giant dragons as numerous as stars soaring in the sky above Chaos Continent. However, the hateful humans ignited tiny flames, like stars burning all over the earth, and drove the dragons away from their territory. Humans give the powerful beings who kill dragons the title of Dragon Slayer. But no one cares about the feelings of dragons, including other dragon compatriots. The dragon tried to counterattack. They slaughtered humans with terrible vomiting. But humans were like cockroaches that could not be killed. The more they killed. Recently, it was this man named Ryan Tesla who stepped on the accelerator, causing the number of dragons to decrease at a rapid speed. Anastasia felt a chill all over her body. Her thick dragon hide did not bring her any warmth or sense of security. The magic she was so proud of was nothing but child's play in front of a true god of magic. She took a step back and meant it. Sadly, she felt a violent spatial fluctuation coming from behind her. A very mortal-style rectangular wizard tower spanned time and space, cruelly tearing apart her perception and vision. Standing behind her, blocking all her way, the huge and thick walls were engraved with various runes that she did not recognize. She could only barely feel that this wizard tower had a very strong binding force on the surrounding elements. Unless she only uses her own magic power, any behavior of absorbing elements or controlling energy from the outside world will be greatly interfered with by the mage tower. What made her most uneasy was that even the space seemed to be covered by a thick wall, preventing her from casting any space teleportation magic. In an instant, her white jade-like dragon face seemed to turn even more bloodless. Ryan looked at this hybrid fairy dragon. For some reason, in his vision, she seemed to have a large inverted red triangle on her head. Please be aware that in any video, if you see someone with a red inverted triangle on his head, then that person is either dead or on the way to death. What's even worse is that even if such a poor character dies, there is no way to report it and get a pension. Yes, it's the kind of tragedy where you have to draw lots to get a death notice. Here, perhaps because the dwarf Gundam Masana was too noticeable, the fairy dragon stared at the metal giant for a few seconds before reluctantly turning her gaze to Ryan. Sure enough, Ryan Tesla, you are a butcher who wants to kill all dragons. The dragon spoke the common language of humans, and the emphasis was a bit like that of the noble lady of Karak. Ryan laughed and said, "Ha! Although I really want to say that this is not my intention. I'm sure you won't believe me if I incite the legendary dragon to come to me and die." Miss Long. For some reason, the more Ryan looked at the pair of horns on the fairy dragon's head, the more he felt that they looked like two large pieces of ginger, which was a bit funny. At this moment, the ginger dragon seemed to be extremely angry. Ryan Tesla, you will definitely be punished. Even if you kill me and hang my dragon head on the gate of your school to show off. Even if you peel off my skin and distribute it to your hateful compatriots as clothes. I will curse you with my blood. Use my soul to awaken my compatriots. Just wait. The Dragon Council will surely bring down thunder and wrath on you. The fairy dragon Petite Body's body made a big roar. The terrifying dragon roar that was enough to shock ordinary people into submission turned into a physical energy shock, causing the shield of the trump card Mage Tower to produce waves of energy fluctuations, like water waves. Ryan responded to this impassioned speech. Matt shed tears in the corner of his mouth. Fulera. I always get tired of grilling and cumin. Or try the steaming that Master said. And then add ginger and garlic? Flora was not good at it. Dragon meat is more difficult to taste. Anastasia felt greatly insulted. She roared and started charging towards Ryan. I have to admit, she has some talent. The seemingly reckless charge naturally attracted the dwarf Gundam to block the front. During the charge, dozens of giant fireballs the size of carriages lingering around them slammed heavily into Masana's dragon skin and mithril armor. Even Ryan, who was blocked behind, could clearly see the fierce flames that suddenly spurted out from the side of the Gundam. When Masana raised the dragon tooth battle axe high and chopped it down on the fairy dragon's head, Ryan unexpectedly did not hear a earth-shattering scream. Instead, a brilliant purple light suddenly lit up behind him. Flash. The fairy dragon is not huge in size, with a total length of about 10 meters. Compared with her other adult dragon compatriots, she is relatively petite. With this size, he suddenly appeared behind Ryan, and opened his mouth to spray an extremely fast arcane rainbow dragon breath. This on-the-spot reaction deserves praise. However, to this day, a fairy dragon who challenges level 25 is no longer enough to make Ren take it in person. When Anastasia put all her attention on Ryan, Flora, who had just slightly turned sideways, had a cold face and shouted sternly, "Evil dragon! Shut up! The buzzing and shaking in the air is the suppression of the rule. And it is the crushing of legend." Just a glance at the lead badge pinned on the left breast of this petite woman made the fairy dragon feel dizzy. Right. The despair and powerlessness she felt when countless of her compatriots were slaughtered surged into her heart at the same time. This is the law based on combat performance. This is the Dragon Killer School recognized by the world of chaos. That mysterious and profound absolute power easily passed the test, rushed into her soul, and dealt a heavy blow to her will. A huge amount of arcane energy that was enough to destroy a human village was still spraying out from her chest through her throat. Her beautiful dragon mouth closed against her will. The harm is secondary. The key point is that it is extremely insulting. Looking at the mocking and teasing look in Ryan's eyes, she felt that her whole body was getting hot. In his eyes, I was like a big rooster that was about to crow, but was stuck in the throat of fate. It is absolutely humiliating for a mighty dragon to be treated like a rooster. The second blow came. A huge BB made of arcane energy suddenly appeared and slapped the dragon hard in the face. The magic power was already not flowing smoothly. And with the added external blow, Anastasia suddenly felt dizzy. It was not until she stumbled to the left that she realized the power came from a strange master monk. No! Was it a wizard? The attack chain was far from over. She just fell down and stepped on something. And the whole dragon was blown into the sky while feeling dizzy. In a daze, she barely saw a sign that read "This side faces the enemy" in the common human language. What is this? Chapter 432. Do I have longa? The fairy dragon Anastasia tried to struggle, but she was powerless to resist. She had just gotten up in a very embarrassed manner when the dwarf, who she had tricked a moment ago, arrived. This dwarf displayed mobility that was totally disproportionate to her size and material. She actually jumped high up, 5 meters off the ground, and hit him on the head with a shield. This is a heavy blow that can be broken. The fairy dragon, which is not good at close combat among giant dragons, couldn't withstand it at all. Speaking of which, even the colorful prince couldn't withstand the heavy blow. So how could a fairy dragon withstand it? Anastasia screamed miserably, and her body weighing several tons was slapped away, spinning uncontrollably in the air. I thought that she could fly out. At least I could open the distance with this terrible metal statue. She never expected that the other party's movement was so agile and dexterous. She had just been knocked flying when Masana grabbed her dragon tail with her right hand and threw her to the ground with her backhand. In fact, if Ryan's disciples hadn't known that their master must have something to interrogate the fairy dragon about, and wanted to extract some dragon secrets from it, Masana would not have pulled the dragon's tail, but would have chopped the dragon's belly with an axe. Even though the dwarf Gundam stopped, the fairy dragon was still thrown all over the place, looking quite miserable. She didn't have a chance to struggle. Under her shocked and angry gaze, Ryan walked towards her step by step, as if he was shopping in the market, and picked something up, and placed an apple on her white jade-like crown. "Don't look down on dragons," she shouted. A powerful dragon roar. But halfway through it began to sound like a wail. Various elements shone brightly around her white jade-like dragon body, becoming quite dazzling, as if she was a dragon-shaped elemental bomb that could explode into a mushroom cloud at any time. The funny thing is that the huge fuss she created is not totally disproportionate to her performance, but it is far inferior to it. She was simply showing off her craftsmanship. Her buttocks kept rising and falling, but the dragon head was like being nailed to the ground by a huge invisible nail. The surrounding sand was dug into a 2-meter deep pit by her fierce struggle, and her chin did not leave the ground even for half a second. At first, Baron and Masana were in telepathic communication. The dwarf Gundam's battle axe had already been raised high, ready to let her feel the joy of Louis XVI on Earth being beheaded at any time. She was like an eel nailed to a chopping board, jumping around without making any movement. After watching for a long time, all of Ryan's disciples started laughing. Alas! To kill the dragon is to destroy its heart. Even the disciples felt that the master was a little too much. "Let me go! Ryan Tesla, if you have the guts to let me go, I will have a formal magic duel with you." On this day, a new species named Clown Dragon was born in the world of cows. Well, this is nonsense. Baron, drag her to the Mage Tower and deal with her according to the plan. Then I want to have a good chat with her alone. Yes. The dwarf Gundam stretched out his thick and cold huge palm and ignored the resistance of the fairy dragon. even though her dragon claws desperately dug terrible deep marks 1 meter deep on the ground. She still could not defeat the terrifying power of the dwarf Gundam. The key was that strange and mysterious apple, which gave her a feeling of being crushed by a mountain. She tried her best to resist, but was unable to do so. So she had no energy left to resist the violent dragging of the Gundam. Master, when can we have dinner? Matt's mouth was drooling. Not only Matt, but Gonsha also stuck his head out of a window of the mage tower. He also wanted to eat the fairy dragon's body. The deepest despair and fear deeply captured Anadia's heart. In the dragon's eyes that were wide open to the extreme, the pupils moved irregularly, and a voice told her, Anadia, you must do something. Otherwise you will die. At this time, even the revolving lantern came out. She recalled the color prints, Shadow Dragon, and hundreds of colorful dragons hanging at the gate of the Tesla Magic Academy. That's the ultimate humiliation of the dragon. That was the ultimate trampling on Longa. The fairy dragon actually cried when she thought that her head would soon be placed together with theirs. Especially when she was chained up in more shackles engraved with magical runes. Unable to move. And Ryan let a damn goblin jump on her noble forehead. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. The little goblin was doing a strange dance between the horns of the dragon's head. This scene made her want to just end her life. What a shame! Giant dragons sometimes make some subspecies of dragonborn their minions to help guard their dragon nests. Dragon men, half-dragon men, dinosaurs. Those are all common operations. Sometimes, dragons will also accept goblins as their subordinates, mainly to kill some human adventurers who are too weak and extremely annoying to dragons. If those humans who are greedy for the dragon's treasure can't even deal with its minions, the dragon will be too lazy to do it himself. But who would have thought that while she was completely imprisoned, Ryan would allow a goblin to humiliate her? Finally, she was out of her mind. Ren ** Tesla. Your humiliation of me is meaningless. After you want to trample on my soul and soul, let your disciples eat my meat and drink my blood, hang my leader as a warrior on the wall, and sell my skin to those bloody droolings? Tell you want to think. After that, she did something that Ryan didn't expect. Ryan had clearly used the method left by Chahawk to prevent the fairy dragon from obtaining magic and elements from the outside world to the greatest extent possible. But Ryan could not control the magic power in her body. When a high-energy reaction suddenly arose from her body, Ryan immediately teleported himself and all his disciples out of the isolation room. Through the magic eye, Ryan watched a soft white light flash by. And then this priceless fairy dragon shrank in front of him at a speed visible to the naked eye, getting smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a dragon girl. Well, apart from the pair of ginger-shaped horns on her head, and a meter-long white jade dragon tail sweeping back and forth on her butt, Ryan would believe it if you said she was actually a human being, with soft white shoulder-length hair, a pair of bright emerald green eyes, and a very pretty oval face. This dragon girl looks like she came out of an island comic. Ha ha ha. You miscalculated. Ryan Tesla. You didn't expect I had the ultimate transfiguration. I'm telling you, I've solidified my magic in my body. Even if you kill me now, I'll only remain a half-dragon after I die. Don't even think about getting the most valuable dragon fangs, dragon skins, and dragon bones. Chapter 433. Super Big Mistake. Anadia loudly announced her brilliant plan with great pride. Only Ryan remained silent. This is indeed a live broadcast that Lay did before he traveled through time. A man named Kennedy came and brought a fleet of supercars. What a wild idea. Fortunately, he was a guy whose values were more or less determined by his appearance. When he saw such a beautiful dragon girl, he couldn't bear to kill her at the first sight. Otherwise, he really wanted to cut open her head on the spot and study what kind of brain could have such a bizarre train of thought. In any case, Ryan had to admit that this thing finally had other uses. Instead of simply being used as food, leather material, or a high-end dagger embryo, Ryan has never been a person who can't help but pick up a knife when seeing a beautiful woman. If he needs to kill, he will still kill. Whether he kills the man depends on what the man has done. He entered the isolation room again alone, shielding himself from the prying eyes of the outside world, and stood in front of Anadia, looking down at her. Ha ha. I don't care whether you can bring me dragon skin, dragon claws, and dragon teeth. From the beginning, hunting dragons was not about dragons. It's just that these evil dragons treat me as prey, and I treat them as prey too. Humph. No matter how many lies you tell, They cannot cover up the sin in your soul. I have already used interdimensional clairvoyance to see all the sins you have committed against the dragon race," said the funny dragon. Ryan was really embarrassed. But he didn't mind continuing to argue with her. Torture didn't necessarily require torture. Intelligence obtained through verbal induction was sometimes more valuable than nonsense extracted through torture. Even if the other party was lying, some necessary information could be obtained. Legend Master. Right. This thing is not effective for outsiders like me. As long as I want, I can add any entry. For example, Ryan smiled and silently recited something in his mind. Look at it again now. After Anastasia used transspatial vision again, her entire dragon was stunned. Because among the entries she was looking at, a highlighted entry was suddenly added. Holder of the artifact Tiamat. What? Impossible. Then, isn't that the forbidden name of the evil dragon goddess? It's a bolt from the blue. Could it be that this terrifying man in front of me killed the evil dragon goddess in another dimension, and made her into a divine weapon? This was the only possibility that came to her mind at the first moment. This horrible thought made her feel cold all over. Ryan squatted down and shook his right index finger at her proudly. No. No. This Tiamat is not that Tiamat. I just took advantage of the loophole of error in authentication between different worlds. Hey! You may not believe it, but I only used the epic weapon Tiamat when I was playing League of Legends. This is a different world authentication bug. Looking at the confused dragon girl, Ryan turned around and asked, "Okay, now it's time for you to confess why you have been so deliberate and incited the legendary dragons to hunt me down. Depending on your answer, I will decide your fate." "Ah!" the dragon girl screamed, and then attacked in rapid succession. "That's because you slaughtered all the giant dragons in the Fulung Mountains. You are so legendary among the dragon clan that you caught my attention. I used my cross-dimensional clairvoyance to discover your identity as the dragon nemesis. I thought you were the enemy of the entire dragon clan. So I desperately searched for the secluded giant dragon to deal with you." "Huh? That's it? Wait. In the world of chaos, I have only killed evil dragons." "Yes. That's why the other good and neutral ancient dragons in the Dragon Council temporarily refuse to attack you and choose to wait and see to decide their next response." "That? I absolutely don't believe you. I believe that if a dragon nemesis like you kills all the evil dragons, one day you will suddenly attack the ancient dragons of the good camp. Once the few dragon counselors of the good camp fall, the dragon race will be in danger." At this moment, Ryan felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. To be honest, Ryan himself didn't want to believe it. He thought that a dragon that had been so deliberate and had tried to murder him many times must be of the evil camp. But when one camp probed, this dragon that was written as sinister and despicable and read as defensive and counterattack was actually lawful neutral. This is such a huge mistake. He was delighted to kill the evil dragon, and had no psychological burden in skinning and dismembering the dragon afterwards. He never expected that he would be further misunderstood to this extent. But he had already killed them. He couldn't just give in to the Dragon Council and say that he only killed evil dragons and ask the good and neutral dragons not to come and mess with the physics school. Right? That's so embarrassing. The head can be cut off, but the dignity cannot be lost. The reason why the physics school can have the status it has today is that it has never given up and has been invincible since its debut. Besides, it wasn't Ryan's fault. It was you, the dragon with paranoia, who thought too much and planned against me in advance. It wasn't me who really did the evil thing of slaughtering good and neutral dragons. There is no reason for me, Ryan, to take the blame. Ryan decided to distance himself from the matter. He shook his right index finger and said, "No, no, no. I am not a murderer. And I am in the lawful neutral camp. If I act recklessly after entering this world, then I am at least lawful evil, not lawful neutral. As a player, there is nothing you can do about being restrained after traveling to the world of chaos. Sometimes, a faction is a very good signboard and a card to avoid war. If you do too many bad things, your camp will naturally shift. And this cannot be hidden from anyone." Anastasia widened her golden eyes. And it was not until then that she found out that her entire plan for Ren had an extremely outrageous omissions that she hated the so-called dragon kixing at all. Her whole body froze, and after a long while she uttered, "You don't plan to kill all the dragons in Chaos World? If the good and neutral dragons don't mess with me, then..." "Yes." Ryan crossed his arms and answered very calmly. "Thunder is rolling. This time it was the turn of this silly fairy dragon to remain silent. She almost had a black eye on the spot. Dragon God. What stupid thing did I do? Didn't I just give them an excuse to go to war with the Dragon Council? I'm still a counselor. Ryan was very satisfied with the other person's expression, which was stupid and funny, yet also clear and regretful. She struggled unwillingly. What have you done to Senior Bynes? Even if he is a lawful evil dragon, you have no reason to cross space to deal with him. This is not what a lawful neutral person does. Ryan was delighted when he heard this, and he decided to add the final fuel to the fire. Chapter 434. The evil god was tricked. The isolation room also has a hidden scanning function. Under the premise of isolating the intrusion of external elements, the system can analyze the target more effectively. Ryan discovered that under the suppression of Newton's apple, one of the data items read by the system was strength 19. His strength is not as good as Lay's? Thanks to the suppression power of the apple. Ryan grabbed the dragon girl and said, "Stupid dragon. You don't seem to know what a stupid mistake you are about to make until this moment." "Ah?" Ryan waved his hand, and the dragon bone that had been gnawed into pits and holes flew in front of him, dragged by an arcane hand. The Dracolic you relied on was destroyed long ago. Of course, it wasn't me who did it. All the resentment towards Ryan and the final rebuttal disappeared from Anadisia's mind in this second. As a knowledgeable fairy dragon, she recognized at a glance that this horrifically shaped dragon bone was definitely not something that the lawful neutral magical Ryan had specially tinkered with. There was a lot of chaotic and evil aura remaining on it. Not only that, she also sensed a very faint aftertaste of divinity. This is... The dragon girl's beautiful big eyes widened, filled with shock. "Let me show you something else." Ryan snapped his fingers, and an excerpt of a prophecy rudely broke into the surface of her mind. "You don't know until you see it. It's shocking." After a brief moment of surprise, a fear 100 times deeper than before crept into her heart. "This is, Dragon God. What have I done?" Anadisia not only saw her own disgusting appearance after being possessed by the chaotic evil creatures, she immediately realized that if she broke into the Chaos Continent like this, or followed the Dragon Clan's instinct to return to their nests when they were about to die and return to a Dragon Clan settlement, what kind of world-destroying disaster would it bring to the Dragon Clan? Her humanoid dragon body froze. At this moment, Ren's voice sounded quietly from behind her. "Idiot. Do you know what will you do? You can't find the Dragon Lich who dealt with me, but inadvertently opened a seal of the evil, and regarded himself as a sacrifice, which harmed the whole plane." After a brief moment of shock, the dragon girl argued, "This is just your prophecy. The things you predict will not come true 100%. Shunlu, I don't want to take the blame for this." "Really?" Ryan pulled her up and pressed her head against the wall of the isolation room. Suddenly the wall became transparent, and she could clearly see the scene deep in the space tunnel. "Unfortunately, I have to tell you that as long as you enter this tunnel more than 300 steps of a human, the evil god will come out. No, it has actually escaped long ago, and it is just waiting for a qualified legendary host." Anadisia began to tremble all over. All answers revealed. If it was something else, maybe Ryan could still tolerate her. But after predicting this, Ryan would never let her go. No, not even she could forgive herself. Just think about it. If she hadn't run into Ryan here today, but had stupidly bumped in as predicted, then the worst would have definitely happened. Ryan caught her. In a sense, she could not hate Ryan. Instead, she had to thank him, because his appearance saved the Dragon Clan and even the entire Chaos Continent from the most terrible disaster. Ryan grabbed her by the scruff of the neck without mercy and pressed her face and chest against the wall. Well, for a giant dragon that is more magical and has destructive power measured in tons, she is not a good person. The wall suddenly became transparent, and the scenery in the distance could be clearly seen. Ryan suddenly transmitted a message to the outside. "I want to show something to the young lady of the Dragon Clan. Execute Plan A." Although the disciples outside had no idea what their master was doing, they still did as he said quickly. Not long after, the goblin that had just been jumping on Anadisia's body, under the control of Flora's command, jumped and skipped foolishly towards the depths of the tunnel. Ryan removed the shielding effect of the isolation room, and even helped Miss Long connect to the elemental perception system of the Mage Tower. Anadisia was shocked. A legendary goblin? No! Wait! This can't fool the gods. Right? Of course, not an ordinary goblin. What if it's a goblin with a glorious record? Try using legend mastery on him. She did so, and immediately blushed. She finally understood how much truth there was in the battle record she saw in knowing legends and transspatial vision. That goblin, whose combat power was obviously boosted by some strange means, actually had a challenge level of about level 15 and a series of outrageous titles: Shadow Conqueror, Barbarian Legend Crusher, and the most important one, Dragon Trampler. If you watch this thing's battle record through psychic vision, you can even see some clips. The goblin used a dirty wooden stick to knock over 2 legendary shadow golems. The goblin used an over-the-shoulder throw to throw the legendary barbarian, who was drooling beside her when she came into the ground. And the last scene was him jumping around on a fairy dragon. As a person who experienced this shame firsthand, no one knows the tricks behind it better than Anadicia. While blushing, she still had a glimmer of hope that this legendary goblin could deceive the evil spirit inside. In the long corridor wrapped in chaotic clouds, the light becomes dimmer as you go deeper into it. The sun on the other side of the distant starry sky has almost no light able to shine into the innermost part. The ignorant goblins, under the constraints of the law, jumped on the cold stone road that was as hard as iron. Following the fire bat's gaze, the fairy dragon noticed that there were more dragon skeletons lying all over the ground, with glaring potholes on them that were very conspicuous. The goblin walked forward foolishly, unaware of the evil thoughts sweeping over him repeatedly. As if the target had been determined, some strange biological tissues began to flow slowly in the cracks on the ground, making the scene look very much like the evil rituals in the legends that summon demons. These flesh and blood flowed like 100 rivers into the sea, silently surrounding the legendary goblin. This scene was so concealed that unless she was in third-person vision, Anadicia was sure that she would not be able to detect such a secret sneak attack with her perception. No, it should be said that, most likely by this time, her spirit had already begun to be polluted and invaded by the evil spirit. When those biological tissues mixed with a large number of small eyes and mouths suddenly moved and rushed forward like a huge wave, and the legendary goblin only had time to let out a scream. Anadicia felt the same way. She could fully imagine the horrific sight of her elegant dragon body being bitten and eroded by thousands of mouths. Chapter 435, Legendary Fisherman. History quietly took a turn here. What was devoured by the evil god was no longer a powerful dragon, but a goblin with a frighteningly short health bar. Cough. Just tell me whether this thing is legendary or not. In a sense, Ryan was imitating the academic fraud of 2 countries before he traveled through time. Take room temperature superconductivity for example. Everyone on Earth knows that this thing is not easy, but it was still announced as a success. Do you think the guy who forged it will be ruined? The interests involved are deep-rooted. If those guys on Earth who advocate room temperature superconductivity are doing so in order to inflate their own stocks, secretly do things to make profits, etc., then Riankabug is doing pure good by supporting a goblin to a position that does not belong to it. This was the result of several days of continuous testing. Ryan first asked the legendary barbarian Gaunsha to tease the evil god. After jumping back and forth, he basically confirmed that this evil god that was almost completely free from the seal would only react to beings above the legendary level. Highlight the legendary creature. When Ryan sent the legendary Shadow Steel Golem over, it ignored him. Then Ryan discovered another interesting point. Although it is generally believed on the continent that legends should be strong people with a challenge level of 20 or above, legends of weak races are generally not recognized. But this evil god is very funny. Perhaps it has lacked communication with the outside world since its birth, and the gods who gave birth to it will not teach it the truth, so it only recognizes legends. Ryan gritted his teeth and tried to let the legendary fire bat seduce. But the system displayed? The legendary fire bat is not legendary enough. That's it. Ryan started a magical version of academic fraud. The legendary level is not enough. Right? Then I can just brush enough legendary level for the intended victim. Right? So there are feats like goblins beating up legendary barbarians and stepping on legendary fairy dragons. Judging from the results, the goblin did do it. Judging from the process, this kind of counterfeiting is more than just adding water. It is simply adding milk to water. But this evil god believed it. Ah! Gaw! The goblin let out an indistinct scream. His green skin was infiltrated by a large amount of evil biological tissue, and his small body suffered so much torture that the green skin swelled wildly like a balloon. Horrible little mouths full of messy fangs and small eyeballs popped out from all over the goblin's body. Soon, The evil god discovered something was wrong. Why is the vitality of this legendary strongman so weak? Trumpet in the mage tower. Ryan's mouth curled up wildly. Want to run? It's too late. Two giant purple-blue hands made of arcane energy appeared out of thin air. The size of the hands was so large that Anastasia in dragon form was about the size of a chicken in front of them. There are two big hands outside a majestic mage tower. If anyone can look at this side, with a 1,000-meter away visual side, I will think that this mage tower is a large matchman. The giant hand stretched out its arm and grabbed the evil spirit that was possessing the body. As luck would have it, this evil god had just integrated his core into the body of the legendary goblin. This evil beast, born from some unknown ancient god, finally instinctively felt fear and threat, and countless biological tissues began to be rapidly peeled off from the goblin's body. As Ryan said, it's too late. A fisherman will never come back empty-handed. Ryan's proud voice echoed throughout the entire mage tower. Right. Fishermen can catch anything except fish. Isn't it? After careful planning, Ryan finally fished out a supernatural being. Hiss. Crack. Whoosh! The evil god let out an indistinct and terrifying scream. If it were an ordinary person, being yelled at by it would definitely cause his mind to be shattered and his soul to be shattered on the spot. Fortunately, Ryan got a lot of mental protection from the mind flayer. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Like pulling radishes with mud. Ren's magic giant suddenly dragged. It was a horrible flesh organization with a length of nearly 40 meters from this mysterious deep ruins and a 1-meter diameter. Looking at it, it was a creep. The evil spirit was indeed struggling to resist. But it was helpless because the other party was not touching any living thing, but pure energy. This was not its strong point. If Ryan was half a second slower, this thing might have taken advantage of the situation and pounced on the trump card instead, invading the inside of the mage tower madly. How could Ryan give it this opportunity? He swung his giant magic hand violently, pulled the evil spirit out, and threw it hard into the sky above this small plane. Although this is not a vacuum, the gravity of the small plane has a very small range. Once it exceeds a certain distance, the gravity will drop sharply to almost zero. In this almost vacuum environment, the biological tissues proliferated crazily, turning into tentacles of varying lengths that stretched outward, trying to find anything to rely on. At this time, Ryan could clearly feel that the dragon girl in his left hand was trembling constantly. Is it scary? Ryan whispered in her ear. Surprisingly, the dragon girl did not argue, but nodded instinctively, almost whispering, yes, it's terrible. Without Ryan, the thing that polluted her vision would be herself. Ryan opened his tiger lips slightly, and his voice reached the fire control room of the mage tower, and he ordered his disciples, fire, on the outer walls of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the mage tower. Countless intricate magic runes glowed. They formed huge magic arrays, and immediately emitted a fierce elemental glow from the center of the array. A bright elemental flame suddenly exploded near the plane barrier. Squeaky! Before anyone could react, the evil god let out a series of terrifying screams. The cry was not earth-shaking, but it was no exaggeration to say it sounded like 100 death banshees uttering the banshee wail at the same time. The second-generation disciples controlled the mage tower and poured massive amounts of earth, water, fire, and wind elements onto this extremely twisted monster. It is unrealistic to rely solely on the legendary mage tower's ability to focus elements to directly destroy a divine evil that even a god cannot destroy. But the prolonged baptism of elements was enough to pose a substantial threat to its life. The severe pain made it subconsciously shrink its body and turn it into an extremely tough entity. From a distance, it looked like a scary brown ball of flesh with a diameter of about 5 meters. Just looking at the surface, you can't see any protrusions on it. Even the eyeballs and the mouth are invisible. Ryan ordered, remember the force? Don't let this thing get out of our range. Disciples, yes. Soon, they changed their tactics. It can be seen that the mage tower was still firing into the air, but the elemental beams, under their control, shot various arcs in the void, and could even go around and hit the back of the evil spirit. Chapter 436, Taming the Dragon. This put the evil god in a relatively dynamic balance in the air, 1,000 meters away from the mage tower, and 300 meters above the ground. Master, it seems like I can't hit him. Harry whispered his opinion. It's not that I can't hit it. It's just that the effect is very weak. But it's not non-existent. Ryan glanced at the system and confirmed that there was damage. You just take turns attacking this thing like this. This is a very important lesson I teach you. When facing an opponent with extremely strong bodies, as long as you have enough magic power, you can wear this thing down. One round of salvos could only consume less than 0.001% of the blood and flesh of the evil god. Without a system, it is very likely that one would make a misjudgment based on naked eye observation and think that there is no injury. Ryan finally understood why the ancient gods accidentally created this thing and chose to seal it up instead of destroying it. It takes too much energy to destroy this thing. Whether it is the divine power transformed from the power of faith or the elemental power, such a large-scale energy mobilization cannot be hidden from the hostile gods. Once too much power is consumed, the enemies will come to kill him in minutes and destroy his kingdom of God. Besides, the ancient god only lost a fragment of his godhood from this evil god. Whether the god relied on the power of faith to condense a new one or snatched it from the enemy, it would be faster than dealing with this thing. This is the classic. It's not that it can't be destroyed. It's just that sealing it is more cost-effective. What a coincidence. Rin can do without talking about cost-effectiveness. Today, Rin has 3 territories: Marino, Iron Hand, and Barbarossa's 5 northern provinces. He didn't understand the power of faith, but these systems could continuously absorb the power of the 4 elements through these territories and transmit it to the wizard tower for him to spend. Evil, right? Chaos, right? It doesn't matter. I can afford it. Ryan stared at the target in the air and made such a vicious declaration. Then he acted like a hands-off boss and left the matter to his apprentices, retracting his gaze from the living target in the distance. Ryan cast his sharp eyes on the dragon girl under his command, Fairy Dragon. Now that the evil spirit has been dealt with, it's time for us to settle our grievances with each other. Anastasia shuddered and tried to turn her head away from Ryan's hand. Meeting his eyes, You, what do you want? I tell you, you won't get the dragon's skin or anything even if you kill me. That timid tone, coupled with her proud yet stubborn expression, he felt that he shouldn't have seen it. So weird. Take another look. A dragon girl was pressed on the top of her head by an apple, and was pressed tightly against the wall. Her posture became extremely like Or's because of her struggle. With this figure and this posture, even Ryan, a loyal player who has been baptized by the style of Azalaine, feels uncomfortable seeing it. Dragon girl. I have a name. My name is Anastasia Yurti. The full word for the dragon was very long, and Ryan couldn't listen to the first 2 words. Anna. Right? No. My name is Dollar at #Dollar. Okay, Anna. No problem. Anna! Ryan lifted the dragon's chin and put on his most serious expression. Although I have no interest in slaughtering the lawful neutral camp, it is an indisputable fact that you have offended our physical school. Generally speaking, as a dragon, your only fate is to have your head hung on the wall. For example, the colorful prince. Anna shuddered violently, although she wanted to show that she would never obey. The severe guilt brought by causing trouble made her say the next words with great regret. Is there any other choice? Yes. Be my mount? As a dragon? Please forgive me for sternly refusing. Anna was actually afraid. This human was so insidious that he actually pretended to be a legendary goblin. God knows whether he would trick her into changing back and then kill her. Then be the guardian dragon of the physics school and guard the gate of Tesla's school of magic. Ryan felt that he had made enough concessions. Don't even think about it. Anna refused firmly and resolutely. Then you are of no further use. Ryan delivered the verdict mercilessly. Anna's face turned pale with fear. Am I going to die? Is he going to kill me again? Sure enough. This cruel human is an evil butcher. Lawful neutrality is just a cover for him. I will die in the end. Ah! What are you doing? Anna screamed when she realized something was wrong. Taming the dragon, Ryan declared mercilessly. This broken world is so cruel. If he just let go of a giant dragon that had targeted the physics school many times, then in the future no one would be willing to listen to him and his disciples when they go out to talk about reasoning. All kinds of aggressive behavior and face-to-face attacks will become the norm. Unless you are willing to pin your fate on the other party's non-existent kindness, there is no room for mercy at this time. As for defeating the dragon and leaving the treasure in the dragon's cave untouched, Ryan could never do that. In this way, Ryan used his legendary power to let Anna experience the industrial-grade impact force comparable to that of a hydraulic forging hammer. The first dragon training lasted a full 3 hours. In the end, Ryan did not let his opponent go and continued to attack him. I have to admit that those ginger-shaped dragon horns are actually quite handy. Woo! 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 Ryan, I know it. You just want to force me to change back into dragon form and then kill me. Skin me and eat my flesh. I won't change back even if I die. No. Actually, you are better now. Ryan was about to explain himself when Matt suddenly called him, Master. That bastard Gontian asked me to ask you. When will there be fairy dragon meat to eat? I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Since the communication was public, Anna heard it clearly. Ryan clearly felt that the dragon's body was trembling. He suddenly realized that his disciples didn't know that she had performed the ultimate transformation. He looked down and met a pair of clear eyes that were filled with fear and flattery. It depends on the dragon's performance. If it is still stubborn, then less meat is acceptable. Ryan cut off the communication and began to teach Anna how to be a qualified abyss devourer. 3 days later, the disciples were dumbfounded. A beautiful woman with a pair of ginger-shaped dragon horns on her head, a dragon tail twisting restlessly on her lower back, white hair and green eyes, standing in front of them in a classic black and white maid dress. After she bowed to the second-generation disciples, she spoke timidly, I am Anna. From today on, I will serve Master Ryan Tesla as a maid. This is to atone for my previous sin against the School of Physics. Please don't eat my flesh. Well, that last sentence completely exposes her true motives and her cowardly nature. It was obvious that she was trying to keep as much distance as possible from Matt and Gonsha, who was listening in. Disciples. Among so many people, Elizabeth's reaction was the most strange. She cried out in grief, My position as the first mate is no longer secure. Chapter 437. Everyone will just treat the husky's cries as a joke. No one understands the little melancholy of the former saint. What else could Ryan say? Some maids can eat it. But some maids can't. No matter how sick he is, he wouldn't eat a husky. However, as a master, Ryan's actions seemed to be somewhat distorting the spirit of the physics school. Harry later found Downs and said, Big brother. No wonder Master never approached women before. Ah! Master is indeed knowledgeable. If you think about it carefully, alien races are not that difficult to accept. That is, the two guys are now successful. With their current status, they are just like odd jobs in the physics school. Once they go out, even the Emperor will have to salute them first. Sometimes having a high status is also a kind of sadness. They met many noble daughters and beauties. But behind the good looks, there were often various obligations and responsibilities, or exchanges of interests. For example, a Princess Barbarossa sent a pink envelope to Downs. But the messenger implicitly expressed the hope that Downs would help her mother's family take over a province. Tired of these conflicts of interest, these two guys now think that the dragon girl is pretty. There was just a pair of extra dragon horns and an extra tail. Once they accepted this setting, their XP system began to change. The two of them were a little crooked, and Matt and Gonsha hid in the corner with great resentment, and drew circles on the ground together. The new dragon meat product is gone. Matt lamented. That's right. Gonsha agreed. So much so that Anna, who had been listening carefully for a long time, would rather hide behind Ryan. At this moment, Anna's situation is like that of voters in some places, who can only choose the less outrageous one between two demons. Compared to being eaten physically, she would rather be eaten by Ryan. When Ryan moved the mage tower away and asked most of the disciples to help focus on consuming the blood and flesh of the evil gods, from the outside world's perspective, the once popular school of physics seemed to have fallen into silence. Throughout the second quarter, apart from Ryan's public appearance in Merino City about once a week to attend the opening ceremony of Two Bright Towns, there was no major news. The biggest news during this period was that Barbarossa finally took over the third northern province. Antonio. This is the process of the rise of a force. When a new force is born, it must dare to fight and struggle in order to carve out a piece of territory. When a new force grows into a behemoth that is difficult for others to shake, unless it is eager to break the old order, its expansion will stop at a certain level. This actually made the other Orthodox churches feel relieved that the most troublesome school of physics was finally willing to settle down. Of course, this is an illusion. It took a full 100 days. And after draining the huge magic pool of the Magic Academy several times, Ryan finally stripped off and dissolved all the external biological tissues of the evil god. In the secret room on the 8th floor of Trump's maze, Ryan and his 7 disciples silently stared at the thumb-sized translucent object floating in the air, which was full of confusion. To call it a crystal is not really accurate, as it does not have a physical entity in the strict sense. It is just a highly concentrated spiritual energy entity. The chaotic feeling emanating from it would probably drive ordinary people crazy with just a glance at it. The system's test result for Ryan is Chaos Godhead Fragment. Chaos is a higher level of existence than disorder. The chaotic camp in the world of chaos is often used to describe the existence of doing things as it pleases. Chaos is essentially more complex and even filled with 2 contradictory and constantly conflicting spiritual energies. Ugh! Vondak and Noka, who were not strong enough, retreated first, apologized, left the secret room, and vomited on the spot. There were only 4 legendary disciples, plus Matt, a guy who was not a legend but was more like a legend. Everyone was staring at this thing in a daze. Ryan wanted to see if Barrand, who had the most experience, would know something. This time Ryan was disappointed. It would be abnormal for ordinary people to know the knowledge of the divine realm. I will focus on dealing with this Chaos Godhead Fragment from now on. Don't come to me unless it's something serious. Yes. The disciples answered in unison. And when they saw Ryan waving his hand, they filed out. The disciples were unable to offer any opinions. But the dragon maid from the Ryan family was hesitant to speak. If you know anything, you'd better tell me. You swear first. Ryan glared at her fiercely. But Anna bit her red lips and said what she wanted. You swear that you and your disciples will never eat my flesh, peel my skin, or drink my blood in this life. Ryan was very embarrassed, although he wanted to complain. Who do you think I am? He thought about it and realized that they had eaten together many times in the past. His position is unconvincing. To be honest, if those legendary dragons were so sensible and transformed into human form or something, Ryan really wouldn't be able to eat them. This is physiological rejection. However, Ryan still agreed to her. If your information is worth the price, I don't mind swearing an oath. The full strength on the dragon maid's chest fluctuated greatly for a few times. She still said, the reason why the evil gods are difficult to deal with is that it takes several times the effort and time to destroy or purify the divinity in these chaotic godheads. If the purpose is not to destroy them, the best way is to inject the god's own divinity. Several times the divinity. Bring chaos back into the category of order. Of course, this is the method of the gods. The wide green eyes stared at Ryan, clearly saying, stop pretending. You god of the outland. Ryan actually wanted to say, I know nothing about divinity. Ryan at least understood what Anna said. To put it simply, it is a routine of disassembling, diluting, neutralizing, and then reorganizing. It would be extremely difficult for any other legendary warrior to do this. If one were to absorb this ball of crazy mental energy into his will, he would be killed in a matter of minutes. Even if his mind and body were not devoured by this fragment of chaotic godhead, he would most likely become a madman. Ryan has his own way as a time traveler. He found Sophia and said, I need more people to understand physics. Let's do this. Open physics schools throughout Marino. It doesn't matter if the apprentices don't have magical talent. Just let them recite Newton's 3 laws of motion and other physics knowledge 100 times every day. Sophia bowed deeply, with an expression that said, Ryan, you finally stopped pretending. Although she wanted to use honorifics, she was worried that it would distance her from Ryan, since Ryan didn't want to reveal his true colors. She spoke in the same tone as she would her man. Are you sure this is a school and not a church? The end of science can be theology. Even before Ryan traveled through time, there was still too much physics knowledge that could not be explained from a scientific perspective. Ryan was embarrassed for a moment, and insisted stubbornly, School. Chapter 438, Rabbit Family's Inherited Speedy Gene. It's strange that people in the rabbit family have a wonderful speed-traveling gene. The Industrial Revolution and national industrialization that other countries took hundreds of years to complete. Rabbit condensed the time into a fraction of it. If it happened to the rabbit family, they would feel humiliated or something. But in the eyes of a third party, they are just a group of people who have been madly hacking people since their debut. And they always win. Other families said they would win the battle and return home before Christmas. But in the end their own soldiers could only spend Christmas in a mud puddle on the battlefield. The rabbit family said that we should win the fight quickly, so that we can go home and eat dumplings for the new year. That means we should really win the fight. Call it a day. Go home. And then wait for that blind guy to jump out again, and then chop him down. Others thought that Rabbit was a crazy god of war. But after thinking carefully, they realized that this was wrong. Wasn't he a world-class speedrunner? The same logic applies to Ryan's school of physics. I originally thought that this guy was at best a war god from another realm, who would chop down anyone who stood in his way. He had a great sword that could be used. Looking back, the indigenous leaders realized that the sword on the horse was a double-edged sword. As the state religion of Marino, and also the most popular sect in the world. Once the school of physics opened, all the major Orthodox churches could not sit still. In the past, Ryan's training of mages was, to put it bluntly, a purely elite route. Apart from the war mages who were dragged to the front lines by the two emperors. How many mages did Ryan actually train? Not counting the 7 second-generation disciples. The remaining third-generation disciples only number about 100 people. Except for the last time when the Mind Flayer attacked. The School of Physics suddenly appeared and took away all the people of the Principality of Marino. Making a strong presence. The School of Physics actually has little direct connection with the Marino people. Most Marinos are just enjoying the tourism economic benefits brought by the Magic Academy. Direct teaching is different. When the physics school set up free physics schools in every town, and even every village in Marino to teach physics knowledge, the Orthodox leaders suddenly woke up. Isn't this preaching teaching? No matter what name Ryan has. He has learned the low-key nature of the Rabbit family. But his essence cannot be changed. This is like some ridiculous 10,000-ton destroyer. In World War II on Earth, the smallest battleship had a tonnage of this magnitude. Anyway, when the physics school opened a new school, the Grand Knight of the Knights, the Archbishop of the Church of Justice, or the Archbishop of Light, immediately threw up their hands. Ren, you old boy, finally pretend. In their opinion, Ryan was definitely not a young man in his early 20s. Not to mention his outrageous combat power, which made him stronger when facing a strong opponent and swept away the weak. Who can compare with him in terms of his methodical expansion, his style of adhering to neutrality, and his shrewd way of grabbing territory? People opened writing schools in their own territory, which were read as churches, and the Orthodox people could not find any reason to make trouble. Not to mention that after the Knights recognized this in the 5 northern provinces, attacking Ryan was equivalent to attacking the Knights. After all, the Knights recognized the physics school as the second sect, which allowed them to sit on the position of the first sect in the 5 northern provinces. Other companies have to admit defeat with this kind of bundling style of play. Archbishop Hibbert of Light complained maliciously, "Everyone is preaching. And your knights are preaching in vain. The power of faith received by the physics school is real. Now that other people's divine power has increased, your knights are left with an empty sh. If the night goddess returns, she will be pissed off to death when she sees such an empty sh. Being parasitized. Right? The next Archbishop Antonio said cautiously, "Master. Then our cooperation with the physics school." Hibbert asked his disciple, "Have you forgotten that the believers of light shout praise the light?" Antonio was silent. Both companies cooperate with Ryan. One is just a cover. But at least the power of faith is still their own. The other is just a flesh cutting in vain. And the believers no longer belong to them. The degree is naturally different. In Antonio's eyes, this was Chaos's version of the pot calling the kettle black. And no one was any better. Other churches thought that Ryan was secretly refining his own fragment of godhood. But little did they know that Ryan really didn't understand this thing. He actually gives up the near and seeks the far, instead of doing his own. He is extremely generous to help the world deal with a fragment of chaotic godhood that is likely to cause large-scale pollution. A wonderful misunderstanding was created. By June, when there were 108 physics schools throughout Marino, 36 in the 5 northern provinces, and 72 in the Iron Hand clan, Ryan finally discovered that there was something more in his magic pool. These energies are the so-called power of faith. Right? Ryan was not quite sure. In the past, this energy was small, even accounting for less than 1% of the magic pool, and Ryan could still treat it as elemental impurities. With a large number of students in the school, and young people who read as believers reciting the laws of physics every day, this power has expanded like a snowball. The only problem is that the system obviously believes that Ryan cannot use this power well. Or Ryan has not found the key to control this power. So it refuses Ryan to use this power directly. This is not important. What is important is that Ryan began to waste this power on the fragment of Chaos Godhead. This cannot be said to be a huge force that makes bricks fly. It can only be said to be water dripping through a stone. As long as a large amount of faith power containing the laws of physics is poured into it. One day, the so-called divinity mentioned above will become the classic physical divinity. As long as it is watered enough, anything can become my shape. Ryan watched Matt eating a piece of white ice dragon leg meat through the peep screen, while he himself was gnawing on a white dragon leg. Woo woo woo. For some reason, the dragon's calf actually made a sound. As luck would have it, a powerful beam of mental energy was projected into Anna's mind at this moment. Who? Ryan, who had legendary perception, noticed the situation immediately. Anna opened her eyes wide. She instinctively felt that her savior had arrived. But she was afraid. The human race's holy sword was placed on her neck. And if she said something wrong, the sword tip would pierce her trachea. She said timidly, "It's a routine meeting of the Dragon Council. I must attend. Even if it's in the form of mental projection. Otherwise it will be very troublesome." What kind of trouble? Are all the ancient dragons looking for trouble with me? Anna was shocked. Yes. Others might be afraid of those powerful dragon counselors. But how could this dragon killer be afraid of these dragons? On the contrary, if I am not careful, I will become bait and lure the unsuspecting dragons to be killed by Ryan. Then I will be the sinful dragon among the dragons. She replied awkwardly. No, Master. You wouldn't intentionally slaughter the dragons of the good and neutral camps. Most dragons have no conflicts with you. What I'm saying is that if I don't go to the meeting, I'll be in trouble. Then open it, Ryan said, as he was grinding his teeth with a dragon leg. Chapter 439. Each dragon takes care of his own business. The mysterious and illusory Dragon Conference was held. Against the backdrop of the brilliant starry sky, the souls of giant dragons are projected into this spiritual room. What's going on? Lala came. Everyone focused their attention on a giant emerald dragon with a green body. This ancient dragon was not the strongest, but it was definitely the most well-informed among the dragons. Most dragons are homebodies, and they would just hide in their dragon nests and sleep when they have nothing to do. In the past, regular meetings were held only once every 100 years. Unless a dragon counselor initiated an emergency meeting, who would have the time to hold a meeting? Isn't it nice to sleep? Now, 2 meetings by different dragons in 1 year are definitely not a trivial matter. The dragon called Loricum looked around and asked, "Anastasia is not here? What's wrong?" asked a giant golden dragon. "It's about the so-called human Ryan Tesla that she proposed to deal with last time." "So what?" "One of my dragonborns with very thin blood sent me news that Ryan Tesla has begun preaching in 3 major regions of Chaos Continent at the same time. The total number of believers is likely to exceed 300,000. The total number is unknown. This is the standard practice of true gods. And with this number, they are most likely gods of medium power." "Right?" Jean Long's face turned dark. There was a commotion among the dragon counselors. It was only a short time since Anastasia had encouraged the entire dragon race to confront Ryan in the last meeting. Ryan stopped pretending and began to recruit followers. As one of the oldest races, the dragon race is very knowledgeable. On the continent, there is a god with 500 core devout believers. Find a small category that no one cares about. If you master the technology of deification through faith, then you can impact the most useless and weak gods. This is the case with 500. Let alone 300,000. Those who can have 300,000 followers at the beginning will definitely aim for 1,000,000 in the end. Without exception, those who can do this are all powerful gods. Of course, this is the standard for humans. Because of the differences in intelligence and spiritual strength between different races, the number of devout believers required to support a weak deity with the power of faith is different. It's like all the kobolds are hacking mentally retarded. So even though there are tens of millions of kobolds, there is only one kobold god. It is undeniable that, due to its population and intellectual advantages, humans can support the largest number of gods in the world. And there are also many high-quality and powerful gods. This is why the dragon counselors are all upset. As the youngest dragon counselor, Anastasia encouraged the dragons to fight against a god who is obviously powerful. Isn't this asking for trouble? What kind of stupid operation is this? What worried the congressman the most was that she took the initiative to find trouble with a dragon from the evil camp. Loricum's face darkened. "What I am most worried about is that if she goes to war with Ryan Tesla in the name of Dragon Counselor," Jean Long said, This is definitely the worst situation. The dragon race is the same as other races. And even the most powerful dragon gods have lost contact. There's a real god on the opposite side. And you still rush in to fight to the death. This is not just courting death. This is simply pitting the entire clan. At this moment, the key dragon in their hearts finally arrived. Anadhija. You're finally here. What are you doing? Lalakame looked strange. The dragon senators all send their own mental projections to the meeting place. Generally speaking, the projections and the movements of the real bodies are consistent. The dragons are very free. Some like to coil up. Some walk with their heads held high. And some lower their heads and listen quietly. But her posture is very strange. The fairy dragon lay on the ground with its two short front paws, and turned sideways with half of its belly exposed. Then it raised its long right hind leg high and pointed straight to the sky. And the whole dragon seemed to be trembling slightly. Well, it looks exactly like the way cats contact their home planet. Ah! No. A big bug got into my scales, and it's making me itch. Generally speaking, there are no bugs on a dragon's body, and small creatures will scare away when they sense the dragon's might. Unfortunately, there are always some stupid little bugs that occasionally cause trouble. It was as if the big bug triggered a certain keyword, and the fairy dragon trembled even more violently. The other dragons were a little surprised, but they didn't care. Lalakame frowned. You didn't declare war on Ryan Tesla? Start a war? Ah! No. There is no such thing. The fairy dragon quickly denied. All the dragons breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they had avoided the worst. The golden dragon raised its head majestically, staring at the fairy dragon with piercing eyes. Paralandusk, in the name of the acting speaker of the Dragon Council, sternly warn you not to use the name of a counselor to oppose Ryan Tesla in any way. If we still had doubts about his identity as the god of Outland before, we no longer have any doubts now. He is at least a powerful deity. Even if the dragon god returns, he will not be willing to oppose such a being at will. For some reason, the fairy dragon hummed and looked absent-minded. The lawful and good golden dragon was somewhat annoyed when he found that the other party was not paying attention. Did you hear that clearly? Anadhija, you are not allowed to oppose Ryan Tesla in any form. You are not qualified to drag the entire dragon race into a war of gods based on your own will. I heard it. I heard it. How dare I go against Lord Ray? The fairy dragon sounded like she was about to cry. Lalakame stared at her. To be honest, we don't care about the mess between you and Ryan Tesla. Whoever made the mistake is responsible. If he found out about your little trick, you will be responsible for solving it yourself. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. The fairy dragon felt so aggrieved that she almost dropped her pearls. Dragons are such a peculiar race. Each one is very powerful, but they seldom communicate with each other. You can say that they are cold-hearted, aloof, and arrogant, but they basically don't care about the life and death of other dragons. Unless the dragon god himself gave the order, it would be impossible for a large number of double-digit dragons to move out en masse. After eliminating the possible risk of Anadhija committing suicide, the dragon meeting ended. As the mental projection ended, Anna's body suddenly softened, and as her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, she let out a long dragon roar. Is this the misery of being abandoned by one's own people? Or is it just giving up on yourself? She doesn't even know it herself. He worried about the extermination of his fellow tribesmen, but ended up being almost kicked out. She was completely numb. It seems that your own people don't treat you well either. How about it? Do you want to try being a mount? It's a mount. At worst, I'll cut you into pieces. The desperate dragon maid transformed into a giant dragon again after a long time. Chapter 440 Dragon Language Magic Instructor. Anna was extremely angry. In a sense, there is no greater sorrow than the loss of heart. It's not her fault. I was worried that Ren would destroy the dragon tribe, and stubbornly incited the two legendary evil dragons to try to kill Ren. It was found that this was a misunderstanding. He became a clown dragon without saying that he had been abandoned by the fellows who had been protected by her heart. No matter how good her heart was, she couldn't bear it at this moment. In a flash of white light, she transformed into a dragon, then stretched out her 3-meter-long dragon neck, exposing her vulnerable parts to Ryan. As long as Ryan fired an electromagnetic cannon, he could definitely deal her heavy damage. This is the classic case of waiting to be killed. It can be said that even if Ryan took out a Louis XVI happy table, the desperate Anna might put her head in it herself. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for the moment of death that she feared the most to come. The cold blade, the cruel magic dot, neither of them came upon her neck, but instead, a pair of warm little hands. Wow! Look closely. My mate is so beautiful. Ryan touched the white jade-like forehead of the half-blood fairy dragon with Bigby's magic hand. Anna opened her dragon eyes, and her emerald green pupils, which were filled with elemental aura, were filled with surprise. You really won't kill me? If you don't oppose me, why would I kill you? My physics party and I are family. Oh, dragons are also okay. We are all the best. If Ryan was really in the evil camp, it would not be impossible to corrupt this fairy dragon while she was vulnerable. Fortunately, Ryan was known for being lawful neutral. You really won't eat my flesh, drink my blood, and peel my skin with your disciples? Faced with this childish question, Ryan put his hands on his hips and said, if I break my promise, my lawful camp will be in jeopardy. Obviously, this is easier to convince the fairy dragon. The factions in the chaos world are very troublesome and not very suitable for Chinese players who have flexible moral bottom lines. Sometimes the camp is also very convenient, under the supervision of the world's will. In order to keep the camp unchanged, you must do what you say. The fairy dragon finally broke down, turned back into human form, and then hugged Ryan's thighs and burst into tears. The crying finally subsided, and Lei took the opportunity to start brainwashing. In the future, Anna obedient. I will treat you well. You are my mount. And of course I will cover you. Anna thought for a moment and said, can you please not eat dragon meat for my sake in the future? Ryan immediately assumed the dignity of a master. If a dragon offends me, I will eat it. Anna gave up anyway. However, this is the best outcome she could get. She secretly said to herself, if I change the god, I won't be able to save my soul. She made a fundamental mistake, like most of the beings in the chaos world. Is it possible that Ryan is not actually a true god from the outside world? No matter what, under the trick of fate, Ryan is still running wildly on his journey of pretending, with no signs of stopping. The next morning, Ryan gathered all the second and third generation disciples. This is the legendary fairy dragon Anna, and the second patron saint of our academy. She is fluent in many languages, and is also proficient in magic. From today on, the academy will offer a special dragon language magic course, which will only be available to high-level mages and above among the public scholarship students. The 3 generations of disciples heard that Dean Lei, who was riding on the back of the dragon, said that it was uphill, compared to the dragon language magic that sounded so high-end. They were more shocked that their dean had brought back a fairy dragon without saying a word. I thought the academy had hired a multi-armed giant to guard the gate, which was already high-end enough. Who would have thought that there would be a guardian dragon? Aren't dragons said to be arrogant and cruel? And even kind dragons don't like to talk to humans? What's going on with this humble dragon that keeps nodding? How did the ancestor convince her to play for the college? There were so many question marks on their heads that when Ryan announced that they were allowed to ask questions, almost all the third-generation disciples raised their hands. Ms. Anna, are you really willing to be our mentor? I mean it. This is a very standard human common language. But perhaps it sounds a bit awkward coming from the mouth of a dragon. Can humans use dragon language magic? If it is the era of magic nets. I'm sorry. No. Dragon language magic is based on the power of the dragon's more source. But after a long study, I use magic and physics that coincides with the world rules, which is very similar to the dragon language magic. I want to be trained, and you humans can do it. Then, when we make mistakes, won't you eat us? Frank Fong Mingao, 3 generations of disciples, asked so much. This almost made Anna lose her temper. She glanced at her master guiltily and said half-jokingly, maybe I should be more worried about appearing on your cafeteria menu. Hey. The apprentices smiled awkwardly. Don't worry. Fairy dragons have nothing to do with colorful dragons and other evil dragons. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with fairy dragons. Anna felt a little bit against her will when she said this. In any case, Ryan got a legendary fairy dragon to be his magic instructor, which is definitely the latest big thing of the physics school this year. Especially when the Academy's summer enrollment brochure clearly stated that the dragon language magic course would be taught by a real dragon. The shock of the outside world can be imagined. Tesla's School of Magic doesn't necessarily do things on purpose every time. They really have something to do for other schools of thought or sects. It is a great achievement to have a legendary master as the leader of the sect. But compared with a physics school? Forget it. Just take a shower and go to bed. Even if we leave Ryan out of the count. The legendary wizard among the second-generation disciples and the two gatekeepers are enough to defeat all the high-end combat forces of the orthodox religions in the world. The great religion has god-level war machines. So who dares to say that the physics school doesn't have any? Everyone has begun to suspect that the Academy's electric towers combined together are a set of extremely powerful war weapons. The appearance of the fairy dragon instructor has made the prestige of the physics school that has been slightly silent recently. Fortunately, the physics school, except for Marino, the Iron Hand clan, and the 3 northern provinces, basically fixed enrollment in winter and summer. If enrollment was random throughout the year, the leaders of other sects would probably be unable to sleep again. Archbishop Hibbert of Light said with emotion, Mr. Tesla is a good man. He has already set up a joint search plan with many Orthodox churches. Otherwise, with all this momentum, it would be a big problem how many people would be willing to come to other Orthodox churches to study. Everything looks like a classic recycling of foreshadowing. There is no joint search for each party to benefit from. As the physics school grows stronger, it will find it harder to recruit outstanding apprentices in various countries. Now it is more like the integration and sharing of teaching resources. It's just the physical school and the Orthodox religions that do this. It would be difficult for any newly emerging sect to recruit good candidates through formal channels. In a sense, the physics school has completed this path, leaving no way for those who come after them. Chapter 441 10 Dragon Slaps. The expansion of the School of Physics was also strengthened by Ryan's inconspicuous kindness. That is, the assistant system. Seriously, as an assistant apprentice with insufficient qualifications. This not enough also depends on who you compare it with. In other warlock sects, these assistants are definitely the backbone of the team. The first batch of assistants among the 3 generations of disciples were basically promoted to apprentices. But for the second batch of assistants recruited, Ryan began to reduce the number of places. After all, the upper limit of the number of disciples that the physical network can support is here, and apprentices cannot be accepted without restraint. Now the first batch of third-generation disciples have basically graduated, and many have participated in Barbarossa's northern expedition through study tours or internships. The physics school has always emphasized actual combat, and this is not exempted from the third generation of disciples. Only after going out to fight for a while and coming back will they have the nerve to return to Downs and continue their studies. The assistants who were unable to improve their abilities became lecturers to promote the theories of the physics school. With such titles, they were responsible for giving lectures in various schools in Marino and other 3 places. Don't underestimate the title of lecturer. You should know that they are already qualified, and some are even high-level mages, but they are only released because their potential has been exhausted. Once the person is released, the treatment will not be reduced at all. A monthly salary of 100 gold coins. Not to mention compared to my former poverty. Even some poor barons would envy me now. Not to mention the performance bonus. Moreover, they are fully equipped with luxurious equipment and have the reputation of the physical school. As long as they don't go too far, they can walk around in small places with ease. Ryan didn't know that his planned and structured arrangements for his followers' work were not at all like his first time in charge of a large sect. And this only deepened the misunderstandings among the leaders of various sects. Little do they know that this is what players who play too many simulation business games are like. If it is not sorted out properly, and the corresponding value is squeezed out of each tool person, simulation business players will feel uncomfortable. Instead of using the paid work trick, Ryan gave a pay raise. He felt that he had never been so kind. Just when everything was going well. Well, nothing went wrong this time. Except that Matt showed up. Master, when will the new dragon meat be available? No other disciple would be so careless as to shout like this as soon as he opened the door of the study. Matt? That's understandable. Although she understood. The dragon maid beside Ryan silently moved sideways with a little resentment, hiding her figure behind Ryan's chair. Ryan could clearly feel the little dragon's gaze poking his spine through the back of the chair. Alas, this disciple is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. Matt, I've told you many times that we are a lawful neutral school. We will not attack the enemy unless it attacks us. Except for the public enemies of the panhuman camp such as demons, devils, and mind flayers. We should not start a war at will. Ryan acted like a teacher. Then why don't we just go and hang around in front of the Dragon Clan? We've always done this before. Matt sat down on the chair in front of Ryan's desk. His movement seemed well behaved, but the tears at the corners of his mouth were extremely aggressive. Ryan was choked and felt the gaze behind him become even more resentful. Hey! Have you forgotten that your master also taught you the 18 dragon subduing palms? Well, that seems to be the case. Matt scratched his head. There is more to the world than just fighting and killing. Nowadays, evil dragons don't dare to mess with our physical school. So we shouldn't take the initiative to pick a fight. For example, if we see a dragon in the neutral camp, besides killing it, we can also have a good chat with it. If possible, we can take it back as a mount. No, it's also good to make it a guardian dragon. Humph. Ryan heard an almost inaudible snort from behind him. The dragon maid has a little temper. Matt on the opposite side was completely unaware that his master's, but was already crooked. Yes, master. Those monks can't beat me without using any skills. When can I get promoted? Ryan bared his teeth and thought, I don't think I have ever taught a magic monk. Lei Huyo started to talk nonsense, the way of martial arts. No, it's the Big B series. The most important thing is to see the world. See yourself, and see all living things. Matt was stunned on the spot. Master, what you said is so profound. I don't understand. Lei Huyo shook his head and said, as the saying goes, true teachings can be conveyed in one sentence. False teachings can be conveyed in thousands of books. Some profound true teachings are very profound and simple to explain. If you understand them, then you understand them. If you cannot comprehend them thoroughly, then you can stop there. Go ahead and experience them carefully. When you figure it out, do it. Just remember to keep your conscience clear. Ryan tricked Matt into being stunned. At least he got rid of this weird fourth disciple. Do not lie. Ryan really didn't know how to teach. After all, he had played so many games and so many professions before he traveled through time. But he had never played a monk. So much so that Matt came out of Ryan's study with a bitter face. Unable to figure out the problem, he ran to find Towns out of habit. Towns was also dumbfounded. His fourth apprentice brother is completely different from a traditional mage. It's not a matter of specialization. The key is that there is no path to replicate. Towns can't teach. Did the master teach you? As taught. Tangsi could only bite the bullet and ask Matt, what did the master say? Repeat it again in full. The order must be correct, and no words can be omitted. Matt did so. Towns clapped his hands. I understand. Brother, do you understand? Master. His old habit of keeping secrets comes back again. What? Matt was delighted. You have an unusual obsession with dragon meat. Matt wiped the saliva from his mouth. Well, actually, I'm not that persistent. That's right. Master found that you have gone astray and have too strong a murderous nature. So he asked you to let go of your obsession. Matt sat up straight when he heard that. Tangsi continued. Didn't you hear what Master said? What is the 10 slaps to subdue the dragon? If you think about the dragon maid Master recently recruited, then the answer is clear. Isn't it? Brother, please tell me. Master wants you to use only the 10 dragon subduing palms to subdue a legendary dragon. Matt's eyes sparkled. I understand. You really understand, don't you? I really understand. Go up and slap the dragon 10 times. If it refuses to obey, beat it until it surrenders. Right. That's right. It just so happens that junior sister Flora has taken over a lot of my work recently. So I'll go with you for a while to keep the pressure on. I'm really not taking this opportunity to run away. Towns emphasized. Good. Well, why not ask Gansha? He's been quite free lately. No. He will definitely be happy to help subdue the dragon. I also feel that I get along well with him. So that's it. The two brothers didn't know that their serious master was demonstrating the use of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing in actual combat. Pa! A slap hit the dragon's butt. The huge dragon immediately understood and made a concave shape. Chapter 442, The Iron-Bone Great White Dragon. It was already July, the height of summer in most places on the continent. However, in the far north-northwest of the Karak Empire, there were still large areas of permafrost. The broken snow blowing in your face still feels like the tip of a knife scratching your face. Even though it is not a freezing winter, this place still feels like winter. There was still a lot of snow covering the pine trees on the ground. From a distance, they looked like ice crystals. The cold wind blew across the continent, soaking everything here. But unfortunately, it was blown away by a more powerful wind shield. In the sky, Downs rode on the wind horse, but had to keep a distance from Gonsha, Sanders and Matt. He was helpless. His own wind-controlling divine horse was good in every way except that it could not stand people who were not in the good camp. The three guys had no Pegasus to ride, so they could only hang under the Eye Demon's pod and fly along. Even though these big-eyed guys had long been converted to the lawful neutral camp by Ryan, the divine horse Bull still had a great deal of disgust towards them. Sanders stared at the vast expanse of white glacier below, based on the sparse black spots scattered on the glacier and the somewhat unreliable glacier shape. He tried to compare the terrain with the intelligence, and finally came to the conclusion, my lord. According to the intelligence, the dragon's nest should be nearby. But that may not be a legendary ice fish, but a family of 3. Tang Si frowned and shouted from a distance of 10 meters. The thrust here is too strong. It affects my perception. Matt didn't feel anything. It's okay. If the ice dragon dares to come out, I'll just pick the biggest one. Ryan's teaching to Matt follows the rabbit family tradition. Just like the weapon manual of the rabbit house. It is simple and violent. Pick the smallest one to release, and choose the biggest one to fight. This principle is also generally applicable in nature, generally speaking, regardless of whether it is a carnivore or a vegetarian. The largest organism is the strongest. Towns, so, are we going to charge straight to the dragon's nest this time, or what? Matt took the responsibility. Why bother? I can just stand in a conspicuous place on the hill opposite the dragon's nest. Towns? Many things in the world are actually extremely simple and crude. For example, a dog butcher who kills many dogs will naturally have a smell on him that humans cannot sense. But once a dog approaches, it will naturally bark at him. This is the instinctive fear based on induction. The same is true for Matt. Although he doesn't have the dragon killer buff like Ryan, this guy has eaten more dragon meat and attacked more often. So he has also become a dragon enemy. He didn't even need to take the initiative. Just standing there. To the dragon clan, he was as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark night. Who would be indifferent if a strong light hits their face in the middle of the night while sleeping? What's more, as top predators, dragons have a very strong sense of territory. Not to mention the area within 5 kilometers of the dragon's nest. Some dragons will regard the area within a radius of 100 kilometers around the dragon's nest as their own territory. This extremely primitive struggle for territory can often only be decided by a fight. The winner takes the territory, and the loser dies or leaves. So Matt had hit a bug. For humans, he just stood there. And if he was attacked by a dragon, it was a defensive counterattack in accordance with the law of lawful neutral. For dragons, it was also a defensive counterattack. The world's laws were quite vague in this regard. Sure enough, just as the 4 of them reached an open space of about 2,000 square meters on the top of the mountain and stood there, temporarily letting their mounts go, several deep, majestic and extremely intimidating dragon roars came from the opposite hilltop. Ah! The dragon roared to the sky, which should have been a very terrifying thing. But who are these 4 guys? I eat dragon meat almost every day. Coincidentally, the white dragons on the opposite side seem to be inexperienced as well, as the most animalistic of the colored dragons. Even if the white dragon is promoted to the legendary level, it seems that its IQ is just SOSO. When it comes to those hateful humans who overestimate their own capabilities and come to provoke, their reaction is the simplest: just kill them. The violent airflow descending from midair was exactly the ice storm brought about by the dragon wings. In an instant, 3 huge white shadows swept across the sky, along with an extremely angry roar. A white cloud suddenly came from midair and tended to grow bigger and bigger. The largest white dragon among them started fighting right away, breathing out its most powerful icy breath straight down towards Matt's position. Seeing the cold cloud that was enough to freeze their souls and bodies suddenly looming over their heads. If it were a year ago, the 4 of them would have been somewhat frightened. But now, Matt's reaction was, that's it. The air currents raised by the icy breath blew away the small forest on the top of the mountain. But Matt stood still. He squinted his eyes in the mud and dust brought up by the violent vortex, raised his hands in the direction where the dragon was swooping down, and suddenly shouted loudly. Hands are 2 doors. Only 2 bright red lights suddenly appeared, and a pair of huge flaming hands, each with an area of about 10 square meters, pushed forward and blocked Matt and the other 3 in the face of more concentrated arcane energy. The icy wind, which was at least minus 100 degrees Celsius, was actually evaporated, first turning into liquid droplets, then vaporizing, and becoming a hot wind that dissipated in all directions. Don't think this is the end. The next moment, everyone saw a big blue foot rising from the ground and kicking the white dragon in the face, in full view of everyone. This elemental foot that even a 4,000-yard shoe couldn't handle hit the ice dragon's face just right. The impact of the dragon's high-speed dive happened to collide with its upward kick coming in the opposite direction. As the saying goes, when two strong forces meet, the weaker one becomes an energy absorption box. It was as if the white dragon was hit by hundreds of tons of force, and half of his head collapsed in an instant. Not only did Zhuo Long's face collapse, but at the same time countless long and short dragon teeth were broken and flew out. It was only then that the other three heard the second half of Matt's sentence: defeat the dragon with your feet. Matt's rampage continued. Before the poor brother dragon could react, the two giant flaming hands blocking Matt had just disappeared, and another two purple-blue arcane hands appeared out of thin air, like naughty kids grabbing the neck of the big goose at the entrance of the village. One hand pinched the dragon's neck, and the other hand turned into a big bulldog and slapped the dragon in the face hard. The violent voice of persuasion to surrender resounded through the sky. Are you going to surrender or not? I'm asking you whether you will surrender or not. With one slap, the Longin fell off. 2 slaps, and the dragon head was dented. 3 slaps, brains splattered everywhere. Matt had only used 3 moves of his 10 dragon subduing slaps when he saw that the ice dragon, which had just reached the legendary level, was dead. The 3 people nearby were stunned. Only the barbarian Gunter Yaslu was the most active. What a strong white dragon that would rather die than surrender. Since it will never surrender, we can't waste its loyalty and courage. How about roasting it and eating it? Okay, the 3 guys said in unison. Chapter 443. Those who offend our human race will be punished no matter how far away they are. Fake. The remaining equally ferocious mother dragon and baby dragons did not escape the disaster. Tang said he would hold the line, and when the 2 white dragons were about to run away, Tangs, the legendary wizard who had reached level 28, shot them down with 2 shots from his electromagnetic cannon. The physics school pays the most attention to making sure that the enemies are in good order, without leaving anyone behind. Looking at the 3 neatly arranged dragon heads, Sanders secretly sighed. Alas, it seems that you will not be able to enjoy this overwhelming wealth. Just like that, the physics canteen, which was once facing the risk of closing down due to the exhaustion of ingredients, has new products arriving. An hour later, the 4 guys loosened their belts, burped, and wiped the crystal tears from the corners of their mouths. Matt looked at his round belly and sighed. I didn't expect the other party to refuse to surrender. It seems that my 10 dragon subduing palms is not practiced well enough. No wonder Master didn't promote me to legendary level directly. Towns reached out and wiped the cumin on the corner of his mouth, licked it, and encouraged loudly, Junior brother, don't be discouraged. I don't think it's because you haven't practiced the Big B Clutch series well enough, but the opponent's IQ is too low to understand the sincerity of our physics school to invite them to become the guardian dragon. Gonsha used a toothpick to pick out the dragon meat scraps between his teeth and said, how about we continue to look for the guardian dragon? Yes, that's it. Matt was overjoyed. Among the 4, only Sanders, the tool man who looked the most normal, silently assisted and called other tools through the physical network to take charge of the aftermath. They dealt with the 3 dragon corpses, transported them to the nearest city that could be teleported, and then transported them back to the academy. Just like that, these 4 guys who acted very physically began their so-called dragon-slaying journey. 3 days later. Will you surrender or not? I ask you. Will you surrender or not? Matt, with a piece of roasted dragon steak still in his mouth, violently beat up a black dragon. Sure enough, it was another good dragon with a strong character who would never surrender. Tang Si and Gonsha, the master and servant, immediately agreed, as expected of a dragon. It is so courageous. Only Sanders silently complained, this black dragon is not even a legend. Right? So what? During the time when Ryan disappeared a few months ago, there were many unexpected incidents in the Panhuman camp territory, and various attacks occurred one after another. For this reason, the helpless and desperate lords issued a large number of bounties. Unfortunately, when it comes to hunting dragons, anyone with less strength will just be a gift, except for some grand dukes or electors who have powerful connections and can invite legendary masters to settle the matter. Most of the bounties just rot there. Now the eldest and fourth disciples of the second generation of the physics school are out hunting. In the eyes of others, this is the physics school's attempt to expand its influence and start settling scores with these giant dragons. There's nothing wrong with it. So much so that in the areas affected by the dragon disaster, almost all the bards became spontaneous navy, singing praises for the School of Physics. Their active figures can be seen everywhere in the tavern, the town square, and under the small tree stumps at the entrance of the village. The history of human beings enduring dragon disasters can be traced back to 5,000 years ago. They treat humans as ants and wantonly plunder farmers' assets. Triple X worked hard for 3 years to buy a cow, but it was snatched away by the damn red dragon for a snack. In order to avoid the cold winter, XXXX spent all his family property to repair his century-old ancestral house. But it fell apart because of a black dragon flying by. Vivid stories were spread in places that suffered from dragon disasters. You know, the places that couldn't afford to hire dragon slayers were all bitter and cold places. They were either frontiers or poor places with barren land. These areas were often far away from the emperor, and no one could get help from heaven or earth. When the stories end in almost the same format, which audience would not dare to be moved to tears? Ah! It's the physics school here. The legendary wizard Ryan Tesla and his extremely powerful disciples came here on a colorful cloud. They controlled the powerful thunder and killed the evil dragon Triple X with one move. These great mages of the physical school. It only takes one move to slay a dragon. I tell you, Lord Tesla is most likely a true god from the outer realm. He accepted the call of the will of the chaos world and came here. Yes, he is exactly the same as the god of justice back then, when the foreign affairs team of the physics school used a large flatbed truck to parade the chopped-up dragon corpse through the city, and attracted nearby residents who were willing to walk 50 kilometers to watch. All the bards' exaggerated claims of artistic processing were indirectly confirmed. Humans are just creatures that only believe what they see. Previously, the upper echelons of various countries had been advocating to study in the physical school, become a magician, and enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. But many border residents and people in poor areas did not believe it. Their logic was, wouldn't the nobles take all the benefits? How could it be our turn? Even if the news came from the provinces surrounding the Fulong Mountains, they still didn't believe it. Now a few guys from the physics school are slaying dragons everywhere like a whirlwind, which has invisibly given the physics school a boost. Who knows that the cause of this incident was that a few foodies were so depressed that they came out to eat dragon meat in revenge. All I can say is that this world is too magical, and the spectators will never be able to know the truth. The most direct result of this incident is that the summer enrollment of the physics school has become popular again. The registration offices for the initial screening in various places were crowded with people. Mike, I told those who have already signed up not to come again. You just don't have the talent. At least I can go to physics class. The School of Physics hasn't opened here yet. And this is the traditional parish of the Church of Light. What are you doing? Then I am a free citizen. So I go to a place with a physics school. The imperial civil official in charge of registration was stuck. Yes. People tend to move to higher places. In theory, people with free citizen status can move around on their own. Unfortunately, there are still many of these people in various countries. In a sense, Ryan did not deliberately extend his hand into other people's parishes. But Matt's actions gave the physics school a very powerful advertisement. If it were someone else before he traveled through time, this would probably have dominated the front page headlines for many days, and the traffic would have exploded. When Ryan received the report on the number of applicants who passed the initial screening, he was both happy and sad, because these are all new seedlings. It would be a shame to let them go. On the other hand, the physical network did not expand, and the number of second-generation disciples he could accept remained the same. Alas, if I really come across a good seedling, I can only accept him first, put him in the group of government-funded students, and then find an opportunity to promote him, Ryan said to himself. As for the bad things Matt did, Ryan just passed a message and made Matt go back with a feeling of unsatisfied. Have you had enough of the fuss? Come back immediately and prepare for your promotion. Yes, master. Chapter 444, Loki Promotion. Ryan's intention of suppressing Matt's promotion was good, as he wanted to give this guy a chance to make a breakthrough. This is okay. The accumulation of this product has accumulated the fat to the fat. If he continues like this, before he is promoted to a martial monk. to a legendary wizard. I'm afraid he will be promoted to Kung Fu Panda. Yes. After going crazy for more than a month. Everyone's waistline, except Sanders, has grown at least 5 sizes. Sure enough, no matter what age, it is very easy for a man to get himself pregnant. Facing Master's severe gaze, and the extremely grieving gaze of the maid around him, the 3 criminals were teased. Rin really doesn't know if these 3 goods are in the sin of the 7 organs. Is dragon meat so delicious? Okay. Downs. It seems that you are still too idle. Add some burden to the teacher. In the next 3 months, all the documents including enrollment are handed over to you to approval. Master. Don't. Tang Mao Si, the eldest brother of the physics school, the legendary wizard, and the iron-willed man, let out a pig-slaughtering cry, and then collapsed on the ground amid the pursed smile of junior sister Flora. At this moment, the light in a young man's eyes disappeared. Even the eldest brother was punished. So you can imagine what happened to the rest. Gantia, Barbarossa's Knights of Turin are in need of a vanguard. Go on a business trip for 3 months. Come back if you're not dead. Woo! Okay. Adults. The tumbler Garga did not dare to say anything. I was just your apprentice's follower fart. Finally, the trembling Matt faced the final judgment. You like this? Big B adults can feel heartache. Master, I know I was wrong. Matt didn't dare to look up at all. As an inquirer of science, as the inheritor of physics, we must maintain a state of hunger and thirst for knowledge and unknown. Rin said a lot. Matt didn't listen to it. The only thing he knew was that before the promotion, he had to have. The key point is to reduce your food intake by half before going on a business trip. Master, I was wrong. Matt issued a standard losing dog. Stand up. You will soon be a legendary wizard. Stop crying and wailing over trivial matters. Matt was feeling upset and still looked like his parents had died. This funny look made the brothers unable to hold it. Laugh if you want to laugh. First of all, Bolit opened his head. And then Harry. Ferrora followed. And finally the brothers and sisters present laughed. Flora laughed at the flowers. Brother 4. Can't you stabilize the focus? You go out now, and the king will salute you first. The shorty baron rarely joked. If Matt works harder, he will be stable enough that even a typhoon can't blow him away. Ha ha ha. The study was full of joy. Except for Downs and Matt's hard work. These 2 guys don't know what this will bring to the entire school of physics when they personally demonstrate what the upper beam is crooked. The lower beams are crooked means. In the future, a crooked and evil spirit gradually developed. Even the 3 generations of disciples of the physics school would not be embarrassed to say that they graduated from the physics school because of the unruly master's ancestors addicted to the dragon and taming the dragon. The faint mediocre ordered the dragon to prohibit the initiative to take the initiative to take the initiative to take the initiative to the good and neutral camp, and then triggered a new problem with the disciples under the door of the physics. Friendly reminder, the evil dragon goddess Tiamat is a deified person. The basic group of her followers are evil colorful dragons. This, at least at this moment, no one in the physics school, from top to bottom, realized how outrageous the situation would develop into. Here, Matt, who was nominally starving and eating half full, but actually ate 3 times as much as an average person, finally had his fateful moment. After diet and a lot of exercise, his body was re-exercised. And from a piece of 1, it changed to 8 abdominal muscles. Ren asked him to eat again in accordance with the previous standards. After eating this for 7 days, he completely restored his stomach and balancing his physical function. Breathe. Tuna. Matt, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the hall on the top floor of the mage tower, did not look like a mage at all, but a pure monk. So that many monks with physics schools subconsciously treat him as himself. If the substantial magic poured out of his pores, this Austrian energy knew that it was extremely pure at first glance, showing a beautiful sky blue, and it was rhythmic around Matt's body like a mist. The next second, for magic circles representing the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind lit up around Matt. They formed a cross that ran vertically under Matt. It can be clearly seen that Matt is converting these elements into magic and restricting it on himself. The transformation of the magic array is still continuing, and the 4 major elements have become more pure magic, and the context has begun to form a vein, covering Matt. The blue magic light pulsed beating slightly on the matty table, like the blood of human beings, as Matt's breathing quickened. It seemed as if something was brewing and was about to break out of the cocoon. This stuff looked at Xuanhu. In fact, Rin referenced a large number of magical ancient books and made a set of element conversion method. That's it. Their only role is to provide more pure magic to Matt. As for how much this kid can absorb, it depends on his own creation. After about 3 minutes, Matt's breathing became relieved and uniformly. When he opened his eyes, 2 dazzling blue lights were sprayed forward. Still keeping the picker, Matt slowly launched a palm forward. After seeing the slow and non-lethal palm, the huge legendary white dragon's faucet in front of him was fascinated in an instant. This, Downs couldn't calm down. Rin's writing master, the guy who reads as a teachings, also was shocked at his heart. What kind of monster did I cultivate? Of course, as the top white monster in the martial arts. Rin was soon brushed by the system. Throughout July, in addition to the news of the Barbarossa Empire began to attack the 4th Northern Province. The largest melon of the pan-human camp was the re-expansion of the Tesla Magic College. In the enrollment briefing, the physics school adds strange words such as master, plastic energy system specialty, not apprenticeship. Anyway, Rin had previously accepted the disciples who had collected the children. And now the pressure fell on the goalkeeper. The old 6 Feng Dak shoulder. Chapter 445 dealing with Godhead fragments. The Iron King Alurga found his own smashing. Feng Dak. When will you be promoted to the legend? Feng Dak. The top 10 princes in the dwarf world. Turned on both eyes, father. Do you think the legendary master said that he was promoted to be promoted? No. I think it's easy for your brothers and sisters to be promoted. In just 300 years old. Among the dwarfs, the strength of the old age kings used to use the strength of the tons, patting the shoulders of their children. Feng Dak felt that his shoulders were beaten. And he looked at his father silently. He talked at his heart. You understand the promotion of a hammer. Feng Dak's resentment. How wicked, my master. Noble. Amazing. You know the father and king. What can I do if his old man does not make arrangements? It is true that you should not speak ill of others behind their backs during the day. As soon as the voice fell, one of Von Dak's followers, BSF * Bronze Arm, a personal guard arranged by his father, came in and saluted Von Dak first. My lord. Matt * Schoonertz, a second-generation disciple of the School of Physics, is visiting. Aleka just said. Would you like to avoid it? I saw a touch of shadow rushing in. Matt rushed over to Feng Dak as a bear hug. 6th Master. You will promotion to the legend. Otherwise I will not live. Woohoo! Von Dak hugged Matt awkwardly. After asking, I knew that Matt was assigned to replace the Devil's Mouth. And Feng Dak was transferred back to the college for further studies. For Matt, the point is that he has lost the opportunity to run in the world Quang's hissing. Kill evil dragons. After eating with tears and nose, he told his legendary promotion and lost the tragic situation of dragon meat freedom. And the dwarf father and son were speechless. Like soothing children, Feng Dak coaxed Matt, settled it, and then looked back with his old father. Master has a long time. I'm so interested. King Alga sighed. He is a great existence. In Aleka's heart, he was more or less afraid of Renan, and he was willing to pour resources priority to the disciples of direct disciples. On the one hand, the Taizo clan was fully voted. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples were promoted according to the entry. The order of the 4th Matt and Fulrala has changed. Now, it is more because of Matt's master so strange. Compared to them, Feng Dak, who can be tied to fine plastic, should not be difficult to promote. Alda continued to command, serve your master. Wait for him to wait for me. Do you understand? Father. I know. Von Dak was a very humble child. Although he was over 100 years old, a dwarf with a long lifespan was qualified to have better patience. Alliger looked at the brisk footsteps and ran to prepare to return to the college. He had infinite emotions in his heart. There are many lists in various countries that are not finished. And in order to grab the schedule of iron handicrafts, orders are often premium. Alliger knew that his own things were not worth so much money. Those nobles and the cavaliers' heads valued the Iron Hand clan weapons to be seamlessly connected with the blessings of the physics school. To put it plainly, it is the physical school face fruit is in power. In the past, Aleja would still be worried. After all, he didn't know the true limit of the physics school. As the physics school opened in various parts of the Iron Hand clan, he and the elders secretly sensed it, and they were completely relieved. What was drawn away was indeed the power of faith. Admittedly, they let their young people believe in the physical school, which to some extent was a decision that went against the laws of their ancestors. But who could blame them for the fact that after the Iron Hand clan was severely damaged by the Color Prince and almost wiped out, the dwarf gods did not respond to their prayers? Was it rain? Not the dwarf gods, who truly revived the Iron Hand dwarves. What's more, the School of Physics is willing to be auxiliary. That is to say, even if the dwarven gods return, the Iron Hand dwarves can still mainly believe in dwarves, supplemented by the neutral School of Physics. This is not violated. On the other side, Ren didn't know the controversy in each family and the private game. In this case, Ren gradually handled the chaotic deck fragment, Matt's promotion, in addition to the usual increase in Ryan's intelligence and the length of his blue bar. The biggest benefit it brings is the ability to control elements. With level 9 of the Big Ba's Hand series, Ren began to try to use the power of faith. The entire space in the isolation room is filled with the spiritual power of Ren. This is not a simple filling, but after creating several layers of firewalls, the chaos and fragments of the chaos at the center are in order to maintain a distance contact, with the chaos and fragments as the center, within the angle of 360 degrees. Every time it can be the direction of Ren's attack. As soon as Ryan moved, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Sword!" At this moment, thousands of physics schools recite the law of physics law. At this moment, the gazes of Newton and other physics pioneers transcend time and space to this and that place. At this moment, it seems that there are countless people who have sent their expectations to this, responsible for Ren's call, with purple and blue thunder light as the core. After the 7-color light converged, it finally formed a sword. It has a perfect S-shaped shape like a hook. It has a red sword body, a black hilt, and a hook like sword. Pooh! I can't continue making up stories. Isn't this a crowbar? Renan overturned the table of the soul. Well, do you say that as a sword of physics? Is it a sword? Ryan tried to fix his appearance with an embarrassed face, but he was stunned. The system shows that the sword of this shape has the highest adaptability to physics. Alas, although the crowbar is more cost-effective, being strong is only temporary, but being handsome is for life. Ryan offered a 10% discount with tears in his eyes, and an ancient sword with a very Chinese style was formed 5 meters above the fragment of the godhead. There are 7 holes on the sword. This is the classic 7-star sword. Ren thought about the words such as mechanics, electromagnetic, and other words in each hole. Then, the sword pointed directly at the fragments of the chaos godhead. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Ren opened his eyes wide, and a huge silver grid reflected deep in his eyes. The laws of physics, headed by Newton's 3 laws, were like flashing billboards, circling non-stop. Countless laws and formulas were circling like this, and from a distance, it looked like a burning silver fire. Chapter 446 Send the orcs for 100 million gifts. He raised his head, as if he could penetrate the most esoteric secrets in the world, and saw the fragile binding of different energy in the divine fragments. A sword chopped down. Numerous light is shot from the magic pool of the Tesla Magic Academy, and it falls on the Qishan concave of the sword body. Then, a small piece of the darkest fragment was peeled off. But just like this, as if this small world is divided into this silver line. Sizzle! A piece of something about the size of a little fingernail was finally successfully cut off. If you want to describe this most chaotic deity, it is probably the beauty of nuclear waste in this stuff. This piece of spiritual energy polymer that can inhale all light is a wonderful visual effect of colorful black. Even if you just rely on perception, Renan knows that this stuff is extremely toxic. Let alone the system tips this group of chaotic energy is enough to easily make 100,000 people into chaos. The scope of influence will not be less than 10,000 square kilometers. No matter how you think about it, this thing is a huge trouble. Here comes the problem. Ryan couldn't possibly keep such a poisonous thing in his own wizard tower. Right? As we all know, the seal is meant to be broken. In the fantasy world, the story seems incomplete unless a seal is broken and a demon king escapes. Ren never believes that seals can keep peace. If Ryan is a citizen of an island country, then there are only 3 options left: drain the sea, or drain the sea. Important things should be said 3 times. It's not that sealing is too troublesome, but sea drainage is more cost-effective. After all, Ryan is in the human camp. Then the answer is obvious. It must be ranked to the orc hometown. After finding Anna according to the prophecy last time, Ryan did not stop the system from searching various planes through the Mage Tower. Seriously? This life is very boring. If the last time was like Ryan running to Donging Lake to find a grain of sand of a specified shape before crossing, this time it was really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Different gods live in different gods. Ren originally trained high-energy goals to find, but unfortunately, the most easily found 4 elemental circles. He did not know if the 4 major element gods were still healthy. But after passing through passive ways to say less, there was a lord with elements above 40 or above in the 40th challenge level. He did not dare to look at it again. Instead scan those low-energy airspaces. It's no wonder that it took about a month, and a little bit of difficulty, to find the so-called eternal kingdom of orcs, the kingdom of Nishik. Obviously, the orcs are definitely not there. If their kingdom of God is still here, high-energy reactions are inevitable. Ryan opened the portal silently, and was very cautious to open only a small opening. The kind that could allow a fist to pass through at most. When you are young, this is the spy of a foreign visitor. To put it big, this is the desecration of the entire orc clan. Well, since we are sworn enemies forever, it doesn't matter if we hate each other a little more. Ren quickly swept this so-called divine domain with consciousness. Well, it's definitely not as good as the orc shaman boasts. What came into view were extremely small planes suspended in the void. From a distance, they looked like countless bubbles of different sizes, and each bubble had a delicate structure similar to an independent atmosphere. You know, the smallest plane? Ryan estimates that the plot is less than 10 square meters. Interestingly, each small plane has all 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. However, the entire kingdom of Nishik was dead silent. There was neither the so-called kingdom of God as described in the legend, nor any larger planes. The biggest one is not even as good as Master Ren Tower. It's desolate here. With a guilty conscience, Ryan threw the colorful black fragment of chaos divinity into the kingdom of Nishik through the portal, closed the portal and left. Huh? The space channel was completely closed, and Ron achieved the extreme he could do. Anyway, if this evil thing really is radiation, then we should share the radiation. There is no reason. According to history, Anna betrayed the physical school and the humans, but the orcs were fine. Thinking of this, Ryan was more psychologically balanced. But how do you do it next? Ryan discovered that just by making this cut, half of the stuff he had stored, which was theoretically the power of faith, was used up. It will be inconvenient to do anything from now on. How do I purify this thing and turn it into my shape? It's like water dripping through stone, which is too slow. Ren noticed that even if the most chaotic one was leaning to the remaining chaotic divine fragments, the time to spend was still very outrageous. Relying on the system to randomly build a mathematical model, Ryan lost interest when he saw that the unit above was here. If you want to solve the problem straight, I don't have enough strength. I feel at least one more holy relic. Renan actually thought about using Newton's apple to smash, overwhelm it, and felt worthless. He believes that he can find a piece of divine fragments in this breaking world, and he will definitely find more. This is the only relic of Newton, going to a unique thing in theory that can theoretically mass-produce stuff. This is a stupid behavior in itself. Thinking of this, Ryan decided to let it go, just as Ren was about to open a small stove to Feng Dak, and tried to give birth to this talented former disciples, to give birth to the realm of the legendary mage. Lao Chi-Cha ran again nervously. Master, I saw something bad again. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and stared at the fat boy. He began to doubt whether this guy was a jinx or not. Why did he have so many troubles? But then he thought that he was promoted to Dragon Knight because of him. He immediately felt refreshed. Nucha, calm. You cannot believe in yourself, but you have to believe in Master in physics, Ren said, thinking that his master had dealt with such a terrifying evil. The little fat boy's pale face immediately turned redder. I'm sorry, Master. I made a fuss out of nothing. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. With the experience from last time, the fat man laid down without saying a word, released his spirit, and allowed Ryan to access his sea of spirituality. This is, in the mind fragment, a group of guys who looked a bit like orcs were descending from the clouds riding huge red dragons. The dragons flapped their wings and hovered in the sky above the city of Marino. The red dragon's narrow golden red vertical pupils were like a pair of lava balls emitting high heat. They looked down upon the world with an indifference, as the masters of all things. Well, it looks cool enough. But the strength is a bit lacking. Chapter 447, Let's Get Prepared. Ryan had already recognized those guys. Keywords, Red Dragon. Control. The answer is obvious. Aren't these the Githyanki who we wanted to let out when we were fighting the Mind Flayers, but disappeared at the critical moment? Ryan didn't want to see these guys. Some races, freed from slavery, incidentally granted freedom to other races. Some races, under the same circumstances, would instantly become new slave owners. The Jisenyenji people are obviously the latter. The Gaisyenji people despise all the other races, and they go from their strongholds in the Astral to each corner of the diverse universe for devastating looting. Warfare is the ultimate expression of Githyanki culture, and their ruthless black eyes show no mercy. After each raid, they leave enough food and resources for the shattered survivors to survive. Over time, the Githyanki will return to conquer these enemies, raiding them again and again. This can also be regarded as an alternative sustainable exhaustion in fishing. The problem is that the entire Githyanki race basically pursues extreme xenophobia. They are the type that cannot be negotiated and can only fight. If these guys show up when the army of Mind Flayers attacks, it will be a wonderful dog-eat-dog fight, and no one will feel sad if they die. They struck one after another, and Ren had a little toothache. It's not fatal, just annoying. Looking at his 7 disciples, Ren really does not know if he is a disaster. Ren's face is expressionless. Well, I will adjust your 4 brothers back, and then let the second brother go to the mouth of the demon. As for you, just stay in the college. With the last experience, Nuacha obviously had sufficient confidence in his master. Yes, master. When Nua found it out, Ren called to Downs and told him about it. And by the way, he ordered, let's notify other Orthodox religions. Yes. After Tangxi received the order and went out, he found his fellow disciples and sisters and said, how about notifying other Orthodox sects? What do you think master means? In fact, Ryan accepted his fate. Since the other party wanted to attack Merino County, it was naturally his duty, as the archmage of the state religion. In the eyes of the disciples, it actually seemed a bit weird. Harry figured it out and determined, this is the meaning of all flashing. For the teacher to show Saint, the master of a peeping screen almost fell to the ground and lamented in my heart, heaven and earth conscience. I really didn't say I flashed away, and forced the teacher to pretend to be. The disciples are still discussing. Flora, the guy who hasn't been his eyes for a long time, has hit the door. Most of the masters are going to kill. Then we remember that the work is beautiful. Barrand, what's the beautiful way? Flora recalled her master's response last time and copied his homework directly. We need to make a plan in advance to evacuate the people. Secretly notify the Merino nobles, and make sure to inform the town civil officer. Then when the Githyanki arrive, transport the people to the Mage Tower for refuge as soon as possible. Harry asked a bit of toothache. Isn't this ambush war left me better? Why do you have to adjust me at this time? Aurora glanced at Harry, and said, my second brother. However, she couldn't say that, and she became into her mouth, at first glance. I know that Master has to focus on cultivating 6 teachers recently. When the seniors heard this, they were immediately delighted. Bring a trumpet. They are good at this. Apart from Towns, who was more like a free-range person at the beginning. Which other junior brothers and sisters didn't have a senior brother or sister to keep them in check when they were promoted? With the old belt, this will soon become the rules of unwritten physics school. Unconsciously, the atmosphere in the school became better and better. In addition, when the physics school passed the news to the major Orthodox religions, the reactions of the big brothers were surprisingly consistent. Bishop of Herbus, it's a guy's symbol. It's no wonder. It makes sense. All the guys who have a little more news know that a fierce person named Physics School in mainland China. Writing preface neutral. Read as all wicked people. The tube is the master of being a master. Or the apprentice Matt, who has long been killed. This group of star raiders riding red dragons to cause trouble really don't know how to write the word death. The Gaisyenji people are such a race of such iron. Before changing, the great bishop is estimated to be able to sleep well at night. Unfortunately, this does not include the physics school. A dragon nemesis plus a dragon enemy can be said to be a professional match. After the news got out, the leaders of various forces just said some correct nonsense like everyone help each other, And nothing happened. Only King Barbarossa was afraid of death and transferred a group of Pegasus Knights back to the capital. There is no need to fight the behemoths of the orcs head-on. The once glorious Pegasus Knights are now only responsible for air defense. It would be a lie for the Pegasus Knights to say they were not disappointed. Helpless. This is how society changes. Ryan's rapid development of the ability of mages caused the importance of the expensive and fragile Pegasus Knights to plummet. But they couldn't complain because this was just the magic world's restart of its glory before the end of the Law era. And the Pegasus Knights just returned to their rightful position. Rin did not do anything because he was waiting for the coming of the Geisen family. It is good to have such a prediction of the sky. From a world of box weapons. The world where the box is full. And the box is open. As a crossing person, there are ways to solve the problem of the date of prophecy. It seems that the attack of the Geisen family occurs at any time. But it is not. As a half-Marinoan, Ryan spent a standard spring, summer, autumn and winter in Marino. He only needed to use the system to carefully compare his own memories with the weather, solar incidence angle and other climate information when the Githyanki attacked. And he could basically determine the approximate time of the attack, which would be Tuesday or Wednesday 2 weeks later, the abundant time. So that Renan even had time to agree to the request of Emperor Barbarossa to help handle the Mage Tower in the 5 northern provinces. Once upon a time, Rin had been reported to the matter with an indescribable attitude. To put it bluntly, Ryan was too inexperienced at the time, and it was easy for him to fail if he took over a master-level Mage Tower. Secondly, it was not profitable. It's different now. As the first sect of the 5 provinces in the northern province, Renin intercepted a lot of faith that should belong to the goddess of the Cavaliers. Rin has always had a good reputation in taking money. As soon as he agreed, everyone in Barbarossa, from top to bottom, breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 448. Cutting the auspicious tree without delaying the construction of the tower. Before I did and shoot, Ren had sufficient reasons. The Mage Tarota was hot chicken here. Today, this style of painting is becoming more and more crooked, forcibly cracking the Mage Tower. A dangerous job. Is a teaching tool for the second generation of disciples to bring 3 generations of disciples to see the world. Master, what may have any mage Tali and Urea? Franken asked his master Downs. Towns spread his hands and said, I don't know either. Anyway, I know that this thing is just a master-level wizard tower. That's enough. At worst, I can tear it down by force. Seeing their master showing that genuine and naive smile, the 5 disciples in charge of passing the levels felt a little angry. But they had no place to be angry. Master Downs said right. With the strength of his 28th legendary mage, he was over in the past. At the end, Downs also made up a sentence. Don't blame me for not doing homework. And don't give you homework in advance. This exploration is the most test of your quality. At the beginning, your master's ancestors also gave me the same way. Tang Xi's disciples were angry and amused. And they felt warm in their hearts. Sure enough, after Towns transformed into the best 6 men and entered the Mage Tower, an accident happened as expected. What the H.L.? What is this? This thing is almost legendary. In front of it is a real summoning law array, which will summon the demon to come to destroy the invaders after the intruder is induced. With the qualifications of this French formation, it can only recruit the average 10-level challenge level. God knows. This time the summoning array was lucky enough to produce a level 19 wolf snake demon. When this 4-meter-tall demon appeared, holding a huge axe engraved with interlaced mysterious symbols, and with a ruby on the end, the 5 high-level magicians were dumbfounded. The wolf snake demon's snake head stared around, locking onto the surrounding space, and said with a cold smile, None of you are allowed to leave. I will sacrifice you alive to my lord. The bloody and violent fighting spirit emanating from the wolf snake demon was so strong that even Flamenco, who was closest to it, felt that he could not bear it. His face turned pale, and his teeth chattered involuntarily. His brothers are equally good. This was the first time in their lives that they faced a master-level infernal creature. The feeling of facing a powerful demon up close was completely different from the feeling of watching the live broadcast in the safe place of the Mage Tower in the Devil's Mouth. More real and more depressed. When the opponent's fear of the aura really influenced himself. Then I knew why the stories of the Voice poet were always scared when they saw the monster. And then, they were killed. It's not that I don't want to move. It's that I really can't stand that evil aura. At this moment, a more violent element fluctuated behind them. and every inch of space in the aisle of the mage tower was filled with a full space. "What do you want to do to my baby apprentice?" In order to disguise himself, Talent even gave himself a magic version of the Faraday cage. The magic principle of this thing is to use a magic shield surrounding the human body to forcibly lock the overflowing elemental aura. Seriously? This won't work against any enemy with a high IQ. Seeing your high energy response, you will not be alert to ghosts. But the summoned demon is invalid. Before it comes, it is impossible for the devil who come across the destination across the space. This time, the wolf snake magic is stupid and understands that he has kicked it on the iron plate. The wolf head and the snake head screamed at the same time. "Wait! Physics school? Why do you let the legendary wizard come to a place like this?" "Why?" "Because the 5 northern provinces are now controlled by our physics school. Moreover, not actively sending Master Ryan is already the greatest kindness on our side." The wolf snake demon was choked. "You make sense? But you are a legendary master to clean up me. Isn't it bullying the demon?" Then, after a flash of lightning, nothing happened. Tang Si told his students expressionlessly. The last question was beyond the syllabus. So it doesn't count. The test continues. 5 disciples. They began to understand why the physics school was recently called the regional mental illness sect by others. It was because the masters and uncles wanted to take action. But they could not do so casually due to the neutrality rules of the school. As a result, when they had the opportunity to take action, they would act with great force. This is not an example. Recently, Flora, who had just started to accept the apprentice, was addicted to master. She had just become qualified to accept apprentices, and almost all of her new apprentices were magic apprentices, who were not even at level 1. So she naturally could not take them to take exams or anything like that. The only exception was a high-level magician, who had just been promoted from assistant to full-time, and was now at level 6. She brought a dozen followers with her, and went straight to Clara Castle, where there was a high-level wizard tower. Without any tricks, Fallas directly opened the airfield. The violent razor lingered the whole body, and the prestige of the legendary master was visible to the naked eye. She drank loudly, Taguli. "I know you are listening. Tell you, the legendary master of the physics school. Renan * Tesla's pro-disciples. Flora * field. My school is the enemy of the orcs. The hatred of the dragon. The fear of the demon. Garbage tower spirit. Not qualified to continue existing in the world." After saying that, she showed her badge of reason. Domineering. When a young girl with a delicate appearance showed exaggerated strength that was seriously inconsistent with her age, and had a terrifying background behind her. The surrender of the mere wild tower spirit was a matter of course. The question comes, why does Renming know that the Gaixinji people are about to raise the prisoner Marino? And there are second-generation disciples who are idle to go out to gather those wild mage towers? The answer is naturally to cut off the tower. Each time I earn my believer's income, killer Master Taiba. It was not impossible. Ren was purely troublesome. And what if there are a large number of 2 and 5 babies mixed in the future? The number of mages under Ryan is too small. Think about the divine power of the mage before the end of the FA French era. This forced Ryan to find lower-cost governance and protection methods to deal with enemy attacks. So he saw the mage tower of the Barbarossa in the north. According to incomplete statistics, in order to keep the 5 provinces in the north, the Barbarossa people built 100 mage towers in the 5 provinces. The PY transaction reached by Ren and Barbarossa 13 is to help him clear all the mage towers in the 5 provinces. Nowadays, as long as the foundation of the wild mage tower infected with physical power, there are many chances to transform it into a mage tower with spatial transmission attributes. Of course, this is not all. As long as there are 12 mage towers that can be transmitted, Ring can be placed in the town of master-level mage towers in the town led by Marino. Chapter 449. There must be a supply before the so-called war. I'm not very excessive to get some mage towers back as a supply? Whenever Ryan said to the people below, he said that the proverbs or mantra in his hometown will be a bit speechless. Sophia slightly supported her forehead. It was not her fault. There was no one in the world who could always keep up with Ryan's thinking. You said that before the war, you will give the soldiers with some additional supplies, such as sending some liquor drums to Machi, and even a few boxes of gold coins to open on the spot, sending them to the soldiers. This time, everyone has heard the parade. Who the H.L. has ever heard of Yuta? Ryan first asked Sophia to publicly announce that Marino was attacked by aliens, and then summoned all 100,000 Marinos to the main city to admire the new toys he was going to give out. At this time, Sophia and a group of Marino politicians were on the city wall, while the citizens were crowded in the open space outside the city, watching this outrageous feast with Ryan. All I could hear was the ceremonial officer explaining to the citizens in an impassioned and excited tone, with the help of loudspeaker magic. The ladies of the gentlemen are about to send us Xandri Master Tower. This 5-story building of this masonry structure is a standard master-level mage tower. Its first owner was Tony, a human master who was promoted to a legendary man in 182. In order to build this mage tower, it took nearly $300,000 to the Duke of Kalik at the time. And for 10 years. Look! This gorgeous frost shield. This exuding artistic light and shadow. It is the best attack magic as ice rays. Its maximum range is as high as 2,000 feet, more than 600 meters. You guessed it right. The great school of physics will protect every one of its believers. As long as the number of believers in physics in any Marino town exceeds 90%, it will be blessed by a wizard tower. The ceremonial officer's explanation easily ignited the enthusiasm in the hearts of the people. The last time the Mind Flayers attacked, although they did not cause serious damage to Marino, at least they destroyed a clock tower in Marino. After witnessing the terrifying Mind Flayer fleet up close, the Marino people's desire for safety has increased day by day. It happened that at this time, the physics school of the Chinese religion responded to the desire of the people. Therefore, when the litigator said, Lord Ryan Tesla will give the beautiful mage tower to the largest town, 100,000 citizens will immediately boil. Give us Triple X town. We need the most in the town of Triple X. Praise Lord Ryan * Tesla. Give us it. We are willing to dedicate everything to the physics school. After some competition, as expected, this beautiful wizard tower, which looks a bit like a violin and is mainly blue and white, will be sent to the most populous town of Pierre. Of course, the pagoda of the master was of 3 generations of disciples directly under the jurisdiction. This wizard tower teleported away, and another new wizard tower teleported to the open space opposite the city gate like a delicacy on the table, which naturally triggered another round of cheers and discussions among the citizens. The ritual officer continued to explain the passion on the tower. Sophia clapped politely while secretly asking Ryan, Will the Barbarossa people be unhappy if you do this? Rin replied without care, This was originally proposed by the Barbarossa people. The physics school could not take it. All the mage towers were just their negative assets. If you are willing to give me these mage towers, they not only lose their owners, but also lose their sponsored and built their family. The families that built these wizard towers either fell into poverty and were far away from the core of power of the empire, or, as described in the most tragic epics of the time, the entire clan died in the attack of the Orc Tide. The ghost knows how many games and PY transactions have been made in Barbarossa's nobility. Even if there is, the book written by Master Tada contains the signatures of the Emperor and all the leaders of the Imperial Knights. If you want to find it, go to them. This is like a group of rich people speculating on a real estate stock called 5 Northern Provinces. But the real estate company went bankrupt, died, and everyone lost all their money. Today, how much capital can be used to use Ren's power? In mentality, because of the past century, each family will be more calm, and the rest is only grateful. Instead of thinking that Ryan is taking advantage of the situation and getting something for nothing. In any case, this time the Barbarossa and the Marnino are very happy, and everyone has a good future. It's just that the kings of other kingdoms felt embarrassed. The most population of Pierre is only 5,000, and he has a master pagoda. We are as cities in the kingdom. And we even have a mage tower? Do you care about our feelings? To this day, everyone can see it. Ren didn't care about money because no one had him. What he wants is the promotion and spread of physics. Unless the country where the power is located is just a vacuum, or the courage to make a decision to violate the ancestors like King Alga and the Cavalier's head. And don't think about it. No matter how much money you offer, the physics school may not be willing to help. This is where the kings are sullen. The physics school is too strong, so that they did not get the magic enlightenment. They dare not stand in an equal position to talk to Ren. In any case, as the mage tower was distributed, even a few villages with many people had a high-level mage tower. Ren didn't know that a small group was forming in the physics school. I heard there will be a large number of Red Dragon Knights this time. Matt said solemnly. When I thought of this, I couldn't breathe. Garga grabbed the armor on his chest and looked like a myocardial infarction. Huh? Sanders jumped. You are nervous. I am afraid that the group of guys below do not have the experience of storing dragon meat on a large scale, and they are afraid that they are not good at the knife, and it will damage the fattest places. You know, I am just a rough person. I don't understand this. Matt nodded deeply, and then he and Genty were tearful under the corner of his mouth. Fongdak said here, we have sufficient experience in dealing with dragon corpses. The problem is that our best butchers are often excellent blacksmiths. Taking them up will undoubtedly affect the delivery progress of the Barbarossa weapon. As soon as Garga took Fongdak's shoulder, Marino led the local attack, and the Taizo clan hurried over to support. Even if the progress was postponed, presumably Barbarossa would understand. Matt nodded again. Then, that's it? Fongdak also shed tears from the corner of his mouth. Sanders suddenly wanted to hit people. Chapter 450. In the psychedelic void, a bouquet of projection fell into a giant dragon nest. Perhaps this scene will be unexplained by most mortal people, because some of the Jisen Yinji people who look like orcs with yellowing skin, wide sharp ears, and many spots on their faces are living with a large group of red dragons. At this moment, a thin woman's projection appeared. All the Gaisyenji people in the silver armor were immediately knelt down and gave the most lofty greetings to the woman wearing a dark red backup mix of silver armor. Rian, the master of all worlds, the Supreme Flachi's 157th world. Queen Flachi's has been in office for nearly 1,000 years. Her immortality is not because she has never left the star, but because she has already turned herself into a lich. In a slightly illusory projection, she is just a thin-looking female guy's symbol. Perhaps it is some kind of attachment to her appearance. At least when she is outside, she is not showing people with a terrible lich look. Of course, as long as any Githyanki is bold enough, they can still see her dry lips and slightly enlarged nostrils due to the atrophy of the muscles in the nose through her projection illusion. In the distant Carol continent, a group of magic groups was destroyed by a group of humans. Yes, His Majesty. The only thing that died is the best magic. A Gaisen family, who looked like a general, looked respectfully answered. He was wearing a silver metal helmet like a bucket, and only 2 eyes were exposed. But there was a small bracket behind the helmet, with a sculpture similar to the sun-shaped shape, which was shining under the reflection of the fire. Human beings should have a very powerful magic prop. Go. Bring it to me. Yes, said. The image of the Queen of Jisharma disappeared into the air. In the short and straightforward command, there is no violence, no doubt, no answer. Not to mention who the other party is. Who believes in this practice of not telling subordinates how strong the enemy is, but only where the enemy is full of arrogance and the absolute harshness of his rule. The work you can't do. Some are the Gaisyenji people to do it. Queen Flachi's treats the tools of his men is so thin. Not only her herself, but her subordinates had no consciousness in this regard. The first one in the world should be killed by our Gaisen family. The general raised his right arm, and a huge silver sword like a machete was shining in the air. The Queen's order deeply hurt the sensitive and proud self-esteem of these Gaisen warriors. Not because they ordered them to plunder, not because they let them challenge a group of humans that are likely to be strong, but because they were the Gaisen Yanjiko army closest to the destruction of the devil. The Queen's cold order made them ignite the fire in their hearts. What the Queen wants is the powerful magic props that can let her lead to the road of God. Of course, the owner of the prop must be killed. Otherwise, they can't wash their poorly detecting shame. Along with the vow of General Jiai Yanji, all his men responded together. Glory belongs to the Jiai Yankees. Soon, the Gaiswan Jiling Knights moved. Legend has it that the Jiai Yankees have a star ship. Obviously, this Gaisyenji army does not need this thing, or it does not need it. Because as long as one person rides, they have space transmission ability. The Red Dragon, which signed an eternal vow with the Gais Yankees, can be said to be the peak of the combat power in the colorful dragons, and even the Red Dragon group. These old dragons start, and the challenge level is close to the Red Dragon of the 20th level. In addition to having all the universal capabilities of the pure blood dragon, most of them have the level of magic. This enables the Gaiswan Kailong Cavaliers to pursue the magic of single-space pursuit. After a long time, hundreds of red dragons flew out of the huge dragon nest. They chanted the mysterious dragon magic in their mouths and locked the Kana continent. When the door of the psychedelic space opened, the Geist 1 Jilung Knights killed it excitedly. For the Swadelanders, this should be an ordinary day. Drunk play with the art of money. That is, the Swellens, who have loans of usury loans, are all war in the north of Barbarossa. For example, Flickering, a certain nobleman signed a loan with an annual interest rate of 210%. And the loan gave the weapon merchant a great fortune. Until the deterrent dragon roar rang through the sky. They couldn't help raising their heads full of gold coins, watching the uninvited guests, who suddenly broke in the air, immediately after Swickland's urban defense. And the mercenaries. The mercenaries also looked up at each other. The clear sky suddenly became chaotic, and more huge red figures were appearing in this sky. Every time the Olympic tactics flickered, a huge red dragon with an extremely eye-catching and dazzling red appeared. These red dragons are so eye-catching that there are almost no notice that the Swadeland people notice that there is often a reinstalled knight on the back of the red dragon on the back of the red dragon. The red dragon group's formation was completely spread out over the several kilometers long sky. In less than a quarter of an hour, a vast sea of dragons appeared in the sky. Each red dragon seemed to be flapping its red wings blessed with flames. Their arrival was simply the god of death that sounded the death knell for the world. The earth was silent for a moment. They are not those humans who have killed the clusters of the magic collection. What is the difference? It is the ants that need to be plundered by the way. That's right. For the Gaisyenji people, humans are just a group of fat sheep. There are no differences in their eyes. And there are no differences in their eyes. The red dragons began to swoop down and attack. The well-equipped Swadeland opened the counterattack desperately after warning. What is even more desperate is that they claimed that the armored crossbow that could shoot the hard skin of the dragon was claimed to be the scales that the leader of the elderly dragon beyond the imagination of mortals. And they were all flying. This round of attack was the last struggle of the Swadeland. With a terrible dragon that runs through the city. What kind of crossbow cannon? And what buildings are completely split up after a sharp destroyer? The reliefs they were proud of. The bricks and wooden boards with gorgeous patterns. All broke and collapsed, turning into debris and fragments that fell down one after another. Under the collective attack of the 50 red dragons, a city of 30,000 people became a ruins. Chapter 451. What about the gods? Save or rescue? The destructive power of the red dragon group is too terrible. Especially when the 5 red dragons launching a dive group charged together. The 5-way dragons swept the earth together. And the kind of attack was easily frustrated. After falling out with the School of Physics, the Swedeland royal family strengthened their defenses. They increased the number of soldiers and hired more than a dozen legendary warriors to guard various cities in Swedeland. It can be said that King Swedeland took advantage of the rebellious psychology of those sects that were invisibly suppressed when the School of Physics rose, recruited a large number of strong people at a lower cost, and signed defense contracts with Swedeland. However, under this rate of scale and intensity, the number of human legends, with a scarce number, and difficulty forming local advantages, cannot actually play a much role. When a legendary warrior faces these red dragons with a challenge level of nearly level 20, it will take a lot of effort to kill one unless the opponent runs away. After all, the hardness of the red dragon's scales, and the length of the red dragon's health bar are there. The dragon tribe is older, the stronger, the thicker the blood. Can it be difficult to deal with one dragon and do dozens of dragons at the same time? The smart legendary strongmen gave up the way to resist running for the first time. In fact, it was not because they had any contract spirit. It was purely that they ran slowly. Aho! I cursed you! I cursed you! A legend of the old monster-in-law named Sandla burst into self-explosion before dying, which gave 3 red dragons a lot of damage. This has inspired the ferocity of red dragons and Githyanki. After the red dragon attacked the most money such as banks and casinos, he watched Honglong take away the gold coins of one car and one car with magic. And they launched the slaughter. Kill! Without slaughtering a few cities, humans will stupidly choose to continue to resist, causing unnecessary damage to us, said General Gaisyenji Ben Simon. As a result, the most richest and most lack of force supported the kingdom of Swella. In just 3 days, a total of 7 cities were completely razed. 23 legendary warriors and 51 master warriors died in the battle. More than 200,000 people were killed directly. More than 300,000 people disappeared. And the wounded was likely to exceed 1 million. There is a considerable part of this is the nobles and his followers, who come to find joy in his followers. When more than 100 red dragons entangled outside the Switzerland capital, They thought that the battle church guarding the Switzerland capital must have a tiger body. And the air in seconds and seconds. What? The ultimate guardian of the battle church cannot be launched. King Switzerland scared his urine on the spot. Well, in multiple senses. As a kingdom, you can solidly keep the country and rely on it. Unlike the two lawful countries of Barbarossa and Carrack, Switzerland is most famous for the Church of Wealth. But the state religion that truly guards the country's borders is the Church of Battle. After all, the god of fighting before the last era is a powerful god of power. The problem is, the god of battle is chaotic neutral. This product admires the act of fighting itself, not the justice of battle. As long as the battle occurs, as long as the frontal battle is fierce enough, it may attract his attention and bless. This chaotic deities can be described as the most appetite for the Switzerland. Kings of all dynasties built a large number of arenas, and even gladiatorial contests were held day and night. In name, this was to encourage fighting itself. On the surface, it was to praise the horses of the gods of battle. But in reality, wasn't this an exaggerated way of making money? The kings of Switzerland were successful, and their capital was the most frequent place for the gods of fighting, especially in the era of the last FA. After everyone admires muscular men, the battle church is still the incense on the mainland. Theoretically, the battle church should be powerful. After all, the headquarters of the battle church is in Switzerland, and there are 12 huge bronze statues of 8 meters high, which are sealed with the heroes of the 12 strongest corner fighters in the past. No of the challenges of them will not be lower than the 30th level identified by the Adventure Union. Historically, Switzerland City has encountered calamities many times. At least one or more strongest corner fighter Britishling jumped out to help the fighting church to cut people, and the enemy would kill people in the future. But why did it suddenly become so bad? The bearded chief warrior in front of the king lowered his head and said, "The god of battle has not sent down any oracles or divine revelations since the beginning of the Dharma ending age. The continuous manifestations of the gods over the past century are just the automatic response of our sex honor roll. It automatically rewards the brave warriors who best conform to our doctrines and bestows divine magic without any faction preference." At this point, the warrior captain gritted his teeth and said, "It's what you deserve if you can't beat your opponent." The god of battle never thinks that any warrior captain is irreplaceable. Those who can fight will go, and those who can't will get out or die. In other words, the god of battle will even encourage other people, even other races, to challenge the battle church, as long as they don't use despicable means such as poison. All fighting behaviors are encouraged. We will resist to the end, but please don't have any hope of our victory. The king was stunned. The god of fighting is not biased, and the fighting priest can be biased. The battle church is pulling now. The fighting church with a powerful god of power first admitted, and then the church of the guardian gods of the guard followed. It's good now. We can neither defeat them nor defend them. Behind the scene, I kneeling, and the kingdom of Switzerland could only be cast. In front of hundreds of thousands of his citizens, the dignified king of Switzerland knelt in humiliation before the leading Githyanki and the army of red dragons behind him. Ha ha ha. Count you interesting. Little guys. Grab me the city. General Ben Simon waved on the silver sword in his hand, and the Guy Symphony Knights immediately started to work on robbery and scraping land. The majors of the Gaisyunji people. No one is right for multiple universes. King Switzerland thought they were just grabbing cash. He is too naive. Giant red dragons flapped their wings and hovered in the air, muttering something, and then dragon language magic was activated. I saw that the gold, silver, copper and other precious metals used to decorate the magnificent palaces and beautiful official residences, and even the beautiful colorful glazed windows, were all peeled off from the buildings driven by mysterious forces and flew into the air against gravity. The huge space pockets are open to absorb a large amount of wealth. Looking at this scene, countless Switzerland people cried and fell to the ground. Whoa! The cries and wails resounded through the sky. That was the fortune that they had earned through fraud by a generation or even several generations. No, that was the fortune that they had earned through fraud. The entire city was plundered and looted, except for one. A red dragon just leaned on the business house in the past, and was suddenly calmed by the huge rational word on the roof. Such a huge red dragon actually fell to the ground like this, smashing several surrounding houses into pieces. For unknown reasons, the Githyanki knight finally got up and was about to curse when he heard an outrageous statement from the dragon. His life and death partner, Dragon Bane. Damn it! This is actually a business that the Dragon Bane protects. Chapter 452. Instead of worshipping Lung Feng, worshipping Rambo. What are the dragons? There are such outrageous guys in the world. It's not a guy. It's an organization. The Red Dragon, who used to speak like thunder, was now like an angry young wife. Not only did his huge body curl up into a ball, but his tail also shrank, as if this could make his huge body look smaller. What's even more outrageous is that the Githyanki Knight felt that this old red dragon, which had lived for at least 1,000 years, was trembling slightly. It's outrageous. The condition of this red dragon attracted other red dragons flying in the sky, who knew that after those guys got closer, their performance wouldn't be much better than this one. This incident soon alarmed General Ben Simon. He personally drove an extremely old red dragon over, and his performance was finally a little more normal. What about this hacking? The level 21 ancient dragon beneath him hesitated and was interrogated for a long time before he managed to utter a few words. My lord, don't blame my compatriots for being afraid. This is because this emblem represents an organization that is best at slaying dragons in the multiverse. Judging from the feedback on the emblem, even if its earlier achievements are somewhat exaggerated, it has indeed slaughtered more than 100 colorful dragons in this world recently, and more than one person. A total of at least 3 legendary dragons have been killed or subdued, including the chosen one of the dragon god Tiamat the Colored Prince. The other party has actually launched a divine war against the dragon god we believe in. Then, you mean? Ben Simon was a little stunned. Their relationship with the red dragon continued for too long. For a long time, they had never thought that the red dragon group was still afraid of things. Before getting the god of the dragon god, unless another Tiamat's voters, or the dragon god personally descended into the destruction of the principal of the physics school, the colorful dragon below the voters would definitely not dare to do any disrespect to the people and property sheltered this emblem. A man and a dragon were discussing above. After seeing the red dragons in the sky trembling below, the person in charge became unusually tough. He shouted, Our Terra Chamber of Commerce is an affiliated chamber of the Turin Knights. We are directly protected by the School of Physics. If you dare to kill or injure our members or rob our property, the School of Physics will definitely cross space and hunt you down to the end of the universe. We will also hang your dragon head on the mountain wall of Tesla's School of Magic. These words were a direct attack, causing pain to the faces of dozens of red dragons present. The red dragon's face was red, so it didn't make people notice that the dragon's face of each dragon was hot. The irony is that no red dragon dared to refute or directly tear apart such a small merchant leader. Ben Simon's lungs were almost bombed. He wanted to say, Are you afraid of being like this? What is hateful is that he dare not let go of his words. The opponent's voters of the evil dragon goddess were killed, and the queen of their Geisen family was not even a god. The funny thing is, Ben Simon still doesn't know that the targets his queen ordered him to rob happened to include the School of Physics. This is okay. The aggressive Geisen family Jiahonglong group robbed most of the cities. In the end, he ate in front of the little Tyla business team. He didn't put one fart and returned. They kept silent and took their anger out on other humans. It can be in the eyes of the survivor, which is two different things. Gaixianji was bold, and God hacks even fought the church, guarding church, and the wealth church. Their toughness was seen as stupidity by the merchants in Sweetland. Even many businessmen cursed these warriors who died in order to protect them. I can't even protect my money. Countless businessmen looked at the small Terra Chamber of Commerce with envy, and their eyes turned red like rabbits. If Li Zihui has dared to wear it, then Li Zihui is not worth it. In the process of looting in the GI's Yankees, it was not a rush of a merchant who was not anxious. And the fire threatened in the Chamber of Commerce like a crooked, unbelievable rational word outside his Chamber of Commerce. The Githyanki and the Red Dragon also stopped with curses. But the big merchants of other guilds looked at these crazy guys as if they were dead people. The Githyanki were not easy to mess with. But were the physics school easy to mess with? Wasn't a Merino nobleman killed on the southeast branch last year because he pretended to be a physics school? Afterwards, his entire family was exterminated. And even if he turned into a ghost, he would be completely exterminated. Businessman. The worst thing is to say something bad but act just. Since the Battle Church is unreliable, and the Guardian Church is also unreliable, everyone knows which mountain to worship in the future. Since Ryan did not cancel the portal of Swickland, he was able to know the tragedy of the Swadeland in the shortest time. Sophia took him to the Grand Duke's palace and showed him the petitions from the various chambers of commerce seeking asylum from the School of Physics that were delivered to her desk immediately. She also showed him the piles of gifts that the chambers of commerce had sent. The Grand Duchess spread her hands and said, "You decide. What else can I do? This is just like that before Ren passed through. The big cargo ship went to worship Limbo without worshipping the cold and worshipped. Of course, Ren has already sold money for a long time." Ren glanced coldly. "What I want is the spread of physics." Ren walked chic, leaving only Sophia pat, and instructed her internal officers and ritual officers to tell Ren's words. "I heard it. This time, the Tyra Chamber of Commerce in Swellan has been studying in the physics school and will memorize 50 physics laws. This is a tough time for the chambers of commerce. The chairman of the major chambers of commerce believes in the goddess of wealth from generation to the goddess. And you can't say that you can turn around. Some believe in the god of guards. And it is not good to see the guardian church." Sophia thought the chambers of commerce stopped here. It turned out that she underestimated the unscrupulous businessman. Directly believes that the cost is too high for the chamber of commerce and the guardian captain to bear it. Amazing. For a few days in a row, although the GI's Yinji people continued to expand the scope of disaster, when they saw that there were Li Zihui in a certain business team or a certain building, they actually scolded and retreated. If it wasn't for the physics school, it was a well-known dragon's hand, and the malicious person would really preach that Ren and the GI's Yankee should be in the outer coincidence. A robbery, and a protection fee. Fortunately, the bigwigs of the Panhuman camp had a clear mind. Gather the fighting forces and protect our own family. Remember not to get involved in the mess between the Githyanki and the physical school. When the time comes, it will be them and the two families that will fight the gods. Not us. Chapter 453. Master, there are rumors outside that the goddess of evil dragon is endlessly with our school. Those red dragons who burned and looted outside are the gods who are waiting for the goddess of the evil dragon or another dragon god voter. And then they will kill Marino to find us troubles. Is this true? Downs made a shout, and rushed into Ren's office without knocking on the door, making Ren not light. Lei's popularity was rushing. Isn't it a god of war? Give me. Ah. Yes. I'm sorry. Master. Disturbed. Town seemed to rush out of the office. As soon as he closed the door, his siblings greeted them with a smile. Flora proudly made his chin. Everyone heard it. Is Master's original words, isn't it a god war? Oh. Harry patted himself for a while. And he was a cautious liver. I really don't know. It turned out to kill the opponent's 100 dragons and a voter, which means to launch the god war. Barrett explained to him. The followers of the evil dragon goddess are all evil dragons. Dragons are very intelligent. So the power of faith that each dragon can provide is many times higher than that of humans. Anyway, killing the opponent's chosen people and a certain percentage of their followers is what a god-level declaration of war means. Tangsi put his hands on his hips proudly and said, Hee hee. I have good vision. I can tell at a glance that Master's strength is unfathomable. The brothers and siblings collectively look at him at a glance. Isn't this a sick sentence? On the surface, no one would say that Towns is not one of them. After all those on the list are vested interests. Since Master is not attentive about the divine war, the strength is so exaggerated, and they are relieved. As everyone knows, isn't it a god war? If you have to describe Lei's sadness in one sentence, it must be that sadness has already flowed into a river. I am rushing. Did I want to provoke the color prince? The goods were the king of the mountain in H.L., who made it come to the Tesla Magic Academy. I do it know if I am in my 20s. I am in old waist bones, and my spine is straight. Can I not bend my knees? I would rather die. Refuse to kneel down. Reason. Renan understands it. It was just someone who was distressed and indignant to the most violent revenge on the culprit. The holy sword of the human race poked the trachea of the dragon. Anna wanted to escape, but she was helplessly arrested for her Jianglongju. She also felt the owners unhappy, and could only take the whole order. Evil dragon goddess. What else can you do? Ren sneered. She dares to come. I will give her a big force. She is really ignorant. Then trouble her head to come to the entrance of the college to be a guest. Anna trembled violently, and she did not see the true strength of her master from beginning to end. I feel that Ren is not much better than her. However, Ren would be able to suppress her out of breath. This extremely typical stronger and stronger. Unknown strength is the most terrible. She wasn't even sure whether the human Ryan was really a human, or if he was just an incarnation of the rumored Outland god. No matter what, I can't see through his strength. This is the most critical, when an existing strength is really bottomless for yourself. So the rest is only looking up. Surrender or perish. Anna had already made the decision. On the other hand, Benjamin's looting was becoming less and less successful. As the army of red dragons completed their repeated plundering of Sweetland, the dragons inevitably spread to the surrounding countries. For example, the county of Romanchi in the kingdom of Cervantes, which borders it. A red dragon merely approached and took a glance at the city of Ramonk. And even when the city guards ran over to sound the alarm, the red dragon turned around and left. Huh? What's that red dragon doing? Nothing. Without it. Just because the red dragon saw the mage tower outside Raman. And a largely Zebao. As the hometown of Downs, Earl Layman is definitely a shrewd lord. Although Savannes used the Bright Church as a national religion, this did not prevent him from positioning the physics school as the second church. Writing comes second. Reading comes first. Count Raman, who had already tasted the sweetness of recruiting disciples in the school of physics, must be one of the nobles who was most active in getting close to Ryan. This time Ryan held a tower reading ceremony in Merino City, and Count Raman was invited to attend the ceremony, since he was the first lord to promote physics. From the perspective of dissemination, Ryan had no reason to let go of the surrounding territory, so he casually promised to give him a high-level magician tower to keep the place in check, and sent a third-generation disciple there to be done with it. It is amazing for a earldom's main city to have a high-level wizard tower. I didn't expect it would come in handy in just a few days. When Count Raman, who was shocked, received the news that after the red dragon was scared away, he wiped the cold sweat, he emerged. Fortunately, I am not a fool like the Sweetland. Sure enough, the physics school is the most worthy of relying. That being said, Count Raman naturally passed the situation to Ren as quickly as possible. At the Merino Palace, the Grand Duchess was a little worried. What are the Gisyanki doing? They don't dare to attack, and they just drag their feet every day. King Sweetland has sent the 6th letter for help. On the surface, the old boy asked for help from the entire pan-human camp in private, including the 2 major empires and orthodox religions. Everyone knew that all the other letters for help were just a cover-up. The only one he really wanted help from was the physics school. Barbarossa was busy with the northern expedition. Even if he was not on the northern expedition, he would not have had the fighting power to fight against an interdimensional marauding army composed of more than 100 red dragons. Karak used the excuse that it was too far away and it would take time to gather the army. But before that, the emperor had to call a meeting of the electors. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that unless this matter dragged on for 3 months, or spread to the Karak Empire, there was no hope of a quick resolution. But the mobilization speed of most human countries has always been so lame. You still can't find any excuse to scold Emperor Karak. Then the major Orthodox churches. Well, the Church of Light and the Church of Justice did publish a very harsh article of condemnation. The problem is that the short-legged paladins, without the help of the wizard, how can they have the mobility to catch up with those flying red dragons? Ultimately, it all fell on Ryan. Sophia reads the help letter of the old boy. I wish the physics school for Sweetland national education. He was a big deal. Ryan had no good feelings towards this country full of money. What really interested him was that the system actually prompted him. If the host can kill a legendary strongman with great reputation in the multiverse again in the physical land, he will get another physical relic. Hi! I am not sleepy anymore after talking about this. Chapter 454. This is another price. When it comes to mastery of dragons, it is estimated that in the entire Chaos continent, Ryan would be second to none, and no one would dare to claim to be first. He is the man who knows the depth of the dragon most. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that Ryan has killed all kinds of dragons, especially the colorful dragon. The uncles and aunties in Ryan's canteen have already made a lot of fancy things out of dragon meat. If they say they'll make you a dragon meat sandwich, it will definitely be 2 pieces of dragon meat steaks with a pancake in between. And definitely not a pancake with meat in between. There is no traditional spoon like Auntie Ant. And 10 meatballs will give you a phenomenon. Especially after Matt and Gonsha went out for a walk. The achievement of Dragon Killer spread to the entire physics school. The colored dragons would suffer from hypotension immediately when they saw the rationality emblem. And they would not be able to stay awake and be dragons unless they could withstand a few willpower tests. Even if it is changed to a legendary dragon, It is a little smaller. 30% of combat power can't run. It depends on which series of elemental dragon it is. Speaking of this Jessenyenji, Renan has 99% of the grasp to completely eat the other party. As for the remaining 1%, he is afraid of his pride. This is the confidence gained from actual achievements. If Lei were placed in ancient Greece, he would probably be the ancient Greek god in charge of slaying dragons. Ryan is so confident. But in fact it is the opponent who is unsure. In many countries around Swadeland, the frequency of Lizihue appeared higher and higher, and Ben Simon was irritable. So much so that before they knew it, the Githyanki had basically limited the scope of the disaster to the country of Sweetland. Here, they are invincible. In the distance of his vision, a red dragon swooped down from the sky, looking with contempt at a noble and his servants, who were fleeing below them. The red dragon's attack was like the end of the world for these Confederate soldiers, who had never seen the world and had never even trained in the devil's mouth. The huge dragon's body and terrifying roar made them feel a sense of personal fear from the bottom of their hearts. As if the dragon was rushing towards them, they were isolated and helpless, and they were about to die without a burial place in the next moment. And their lord was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. How could they have the courage to resist? They dropped their weapons and armor, screamed and fled in all directions. In a blink of an eye, the convoy of 300 people completely collapsed. There was only one captain of the Cavaliers waving the long sword in vain to try to suppress the collapse. At this moment, the giant dragon flew over the heads of the fleeing soldiers in the convoy, grabbed the knight on horseback with one claw, and pulled him and his horse into the sky. The war horse was thrown up by the dragon's claws. The red dragon made a very spiritual swallowing movement, deliberately holding the horse body, so that the terrible teeth pierced into the horse's belly slightly, and listened to the miserable hiss when the war horse died. The red dragon's claws did not stop at all, and suddenly moved to the left and right, with the intestines, the spine exposed, and the bloody two bodies fell from the high altitude. Just fell in front of the Lord. The Lord and his lover were frightened to death at the same time by the fragments of internal organs and the splatter of smelly blood. Then the red dragon did not slaughter the fleeing soldiers. It just flew low over and over again, baring its fangs and claws, and spreading its dragon power wantonly. When those defeated soldiers were scared by it one by one, the anthropomorphic dragon face showed a smile. There is no doubt that this was a massacre of an extremely heinous nature. After robbing all the Sweetlanders of their gold, the Githyanki used this kind of massacre to maintain their own low morale and prevent it from collapsing. Ben Simon asked his lieutenant irritably, "Has Kazar not replied yet?" He ate our messenger, grabbed all the gifts, and then put back the deputy envoy, asking us to provide more gold coins. Benjamin's eyes nearly blackened. That greedy bastard. Has he totally disregarded the sacred covenant? He said the covenant was one thing, and the price he was asked to pay was another. General Jessenyenki felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. For the first time, he was the first time, however, a long time ago, he heard the inferiority of this ancient red dragon. As another voter of the evil dragon goddess Tiamat, Chasai's strength is unparalleled. His greatest hobby is to break into the palace of a mortal, seize the palace treasury for himself, and then roll around in a sea of gold coins every day. The biggest difference between him and other red dragons is that he may not do the job after receiving the money, and he will always try to squeeze more out of you. Seeing that the date set by the queen, usually 1 month, was approaching soon, Ben Simon was anxious. Well, I will give it all my treasure, and see if he is willing to sell it. In fact, he wanted to take out the gold coins obtained by other red dragons and give them to Kazar. But unfortunately it was just a thought. If he did that, the red dragon group would riot first. Who knows that once again? Ben Simon got a message that made him more vomiting blood. Kazar thinks the money is too little. He said that he would only consider selling if you pay him 100 times the amount of gold coins. Damn it! Hashtag $1 The Jessenyenki general cursed, which was rare. After finally letting out his temper, he asked, "Did he say anything else?" He said that he would not return the money after receiving it, but in consideration of our sincerity, he would write a letter of recommendation to his ally and tell us a price, which would most likely convince that ally. Who? Gastanius. She is a female ancient infernal blue dragon. After hearing the price, Benjamin's eyes went dark again. His khaki face was now as black as a pot lid. Go and interrogate King Sweetland and that so-called Church of Wealth again. I allow you to torture these guys. I don't believe they don't have some money to save their lives. Before the Dharma-ending age, it was unimaginable to torture, force abdication, and extort money from a church of the true God. Unfortunately, the gods have not been really sanctified in this diverse universe for a century. At least the gallbladder Jishayani people do not taboo this. What a coincidence. After the Red Dragon used the dragon magic to bait King Swidland and the big priests of wealth, he really forced the Geisen family to ask a few huge wealth in different secret treasure houses. This allows Ben Simon to get the money to invite the dragon. Money is enough. When it comes to the end, the other party stated that it is another price to deal with a suspected dragon star existence. Ben Simon Shuang was going to vomit blood again. He went to the Longjin Mountains in which he was in the other plane and met Gasanius. Mighty Gastanius. As we all know, there is no true god in the world of chaos. He is just a human magician who is good at using lightning. As the Lord of Thunder, are you afraid of a little human who specializes in lightning? Chapter 455. This is really a pain in Gasanius. As a Thai ancient blue dragon, she always stood on the top of the thunder. It is difficult to bear the name of the King of Thunder and the King of Thunder. Her reason is still effective. The other party has the name of Dragon Star. He was killed, but the young dragon of the Color Prince. He would not think he could not be better than the Color Prince. All ancient dragons are arrogant. In the long years of invincible career, their arrogance reaches the peak of unimaginable people. Seriously? In the Colorful Dragon, as long as there is a 30-level challenge level, it is easy to be selected as the voters of the gods of the evil dragon. The real Taiku dragon is very looking down on the creative dragon created by the Colored Prince. It feels like he is the toy of the goddess of evil dragon. Is Gastania stupid? Of course not. She is just crazy. Even if I know Banksyming is using the excitement, Gasanius is still willing to recruit. Shut your mouth. The terrible Long Shao stirred up a terrible dust in the dragon's nest. Of course. Your strength is known. Ben Simon stunned on the ground very humbly. Do you know what the price of humiliating me is? Of course. I know. But the people who humiliate all the dragons are Ren * Tesla. The title of Dragon Sing Sing is to nail all the noble dragons on the shame pillar. If you don't clean up him, outsiders will think that Ren can slaughter the dragon at will and plunder the treasure of the dragon. When Ben Simon said here, Gasanius's rational strings finally broke. I will go. But I want to double the remuneration. The dragon basically belongs to the Qianjiji. In his heart, the queen's command is the first. Not to mention money. Ren * Tesla's magic apprentices guarantee that they will cultivate them to high-level mages. And then everyone charges 10,000 gold coins, painting the cake on the target's head. You can only say that Ben Simon knows the dragon tribe. Well, the old PUA master. Then the Gaixianji added oil and jealous to explain how good the kingdom of cows' human kingdom was. How rich it was. Gasani nodded and barely recognized this statement. I want to know the meeting with my allies before departure. It's natural. At this moment, no one of them knew that this sentence knowing was a foreshadowing. And it was about to take the test soon. The Githyanki Red Dragon Legion, which was entrenched in Sweetland, suddenly stopped what they were doing. The Geisen Knights are turning back. Hundreds of eyes into the sky. They are like waiting for the honor guard for the Queen's review. As if waiting silently. What's wrong? Is it finally here? The Dragon Knights froze for a moment. And they immediately saw a thunderbolt light cylinder connected between the heavens and the earth, surrounding the entire Dragon Cavaliers. A new helper stepped in. Who is it? The Jissen family rolled over and rode on the back of the dragon. A space portal opened, and General Ben Simon raised his curved silver sword high. The silver hui of the +4 sword shone under the sun. Thousands of years ago, the Geisen family fought for their freedom under the glory of the silver sword. After destroying the demon empire, it once again became a banner. And this time, it symbolizes the fate of the Gaisenbis to become the co-owner of the universe in the universe. At least in the hearts of the Gaixianji people think so. Ben Simon shouted loudly, Today, I am honored to invite a voter of the evil dragon goddess. She is the extremely powerful Gasanius. We will undergo the dignity of the dragon's dignity under her leadership, and keep the treasures, and refuse to go to the great Queen Vlikes. With the general shouting, a behemoth was passing through the huge portal and dropped from the air. It fluttered as if it represents the huge double wings of the blue sky. Each wing vibration, the rolled airflow form a small thunderstorm cloud. The burst of electric light swept across the dragon group. and even the temperature in the air rose steadily. The electrical spark density in the air was high, as if all the red dragons were shrouded in this huge thunder field. A bunch of small electric sparks flew out and fell on a tree. On the spot, the towering trees that were hugged together on the spot were split into two halves. The roar of the 34-level Thai ancient blue dragon has easily resonated with the red dragon cluster below. This roar seems to come from the long-lasting Taiku era. The number of dragons is large, flying up to cover the sky and control the beautiful days of the whole world. When the weak heard this throat, he might have stopped his heart because he was too scared, and his vision fainted to the ground darkly. However, for the Gaisyenji people who have a close relationship with the red dragon, the original dragon way let them press their chest nervously, rotating immediately. All the earthy yellow faces all represent the extremely excited redness. Ben Simon stared at this scene, as if he was afraid to miss a detail. For the sake of today, he also prepared a alibi in advance. Obviously, the Red Dragon group finally overcome the fear of Ren, with the encouragement of the Tiamat voter, and exerted their fierceness as an evil dragon. The tyrannical dragon roar passed away from the sky. As even the lame and neighboring Roman color, has many leaders heard this extreme exaggerated roar. Under the leadership of Justinius, more than 100 red dragons flew up. They formed a terrible dragon array with a huge body, crossed the mountains, and pouted towards Marino. After climbing over the last high mountain, the Marino territory located among the mountains is clearly visible. As if to express his disgust and hatred for Dragon Star, several red dragons dropped the heights in advance, spit out the hot dragons from the mouth full of teeth. After these horrible high heat flames dropped, the entire area was caught in a sea of fire. It is this time, the earth under them suddenly moved slightly. The red dragons clearly felt the massive fluctuation of arcane energy. Before they could react, a wizard tower appeared out of thin air, followed by a terrifying lightning bolt rising into the sky, like a purple sword piercing straight at the most vicious red dragon. Everything happened too fast, and the lightning strike of the mage tower pierced its chest. The red dragon died on the spot and fell down. Chapter 456. Mage Tower? There is still a rare color with space attributes. This fact allows the red dragon to earthquake. After a brief shock, the extremely old red dragon immediately launched the dragon magic. It would not be a few seconds. The light blade similar to the shape of the dragon teeth was sprayed around the mage tower. There seems to be a circle of ripples like waterways in the space. This is the space anchor in the dragon magic, similar to the human level 6 protected department magic ceiling and teleportation door. The purpose is to prevent this suddenly killing mage tower to escape again. Over the years, they have confronted with spatial transmission capabilities. The red dragon has extremely rich practical experience in this regard. However, they failed to anchor this space in front of a large number of giant dragons. The mage tower lit up with a beautiful emerald blue light. This master-level mage tower, which was shaped a bit like a torch, displayed extraordinary power that was inconsistent with its rank. The glow it emitted even dragged the surrounding dragon fawn light anchors into a huge purple arcane energy vortex. In front of Longchuan, a large 6-story mage tower disappeared. What's the matter? General Ben Simon was a little bit angry. A polar dragon came out and talked. This land is weird. It seems to have its own rules. It is aimed at all dragon language magic and rejected everything from the outside space. This is like. It's like the enemy's grand hall. Ksenius's huge blue wings slowly reduced the height from high altitude, and her face was not good looking, generally speaking. This kind of thing will only happen in the grand house itself. She didn't say it, and the dragon group began to have bad associations. The powerful gods will bless their believers and inject the divine into the land of the main surface as the effect of a similar kingdom on the ground. In such a place, the combat effectiveness of outsiders will be obviously suppressed. But this so-called Grand Holy Hall is too wide. Don't say anything. Even the main target of the attack of the city of Marino did not see a shadow. This physics school has not explicitly showed which gods they believe in. And why build such a huge kingdom of ground in advance? She doesn't know that hanging dogs can do whatever she wants. I am afraid that the hanging dogs who have been blocked will perform, so that my KD value, killing and death, will not be too outrageous. Here, the dragon began to face dark. At this moment, a mage tower came out abruptly, and an extremely exaggerated Saji Mang's ice clamped supervision, revealing an unreal ice claw with 10 meters long in the light finger. Actually a red dragon in seconds. This dragon group can be fried. Huh? Ksenius hummed coldly. The mage tower below still wants to run after playing. This time I can't run. This like a quarter of a mage tower was struggling. In the dragon vision, its image was twisted, and the rational light emitted on it was obviously the glory of the transmission class. Obviously, it failed. Ksenius pointed at the master-level wizard tower from a distance, and a terrifying 10-meter-thick lightning shot out from the tip of his sharp dragon claw. As Bylong watched, the khaki-colored wizard tower swelled up like an inflated balloon, and exploded in the next moment. Countless expensive magic materials burst out along with ordinary broken bricks and tiles. The scorching airflow and the shock wave of the explosion blew down many 3-story trees near the wizard tower that were so tall that 2 people could hug them together. The trees turned over several times in the air before falling to the ground. Such a tragic situation naturally inspires the dragon group. Praised Ksenius. Several weaker red dragons praised shamelessly. Most of the red dragons are still on the face. They admired Ksenius's combat power. Due to the different colors, it is not easy to shoot so obviously, and they roar their throat even if they mean. In contrast, the physics school. In the communication of the physics network, a 3-generation disciple sorrows. The Tower of Seljo was destroyed. There was no extra word in the full sentence, as if he was just telling a fact. Just then, Fong Dak stood out, who was assigned to the Seljo Master Tower. Who? The 3rd-generation disciples were stunned. Even if the physics school is short of people, they still have to follow the basic laws when using people. High-level mages can barely control the master-level mage tower, but their combat power will be at least halved. Nowadays, in addition to the 2nd-generation disciples, the first batch of students in the 3 generations of disciples can basically be high-level, which is a very small one who has just been promoted to the master level. The 3 generations of disciples looked at each other on the communication network, but couldn't find out who was the unlucky one. At this time, Fong Dak talked again. Tell you. The answer is that no one is on the Tower of Seljo. The semi-disabled mage tower is originally a bait. You don't care about it. Do it according to the plan. Yes. This prince of the Iron Hand clan displayed a unique quality of leadership that none of Ryan's other disciples possessed. Fong Dak's starting point is high, and recently he has served as the guard of the devil. Although Renins can be easily played by such a weak play, their disciples have exerted their subjective initiative, and Renins are happy to see it. On the other side, Ksenius did not make much joy after the Master Tower was burst into a Master Tower. This thing is wrong. Under the addition of the other side of the other party, the dragon without legendary strength should not face a mage tower alone. And I heard that there are at least a dozen of such mage towers. This judgment makes many old faucet numb. That's why Ksenius does not come. And they don't want to attack Marino's lead. Under the blessing of the Holy Land, a master tower can fight with a legendary dragon. How many more? Considering that the opponent has a regional level arcane energy pool. If things go wrong, the legendary dragon may be killed in a minute. General Ben Simon felt that his old partner was very dark. He said helplessly, then we don't want to divide the soldiers. Attack directly. Yes. But I want to buy insurance first, Ksenius said. Chapter 457. After a while, a green dragon with a huge body, a green dragon that was ominous and glory across the space, came to the over the Marino territory. Ska Faison. As I said, I need your power. After the incident, you and I have half a point here. Kasani's Yusang raised his head and said to the huge green dragon, Skakson? As soon as Han Long Kun heard the name, he immediately raised a small commotion. Isn't this the Venom Magic Dragon? Dragon Kun was stimulated by Scalp. Squares is also a voter of the goddess of evil dragon. As a lotus green dragon, his spit is not spraying acid, but poison. Every time he goes, he will turn that place into a ghost place that no one can stay except him. His record is undoubtedly brilliant. Skifa glanced around, and the dragon face showed a sneer expression, treasure or something. Almost it. What I long is a hearty destruction. You? Don't mind. Ksenius's facial muscles twitched. Yes. After everything, that Marino City will be your playground. No one will disturb you. Then it's settled. Gastidnius. Squarian. Plus a Chasiza. These 3 heads are 2 ancient dragons. And there are Sanlong League in the colorful dragons. Seriously? Please come out with a dragon. Ben Simon feels that the other party is unlucky. Here. Ren's killer master Tarari. Matt said he was really scared. You think he is afraid of drooling. Ryan. Sure enough. The age of 17 and 18 is the age that humans are not afraid of. Ren looked at the system and basically confirmed the level of the blue dragon across the opposite side, in addition to a large series of question marks. It was probably determined that the challenge level was at level 35. Before changing, Ren was definitely panicked. To this day, there are too many cards that Ren can play. Nothing to say, even according to the gameplay of the card game. Ren has no such low cost to attack the card. But his passive skills, man god, is awesome. A multi-armed giant and a fairy dragon. This combination of a kitchen knife and a magic system is definitely enough to give the opponent a hard time. Moreover, there have been more than a dozen defense cards called Master Tower on the venue. Not to mention, now Ren has 5 tigers named second generation disciples. Points, after the strength is reached. There will be no essential gap between each other in terms of strength quality. Before having divinity and divine fragments, there is no absolute crushing between each other. Even though Ryan's highest level downs was only 28th, Ren was still not panic. Alas, I really want to play cards. No. Ren, do not stabilize. Don't wave. Sitting in the first place, Ryan raised his eyelids. His majestic voice echoed in the highest level of the Mage Tower. The blue dragon is handed over to Matt, and Downs is responsible for Shilu. Normally, Downs is responsible for the higher level blue dragon. At this moment, Anna, who was very rare in a maid suit, Anna Dahia asked to fight. Oh! Ren's gaze seemed to penetrate the maid suit and the dragon body. Seeing the heart of this human form, Anna had a faint hair. Her legs trembled instinctively. She still insisted, I am anyway. The guardian dragon of the Tesla Magic Academy should be contributed to the college. Renkana won. Recently, she has been playing too happily, and almost forget that this dragon girl can play. However, she stood up and most of them wanted to show loyalty to show that she had other values. Speaking, it has been so long. She is still afraid that she will be eaten on the physical level by Ren and disciples. The corner of Ren's mouth is slightly raised. That's okay. You and the multi-armed giant Aduz is responsible for dealing with the 2 legendary red dragons, who have just arrived on the opposite side. To be honest, Ben Simon's mounts also have another extremely old red dragon's strength. But it is not enough to see in front of the higher level evil dragon goddess voters. Even if the official certification challenge level is level 21, voters are difficult to kill than ordinary red dragons. At this time, Fong Dak came out and asked, Master, Long Kun is high. If they do not go down, do the 2 brothers fight on air fighting with them? Ren glanced at the disciple who is a bit different from himself. This is not a problem. Soon, the disciples knew why Ryan said that this was not a problem. As the top bunch of predators in the world, the impression of the dragon has always been huge and brutal. Sometimes, in some banquets, it even stained with the word elegant. When 2 powerful legendary dragons, along with more than 100 red dragon minions, spread their wings that covered the sky and the sun and descended lower and lower, covering the sky above Marino City like a huge curtain with holes. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but open their mouths slightly. Too exaggerated. The shadow of the dragon wing easily obliged almost all the neighborhoods in the south of Marino. And under the hot sun, these colorful lights made the city a little cool. The gloomy coolness. As early as the dragon group was dispatched, the Marino people had begun to evacuate. When the dragon group rushed to Marino, 80% of the people had completed the evacuation and hid in the Mage Towley in various places. The residents of Marino City, in the Master Taram, through strange projection, quietly watched the dragon in the sky. If it is the first time to see such a scene, people will undoubtedly panic. After seeing the snail SH.L fleet that sees the demon, they have full confidence in the strength of the great religion, especially the strength of their own physics school. A magnificent sound sounds in the sky. Ben Simon's arrogant drink is under the blessing of magic, and the city is shocked. Ren * Tesla. I worship the master of the world, and the great Geist Yongji Queen Vlagus 157th. Advise you to hand over the highest treasures of the physics school. There was a light flashed on the top of the founder's mage tower. In Julong's eyes, a 100-meter-high Ren's illusory projection appeared. The huge figure clearly projected the funny expression on Ron's face. My treasure? Is that what you mean? If you want, come and get it yourself. He spread out his hands, and showed the slightly shriveled apple in his hand. I declare that the gravity acceleration in the airspace I witnessed is 50, about 5 times. Chapter 458 Ren said, "Not allowed to fly." Ren's words fell, and the disciples of the physics school were lost for a while. Master Ancestor is so powerful. Can even G-gravity accelerate be rewritten at will? Although as disciples, they also occasionally heard Ren's rotten stocks that said Newton's coffin board. But Ren had dared to laugh at Newton, and they did not dare. Now Ren is about to show. Why not the miracles in their eyes? They stared intently at Ren, watching every action of him carefully. I saw that Ren pushed the apple in his hand. A huge semi-transparent curtain wall with a long, wide-footed, wide feet, and immediately appeared on the head of all the dragons. This mysterious wall of gravity immediately played a role. The mysterious gravity wave was covered on the head of the dragons. The dragon is proud, unless they meet their guys like Ren. Most of them will not even think about it, and they go up with their strong bodies. Suddenly, the dragon instinctively panicked. It has long been an instinct for dragons to flap their wings, just like eating and drinking for humans. But when they are shocked to find that their wings, which are so smooth and powerful in daily life, have become heavier than they imagined, what will happen? This is the answer. In the sky, there is no terrible roar that symbolizes arrogance and threats, and replaces the treble scream that represents weakness and fear. They were too late to adjust the posture of their bodies, and even the dragon wing and letting go were not able to do gliding. They were almost planted. The fastest response can also release the dragon magic through urgent release, reducing the burden on your body with magic such as Yuluo, and will not fall down. The guy who responded slowly. There was a close contact with the earth. Roused citizen who stayed in killer still clearly heard the sound of banging from the thick walls, and the sound of continuous heavy objects falling to the ground. Outside Merino City, it seemed like a meteor shower at the ground suddenly. The red dragon with a tonal unit was hundreds of meters high, fell down hard at a 5-fold gravity acceleration, and he bumped into a huge meteorite pit with a 3-digit number of 3 digits outside the city. Broken wings were child's play. Some unlucky dragons even broke their hands or feet, and some even broke their front teeth. They rolled around in the pit in pain. Ren's hand gravity changed gravity, and both the enemy and us were stunned on the spot. How shocking this is! What is affected is not a cat and dog, nor is it a common sparrow. It is known for its high magic resistance. Now Renin is only one move. The dragon is like a group of bats that suffered a large group of sins, and was swept down by a large group and a large group. All the sorrows on the ground. The 2 legendary dragons with the strongest blue and green are unable to resist the horrible power of 5 times gravity. Seeing this scene from the image transmitted by the magic mirror, without anyone giving orders or shouting, all the Merino people who were taking refuge knelt on their knees consciously, prostrating themselves, and paid the most sincere worship to Ryan, who was sitting on the top of the assassin mage tower. Even after the strong 2-3 generations of disciples known to be known, they really intuitively felt all of this. They also kneeling neatly. Gifts? I did it for the teacher. But I gave you a chance to fight a fair battle with the dragon. Ren glanced at the system that the college magic pond had the magic value that decreased at speed like rivers and rivers, secretly holding himself for a maximum of 20 minutes, in order to maintain the dignity of the ancestor. Ren's speech was so lightly described. The more relaxed he said, the grandson of the disciples, and even the dragon maid who recently surrendered, the more heavily in his awe. The dragon is the top predator in the world. It can directly erase the dragon's dive player with a move, which is a means of nearly miracle. The red dragons were granted into panic. The giant dragon Closey, which was driven away by the 2 voters, was unavoidable to grab their hearts firmly. The disciples of the physics school did not waste the great fighter created by the ancestors. For a while, the Rama outside the city flickered. After each huge blue light group flashed, a majestic and mysterious mage tower appeared in place. It is one way to disperse the mage towers to guard various villages and towns, and it is another way to concentrate them to beat the dog in the water. The glory of the physics school has made the disciples have unparalleled psychological advantages to the dragon. Furious ground. The monstrous tide. Sao. Except for the fire magic, which was the least effective against red dragons. The disciples manipulated more than a dozen wizard towers, and used the full firepower they could to launch a thunderous and overwhelming fire coverage on the rushing dragons. No mage was roaring or yelling. The blood on the blood. That's the talent for the kitchen knife team. As a wise man, IFA, guaranteeing calmness at any time is the foundation. But their excited faces betrayed their thoughts. Ryan suddenly felt that in this era that was about to fall into chaos. Under his catalysis, wizard heroes from different countries and nationalities emerged one after another. They will become the spark of the new era, leading the people of the Panhuman camp to break through the darkness and chaos. As their master, Ryan suddenly felt a wonderful sense of accomplishment that his students were all over the world. In front of him, the 4 guys who were scheduled to be out of the station saluted him for the last time. And then the multi-armed giant Adus first killed the mage tower. 4 thick arms, 2 long legs. When the multi-armed giant rushing on the plane with 6-footed giant. Looking far from the distance, there is really a sense of war's horse. There is no war horse weighing more than 10 tons in this world, facing the multi-armed giant that was charging at him aggressively. A 21-year-old extremely old red dragon panicked instantly. He instinctively blew out an incomplete dragon breath at the multi-armed giant that was charging at him. The hot cone flames actually hit. This cannot be said to be a mistake. But he hasn't touched many arms giants. He doesn't know that this strange giant breed has the horror high motivation that other giants don't have. However, this misjudgment was fatal. When the biggest killing move was easily flashed by Adus, there was no accident, and the 2 sides entered a fierce hand-to-hand fight. When it comes to close combat, Athos, who has no disadvantage in terms of size, is not sleepy at all. The red dragon found that the other party hacks 2 more arms, which is simply cheating. Chapter 459. The dragon is already awesome enough. Both hands and feet have terrifying claws. With a random grab, the gates of most human cities will be torn like paper. Even a city of the level of a kingdom's capital can only be torn in half. In addition to these, the dragon also has a terrifying dragon tail that is equivalent to a battering ram, a dragon mouth with amazing bite force, and even small claws on the top of both dragon wings. It is no exaggeration to say that the dragon's entire body is full of weapons. It is this amazing combat ability that makes the dragon the world's top predator. It is the top, not the strongest, because the world still has the existence of giant breeds. If you can eliminate the air advantages of the dragon and avoid the key hit, once the melee is fell into a simple melee, it is the world of the giant. Before the extremely old dragon was pulled into the hand-to-hand combat, he launched a dragon tail scan. This large-scale sweep at a height of 1 person above the ground was enough to deal with most clumsy giants. But unfortunately Athos was not one of them. He pushed his 6 limbs together and performed a giant version of the ground-flying action, with his chest and abdomen only 2 meters above the ground. The whole action was smooth and perfect, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. The next moment, he finally got within close range of the dragon, and suddenly made a diving and grabbing gesture with his middle pair of big hands. Boom! It seemed that the rock-made hands hugged the red dragon with both hands, from the left rib to the right rib. The extremely old red dragon tasted a terrible suffocation oppression. The red dragon instinctively uses hands and feet, and the dragon's tail has not stopped. It almost launched a terrible counterattack in all directions. Whenever the other party has not defended all the way, it is basically the end of the hit. Athos defended them all. 1 leg stepped on the dragon's tail about 2 meters away from the root, making it unable to exert force. 1 leg launched a knee strike and hit the dragon's left leg hard. 1 hand grabbed the dragon's neck. 1 hand pulled the dragon's wing, and 2 hands blocked a pair of dragon claws. At this moment, Athos fully utilized the multi-arm advantage of the multi-armed giant. A second later, an extremely shrill dragon howl resounded through the heavens and earth. Shoo! The first to suffer was Long E. Dragon claws tear the city gate is tearing paper, and the giant tears the dragon wings is also tearing paper. Paper, who did I provoke? The scarlet dragon wing was ripped off from the dragon's body by a sturdy big hand and thrown not far away. The action was so simple, just like a human tearing off a chicken wing with brute force. The following scene is so brutal. It's a complete replica of Ultraman fighting monsters. The multi-armed giant Athos pinned the red dragon and beat it violently, with every punch hitting the dragon's flesh and every blow drawing blood. If the dragon's body parts that are torn and thrown away from time to time were replaced with pieces of clothing or something, this would be a classic Japanese blockbuster. The outcome of the battle was decided within 3 minutes of it starting, while the others were watching the fierce battle which made their blood boil. Ryan was watching it with great interest. anyone's apprentices arranged out. And Ren was idle. What does it mean to Ryan to see through the magic the Pokemon he has raised participate in such a fierce battle? This is Cyberpad. Usually, let the gate in the gate of the gate. Pull out the battle at a critical time. The sense of accomplishment is full. Look! The Dragon Maid and another leading red dragon started a magic battle. Could it be that I am the ancient Greek Dada, the god in charge of cyber cricket fighting in Chaos Continent? Ryan said to himself happily. Suddenly, a curious voice beside me interrupted. You finally admit that you are God? Ryan was so embarrassed on the spot that he almost wanted to hit himself on the forehead. How could I forget about this guy? Right. Recently, thanks to the almighty Dragon Maid. The second maid, Miss Ellie, has little presence. Have no idea. The Long family is the legendary family that calls maids during the day and maids at night. Can Eli be stupid? It's okay to be bombarded by Ren's office. This made the former maiden very faceless, and felt that even the best housework was grabbed. Finally, the Dragon Maid was about to transform into a guardian dragon and go into battle. She was able to stroll back to her position as the chief maid, so-called serving. But before she could even pour a cup of tea, she heard Ryan's mumbling out of context. The MFA in front of her. Then what ancient Greece? What Cybwa? Do ya? She didn't understand one word. She understood God. Ryan immediately launched a series of denials. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Silly Bai insisted in a strange place. You are? You really are. You are not talking nonsense. Ryan held his forehead with his hand, his face full of black lines, and was extremely speechless. In that shabby place in my hometown, a cook dares to call himself a cooking immortal. If you really say that, doesn't it mean that the pantheon really has 10,000 gods filling it up? The former saint covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes widened. God of light. In your hometown, even cooking can be deified. And there is really a pantheon of 10,000 gods. Ren is crazy. Can you hear people? Of course I listen. But you still say you are not God? Renan was so evil. A finger, and the two magical hands appeared. One hand grasped the belt behind Eliza like a cat, lifted her up, and the other magical hand pumped her fart fiercely. Ah! Ah! Ah no! It hurts. I was wrong. As luck would have it. At this moment the door opened and Flora strode in. Master, can we provide support? The sharp-eyed Flora saw the former sage hanging in the air, covering her buttocks, and the magical hand that was spanking. I am most afraid of the air suddenly and quiet. Flora couldn't think of it. On the eyes of this dragon group invasion, Master even had such a playful play. What should I say? It turns out that the Master's strength is unfathomable, and he doesn't even take such a powerful group of dragons seriously. Right? Here, seeing the subtle expression on his female disciple's face, Ryan immediately knew that something serious had happened. Flora, stop your delusions. It's not what you think. That's right. It's not what you think. Ellie Shabai also argued. But her emphasis was obviously different. Ryan finally admitted that he is a god. And he doesn't allow me to say it. Silly Bai got slapped by the magic hand again. The corner of Aurora's good-looking little mouth was slightly tilted. It's okay. Of course. The disciples are based on Master saying. Having said that, she performed an elegant ladle-like gift to Eli, then retreated, and took the door by the way, completely ignoring the screaming sound from behind her. Help! Help me! After closing the door, Flora's heart was beating fast. She stroked her chest with her right hand and thought, Master didn't kill him even though it was such a big deal. It seems that Master has a high tolerance for his own people. However, I can ask Elizabeth about it later. Chapter 460. You, a human, are trying to beat a dragon? Trumpet a little episode in the Mage Tower that people outside are not aware of. The battle outside continues. Putting outside, a red dragon is enough to shake tens of thousands of people. At this point, the dragon seems to be just the meat in the slaughterhouse of the flow line. Almost one face. The 19 dragon was sieved by the fire of a bunch of Mage Towers. Generally speaking, even if Ryan used Newton's apple to create an effect similar to wide area fictional gravity and cause the dragons to fall badly, it would not be like this. Similarly, the combat power of the Master's Tower alone does not have this power. But when combined with the blessing of the legendary physical land and physical network, a terrible qualitative change occurs. First of all, the dragon group brought terrible negative effects to Ryan. The most direct one was a very long period of confusion. As long as a dragon failed to pass the will test, it would spin in place like a fool and become a living target, followed by the terrible bonus of dragon closey. From 25% of the simplest violence to the additional weak points damage increase. And the damage can bring additional deterrent effects. In the end, these master-level mage towers also enjoyed the bonus of super magic expedition, which increased significantly under normal circumstances, even if it is not a scraping. The magic that does not hurt much has become a fatal terrorist attack. The red dragon is like a beam nailed to the cutting board, and the relay emit the morning before death. This further affects the will of other dragons. It can be described as morale. Rin's band magic is still launching. They can't fly when they want to fly. A bunch of dragons whose wings are not moving. It is ridiculous and terrible. On the main battlefield, Rin's two high apprentices fought against the two legendary dragons. Fighting with the dragon. The first level is to fight the terrible Longwei. What majestic lighting is the operation of the commonplace. And the guy who can't carry it. You can only see the dragon run away in his life. Obviously, those who learn physics only want to eliminate the opponent of physics. What fear dragon does not exist? Gastanius roared, and immediately realized that the tiny human in front of her was not buying it at all. She felt that her dignity had been challenged in the most serious way. She did not abuse her vomiting as soon as she came up, but cast it. She raised her left claw, which was slightly short in proportion to the dragon's size, and a bolt of lightning immediately responded to her call, striking down from the sky and hitting the center of her claw. The twisted lightning quickly condensed into a bright ball of lightning in the center of her claw. She could compress the violent power of thunder and lightning so easily, as if at this moment she was the god who dominated lightning among the dragon clan. Within 1/10 of a second, a dragon claw flicked lightly, and the lightning ball shot out like a marble in real material form. What's more, it is like a flower rope played by human children. At the moment of bounce, it becomes a grid with human fist size, covering Matt in the past. Matt's response is actually, Mang. Almost everyone who witnessed this scene was frightened by his heartbeat. Ryan even stopped beating Era, wailing in his heart, No! Silly disciple. If you die, the bonus from your master will be gone. Too late. Ryan didn't even have time to stop it. Along with millions of spectators, he watched this somewhat foolish young man, like the students charging into the cafeteria at noon, rushing forward towards his enemy. On the a little bit of mysterious, the tears of the corner of the mouth flew into the sky with the tears of the corner of the mouth. Immediately afterwards, a roar that seemed to tear the sky and earth apart burst out from the scene. The electric fence covered the entire area, and broken electric lights splashed all over the meadow. The densely gathered electric fence was like a python strangling its prey, twisting and entwining, as if to turn Matt into an old acquaintance on the spot. It was just that the U-bow of the power grid winded the surrounding ground, and the industry had transformed all the things where they went to fly ash. A scene that all the audience focused on Matt couldn't believe happened. Matt was like a thunderbolt. He broke free of many electric snakes around his body. He separated the white air clouds with both hands, tearing the thunder net with the influential momentum, and passed through the death of the old blue dragon. It is no exaggeration to say that this product is completely relying on its own non-human horrible magic resistance. And it has been reckless. After eating so many dragon meat and drinking so many dragon blood, the blessing of the name Gatusla, Matt's thunderbolt has reached a point where the world cannot imagine. He rushed to within 100 meters of the blue dragon. A terrifying roar spread throughout the area. You don't surrender? Huh? This loud shout stunned both the enemy and us. After Gastanius was briefly stunned, endless anger appeared on the dragon's face. Don't compare me with that bastard dragon who kneels at the feet of humans. After saying that, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of lightning-thick phlegm at Matt. Anna, who was fighting the legendary red dragon at 500 meters away, suddenly twitched her back with a fierce fighting, and she suddenly had tears in the corner of her eyes. Gastanius didn't know yet that she had just done something very wrong, which might even determine her fate. Her breath was as useless as expected, and Matt really didn't eat it. A pair of small hands torn the dragon like thunder's anger, and continued to charge. After finally closing the distance to his most comfortable level, a purple-blue arcane hand suddenly appeared and gave the ancient blue dragon a big blow without any fancy moves. Slap. It wasn't Gusanius that didn't want to hide, but that all this happened too fast, and she couldn't hide at all. This is also a common problem of legendary dragons. Among the 6 major attributes, dragons often have more than 40 points of strength, and an average of nearly 30 points of constitution, intelligence, charm and perception. Only the agility of most dragons will not exceed 20 points. There are even a 10-point agile legendary dragon. Their huge body is destined not to react too fast. But this became the most fatal point for Gastanius. She couldn't remember how many centuries she had never been hit by the dragon body. She even forgot when she was last injured. 1,000 years ago. Or is it just a short time? Anyway, the pain of this slap is straight into the brain. After half a dragon's face paralyzed, her long open Longan Yuguang glanced at several dragon teeth flying out and rotating in the air. Ah! How dare you! I didn't finish. And the other slap came again. The huge tactics slap on the 3-story tactics. In the most physical way. Make the blue Taiku dragon fend 7. Don't you drop? Don't you drop? Don't drop it? Don't drop it? Don't drop it. Matt violently persuaded in the atmosphere. In contrast, the blue dragon, which is regarded as the principles of the dragon, was violently caught by the dragon's neck. No! Chapter 461. In all fairness, the Battle of Downsea Venom Dragon is also wonderful. Daos used continuous flashing magic to lightly flash the green dragons again and again enough to attack the venom that melted a city gate and hung the opponent with a high-power electromagnetic gun. Each shot with a dragon with a fiery lightning on the green dragon will definitely blast a large dragon scale into a pink. The purple-blue lightning light flows into the body of the dragon. And every time it falls, a huge flesh is exploded in the dense dark green scales. After only a few rounds, Venom Demon Dragon Skaxan considered retreating. If the Taigu Green Dragon can only be regarded as an anti-wind situation, Gastanius has reached the point of 15 shots. After Matt had a lot of money, she had no chance to launch the transmission of transmission. She wanted to condense her magic. As we all know, the big force is fierce enough to hit the other party. The shock of the palm to the brain gave Gastanius great fear, even though the abominable little humans in front of her asked her, "Do you not fall?" But the perception she let go has not felt even from the other party that even a little bit of goodwill. Perhaps it was a lot of bad things to do. I did too much about letting the other party surrender, and then broke the opponent. After pushing himself and others, Gastanius naturally chose to die to the end. In another way, she roared her throat. Not in the sound, but in a spiritual communication. The magic of her body turned into a luminous light and rushed straight into the sky. This is the highest order version of communication cross-space communication. A string of obscure dragon language was roared out, and only Anna and Ryan, who had a translator, could understand it. The translation means, "Chasiza, I am too sharp." As soon as he shouted, Ren showed his expression, and Anna was surprised. She didn't expect Matt to force Gastanius into despair. However, in the world of evil dragons, the one who knows the most well-known dragon cannot be its opponent, but it can be its ally. In the eyes of evil dragons, the allies were used to stab. The reason why he is an ally is because risks are greater than interests. Now Gastanius suddenly turns over and asks himself for help. It is located at different planes. Chazana, who is counting money in the palace of the ancient country Simba, has a leader. His decision-making difficulty came into play. The fact that Gastanius was so willing to give up his beloved treasure house and ask for help proved that her situation had reached a precarious point. This in turn proved that her opponent was extremely formidable. Chazisa knew that she had also gone. The interesting thing is that the weaker Scafaxan did not ask for help, but Gastanius cried for help instead. This gives Chazisa an illusion opposite giant dragon Chanchin. But it is not as strong as that. But it is obviously quite restrained by Gastanius. On the other hand, Gastanius has the habit of hiding things. And Chazisa knows. So here comes the question. Rescue. Don't save it. Chazisa made a decision in less than 3 seconds. Save. Seriously? The second to save the dragon is still the second. The key is that Gastanius's treasure house is going to get. The key is that the red dragon is a very arrogant dragon species. Since birth, Chasise, who has been in war, has supreme superstition for his own combat power. It was with this absolute sense of superiority that he brought his own miscellaneous younger brother, which took a little time. Chasser did not go over immediately, because he simply felt that with Gastanius's strength, she would not be unable to hold out for such a short time. He would rather kill Gastanius when she was half dead. because he would not be afraid that she still had a lot of strength, which would give her the confidence to regret. After his working dragons and dragon men had gathered urgently, Tkatsa opened the portal. Little did he know that as soon as he strode out of the portal with his head held high, he saw the target, who was supposed to be rescued, and unscrewed the entire faucet. Ah! Ah! The blue dragon's mouth was open to the extreme, and the dragon's tongue stretched out weakly, and its bulging eyes were filled with resentment. What I hate is why Chaser didn't come earlier. She was clearly saying that you came just after I died. This terrifying ancient red dragon, which was nearly 80 meters long, was stunned. He would never have thought that things would turn out like this. It all started when Gastanius asked for help. As the saying goes, the head follows the butt. Anna, who had actually defected to Ryan, became anxious when she heard Gastanius's call. She forced the red dragon on the opposite side, for fear of Ren. They did not know, and shouted in a human language saying, Gastanius is asking for help from Chassa. His strength will surpass her in the Sanlong League. Pure blood dragons theoretically have an infinite lifespan, and the older the dragon, the stronger it is. These two legendary dragons are still difficult to deal with, so you can imagine how powerful Tkazar is. Anna reminded Ren. Don't forget, Ryan had the advantage of home court, and the dragon killer severely restrained the dragon clan, which allowed his two apprentices to gain the upper hand. A blue dragon is already level 34. So shouldn't the stronger Sasimo be nearly level 40? This is stressful. But after hearing it, Ryan could only pretend to be indifferent, and said oh to show that he heard it. He couldn't show that he cared. If he was moved by a level 40 dragon, then his status would be ruined. Ren was extremely tangled. A magical scene is coming. Even without Ryan's orders, Downs and Matt suddenly increased the intensity of their attack. Ryan didn't know that with his status, a single move could easily affect the life and death of thousands of people. What's more, he has always presented himself as a strict teacher, since everyone recognized that he was at least a true god from the outside world. The goal of the second-generation disciples was naturally set to the level of deification, and they worked hard to reach the standard of their master's standard god. The master said oh lightly in the physical network communication, which certainly expressed that the master didn't care. But disciples cannot not care. Master did not respond, but they killed slowly. Tangxi suddenly became anxious and shouted in the second-generation disciples' voice transmission group, Junior Brother Matt. Master is probably unhappy. Our performance is not worthy of the name of legend. Matt, ah? Flora added a light attack. Master just accidentally admitted that he is a god, again. Matt didn't understand what God was. He only knew that his happy life was given by physics, and it has to be a quick death, not a slow death. As a result, this blue dragon was in one wave and dragon shudder, just like the strong impact of the mountain's collapse, and quickly became meat cake. Last hitting is a good civilization. Even though the blue dragon's chest and abdomen were collapsed and Gastanius was dying, Matt still chose to strangle her neck. Chapter 462 Pressure comes to Ryan. Logically speaking, Tkazar's appearance was quite explosive. As a Taiku dragon, he has the vitality of a powerful male red dragon. Unlike the ordinary Taiku red dragon, his scales have the bright and smooth red, but his wings have the color of obsidian. This is because he has gone through the purgatory transformation of the evil dragon goddess. So he is different from others. Coupled with his extremely exaggerated huge size, he should have the aura of a big boss as soon as he appeared. Helplessly, Grandma Blue Dragon died. This is so embarrassing. Before setting off, Chasser made a big promise to his lackeys, saying that he wanted to see the pathetic faces of his allies kneeling down and begging for help before him. The result was tragic. So tragic that only the dragon head was left. Fortunately, Tkazar is an evil dragon. What is the evil dragon? That means I am the best in the world. And it is always the other party who is wrong. Not me. What? Gastanius died early? Pooh! The stuff of vegetables is not worthy of my allies. Tkazar's brief guilt disappeared easily. He swept his sharp eyes over his younger brothers, and found that none of them dared to look him in the eye. Very good. I will kill anyone who dares to object. If you don't want to be my little brother, there are many Dragonborn who are willing to do so. If we have to say what is a pity about Tkazar, it is probably, as the huge red dragon opened its mouth, a sound immediately seemed to shake the entire world. I don't care what you want to do, or who you are. Be it a charlatan who deceives believers and wants to be deified, or a so-called genuine god from the outside world. But back to Megasanius' secret treasure house. What is buzzing in the air is the change of moral principles. In a sense, this dragon roar really frightened all the members of the physics school and the Marinos. Everyone stared in amazement at the huge red dragon. What? Losing money is what makes him angry the most. What about the ally? Say that everyone is the voters of the goddess of evil dragon? If a voter dies, won't the remaining voters also be embarrassed? Have you got your focus wrong? Such a unique train of thought is beyond human imagination. No, even the dragon can't imagine it. Anna stroked her forehead with a paw and whispered, "Damn it. I actually thought about convincing him at the beginning." Even the dragons reacted like this. Let alone ordinary people. The people of Marino, who watched the war, were also dumbfounded. The public's reaction was actually a little excited. Isn't this big red dragon too outrageous? Yo, still want money to die. He wants Lord Tesla's money. Lord Tesla wants his life. Fair enough. That's right. Don't look at his arrogance now. He might be in front of the gate of Tesla's School of Magic tomorrow. By then, the remaining head of the Color Prince can be hung at our south gate. Each Marino was staring at his chest, staring at the battlefield. Everyone knows that the Battle Church in Sweetland City did not perform well a while ago. But no one thinks that the physics school will pull. After all, in the past 2 years, the best thing in the world is the physics school. Only a person compares the opposite view. Coincidentally, that person's surname was Lei Min Jin. There really is a level 40. Ryan looked at some of the information discovered in the system prompts. Male Purgatory Red Dragon Chasa. Defense level 50. Damage reduction 35/legendary. Gods chosen. Immune to attribute damage. Attribute drain. Energy drain. Fire. Mind affecting spells and abilities. Transformation polymorph. Petrification. Attacks that change form. Spell agreement 47. Power 51. Save flowing. This guy is hard to be mad. As for the blood volume, I'm sorry, it can't be detected. It is estimated that this creature is over 60 meters long. The life dice of dragons are originally very high. With the template of the ancient red dragon and its exaggerated body size of 15 stories high, the health volume of Chasser is close to that of a Titan giant. Because the resistance of this product is so outrageous. With his terrible brute force, coupled with his strange and absolute confidence, he resisted the power of Newton Apple and hushed in the air from the air. System tip: Chazisa has passed all the will of will, and the divine power of the goddess in the body will have a role in the deity of the goddess of evil dragon. Ryan was in pain. Everyone thinks I can kill this guy in seconds. But how can I do it? The point is, I have used my only killer move, Newton's Apple, to hold down the dragon swarm. Now the dragon swarm has not been completely wiped out. If I let go, hundreds of dragons will fly away. Wouldn't that mean everyone knows that I need to go all out to deal with a mere level 40 red dragon? People are afraid of me. Because they think my strength is unfathomable. Once I am not unpredictable. It is the blood bars. Rinians can imagine that challengers will definitely step on the college. Remarks: it's not the threshold. At this moment, as luck would have it, Mosanna got drunk. The dwarf, with his relatively short legs, charged towards Kazar. She breathed a whisper and turned into a dwarf version of the half-person horses, and threw a dragon spear to the air. Huh? Looking at the spear that represents the ultimate violence, the light in Chazizan's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a big red dragon turned into a huge red light and shadow. In the next moment, the 8-meter shot was carefully created by Baron, with fine gold as a handle, and dragon teeth as a spearhead. Before Mosanna reacted, the giant shield carried by her left hand was broken. Like glass. It wasn't until this time that everyone found that the red gloss of the red light was like a long dragon tail with a hot lava belt. When the dragon's tail, surrounded by blazing flames, drew a bright arc in the air and finally hit the shield on Mosanna's left arm. It was not only the shield that was shattered, but also her metal left arm. Dwarf Gundam's shield and left arm burst. And under the huge impact, even the left chest armor was completely depressed. Now, the Dwarf Gundam, whose total weight easily exceeded 100 tons, was unexpectedly blown away by its tail, leaving a string of dirty blood beads in the air. No, those were not blood beads, but mithril droplets melted under the scorching high temperature. Because of the red flames, they looked like blood beads. In any case, This is enough to prove that Ren's three disciples Belendi defeated. The voters of the strongest god in Tiamat are so horrible. If Tkot's opening words were outrageous, then after he demonstrated the strength that matched his outrageous declaration, no one dared to underestimate Tkot's anymore. Theoretically, Ren can also let Downs or Matt play. But Downs hasn't won the poisonous liquid magic dragon. So it is too bad. Even if Matt's play, his play is not effective for monsters with too high defense. The pressure suddenly came to the physics school. Chapter 463 Everyone thinks when you are. Even if the disciples and the supporters of the physics school did not speak, Ren could feel their sight. Looking forward to the desire, they identified that after the disciples were defeated, Ren would show his power. The Grand Duke of Sofia had already knelt down with their aristocrats and internal officials. Sofia placed on her chest with a cross-handed fist, and said religiously, "The great Master Tesla is about to show his power. Even if this is just a pity among his boundless power. But for my believer, this is sanctuary. I have been carved by supreme glory. Praise physics." With Sofia took the lead, the counts followed by all the little aristocrats of Marino, and worshipped like a domino card. After the gift, everyone looked up and stared at the big screen. His eyes were extremely hot. Not to mention him. The second generation and the third generation disciples also looked at the top level of the Killer Mage Tower. Even Aduz and Anna sneaked at this side. Ren's toothache, egg pain, physical pain. The whole person is not good. Can he be good? The situation in front of him was to bake him on the fire. This scene is like he crossed the former Hawk Sauce Wars slippers. In seconds, everyone will definitely continue to believe you, and take you as the main. If you don't fall off in seconds, it is the broken myth and the fall of hegemony. Whenever you play 2 more rounds, it is Ren's failure. Since this is here, Ren can't help but say, just as Ren's scalp was numb and his hands and feet were cold. He finally found a highlight reminder in the system as he got. The main reason is that Chasai's appearance is too eye-catching, and Ren actually missed. System tip, Gastanius, which was successfully killed by the host, was detected. To this end, the strong and famous universe was in line with the requirements for the issuance of the Sanctuary of Physics. Ren didn't hesitate. Yes. A stream of flowing lights quickly flashed in the Ren field. And the same thing as the raffle machine was finally fixed. When Ren glanced at the weakness of Chasiza in the system, he finally settled in his heart. Ren slowly stood up. And the moment he stood up, Elizabeth next to him suddenly felt that he felt a very strange feeling. He seems to be not him. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a luminous light to disappear in front of the desk and appeared at the top of the Mage Tower. He appeared with him. And he had a huge 50-meter high image that he had transformed. As soon as Ren appeared, the disciples of the physics school were lit like a bulb. Coming! Coming! Master, Grandmaster, is going to make a big move. Their hearts were so excited that they had a lot of impulse to jump out of their chests at any time. The air once again permeated the sacredness they are familiar with. And it seemed to be in the temple of physics. The fantasy of the physics sages appeared in the void, watching Renan with far-reaching eyes, and watching every physics student. As long as you are a disciple who does not live in his hand, he immediately worships the void. Ren spoke. His mouth was slightly tilted. Ask me for treasure? Interesting. I never care about money. Because science is money. Of course, talking about science with your vulgar stuff is a blasphemy. Since my disciples have not completely grown up. Let me play with you. President, what did you think of the great and invincible Chasiza of the first voter of the Dangton Tiamat? Ren raised his eyelids, and his tone was full of mockery and ridicule. The lizard on the dissection stage. You? Chasiza has been humiliated so much since his life. Chasiza lowered her head and looked directly at Ren with terrible eyes. Human. Your Shunkai River makes me disgusting. Is it? Outstanding. Chasai seemed to hear a strange sound of the world. There are extremely exaggerated water sounds in the sky? It was like the whole sea was sent to the sky, and then covered it under the momentum of covering the entire continent. But where does the water come from? Then a white illusions on the sky appeared in front of Chasiza. Is that the wall of the bathtub? Wait. The size of this bathtub is too outrageous. Doesn't this mean that this bathtub is less long, wide, high? The size of this illusory bathtub can only make people think of the appliances used by the Titan giant in mythology and legends. As soon as it appeared, there was a small waves in a bathtub to Chasa. The unreal water waves brought out a faint shadow, sweeping the earth, and it turned out to be dark on the battlefield. Chazisa made a roar. He bulged his chest, and knew that he was planning to use the dragon's trick dragon best. And it was obvious that he was unwilling to yield. Unfortunately, the small wave flower flashed a silver light reflection. The familiar friends almost scared out. Isn't this a mixture of ice water? Yes. If these ice cubes are real, there is a high probability that each of them weighs no less than 10 tons. The countless illusions of the ice cubes were mixed in the waves, and it was overwhelmed towards the huge red dragon in the sky, which was unavailable. Asshole. After all, Taiku Honglong's signature old sputum is sprayed. If the tens of thousands of degrees of high-temperature dragons spray in Merino City, it is enough to make several blocks scream and dance in the flame. One trick to destroy a city of Merino is not a problem. It was sprayed by the 40-level challenge level dragon. With such a powerful dragon, it produced a strong shock wave in the stiff waves. This scene is like letting a tactical nuclear bomb launch empty. Unfortunately, this huge explosion was destroyed by more illusory water bodies. Lien Chaisai's bin was also poured by this inexplicable illusory water wave. The entire dragon was like the toilet paper that was rushed into the toilet. It made a seemingly funny rotation movement in the air, and was involuntarily rolled on the ground. All the audience was stunned. I don't know what the Renin used to use such a strong dragon. Just as everyone turned back to Ren's virtual shadow, the outrageous scene happened. Renin was wearing a whole-body robe and lying comfortably in a bathtub. His lower body was tilted with Erlang's legs. His upper body was on the water, wearing a sunglasses, the edge of the bathtub in his right hand, and moved his left hand. Elizabeth, give me a cup of black tea. Chapter 464 A Quid of Acumen. Elizabeth was stunned. She was stunned for several seconds before she suddenly came to her senses and ran happily to serve as a tea server. Just here, the opposite Chasiza did not try to resist. It should be said that the dragon is indeed the top predator on the mainland. Even if it was suddenly thrown into the water, it still does not completely lose its action. I saw that Chazisa was really like a snake-necked dragon. She worked hard in the water, used hands and feet, and her neck stretched out. He was regarded clearly. Don't look at the outrageous bathtub in front of him. It looks translucent. If he wants to break a road to kill the bathtub wall, it is estimated that he will die. However, it was not possible for him to swim out of such a large imaginary bathtub whenever he wanted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swam to a height of about 1,000 meters. When he was about 500 or 600 meters away from the surface of the bathtub, it seemed that the way out was right in front of him. Just when he was about to escape, Ryan in another huge projection slowly moved his feet. I never thought. That's 1 foot. I saw that the sky was near the clouds, and there was an additional cloth boot that was the same as Rin fell from the sky. The illusory big boots easily broke the rippling unreal water waves, and stepped on the Chasa, who strives to the upstream. As a top legendary red dragon, Chaisai's body shape is absolutely exaggerated. Unfortunately, in front of such a soul with nearly 10,000 square meters of heaven-level big feet, he really looks like a poor little lizard. He was re-kicked to the bottom of the water of this semi-illusory bathtub. One of the prestige of Chasiza by this foot is trampled by this foot. The goddess of evil dragon is on. He is destroyer of the country. Chasiza. The remaining red dragons showed a collapse. There is a top leader in his own family, and he has destroyed several huge human countries. This is a matter of face to say. Now, the idol of all the red dragons, the great chief chosen of the evil dragon goddess, was beaten without any chance to fight back by a tiny human, and was tossed around like a toy. How would they feel? This is the collapse of faith. This is the spread of despair. Many red dragons had been trying to fight back under the attack of the master-level wizard tower. But when they saw the scene, they seemed to have forgotten about defense and dodging, and just let the war-level magic attack devour their last bit of life. In exchange for humans, the sense of you is completely different. Hiss. I do not know how many people pumped their cool air, and the endless enthusiasm rose in their hearts. This is the bathtub of God, or the sacred foot of the gods, all beyond their imaginative limit. Is it unreal? No. Only the blind man can't see the arrogance of the anger, which is enough for the red dragon, that is enough to destroy the country, the hero of the enemy. My hatred. No one will forget that it was this group of red dragons that completely wreaked havoc on the neighboring kingdom of Sweetland and destroyed the entire kingdom. No one would forget that it was these evil dragon voters who took the lead that the Red Dragon Corps had the courage to invade the Principality of Marnino. When they saw Ryan easily defeat the ancient Red Dragon, the fanatical worship ignited everyone's soul. Not only the Marinos headed by Grand Duchess Sophia, but even the foreigners who lived or studied here knelt down solemnly and paid the utmost respect to the adult who was bathing on the top floor of the Mage Tower. Flora, Vondak and Noka, who were waiting in the hall, couldn't help but knock on their master's door. "Master, are we convenient to come in?" "Can." They soon saw Ren as if they were enjoying the sun and the beach, although wearing a mage robe in the bathtub. It looks more than just funny, and it is against the explosion. But their attention is not here, because Ren and Tesla, the strongest master in their hearts, is also omnipresent God. Fong Dak couldn't suppress his voice because of excitement. "Master, this is not Lord Achamed that you said in your story." "Yes, this is Achemed's bathtub, compared to the apprentices who are whitened with golden dogs." And the fanatical excitement on their faces. No one noticed a hint of embarrassment in Ryan's eyes. According to legend, King Lagun asked the craftsman to make a pure gold crown for him. Crown. While taking a bath, Archimedes suddenly thought of the method of measuring the displacement of solids in water to determine the volume of the gold crown. He discovered the law of buoyancy, Archimedes' principle, as part of the output of Earth culture. Ren told the story to the second generation of disciples, and passed on the 3 generations of disciples. This should be an inspirational little story, encouraging those who learn physics or more ingenious, integrate, and study physics. This is the purpose. Now it's all crooked. Ryan is also helpless. The system was given to him. Holy rains, Achemed's bathtub. The host can use it to restrict an area arbitrarily. Projected the bathtub, and measure the physical buoyancy, density and other data. Did you see? Their relics are very genuine. Ren, who was helpless, couldn't get so much, and made a decision against the sages with it. It was precisely because Ryan saw that the bathtub could be projected. The limited range was very large, and the type of fluid within the bathtub could be changed. It just so happened that Chasser was afraid of cold damage. So the scene happened. Not only did Ryan throw this ancient red dragon into the bathtub to measure the density, he also replaced all the water with a mixture of ice and water to target fire dragons. The weird thing is that this stuff must also be soaked in the host to test it. As a result, Ren was forced to wear full body clothes to take a bath. Is it strange? Very weird. Originally, Renan had a plan to do his own social death. Interestingly, as a modern Earth, he once again underestimated the worship of the sacred existence and powerful power in the sacred world of cows, because he pretended to be easy to put on the attitude of being a Thai ancient red dragon. Others were even more serious about the security of this powerful power and the admiration for absolute power. Chapter 465 Invincible Below God? Just as those who write articles will never know that their Kamer's thought will be interpreted as N versions. Ren couldn't understand, even if he still stands on the earth. At most, he is the top of the mountains. But because he is on the clouds, his image is naturally deified. The consequence of this is all his behavior. In the process of being deconstructed by outsiders, severe filters are inevitably added, and the profound significance beyond his imagination is attached. Ren didn't know that the 3 disciples went back. Even after many years, they did not conceal their apprentices. Acura praised what they saw today and heard. Flora, Tesla's ancestors used the most elegant physics to awaken my sleeping heart, ignite the fire of physics, and illuminate the way of mortal people. Vondak, do you think Master Tesla was really taking a bath? He was just teaching me that invincible physics can also be elegant. I praised physics, and used a mixture of ice and water to extinguish the fire of disaster in Tkazar that could have burned the earth. It also nourished this land, and gave us peace. Noza, I am guilty. I once thought that physics was just a scam. In fact, I was wrong. It is like the rising sun, illuminating the earth and our hope. It brings vitality and vigor to the world with endless light and heat, which is amazing and desirable. No matter how much praise we give to today's battle, it is no exaggeration, because it is well-founded and convincing. Who wants to refute? A phrase go and see the specimen can choke people to death. Time has returned to now. In the eyes of others, Ren has made a move from beginning to end. It's not a 1 second. Winning like a second. The sad chassis should be sorrowful and struggling. He tried to roar angrily, and only a series of vague gurgling came out through the unreal water body. His hot high temperature kept roasted with water, and all the heat was taken away by the larger ice-water mixture. Flora even had enough time to teach her apprentice about heat conduction. Chisiza raised the last flame and sprayed a huge dragon and bombardment on the wall of the illusory bathtub. Unfortunately, in the eyes of others, it was like putting a fart in the bathtub. Guru! A large bunch of blisters floated on the surface. Bubbles can be up. He can't. Whenever he wants to swim with his hands and feet, he will be stepped back by Ren's god's big foot. He controls how he bite and how to use magic resistance. He is like a little yellow duck in the bathtub, and he can't escape the fate of being played by humans. Ah, he is just a small red lizard. If Chisiza is a real sea dragon, then it is not a matter for him. It's a pity that he is a red dragon. Even if he had nearly 40 points in his constitution, he couldn't die even if he put the vacuum environment for half an hour. How could Ren let him go? The sharp mixture of ice and water was mixed with a large amount of frost elements, and mercury poured out, penetrating every gap and every tiny hole in his body. As long as he does not fight with his flame element in a certain corner, it is the accelerated attack on his life. Because Ren has never showed his apprenticeship to the total amount of the magic pond of the physical network, no one noticed that the magic in the magic pond was consumed at a high speed as the flood was flooded. They only saw that Ren deliberately did not kill Chisiza, but was shameful to humiliate this great Taiku red dragon. As everyone knows, Ren has no strength to kill this product at all. Ren is also gambling. At this moment, Ryan suddenly found a bunch of prompts in the system. When he clicked on them, they were all in a similar format. The leader of the XXXX Knights is willing to deify his territory as a legendary physical land. Ryan? He concentrated and perceived that it was Flora who broadcast the live broadcast of the battle to major physics schools and liaison offices in various countries. The portals in each country are controlled by the physics school, and the land where the portal is located is regarded as a physical land, which can be seamlessly connected to the physical network. Seriously? The people who are concerned about this war? The people of the neighboring countries around Swellan? The big men of the two empires, and a number of small countries are all eyeing this group of Githyanki and red dragons, which normally is powerful enough to destroy the world. The ones who offered the land were all the captains of the knights, who had recently acquired territories in the 5 northern provinces. They decided to poach the night goddess. As expected, the knights were left with only the nominal status of a state religion in the 5 northern provinces, and nothing else. This factual expansion of the site immediately doubled the elemental income of the magic pond of the Magic Academy. The territory of the Merino and the Taizhou clan are written as the King Caller. They are read as Duke-level stuff. Except for Ren. No one knows that the temporary overtime of these cavaliers is the one who really killed Chisiza. Originally, Magic Pond was almost bottomed, and Ren had no more than any more. When he pushed Katsa under the water for the 9th time, Ryan curled his lips and said softly, "I'm tired of it." As soon as this was out, more than not just the disabled red dragon's heart collapsed. And even Anna, who was struggling to fight, also jumped with her heart. Through magic projection, everyone only saw that the shape of this bathtub suddenly became higher. Harry, who was watching the battle from far away in the devil's mouth, lost his voice. Water pressure. The water is deeper, and the water pressure has increased dramatically. Ignoring Chasi's will, a lot of water was poured into his nose, and throat, just as when a submarine reaches the deep sea. Under the terrifying water pressure, any leaking hole can be a disaster that can destroy a submarine. When the cold-biting ice-water mixture rushed into the dragon lung that was always lingering the flames, the ending was doomed. During the attention, Chasi's body twitched violently. He still looked mighty and kept his teeth dancing. Gradually, his movements began to slow down. Within a few minutes, he didn't move. Tkazar, dead. According to legend, Chasser was a ruthless character who beat up gods and demons above and destroyed nations below. However, as the chief fighter and chosen one of the evil dragon goddess Tiamat in the mortal world, he died miserably at Ryan's feet without any ability to fight back. No one would think that Ryan was taking advantage, but would believe that this was a hacking crushing defeat. In the eyes of the world, Faye always likes to find each other's weaknesses and abuses it to death. This stereotype has once again saved Ren. Don't forget that the divine nature of Chisiza's body of the evil dragon goddess is the half-god dragon in the standard sense. Even someone like him died without any suspense. This proves one thing. Bishop Hepters, who was far away from the Grand Hall of Guangming, made a conclusion. The existence below the God level is impossible to test the true strength of Ryan * Tesla. His conclusion is the unanimous evaluation of Renan. Chapter 466, Who is the Real Thai? After Ren's true God identity was once again by his own real hammer. This grand battle came to an end, following Ren's killing Chasosa. In less than 5 minutes, the multi-armed giant Adus and Anna got their legendary red dragons. Finally, Downs made Venom Dragon into a sieve by Downs' magic. In fact, this is the time that the legend should be consumed. To blame, Mate restrained the bitter Taiku Blue Dragon. At the same time, because Ren's means are too shocking, so that most people did not care about the physics school in each legendary duel. The end of the war is not the same as Ren's squeezing a magic pond. As the saying goes, filling up water is a pleasure, but draining it out takes a long time. Ryan brought several cubic kilometers of imaginary water. Once, he casually removed the Archimedes bathtub. This huge amount of water would turn into real ice water, turning the area within a dozen kilometers around the outskirts of Marino into a swamp. He had to continue to maintain the bathtub, so that the water body slowly returned to the water element industry. The problem is born. Now the magic power is not enough to maintain 2 physical relics at the same time. Ryan must make a choice. After glanced at the battlefield, the Gaisienji people were already completely destroyed, and there were so many red dragons left by the hardships, and the distance between each other was quite far away. Ryan sighed. It seemed that the so-called annihilation feast could not be completed. He seemed to wave his hand at will, and the 3 generations of disciples of the Control Master Tower were collectively stunned. Seeing that the red dragon was going to kill, there was no gravity constraint, and they flew up. They could not help but look at Killer. Without waiting for Ryan to explain, Flora stood up. Ha. You don't think that the Master's favor is endless, and that it will not be over until you succeed in slaying the dragon? You are wrong. The Master gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. In this case, then look for the reason in yourself. Have you memorized the laws of physics? Are you proficient in energy conversion? How do you deal with excess heat? Have you found the enemy's weaknesses? The harsh criticism was like a cold wind passing by my ears. Cold and unstoppable. The controller of those mage towers, who let the red dragon down, lowered her head ashamed. Think carefully about your mistakes today. Submit a report in 3 days. Attach your improvement measures. Flora's eyes were sharp, and she swept over the remnants of the defeated dragons that looked like drunks, flying and spilling dragon blood. The corners of her mouth curved into a rather cruel arc. As for them, let them go back and spread the power of the physics school. Horror! Sometimes it is more useful to leave a few alive than to wipe out all of them. This is the classic kill the dragon, but also destroy the heart. Ryan agreed with Flora's statement, and Flora managed to make up for some minor mistakes. This kind of disciple-like disciple is in line with his heart at any time. Ren jumped out of the bathtub with a thought. The wet robe was inspired by an appropriate amount of heat, besides the fact that the steam almost burned Era, who foolishly came close to her, and made her scream and retreat, facing Downs and others who came to report. Ryan waved his hand casually. You did a good job this time. I'll leave the cleaning of the battlefield to you. Downs, who had been playing for so long, was still a little bit embarrassed in his heart. He was a little happy to hear the okay evaluation. He responded heavily, Yes, Master. This time it is actually difficult for Towns. Don't be fooled by the fact that Towns is only level 28. He is actually the level 32 ancient green dragon Scafaxine. Among so many opponents, he was the only one who had no restraint with the Venom Dragon. He won the opponent by fighting hard. Even without the physical net, he would probably still win. But it would take longer, and he might even get slightly injured. This is undoubtedly a very valuable fighting experience. Ryan looked at Barrand with a shameful look on his face and said, Don't be careless in the future. There are many people in this world who can deal with you in Mosanna. Keep Tkazo this time, and you can use the other materials as you like. Master, thank you very much. Barrand bowed deeply, tears in the corners of his eyes. As for how to transform the new version of Dwarf Gundam, he had a preliminary idea in his mind. Ryan ignored other trivial matters and returned to his bedroom suite impatiently. He was anxious to see the prize draw. As a top red dragon famous in all realms, the death of Tkazar gave Ryan another chance to draw the holy relic. It's a pity that no one can share this exciting moment with Ryan. You know, Tkazar is more advanced than the blue dragon that was beaten into a meat pie by Matt. Even if Ryan used another holy relic to kill the big lizard, the system should not deduct too many points from him. Right? Give some good things. Give some. Looking at the flashing light and shadow that flashed in front of him, although it was too fast to see what kind of stuff everyone was, Renin prayed subconsciously. When the picture finally froze, Ryan was stunned. This thing is very physical. Dizzy. What is this ghost? A 4-meter-long square piece of wood is about as thick as an adult's thigh. Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth. When Renin saw this inscription on the leverage with the size of the house beam, where did he not know that this is the leverage that confirms the classic Acumen's classic leverage principle? No. Wait. Have you ever used this stuff? Ren's brain was loud, as if there was a fantasy told to him. Hi. No. Wait. Why are you sending me a beam? Ryan tried to materialize the lever, and just touched it, and the system prompted him. I'm sorry, host, because your strength is not up to standard. You cannot use this relic directly. Ryan felt like vomiting blood. What else could he do? You can only retract this stuff, and then slowly study it. He wanted to go back again, so that he could contact the majority of sand sculpture netizens to give him various opinions. Unfortunately not. This meant he was destined to worry about it alone. Outside, the battle was over. But for Sophia and Flora, their fight had just begun. Sophia, Mrs. Field, some nobles of the kingdom entrusted me to ask me, can he establish a physics school for the second country like the 5 provinces in the north? Flora, who looked like a doll, showed a maturity that was not in line with her appearance. She raised her eyebrows and sneered. Ha ha. You know who the real big shot is, and you know how to hug him. You are not too stupid. But it's a little late. Let's try it first. Let's talk about the bidding of the 5 northern provinces. Chapter 467, Reactions from Various Families. There has not been a disaster on such a large scale in the past decade. No, not in the past century. The Mind Flayer fleet and the Dragon Rider were all major events that could affect the entire panhuman camp. They could be compared to the massive invasion of the demons from the Devil's Mouth. This kind of frequent troubles easily make people think of the phrase troubled times are coming. Thanks to Flora's live broadcast, various countries and major Orthodox churches were able to receive the explosive news that the dragon group that destroyed the country was annihilated by the physical school in the first place. Sure enough, throughout the ages, regardless of the dimension, first-hand news is the most shocking. After being retold by the bard, it always has a bit of falsehood and artistic processing. Even if the physics school no longer deliberately intensifies its propaganda, everyone in the world knows that the 3 major churches of combat, protection, and wealth are in decline. And the real pillar is still the emerging physics school. As the saying goes, when the tide goes out, you'll know who's been swimming naked. A series of major battles at least proved that the School of Physics was the most powerful. The Church of Light was not too bad, and the other 3 major churches were all stripped clean. There's no need to ask how the secular nobles choose. Right? Especially when the kingdom of Sweetland was on the verge of destruction. The other kingdoms that were less powerful became even more panicked. First of all, King Cervantes recently sent his own prince to visit Sofia secretly and expressed his hope that the School of Physics could substantially bring the entire kingdom of Cervantes into its sphere of influence. Just like Barbarossa's 5 northern provinces, Sofia flatly rejected the proposal. We have a good cooperation with the Church of Light, and we are strategic partners. We will not do anything to seize the foundation of our allies. If you insist, we will open a school in the name of the Third Church after friendly consultation with Archbishop Hibbert of Light. Note that it is a school. Ah. Yes. Yes. What else could the prince say? Since we can't hold your thighs, why don't you let us pull on the clothes of your physics school like little kids? If something really happens, we are the hometown of your disciples Towns and Harry. Old man Ryan, you can't just stand by and watch them die. Right? This is actually just a formality. The headquarters of the Church of Light is not in Cervantes. Not to mention the distance. If something really happens, it will definitely be too late to rescue. In fact, it would be ideal if the bishops of Light tacitly gave up actual control over some dioceses, when they intentionally or unintentionally contracted their front lines. Everyone knows that you, Ryan Tesla, are the real big daddy. With Cervantes taking the lead, Ryan sent an envoy to the Cathedral of Light. Archbishop Hibbert looked at the so-called physicist envoy and was speechless for a long time. Are you the messenger? Several bishops nearby all saw the black line on the archbishop's forehead. Yes. That's what Master Ryan said. Then what about the document or something that proves your identity as an envoy? Ah! Elizabeth exclaimed. What more do you need? He asked me to come. So I came. Bishops. Damn. This mission is just like a child's play. But Elizabeth has a special status. She is not only a former saint, but also Ryan's personal maid. I don't know how close she is. Just because of this relationship, the bishops cannot block the door and not let this guy in. Archbishop Hibbert's mouth twitched. Then let me ask you what Lord Tesla asked you to convey. Nothing. He asked me to ask if the School of Physics is allowed to open a school in the Kingdom of Cervantes? After waiting for several seconds and getting no further information, the Archbishop could not help but ask. No more. No more. Elizabeth showed a natural and innocent expression, which choked the bishops to death. Is it really gone? The Archbishop still refused to give up. No. He just asked me to come and ask. It doesn't matter if he says no. Okay. We understand. Your Excellency the Envoy. Please go down and have a rest. We will give you a reply as soon as possible after discussion. Well? How? Archbishop. I still want you to call me Elizabeth. Okay. Elizabeth. The bishops argued for a whole morning, but could not reach any conclusion. Only Archbishop Hibbert and his disciple Antonio discussed the matter behind closed doors. Antonio. What do you think is going on? Do you think Ryan Tesla is really trying to force us to advocate? The Archbishop asked his disciple. Which was actually somewhat of a test. The next Archbishop thought for a while and said, I heard that Prince Cervantes went to Marino to lead the team. And then Ryan sent Elizabeth? Although the Archbishop knew this, he still cursed, damn Cervantes. The reference here is of course to the king. Antonio touched his chin and said, Teacher, I think it's okay to agree or not. Go on. It is precisely because the person who came is Elizabeth, who is well understood by everyone, that there is no harm in the relationship. It depends on what we think. If we want to borrow more power from the physical school in the future, we must give in. If we still want to maintain the reputation of the world's first Orthodox Church, then we should not give in. We should find an opportunity to show our prestige and find ways to satisfy the physical school in other places. Very good. Antonio, you have completely grown up. I hereby declare that I will advocate at the end of this month and hand over the important task of Archbishop to you. As for how to decide, that is your problem as the next Archbishop. Antonio's eyes and cheek muscles were twitching slightly. He had a strong premonition that his teacher saw that the situation was not going well and was quickly passing the buck to him. But the teacher is 70 years old, and it is time for him to enjoy his retirement. It is not wrong for him to retire. The Church of Light chose to drag things out. But the Karak Empire was much more straightforward. The Emperor sent an envoy and said bluntly, if the School of Physics wishes to accept the Iron Hand clan, the Empire is willing to part ways with the Iron Hand clan peacefully. As for how to arrange for the Iron Hand dwarves, that is your school's business. However, my Emperor hopes to continue to maintain good cooperation with the School of Physics and continue to work together on the defense of the Devil's Mouth. Emperor Karak is a man of great courage. The Iron Hand clan is small in number, but is one of the main arms suppliers and an elector of the Empire. Releasing a member of the Iron Hand clan would undoubtedly greatly affect the power structure of the entire Empire. In response, Ryan simply said, the Physics School has no intention of getting involved in mortal political power. The School of Physics, which had just established such a reputation, did not take the opportunity to expand its territory of belief, which left all the bigwigs puzzled. Even Town specifically asked Ryan. Ryan sighed. If he was truly invincible below the god level, he would have immediately shouted to the world, open the door. Free trade. Oh no. That's wrong. It should be open the door. Everyone, learn physics. Unfortunately, he is just a false god from outside the world. The bigger the territory, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 468 Dragon Armor Cavalry. Ryan felt that he was simply a genius, and that one day he would be able to ride a dragon rider. After the two of them rode a dragon together, Margaret complained a little. Is this the dragon mount you promised me? Ryan smiled evilly. Just tell me if this is a real dragon? Don't treat the fairy dragon as a dragon. How about I let Anna be the dragon rider? Just tell me whether a knight is a warrior or not. A temporary dragon knight. Unexpectedly, Anna said weakly, If this is what the master wants, I can also turn into a dragon and serve as Miss Tylene's mount. Ryan's head was full of question marks. Huh? Didn't you always refuse to let anyone ride you even if you died? The past is the past. Anna lowered her head. As expected, the fall of Tkatsa had a great psychological shock on the fairy dragon. The physicalists skinned and ate the giant dragon's flesh, removed their bones, and chopped off their heads to make specimens. She really has lost her temper. Margaret could see that Ryan would never give up this fairy dragon that could transform into a human to her. The best news recently was that Ryan finally did not get tired of the old and loved the new. She was wearing the armor set that Ryan called extremely high defense, which only had shoulder armor, gauntlets and riding boots. But she was still able to win Ryan's favor. Ryan, I'm about to go on the autumn offensive. Is there anything I can tell you about? Ryan thought for a moment and said, come to think of it, it's true. Let's bring some small things to each night group. On the other hand, the Barbarossans and the Orcs were really fighting each other in the 5 northern provinces. Since the beginning of spring, the two sides have been fighting repeatedly on the entire battle line of nearly 1,000 kilometers. And many battle lines have been in a state of crisscrossing. The humans built camps every time they captured a place, advancing steadily, and deployed mortar positions every time they arrived at a place, killing the Orcs without any temper. Under normal circumstances, it would take Barbarossa 3 to 5 years to completely recover the 5 northern provinces. They lost 5 provinces that year and fought and retreated for nearly 10 years. Compared to this, the progress is actually very fast. However, the increasingly frequent large-scale vicious incidents, such as the Mind Flayers attacking the Cathedral of Light and the Githyanki Red Dragon Group's annihilation of Sweetland, have made all the Barbarossans feel a sense of urgency. What? The captains hope to recover the 5 northern provinces this year? What a joke. They would rather die than ruin your majesty's plan. When Grand Marshal Varys first received the news, he felt it was ridiculous. Every family has a calculation called the casualty ratio. Barbarossa certainly had a lot of extra manpower to use for the northern expedition, but he was too aggressive and suffered too many casualties. And he couldn't hold the conquered territory. The war had been going on for almost a year. Didn't he know what his own combat power was, and which knights could fight? Just after he finished scolding, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, who initiated the proposal? Captain Tylon, the adjutant replied. Thinking of the recent events that happened, the expression of Marshal became very exciting, and murmured, there is a favorite granddaughter, and sometimes it is to do whatever he wants. 3 days later, a red line appeared on the horizon of the north. This red line has been rolling in the hills and valleys. It was not until the Orc Wolf Riders acting as scouts blew their shrill horns that some Orcs, who had just come from the far north, realized that the enemy was coming. Renewal from the distance, so that the Orcs can see that it is countless red horses. These war horses have slender bodies and beautiful curves, and their backs alone are up to 1.7 meters tall. Any one of them would be a top-notch war horse priced in gold coins if placed in the horse market. Looking at the flag held high by the knight on horseback, the Orc chiefs on the opposite side couldn't help but curse. How can the dog hybrid of the Tayan family be willing to put on the main force? The cavaliers of the Turin family Kalma came to a small mountain post to slow down and stopped slowly. The horses trembled their ears and enjoyed a small amount of seizure feed that the cavaliers fed them. An old knight rode the tallest horse in the herd and stood out from the crowd with the horse beside him. He raised his head and looked at the huge and messy Orc camp opposite. The Orcs are also gathered. The chiefs kept drinking and scolding and even whipping. Anyway, the 3 large clan soldiers with more than 10,000 people were ranked to the front battlefield, and they kept driving the small clan to both sides as the wing. Don't look at the Barbarossa heads headed by the Tylon Knights. Gather the combat power of 5 elite knights. Each knights have strengthened their preparation. In fact, more than 50,000 Orcs on the front are not absolutely overwhelming. The subsequent infantry of the cavaliers arrived, and these heavy armored infantry rarely enjoyed the carriage service this time. The mortars that arrived one after another also began to remove the mortar from the car and arrange the mortar position. However, when the Orc chief on the opposite side saw the formation of the knights, he couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Ha ha ha! Did the Tylon family let that woman be the commander this time? They actually put the heavily armored knights in the vanguard position. Are they planning to directly overwhelm us with cavalry? Ha ha ha! Several chiefs saw this and were also happy. The move of the human knight group is not easy to make the Orcs. Even if humans use a 3.5 orc infantry, at most reimburse the first 2 rows of gunmen. Once the knight's horse speed is reduced, no matter how noble knights are just a large infantry. You humans have knights, but we orcs don't have warriors. As long as the cavalier's impulse to defeat the orc's array, after caught in a battle, it is definitely a cheaper orc to dominate. And after humans rushed in, they couldn't run. Don't forget, once the orcs have wolf cavalry, the most disadvantaged orc is not enough remote firepower. Whether it is a mortar or a human mage, none of them can resist. The orcs think of their brain capacity with their not many brain capacity. Perhaps this is the confidence that humans dare to put the repacked knight in the front. Let the humans come. The orc warriors will use axes and clubs to tell them who this land belongs to. The chiefs shouted loudly. The 2 sides spent more than an hour alone. The speed of constipation formula made Ronnie's the screen painful, and she could only find a maid to send time. Looking at the red, Anna suddenly said, "Master, can you bite my back of the back? So I will have a sense of conquest." Chapter 469, The 5 Northern Provinces. Finally, this shocking battle to determine the ownership of the 5 northern provinces began. With the Theran Knights as Fingya, the Barbarossa began charge. After a long period of training, the Barbarossa people developed a skill called cavalry and artillery coordination. First, the cavaliers started to accelerate the trolley of the war horse. And then the mortar troops at the rear began to launch a rapid mortar firing called Chi, fighting 3 companies. With the signal as a signal, the cavaliers began to launch the final charge. The wonderful thing is that when the speed of the war horse accelerates to the extreme, it happens that the 3-wheeled mortar fell on the orc front. While the orc front is chaotic, in less than half a minute, the cavaliers will bravely kill the orcs. This method is based on the training of the mortar units and the special training of the war horses. The war horse that was scared by artillery was frightened by artillery. However, the Turin Knights did it. This kind of play has a great advantage. But it is not enough. After experiencing many fierce battles, the orc warriors who were able to be on the front line were also as strong as iron. Even if their compatriots in the first 2 rows were knocked away by human horses and stabbed to death by lances like skewers, they remained unmoved and waved their weapons at the slowing human knights. It should have been like, with less than 5,000 rides, Talon people turned into a thin red wave, open the width of nearly 5 kilometers, so that it rolled the front of the orcs. The knights of the other cavaliers followed. Anyway, this kind of play is weird. It seems that everything is bet on the breakthrough force of the Talon knight. Getting closer. It's getting closer. Close enough for the orc warriors to see how strange these knights dressed in red looked. There is no traditional armor in people and horses. And even metal reflection is rare. Leather armor? Are you kidding? What can the protective power of leather armor in the world compare with the armor? Several orc warriors with the leading array even had a contempt. However, the 2 sides will fight. This time, the orcs and warriors, who were not afraid of the sky, were not afraid of it. The orc warriors, who were not even afraid of death, suddenly felt the fear of the deepest soul from the soul. Roar. That's a fantasy. That's panic. That's despair. The red war horse rushed over seemed to be a horse at all, but the dragon that was overwhelmed by the top of the food chain at the top of the food chain. The hissing of the war horse does not know when it will become a terrible dragon roar. The knight's long sword suddenly became a dragon's teeth. The orc chieftains were horrified to find that as soon as the red color rushed into the orc battle line, their orc warriors suddenly suffered a mental breakdown. Help! Dragon! I can't win! We can't win! How could we play 1,000 dragons? The outrageous thing is that even if the shamans are madly to the orcs and warriors bloodthirsty, and the morale heroic blessing is useless. Thousands of orcs cried and shouted, lost their helmets and abandoned, and gave up the battle directly. Someone ran back madly, and even who he stopped him. He killed anyone. Someone was frightened to the ground. Only crying? More stupidly stood so stupidly. Let the human long guns and swords fell on themselves, and they were chopped into meat. They did not understand resistance. Witchcraft. This is human witchcraft. Did the orcs give up us? Don't panic. Where are the wolf cavalry? Wolf cavalry and the giant forces give me up. As soon as the wolf cavalry force rushed up. As soon as the wolf cavalry immediately found out that his original brave and fearless wolf suddenly made a row. Some turned their heads and ran. Lost speed wolf cavalry was naturally chopped into meat sauce by the red armor knight. which was caught up by the horse. After the rare giants and trolls in the orc army were turned into acquaintances by the mankind mage, the 50,000 orc army collapsed completely. On a nearly 10-kilometer wide battlefield, the orcs running on the road are everywhere. Originally, the chiefs thought that only human-like cavalry was pursuing. Once the wolf cavalry ran out of a safe distance, he could reassemble and hit the human cavalry who dared to pursue. Who would have expected those damn red war horses to participate in the pursuit without breathing? 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Seeing ghosts? Even if human heavy cavalry is not tired, their war horses can be carried, even if only the front half of the horse armor is worn. The weight of the armor of a heavy cavalryman and horse normally would not be less than 25 kilograms. In general, the armor is only put on before entering the battlefield, and the charging distance is quite limited. After charging for 1 or 2 kilometers, it can no longer move forward. How can it be like a light cavalry like now, chasing such a long way? There is still horsepower. The chiefs were going crazy. How can this battle be played? The problem is that the opponent's war horses are obviously evil. They can fight both the orcs' heavy infantry and the wolf cavalry. The most desperate for the chiefs is that their men reported that the human cavaliers had prepared 1 person for double riding. Even 1 person and 3 riders. This means that 100 kilometers after the battlefield, the orcs don't want to have a chance to rest. The chiefs were almost in tears. What kind of army was this? The light cavalry's proportion of rides can fight, and with the aura of fear, and even after changing to the backbone horses. Can the fear halo continue to play a role? No. We can't win. We can't cut through the enemy's leather armor. But our leather armor is easily broken by the enemy. All kinds of desperate information are summarized to the chiefs. It's useless. They are destined to be unable to crack in this war. In addition to the battlefield here, Marshal Valu's Grand Marshal, next door, commanded a 3-year-old army to break the main coalition forces of 200,000 orcs. If everyone has an ultra-high altitude overlooking shot, everyone can clearly see that on the front of more than 1,000 kilometers, the orcs are fully defeated. And countless human chases are fighting north, slaughtering the orcs. The orcs had no chance to resist, and were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. In the past, the orcs were completely broken on this day. The orcs that cannot organize the effective counterattack can be described as 1,000 miles. Even if they hid to the capital of the 2 northern provinces, they are still easily broken by humans. In just 10 days, more than 500,000 orcs were killed. And the last 2 provinces in the north were recovered by Barbarossa. The north of the cold prison glacier, which was regarded as the northern border of the 5 provinces, was retreated north, and human beings stopped pursuit. Until then, the surviving orc chiefs knew what weapons humans used to defeat them. An orc warrior with only 1 arm left a set of red horse armor into the chief. This is the secret of human beings. Dragon and fuses. What? Don't human horses scare urine? This thing called the badge of reason suppresses the horse's fear. Chapter 470 Praise Physics. Luxury. It's too extravagant. In addition to feeling a cold at the head, the chiefs were unbelievable. Even if humans have a way to suppress the horses, where are they so many dragon and leather? In the latest rumors, the lord of the physics school, the Lord Renla Tesla, wiped out a Guy symbol main dragon cavalry corps, at least annihilating 1,000 red dragons, including 3 dragons as voters of the goddess of evil dragon. Although it has not yet entered the winter, the cold in the north seemed to be killed in advance, and it entered the lungs, as if even the souls of the orcs could freeze. The news from human beings must be fabricated. 1,000 articles must be exaggerated, considering that humans have the ability to arm at least 10,000 knights in a full set of dragon and leather. The killing red dragon is definitely not a decimal. Realizing that the orcs of the gods behind humans are completely desperate, they fell to the ground and shouted, crying, "The god of the great orc, where are you? Do you take the abominable human beings by your people?" The desolate cry rushed straight into the clouds, and it took it for granted that there was no response in the sky. It seems that the orcs who have led the orcs for thousands of years have no longer existed, let alone shelter. In September, it was originally a centennial celebration of the orcs received in the 5 northern provinces. However, when the orcs completely swallowed this fat land for a century, human counterattack was successful. The northern land is circulating the sad songs of the orcs. Lost me, Ruma. Marry a woman without color. Loss of me, Anima. Children without a horse. And Ruma is the northern province of the orcs. They regard the fertile grassland of the land as a promise given to them by the gods of the orcs. It's gone now. Autumn frost falls. Cold wind passes. When it comes to winter, there is one of them. The orcs who ran back to the extreme north from the 5 provinces of the north will have to start a bloody internal fighting. Everyone knows that the broken place in the north, even if the beasts here are all killed, cannot raise 1 million orcs. Since they can't beat humans, they can only eliminate the old and weak in the way of orcs. Although they wanted to encourage the young orcs and told them that they would be able to counterattack Enruma when they found an opportunity in the future, all their efforts became useless as the humans on the south bank of the cold prison glacier began to play the chaos version of the Jingwan. In accordance with the laws of dark forests, the races occupying a certain place often pile the hostile bodies on the border. The many northern expeditions of the Barbarossa people over the past 100 years have made the Knights first level filling 5 provinces. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui took turns. And now it is the turn of the human being. Under the cover of the cavalry, the first level of the orcs, the giants are stacked by the car. Nothing can deter the opponent than this. Especially when the orcs saw the high-hanging Lizi flag. They completely lost their courage to south again. In contrast to the orcs, the Barbarossa Empire, and even the entire pan-human camp, from the cold prison glasses near the north to the Emperor Barbarossa in the middle, and to the Southern Federation, everyone is cheering. Barbarossa 13 came to the gate of the city 5 kilometers to meet the Triumph Knight. Even if he was not the first time he saw the giant head on the carriage, he still felt excited when he saw the great dragon cavalry forces. Heavenly gone human. Praise physics. The Emperor shouted sharply, and immediately let the surrounding forbidden troops, the knights farther away, and even the people who watched the triumphant ceremony shouted and shouted. Heavenly gone human. Praise physics. Obviously, the knights were the state religion of the Barbarossa Empire, and the Emperor taking the lead in making this move was quite a slap in the face in a sense. Interestingly, the Emperor himself did not believe in the Night Goddess. So it really cannot be said that the Emperor blasphemed the Night Goddess. Everyone knows that in the past century, the only role of the Cavaliers is to protect most of Barbarossa's rivers and mountains. There are more than the city and lack of aggressive. This time, I can recapture the 5 northern provinces. But it has nothing to do with the Cavalier's goddess. His old man neither gave any divine skills nor blessed his believer. Anyway, that little knight can get blessings. What really determines the victory is the support of the physics school, the exaggerated blessing, plus the blessing effect brought by Li Zibao. Let alone a decisive dragon cavalry. Dragon and leather as a horse armor. This is definitely a trick that is extravagant to the sages. Some knights have tested that the war horses after wearing Li Zihue can launch the 3 of the 3 without fear of the dragon, the devil and the devil's aura. The physics school can do this only by legend, which is exaggerated. The Emperor looked at those fiery war horses, and his eyes were as red as rabbits. Unfortunately, he can only envy. It is enough to arm the dragon leather armor with so many knights. Not the price of an emperor. Physics school, such as a master, only wants things other than money. The Emperor just received the news that Ren rejected the physics school to become Swellen's national religion. This made Barbarossa 13 aware that even if he wanted to replace the national religion from the Cavaliers to a physics school, Ren would not agree. The Emperor is a pity. Don't forget that the 3rd enrollment of the Tesla Magic Academy has not ended, and the Emperor has a lot of opportunities to dedicate diligence. Of course, the grand triumphant ceremony of the Barbarossa is extremely enthusiastic, and this grand celebration will last for 3 weeks. But no one noticed that on the 3rd day of Kai Triumph, Ren took Flora and accompanied by Lauten and Margaret, and secretly visited the Cavaliers in the outskirts of the Emperor Barbarossa. Anyone will not allow a true god of an uncle, even if it is suspected to be the existence of the true god incarnation, and embark on its own haul. So to be precise, Ren saw the current Dago chief in a manor south of Dashingtang. This is a middle-aged man with a very handsome appearance. He has white blonde hair, is 2 meters tall, and has a very sturdy figure. Seeing the first sight of Ren in the living room, he opened the door to see the mountain. I am Walter Lucian, now the leader of the Cavaliers in charge of the Cavaliers. How can I call it? Call me Ren. Ren faintly. This made the big knight relieved. If Ren asked him to use him, he would be big. Chapter 471. The signs are wrong. Some kings are wearing new clothes, such as fighting churches, and even their own knights. Some unparalleled kings are like the opposite one, and it is like a rattan snake in the desert. only a small cut is exposed to you. The great knight of Walter was extremely sure that the writing he saw was the tip of the iceberg. Well, some people take the iceberg to be the corner of one. And some people are the corners of the iceberg, depending on how you understand it. Since you are so easygoing, I will follow your wishes. The big knight nodded. Ren beckoned. Flora stepped forward to introduce himself, and then said, "Just put it. We have shown enough sincerity." Walter glanced at Ren. "Thank you to your men to show mercy so that the knight's empty shelf can be maintained. Don't be afraid to say that there is another dragon-like attack, or the capture of the heart of the demon fleet." Walter pulled out a small box. On this beautifully shaped box, there is a holy emblem. On it, there is a red mist flowing out from the center, surrounded by 7 blue and white stars. Ren began to understand why the Cavaliers strongly demanded that Lei was kissed. Because the holy emblem on this box is the relic of the demon net goddess herself. No one will forget that at her peak, she was an absolutely powerful deity who beat up many of her enemies. If it weren't for the Dharma ending age, she would be the brightest star even in the God realm. All I can say is that God is jealous of talented people. Here, Ryan looked at the box quietly, waiting for Walter's further explanation. "Sir Tesla, this is one of the keys to the gate leading to the outer plane temple of the demonic web goddess. As long as you can get there, you can enter the temple as a visitor." Speaking of which, the big knight paused. The two sides looked at each other. Ren's eyes clearly asked, "Cat greasy?" Walter was a frank person and did not sell Guanzi. Don't hide it. Saying that after the goddess of the magic net, after the opening of the French era, more than one group of people wanted to know why the goddess of the magic net fell first. And then the Church of the World lost with the gods. Among them, our Cavaliers and Guangming Church jointly sent several exploration teams. What's the result? Ryan actually wanted to ask if everyone was dead. Walter shook his head knowingly. The expedition team can see the closed and silent palace gate, but no one can get close in any way. Oh! Every Orthodox religion can directly contact the angels who believe in the gods. And the temple located in the outer space is guarded by the heroes or angels. The sudden fall of the goddess of the magic net, which led to the space channel to the outer temple by a plane. Plane? A microplane of about 3,000 acres in size. To be precise, it's a floating city. Walter stared at Ryan's face. Controlling a floating city is the unique skill of the arcane master. Please forgive me for not being able to give you any more professional advice. Ryan was speechless, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. In fact, I only know physics. I don't know a thing about magic. But if the disciple understands it, then I understand it too. Naturally, it is impossible to reveal this feeling to outsiders. He can't say, "I'm not sure I can handle such a big dimension." Lei was calm and his eyes were like water. "This thing gave me. That's my problem." Walter pressed 3 fingers of his right hand on the box, and his movements seemed to be quite forceful. He must be a little nervous. "Do you think this is enough to offset the favors that the knights owed to the physics school in the 5 northern provinces, and to help us guard the cathedral once in the future?" After a brief thought, Ryan said sparingly, "That's enough. The key to a guest is the key to the temple blocked by the road. It can be worth an empire, or it can be worth nothing. The key lies in who uses this key." "Seriously? This is the classic you don't do it." "Some are Pelucan." Ahem. Palu was a working fantasy beast in the game before Lei traveled through time, and was famous for being a miserable person. The focus of this matter is that on the Carol continent, tens of millions of people are willing to go to a moth to fight the fire for a Nihilo. Ryan was a little stuck in dealing with the Chaos Godhead, so he had to look for more opportunities. No matter what, he had to get the key. Just as Ryan put his hand on the box, Walter added with concern, "Excuse me for being blunt, but what I mean is that if the Night Goddess returns, the first state religion in the 5 northern provinces will still be our Night faction. Is that right?" Ryan understood his caution, but from his perspective, the other party had gone too far. Ryan's eyes turned cold. "You have my promise." Walter let out a long sigh, loosened his hand, and let Ryan take the box. "Of course, we believe in Mr. Tesla's promise." In fact, Ryan really wanted to say that he wanted Wall to believe in the integrity of the Force Scourge. However, thinking about the faction punishment in this world, Ryan decided to continue to maintain his perfect personality as the god of the lawful outland. Ryan added, "You can maintain a 2,000-man dragon cavalry. Of course, you can buy them at the market price." Thank you very much. Walter didn't care about his identity and bowed deeply. The Cavaliers are micro-style, and many people look in their eyes when the light of magic and artillery covered the light of the gangster. I do not know how many people spit out the loneliness of the Cavaliers in their backs. The Pahama Knight of the Barbarossa Empire was disguised to become a second line because of its high attack and low defense. The Pegasus is too crispy. If there is a blessing of red dragon leather armor, Pegasus can also play a horror effect similar to Griffin. The only question is whether those misophobic Pegasus will be willing to wear red dragon hide armor. In any case, the Pay Horse Knights will be the elite knight of the red dragon leather set outside the Tyran Knights. As for money, the Knights have plenty of it. When the 5 northern provinces became the actual land, and those who pioneered the Knights were promoted to nobles, most of them were willing to invest in them. This cooperation is a great joy. After returning from the Knights, Ryan saw Towns and other disciples coming towards him. Master, do you want to go to the holy temple of the magic net? Downs was a little nervous. What are you afraid of? This isn't the first time you've presided over the physics school for me. Master, Noza had another nightmare. This time he foresaw us facing off against a monster with divine powers. Huh? Ren frowned. This is not a good sign. Chapter 472, The Physics School in its Heyday. Ryan was extremely annoyed, always feeling as if he had been handed that awful script of the world is in tatters, and the rabbit is mending it. Theoretically, he should take the physics school to keep the town's test, which is to keep his upgrade opportunities. On the other hand, he was reluctant to give up the heritage of the magic net. Now most of the core disciples crossed the threshold of the legend, and then going up, the most needed is opportunities rather than brushing monsters. To become a god with a mortal body, after reaching legendary status, there is a big difference between becoming a god at level 20 and at level 50. But the point is that no matter how powerful the sword god of Shilippo is, he cannot cultivate a divine godhood that contains the power of laws. This requires a lot of faith resources, as well as opportunities called divinity and godhood. Ren is going. The core is to determine which magic vocational duties can be grabbed, and which are the owners. This kind of thing is too difficult for the second-generation disciples, who seriously lack the mysterious knowledge of the world. On the contrary, as a time traveler, when he discovered that a lot of common sense in the game could be applied to this world, it meant that he would make more accurate decisions. Choose more than hard work. This is the case. Ryan felt the worry on Town's face and sighed. There are many things that I cannot explain. Since Noza has predicted it, I cannot fail to express my opinion. How about this? When I leave, I will leave you a physics relic to keep you company. Apple. Downs' eyes lighted up. No. It's Archimedes' bathtub. Ryan smiled like a fox. When Tangxi heard this, his face fell. Wait. Master. Then when I use this thing, don't I have to? It's so easy to kill a strong enemy by just taking a bath. Isn't it? Bang around Downs. A group of second-generation disciples made us smile. Ha ha ha. Brother, you remember that you can't fall into Master's name. You have to be as chic as Master? Harry laughed. I have some great red wines in my hometown. How about I recommend some to you? Baron followed suit. How about what the Master said about hot spring eggs? Mac gave a bad idea. Only Flora didn't laugh at Downs. If she chose her, she would rather take a bath in front of the enemy, even if she was wearing all clothes. Bondak and Noka, who did not have a close relationship with Towns, did not feel comfortable joining in the fun and just laughed dryly. Downs looked constipated. Do you say that Master does not hurt him? It hurts him. Can't you leave it to the serious point? Downs looked at Ren's eyes, and always felt that there was a lot of sanctified relics on Master, who refused to play with him. Ren sighed. I am so good. Akhmed's leverage, it is really evil. Ren secretly finds the multi-armed giant Adu's tried. In fact, this power is less than 40 points. Is this for Titan Giant? Ren was so painful. Master, who do you have to take? Probably. How long do I mean? Harry whispered. When this enrollment is over, I will take 2 Shadow Steel statues to go, and the rest stay in the college. Ren's decision made the disciples more at ease. Today, the physics school is also a rare master in the world. 5 disciples are legendary FA masters, in addition to 2 mountain beasts and a barbarian who eats dried rice. There is a 2-digit legend, and no one dares to doubt. Who dares to be sure? Did Renmal leave the Shadow Steel statue? The legendary assassin is often dead when you see him. In addition, There is a prestige bonus of a continuous battle. How can you not think about it to start war with the physics faction? This kind of clever job. Although one carrot and one pit. The two pits of the mage and magic network were occupied by Renan. And then trying to try other orthodox religions in the new clothes of the emperor. Is this not fragrant? It is good to be a person or a god. Don't lock the target so dead. Of course. It can be used to raise a large field of powerful gods. And it is fragrant. But it can be used enough small areas. I haven't seen any area of love and beauty. Can they squeeze out a powerful goddess like that? It's just that this powerful divine power is a little weak. When gods of the same level confront each other, no one can defeat them. By the way, after receiving this great gift, Ryan quickly announced to the public that he would go to explore outer space at the end of the year. He even threw all the enrollment and teaching work to a few of his disciples after a quick glance at the enrollment. Unlike the last time he disappeared, this time, no one dared to underestimate the physics school. First, the number of legendary strong people has increased significantly. Secondly, don't look at Downs, and others seem to have no dazzling performance in the war. Those who are interested will not ignore Downs as two results of the two warps of Downs dried the poisonous liquid demon dragon Squeferin and Matt Lively. In addition, many second-generation disciples have the record of killing legend. The fierce name of this kind of life can be described as the only one in the world. Third, outsiders always feel that Ren is fishing. Old fishing master. As the so-called fishing is too much. The General Air Force. Not to mention the direct ignorance of the Devil's Lord. This year, even the Demon Lords, known as the Iron, do not believe in the weakness of the physics school. Anyway, whoever jumps well, the physics school will kill who. There is such a stubborn needle. It seems that all kinds of moths have stopped a lot. Under such circumstances, few people noticed that Tesla Magic Academy had significantly expanded its enrollment to the third batch of third-generation disciples, recruiting a total of 300 people, and more than 300 assistants. This means that the number of direct descendants of the physics school is approaching 1,000. Not to mention the self-funding of this time. There are 500 people. When the new students enrolled and other things were in full swing, the physics school issued an announcement very common. Congratulations to Fong Dak Iron Hand for being promoted to the legendary master and becoming another disciple of the master Ryan Tesla. After accepting the congratulations of his father and uncle's relatives, Fong Dak smiled at the congratulatory session after laughter. Only he himself knew how ridiculous the water in this promotion was. A fireball passed, and the bulls fell down, and a fairy dragon shouted, "I lost." Even if he won two strange things, what he really started was only one of the 24-level legendary giant magic beasts caught by Ren. This stuff is a typical assassin creature. It's really terrible is its legendary long super first attack. However, when you know it in advance, it is a large target. After drinking for 7 days, Bondak vomited 21 times. Finally, he took advantage of the alcohol to find Ryan and said, "Master, do you dislike me? I always feel that your teaching is perfunctory. After teaching me the laws of physics, you just ignore me and let me understand them. Then everything is done quickly." "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Chapter 473. After habitually launching the 3 consecutive disciples, Ren's head was running quickly. He can't say that he has recently obsessed cultivation of Stockholm Syndrome across species and stabilize his condition. Say it is good to be studied. Not nice called corruption. As a teacher, it is necessary to make an example. Ren quickly opened his PA Dafa. He placed his hands on his disciple's broad shoulders, his eyes burning with true feelings. "Bondak, if I had 12 years, I would teach you all the knowledge of physics and make you a giant who combines theory and practice. Unfortunately, I only have 1 year. 1 year. Fong Dak seemed to think of something. His voice was like a dream. In order to prevent wearing a help, Ren crowded out a bitter expression. Then turned around, looked up at the sky 45 degrees, leaving a generous back to his disciples. Knowing that this kind of century-old disciple is not good, Ren's speech is full of anger. The chaos world is undergoing a major change that has not happened in a century. Don't you feel it? Of course there is. That's right. Of course. I hope for me. And the situation will not develop in the worst direction. But there are things that are not developed by manpower, and even divine power. Fong Dak shook his head, and seemed to want to throw his wine out of his mind. What is the great disaster for the past century to win the past century in the past century? Master has done too much. Thinking of this, Feng Dak's eyes wet. Master, if the news I receive is true, I hope they are false. Unfortunately, every step in the prophecy is realized. Feng Dak, don't you think you have at least the power to protect yourself and your family in the face of the disaster that will sweep the entire chaos? Ren slowly turned his head, and his eyes were clear. More encouragement. Feng Dak was struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled. Yes. What on earth was I thinking? Without a master, I am just a prince in name only. If I really encounter a world-destroying disaster, what can I do? The only thing I can do is to pick up an axe and lead the people in a desperate charge. It's not like now. Where can I do so much? Just say that the legendary master is a legend. The pipe tube water is not water. Most of the time, even the legendary legend can still play at least 70% of the combat power. As soon as Feng Dak thought of this, he burst into tears. Master, I'm too persistent. The film Emperor Ren showed a calm expression. Sorry. We are probably running against time. If you have a chance, you will give you the lesson that will be owed. If it is possible. For some comfort, I got Feng Dak. Ryan let out a long sigh, turned around and put his hands on his hips and grinned. He. It's impossible for a gambler to lose every day. And it's impossible for a crow's mouth to come true every time. I don't believe that as soon as I leave this time, someone will fly over my face again. Ren didn't know that he had just finished talking, and his 7 disciples Nor-chan trembled inexplicably, and then found that his foreseeable scene changed. After complaining here, Ryan relaxed, regardless of whether it is a quick success or not. The bonus provided to Ryan by the 6 disciples becoming legends is really great. Flame magic specialty of plastic energy in the hand. There is also a mixed specialty such as higher spell parallel. The point is that Ring got the 2 purely personality of leadership and iron and steel will. The former allows Ryan to command more powerful subordinates at the same time, and the latter gives Ryan an additional +2 bonus to any willpower check. Normally, this cannot be practiced. With Feng Dak's promotion, Ren made these expertise as a master. The School of Physics had its 6th legendary disciple, which made the Academy's reputation reach its peak. Ren also allows Feng Dak to bring a baby. Is a new apprentice. Compared to Matt, who was a legend but could not take on apprentices, the appearance of Von Dak greatly relieved the pressure of his senior brothers and sisters. Because of his high leadership, he could handle everything from small things like asking him to attend classes in the auditorium to big things like asking him to command 3 generations of apprentices to practice war magic. Ren has a sense of gratitude to finally find the veteran capitalist of all-round tools. Just as Renin thought, he could move towards the top of the streetlights. Nucha looked at him tremblingly. Master, my magic is not increasing. Nucha whispered. To be honest, this 7th disciple is not physical at all. Ryan's previously tried and tested training method of first feeding formulas and laws, then letting them grow wildly, and then feeding them rice-like experience seems to have failed. Let me tell you a joke that only he would believe. Ryan knows nothing about teaching magic. Anyway, Noka managed to reach the master level with great difficulty, and has been stuck at level 11 for 2 months without any progress. And his experience bar has not grown at all. Ryan couldn't help but feel amused and angry, thinking, could it be that one of my apprentices is going to fail me in the end? As a master teacher, after teaching so many legendary wizards, people would never think that the problem lies with Ryan. They would definitely think that the responsibility lies with the little fat man himself. Emperor Laying tried to offer a symbolic rescue, and comforted him gently on the surface. There is an old saying in my hometown that there is no road in the world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. I don't know how the Chaos world cultivated prophecy magicians before the Dharma ending age. If your teaching is not good, then we can work together and explore together. Okay? The master was so tolerant that the little fat boy's eyes suddenly became moist, and he finally confessed everything that had been predicted like pouring beans. Master, I'm almost collapsed. The things I foresee recently have become more frequent and clear. I predicted 2 major events before. Master, you and my brother and sister. But there was another nightmare like a nightmare. The little fat man whisperedly talked about his dreams one after another, and Renan frowned. After listening to it, Ryan sighed and said, Master, I calculated with my fingers, and it turns out that disaster is coming. Is it all futile? Nucha's tears and snot. Ha ha. There's an old saying in my hometown that man can conquer nature. Ah. Ren smiled at Ashik. Noka. How many predictions did you peak? 1,000? 10,000? Nucha stunned and lowered his head. 38. Hee hee. Only 38. Ren really laughed. Chapter 474 Teach USL Dafa. What do you mean by just? In every future I have seen, the main plane of Chaos Continent has been destroyed. Noka couldn't help but shout. Humph! Ryan snorted disdainfully. In my world, a genius wizard named Dr. Strange peeked into 14 million futures. And only one future could lead to a happy ending. Then, they successfully rescued half of the world's lives from a top god. 14 million? Noka's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? No. This is not something a human can do. Right? Hee hee. When he did it, it was still the body of human beings. Ren rose. What happened? Did I blow a movie? Who knows? There might be a third-rate author in the original world who wrote a Marvel novel called American Comics God of Magic. Who knows? Anyway, this time, the little fat man was completely calmed down. This, Master's original world. There are really many cow people. Of course. Ren was proud. But Master, I look at the 38 futures and feel messy. How did that adult peel 14 million? This really stopped Ren. So long for a second. The mysterious smile appeared on his face. And he recruited the maid number 2. Give me a pot of water. Oh. Okay. Eli was silly and trembled. So she was so careful that she didn't spill the water on Lei. The gossip is the nature of a woman. And this matter has no age. Ryan wasn't annoyed. In front of them. Pour a glass of water on the table. The water flows naturally along the desktop, flowing out a trace similar to tree roots. As soon as Ren waved his hand, the water evaporated instantly. And then a glass of water poured a glass of water. And there was a slightly different trace from the last time. Ryan repeated this 10 times. Nuacha suddenly realized, Master, you refer to the different predictions I have dreamed. Ren raised his hand again, and saw the 10 results just poured into the water. And the full projection was on the unreal screen in the air. Seeing this scene, Nucha has a clear understanding. Master, you mean? Let me record the future of different development in physical network, and then repeatedly peep at the future of different directions? Ryan had a teachable expression on his face. I can give you access to the physical network, so that you can transmit every dream to the internet. Then you can classify the dreams in different directions, and determine which one is the key node that will lead to a divergent future. You can even capture the core image of part of the dream, and put it on that node. When you make a prophecy next time, your mind will focus on guiding it in that direction. In the end failed? Then return to the previous node, and continue to explore other nodes. Newell looked at the translucent tree diagram with his mouth wide open for a long time. He really had never thought that the complicated prophecies could be classified in this way, and then repeated until a future that goes further was tested. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait! Master! You said you won't teach me prophecy again? Mr. Lei's face turned red. It's true that I don't have the ability to predict the future. But it's not like I haven't played situational interactive games before. Have you heard of SL method, save and load method? A bad end of the road. I won't save a few more gears. And read it again? Huh? Of course. Such a break. Ring couldn't tell his disciples that worshipped himself, so that it would be good to break the image of Master's way sure. Ryan picked up the feather fan on the desk and waved it, looking like Shuga Kongming, full of immortal spirit. He chuckled. Many laws in the world are actually interconnected, such as physics, mathematics, and chemistry, which also have a lot of intersections. When you learn to integrate a lot of knowledge, you will be a real scholar. Noka was impressed. In that case, Master, I have no doubts. I will try it now. Go. The little fat man hesitated. And guess his spiritual tolerance. 14 million times. I guess it will not do it. But try 1400 times first. I still have confidence. The journey of thousands of miles begins with the foot. Many things. The key is the first step. Master, if I look at the future, I see something badly follow the dream. Don't worry. I'll be there for you. Lei murmured in his heart. Little fat. In the future, if you have a misfortune, remember not to tell the teacher. Of course, the Emperor Lei Ying had me in all things, and his extremely brilliant record gave the little fat man a lot of confidence. Noka was so reckless. I'm not exaggerating. When Ryan was training the dragon that night, he unexpectedly saw that Noka's level skyrocketed. His original occupation was level 11 mage. But now it has become level 11 mage / level 7 school mage, School of Prophecy. And he has been upgraded to level 18 in one go, reaching the peak of the master level. This made Ryan stunned on the spot. The fat guy gave up the general all-round mage and switched to the specialization mode. In a sense, this is not considered a part-time job. Faced with the dragon who asked to ask the eyes, Ren patted the dragon stock, adjusted it to a fully automatic model, then immersed the spirit, and watched the film and television clip that uploaded to the secret space of the physics network. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. In a future scene that he casually clicked on, Downs and his companions were fighting a monster at Tesla Magic Academy. The battle was extremely fierce. Half of the academy was destroyed. However, Ryan discovered a detail. The electric tower and convex lens arranged on the mountain wall of the academy were mostly intact. The enemy is inside the academy? Ryan absolutely couldn't stand this. When Ryan was about to catch the traitor and kill him in advance, he suddenly found that the evildoer who was wreaking havoc in the academy looked a little familiar. See the ghost? It's too ha. Perhaps Norin couldn't look at any. Even though Ryan had never thought about hacking a dog. After spending so much time together, Ryan still knew many details about Elizabeth's body, such as the small red mole on the left back of Elizabeth's neck. In the prediction video, the cynic of the painful and howling banshee. Although the face is no longer recognizable, the limbs have become sharp claws, and the mole on the neck is exactly the same. Ren quickly calculated time from the surrounding environment, which is summer. He quickly opened another timeline future vision clip, but found that Elizabeth in the video was still shouting, acting as an atmosphere group. When he was excited, a left hook's lost his face. Chapter 475 I am willing to die for my master. Ouch. Can I still eat bread today when my face is swollen? Cough. She was fighting. She was shouting the flag. And by the way, she could mix a work injury. It turns out that humans cannot live without the husky. Ryan withdrew his gaze from this prophetic fragment and relaxed his thoughts. He must admit that Nucha, who has helped him pick it back, is very powerful. In the eyes of the world, 1 step ahead is genius, and 2 steps ahead are lunatic. Without his long-term eyes, the modern people who have obtained such a large amount of information are master, and Nuacha will only be regarded as a lunatic. This is often the sadness of most prophets. They can see the future, but are powerless to change it. They can only watch destruction and death approach step by step. This terrible despair can indeed easily destroy a person's heart. If it weren't for the fact that Ryan and the physics school had such an outrageous record, and they were fighting against everything, and would destroy anyone who didn't obey. With the little fat boy's mentality, he would probably be completely cowardly, avoiding the future, and just treating the fragments he peeked at as a series of continuous nightmares. However, with the chubby to test the poison, Ren has more extra surplus. He first made the system statistics. How many times the worst situation in future vision? This is not just about looking at the strength of the attacking monster, but also about analyzing the environment in the video. If some parts are rotten, then just remove the rotten flesh and heal the wound. What Ryan is afraid of is systemic rot. For example, in the scene marked as the 44th fragment, the whole sky became black. It is conceivable that in this case, the mage is very desperate. A world occupied by chaotic forces is basically hopeless. In the picture, Ren, who is sitting in the town college, is quite helpless. Although he can defend the academy, the outside world is doomed. It's like the 66th video. Do watch this future Elizabeth becomes a sin. It can be seen from a few shots. In fact, the outside environment is okay, and the sky is light blue. It can be predicted that if the evil spirits that invaded the academy are dealt with, there may still be a chance to fight. After summing up, Ren was in contemplation. Strange. Ryan's mumbling startled Anna, who was working hard. She raised her head, her silver hair falling down, and her green eyes flickered with confusion. Master, what's wrong? I felt like you were worried just now. Ren originally wanted her to continue, and suddenly thought of one thing. Anna, why is there evil in this world? Did the gods make it blindly? Anna froze for a moment, thinking about it. Not necessarily. Gods and sins can also be the self-purification of the gods. They eliminate their subjects that they cannot handle the chaos. The subject is safe, But the remaining part is easy to give birth to the sins if the remaining part is absorbed. Anna's words were like the same light, which made Rin's sea of thinking shine. Yes, the essence of the deity is a spiritual energy body of ultra-high purity. They resolve the harmful part, and the rest can operate relatively well. Is there a relatively good future that may be predicted by the fat man? Is the goddess of light of hope returned? Don't watch the silly girl jumping all day long. Stupid everywhere. After all, she is a bright virgin, the whole body and mind, and even the soul, and has no resistance to the control of the goddess of hope. Rin summarized a more embarrassing conclusion, in the future that little fat sees. The ending of Rin's college is often worse. It belongs to a typical winning family and loses the world. On the contrary, in those futures of the college, it seems that the environment has not been bad. This is not to say that in the future that Xiao Fat sees, he is farting. In a certain segment, he stepped on the thunder and returned to the college to say something to Downs, and hurried away. Rin's heart, this means that I have to go to the temple ruins of the demon. Demon. There are extremely important things there, which can change the future trend of the whole world. Thinking of this, Rin was more solid. He glanced at Anna, who was looking at him worriedly, and smiled to comfort her. It's okay. You just reminded me. I will reward you well. What reward? Anna looked a little jumping. Ryan picked up a dragon leg and started chewing it. Of course it is like that. Woohoo! How to punish and rewards the same. On the other side, the little fat man made dozens of nightmares a night with a fearless momentum. In the middle of the night, he almost fell asleep exhausted, and even did not even do. Waking up the next day, his help notify him. The Grand Duke of Marnino brings a lot of noble women outside. Ah! This? Help me wash it. After the little fat man sorted out, he was stunned when he walked to the living room of his suite. So many beauties. These beautiful Ying Yan Yan actually brushed the hot eyes to him. His Majesty Marino. This is, according to your master's instructions, you may need some personal maids. These girls are all from noble families in various countries. They have received extremely good educations, and have basically served as maids for princesses in the royal palace since they were young. Now, they come here because of your reputation, hoping to serve the nobles of the School of Physics. Noble? Me? When the little fat man was dumbfounded, the ecstasy that could not be suppressed rushed to his face. Maybe this is what it means to be secretly happy. Sophia sighed secretly, and sure enough, her Ryan easily took the boy like this. This? How are you embarrassed? Don't worry. This is the meaning of Tesla. You can accept it with peace of mind. If you need any benefit exchange, the physics school will be fully responsible. Looking at these noble women who were out of reach, wearing a maid costume with a seemingly valuable maid, one by one, showed her attractive posture, like the girl in the lane of the tavern. The little fat man was so excited that he was moved on the spot. Chapter 476, How can I not think about it? Of course, the Nucha, a Shangjia, was clear. The noble girl did not give away casually. The interests involved in this were exchanged greatly. It is not that the physics school is strong enough. Sure enough, Master understands me. I will have to smoke and drink for Master to smoke and drink for a lifetime. Isn't it just looking at some horrible spots? I just look at horror novels. So Nucha pointed out one of the more petite girls, who did not seem to be an adult. Sophia nodded. Are you named Miss Angelus? Very good. Noka showed an embarrassing and polite smile. No. I mean, I have to all of her except her. Sophia and noble women are collectively petrified. In the blink of an eye, a faint hostility shuttled back and forth between the eyes of more than a dozen noble women. A hidden war between women started at this moment. Sophia could not help but smile after a short time. A prospective quasi-asterisk legendary master is worth the price. Besides, you will feel like this thing, and she has nothing to interfere as an outsider. It is just that Sophia witnessed from the perspective of a bystander that the superior can survive to what level. In a sense, Rin is now only two women around him, and he has converged. Cough. Sophia would not know that Rin was really afraid of Nucha's depression. This is not a girl who will suffer from Jade Yushuan after a criminal. Nucha to watch the nightmare-like future is too much. It is really a high probability that the mood will suppress the mental collapse. Noka is not Palu. He doesn't do it. Renin can't find the second so used predicted tool person. So Ren's treatment to Norcha is definitely the best. 3 days a day. Nucha lived a magical day of dreaming day. Yishamgu. The outrageous level is that the level of this product is risen. And it is stuck before the 20th level. There is a premonition in Ryan. Whether the promotion of Noka has little to do with his own efforts. It depends on whether he is powerful and breaking the strange circle of fate. Fortunately, within 3 days, Norka's dream is also powerful. Through the system, Ren can generally be divided into 3 directions of the direction of Norcha prediction. One is that Ryan does nothing but stay in the academy. This kind of result is often the worst. Either the chaos continent collapses, or the atmosphere turns completely black, and the overall environment is in a mess. Second, the 3 types can be generally summarized by Ren's initiative. Well, how do you say? It seems that the result is better than the nest. That is, the change is 100 million points. As Nucha predicts the number of samples of dreams, Ren has noticed a small detail. Is this to let me join forces with other homes? Ren held his cheek with his left hand, and the 5 fingers on his right hand knocked on the desktop rhythmically. As a cross by a flower home, Ren is more acceptable to what human destiny community. I was holding my nose and sold my backhand after the difficulty. This kind of stupid thing. Ren couldn't do it. On the other side, Ren was confirmed that Nucha's prediction did not involve his tired system. The only thing missing is Archimedes' lever. This shows one thing. All of Noza's predictions are quite limited. It can be said that this is just a future deduction centered on him. This kind of prediction is definitely not objective, because it does not take into account the unlimited improvement brought by Lei's reliance on the system. Thinking of this, Ren was calm. He called Elizabeth. Cooking people. Ah, master. What's the matter if you call me? Ryan was slightly embarrassed. In all fairness, when this girl doesn't speak, she is definitely a first-class beauty. But she opens her mouth. If the human body hardware is a leather case and the soul is the pilot, then Elizabeth is undoubtedly a reverse ace pilot. Her era's soul has reached the point where this leather case is marinated into the taste. After sighing in his heart, Ryan spoke. Elizabeth, you are already my maid. But if one day, the goddess of hope wants to descend, take over your body, and destroy your soul, what will you do? Eli was stupid, but she was there, and she couldn't speak for a long time. In fact, Ryan was already satisfied with her performance. If she was so enthusiastic and answered her willingness to give everything to the goddess, then Ren felt that she had raised her for a while. Hey, even if Ren is doing a good job of raising Erha, you may end up. I feel that this problem has burned this silly girl's CPU. She supported me for a long time, and then said, I'm not a virgin. What if you are the only choice when he returns? Ah, impossible. How can he not think straight? I'm stupid, not good-looking, and can't even be a good maid. Silly Bai lowered her head, and tossed the corner of her black maid's skirt with both hands, like rubbing a handful of pickles. After talking for a long time, she found that Ryan was staring at her, and her eyes did not change. She finally panicked. I listened to you. Nothing bad will happen. Right? Ren was relieved in his heart. This silly girl finally didn't raise it. He comforted her. There is no big deal. Since you are my maid, even if you are so stupid, I will protect you. Protect me? Elizabeth widened his eyes. Even if I can't do it like Miss Anna. Even if I often break things. Don't you scold me? Rentan is, of course not. Anyway, you don't have to care about those messy things. Raising Erha is to prepare such a psychological preparation. But back on topic. It's time for me to recommend some candidate saints to the Church of Light. Last time, the system accidentally found that there were several girls with excellent adaptability to light. Ryan didn't know that after he sent Elizabeth away, the silly girl looked around furtively for a long time, then hid back in her 60 square meter small room with a pleasant view on the 8th floor of the Mage Tower. Rummaging through the boxes and took out a palm-sized, gold-plated statue of the Goddess of Hope. She knelt silently, and then prayed sincerely, Goddess, I am guilty. I feel that I am not sincere in my belief in you. Master Ryan is very good to me. He can help more people. Otherwise, don't come to me in your dreams at night. I am afraid that Ryan will misunderstand. After she finished speaking, Elizabeth suddenly heard a slight crack. She looked up and discovered that the chest of the goddess statue was broken. Chapter 477, The Long Ringing of Bells. Broken? How could it be broken? Woohoo! I still like the goddess. Looking at the goddess of heartbroken, Elizabeth was in a hurry and was at a loss. However, no matter whether she found glue to stick the statue back on, or she secretly found the uncle in charge of logistics and asked him to buy a new statue of the goddess of hope, she could no longer get the wonderful feeling as before. What's even more wonderful, Wren didn't even wait for Sophia to lend him a logistical official report. And he noticed in the dream of seeing the little fat man at night. In future vision, Elizabeth's image is no longer related to the Church of Light, but becomes more bright and radiant. Hey! In another picture, this guy actually put an old tungsten filament light bulb in his mouth. Woo woo woo. She didn't dare to work hard, for fear of biting the glass with force. She would cut her tongue and lips. That's with tears and tears. Even if Renine only saw it from the psychological video of the physics network. I couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Please forgive me for being unkind. But this is really funny. He really didn't know what the sand sculpture of the swallowing light bulb. What he thought in his mind. Ryan also noticed that the chance of the holy emblem of light appearing in the academy seemed to be reduced. Shouldn't I do what makes the goddess of hope hate me? Ryan decided to buy a replacement ticket. A day later, the newly appointed Archbishop of Light, Antonio, looked at Flora, who came to visit with an embarrassed face. Wait, sir, what you mean is that Lord Tesla did something that caused Lady Elizabeth to give up her faith in light. It may affect our interests. So he couldn't bear it, and specially selected a few seedlings with the qualifications of the Saint of Light for us? This is too outrageous. If someone else had said this, Antonio would at least have kicked that person out of the cathedral, if not sent him to the stake. It just so happens that the person born here represents the physics school, which is the most powerful ally. Flora was very upset when she received this task. But she had no choice as it was a direct order from her master. So as the foreign affairs minister of her school, she could only come in person to act as a lobbyist. I'm not afraid to be frank. My master predicted some things. One of them was Elizabeth becoming a demon. In order to protect her, my master made her give up her faith. The amount of information here was so great that the new archbishop was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. And the back of his robe was immediately wet. Wait! Let me sort it out. In theory, there was nothing wrong with Ryan's operation. Elizabeth was abandoned by the Church of Light, and Ryan accepted her out of kindness. After all, the child was looking at the two big bishops. In come the church, and then watched her stunned all day. Then, after Elizabeth joined the School of Physics, she never gave up her faith in the goddess for a long time, which is very rare. The key is that if she still retains the function of the goddess of goddess, it has attracted the advent of evil. Doesn't this mean that the goddess of hope failed miserably in another world, and even degenerated into an evil god, eventually implicated her own candidate saint? Again, if someone else said this, it would be tantamount to declaring war. This is a fancy way of interfering in internal affairs. Antonio is very clear that Ren is the golden thigh. He sent his own disciples to solemnly warn the Church of Light, which meant that the Church of Light was the one that was about to face the disaster. Comparing the battle, the guards and the fortune of the church now thrown into the miserable state of the cave. Antonio felt terrible. He subconsciously sorted out his clothes. Thank you for your reminder. I will send someone to protect those potential snakes. The opponent said so. Frotherly relieved, I'm afraid that you will have to abandon our control too much. No. Where is the war of mind and demon? We are already the most solid allies. We will definitely take care of the allies' warnings. Flora sensitively noticed, Bishop. What happened recently? Antonio hesitated, and still said, a message that has not been confirmed. Another god may fall. In the southeast, a large number of art and reptiles churches of the church were erased. Erase. Flora opened her eyes wide. Yes. It isn't erased in the sense of existence. The bishop aggravated. If you don't know that the legendary strong who this church is really a lot. It happened to be broken by the Permians who passed by last month. We really don't know that the Chaos Continent has such a god in church. After that, the archbishop summoned the legendary paladin Peter and told him what had happened. Peter, I led a cleanup team to the city of Philos on a mission to defeat a viscount who worshipped the devil. When I passed by, I found that the small temple was disappearing. Most of the paladins who traveled with me did not notice this change. But I and another master-level paladin discovered that the entire temple was like flying sand, disappearing into the air with a gust of wind. Flora was shocked. The god of art and reptiles is a relatively unpopular god. His main believers are bard poets and various reptiles. It is also a deity recognized by the Orthodox Institute. It's just that he is in a chaotic camp as he wants. And the believers in the Majesty are from good to evil. There are almost any camps. This is the second fallen god in a year. Obviously, something must have happened to the gods in an unknown area. Antonio was a little helpless. His master ran away at the right time. And he took the blame right away. If Mr. Tesla knows something and is willing to share it with us, please let me know as soon as possible. There is no further information about Flora. Master did not tell her. And she dared not ask. How dare to ask a god of genuine outer domain? Can mortals casually interfere in the affairs of gods? She smiled bitterly and said, If Master notifies me, I will inform you as soon as possible. That evening, after Flora left, in the thousands of temples of different sizes throughout the Chaos continent, regardless of good or evil, order or chaos, the prayer halls are always filled with the priest's uniform evening prayers. The gods wearing different robes have long been used as living habits for prayer. They feel like they are as rare as eating. After 100 years, the god I believed in seemed to be dead. For some reason, it seemed that the prayers of mortals could no longer reach the realm of the gods. And naturally there were no clear responses from the realm of the gods. But this night, every high-end priest and bishop-level pastor clearly heard the sound of his gods in his mind. Beacon. The vague sound seems to be with great pain and struggle. At midnight, the bells of temples all over the continent rang. Chapter 478. Divine Revelation? No. Those who can have clear words. That is called the god. Countless priests were ecstatic and loudly praised the names of their own gods in an attempt to obtain more oracles. Unfortunately, no matter how they called out or offered various sacrifices, their own gods seemed to be short-lived, and no response came from the divine realm. Even so, it is enough to inspire these charlatans who have been working tirelessly for hundreds of years, carrying on the work of their predecessors. This would definitely be a huge blessing for our own sect. Or a disaster. There are not a few churches with a certain intelligence ability. After 3 days of tossing, a new news came. It seems that it is probably the god of travel and exploration. Because of the previous break, the sensitive nerves of the major forces have been touched, and they have sent their best to stare at other churches. Compared to those secret churches hiding in secret places, the Orthodox churches on the bright side better monitor. Is another church dying? The nerves of Bishop Antonio were tight. Yes. Our people found that the Bishop of the Exchange became a farmer who could not have anything. He forgot all things about the god of travel and exploration, and only remembered that he was a farmer who was a farmer. His records and local civil officials were wiped away. He is now a black household. The information officer reported, Don't look at the god of travel and exploration itself is a faint man. He has a unique position in the human world. Right. The adventure is covered by he. It can be said that almost everyone in the Adventurers Guild and the Panhuman camp shows respect to him to some extent. It was such a deity that completely disappeared from the mainland. His prestige, his achievements, all faded from people's memory and cognition. This is the fate of the fallen gods. Unless a legendary strongman uses special means that can influence the laws of the world to record the deeds of this fallen god, such as engraving a god defeated by his own main god on the stone tablet and wall of his own temple. Otherwise his only fate will be to be erased from the existence level. The third is, the great bishop murmured. In this case, he could only catch the teacher who called retirement. Teacher, I need your opinion. The idea is different from the shooting board. The former can be fired randomly, and the latter does not need to do a pot. Former Archbishop Hibbert, if we have enough time, we can try to understand and discover the relationship between these three fallen gods. If you don't think it's necessary, you should focus on the oracles of our three gods. Don't forget that this is a joint action made by the three gods, or even all the gods. This means that the situation is extremely critical, and they may even have to compromise with the hostile gods, or reach a certain degree of tacit understanding. This is not too difficult to investigate, because the performing pavilion also reveals the word beacon. When the gods of almost all churches issue the same oracle regardless of good or evil, order or chaos, it is hard not to think of an extremely bad situation. It feels as if a bunch of extremely powerful chaos monsters are chasing the gods and chopping their butts. If they run slower, the gods will be killed in various senses. Can the enemies who can make the gods so embarrassed really help the massage of the cows? In fact, more than one person thought of shrinking. They also thought of various responses, such as not responding to the gods of the gods. Unfortunately, this is also the reason why all the gods work together. Everyone in this world has different positions and different interests. Of course, there are believers who have fallen and use the church as a tool to maintain their power. At the same time, there are believers who have been passed down from generation to generation and have remained pious for hundreds of years. Even if only a small group of people successfully responded to a deity, the gods probably returned to the world of Cana. In fact, most churches are positive. Large sects led by light, justice, and cavaliers have organized a number of collective prayers in the past few days. Thanks to the battle against the Mind Flayer, the Church of Light had a great victory, and its lineup was the most magnificent. According to incomplete statistics, the 2 empires and 5 kingdoms, a total of 1.6 million people, prayed 24 hours a day, only drinking water and not eating. Believers not only surrounded various light churches, but even crowded several streets around. After the night, they lit a bonfire and waved the candle. Of course, the happiest is the people around the 6th light town. The demonstration town of these 6 brightness explosions has undoubtedly become the brightest cub in the night. The big guy of the Guangming Church knows that the power of faith may flow out of the physics school. And there is no way. You are not bright enough. And you still have the nerve to call yourself the Church of Light. A strange thing happened. All the churches on the mainland spontaneously went through a collective turmoil for 7 days. The gods didn't react at all. At most, the orthodoxy people are bathing and changing clothes. They do and eat. After 3 days of boiling, most ordinary believers see it and carry it. The sacrifice ceremony of the evil camp is very bloody. In particular, the persecution of the Orthodox Church, killing people, and a corpse of a corpse in a certain city in the underground. At this time, the goddess of the old coin spider was so embarrassed that he would not even give it up. As a result, the sacrifice was sacrificed. If there was no effect, I did not say, and it was forced to rebel against a city. Various outrageous news is naturally summarized to Rin. This, Master, do we need to do something? A group of disciples headed by Down stayed uneasily at the door of the Rin study. Ryan is also a pain in the ass. As a heavenly dynasty, worshipping God is the most functional. For example, if I pray to the Dragon King for good weather and good harvests, but he dares to bring me a drought, I will even demolish your Dragon King temple. For another example, Sun Wukong is upset and can make trouble. In the final analysis, the beliefs of the heavenly people are not the case at all in the bones of the Cana mainland. Now a group of god sticks flickered a large number of believers to give the gods the beacon. And he knows what happened. How should you react? Ryan quickly distanced himself from the matter. I have always said that what I teach you is physics. What you learn is also physics, which has nothing to do with gods. So we have no right to interfere in the affairs of other churches. Chapter 479. No para club player is innocent. What do you say that holy relic? Harry whispered. Because the outstanding inventions of scientific predecessors and their summary of physical laws are regarded as sacred by mortals. Ryan looked at his disciples with the momentum of treating everyone present as his grandson. As for the so-called magic you have mastered, we call it applied physics. Ryan spoke nonsense with confidence. The disciples were completely speechless. There was no choice but for the second-generation disciples, who were kicked out of the study to gather together. What does Master mean? Now he doesn't want to recognize that he is the true god of the outer region? Harry was worried. Flora reminded quietly, Master has never recognized him. We just recognized him. Towns was also bitter. He has shown his divine power so many times. I thought he had given up pretending. The 100-year-old dwarf, Barrand, was more mature and steady. Perhaps the sages of the School of Physics are still in a meeting and haven't yet decided how to contact the old gods of chaos. After all, the School of Physics had only contacted the other side's mortal church and reached an alliance. But the gods haven't agreed to this yet. I have to say that the imagination of the disciples is rich. Ren's unexpected excuses give them all the thoughts. You are right. The Archbishop is just the spokesperson for the gods. If the Archbishop's words conflict with those of his own gods, whose word shall prevail? The most orthodox approach is to replace an Archbishop. After all, the mortal church has been out of touch with the gods for 100 years. And many things must have changed. Whether the gods will admit it or not, or whether the god is still alive, are all a lot of trivial things that are enough to make one's head explode. At this time, let's change according to Master's constant. Phone Dak's proposal was a discussion for the second generation of disciples. No disciples thought that Ren was afraid of death. When there was no one around, Lei looked like he was about to collapse. I just wanted to join you. What's wrong with me? I only killed a few million orcs. A few 100,000 drow. A bunch of devils and demons. 100 mind flayers. Some Githyanki. And a few dragons. Is this excessive? No way. No way. Will the orc gods, the spider goddess, the evil dragon goddess, the lord of hell, the high lord of the abyss, the mind flayer mastermind, and the Githyanki queen come together to cause trouble for me? I don't even have God. If you go together, how can my little body be carried? The gods of light, the god of justice, the goddess of the cavaliers. Who are you to save me? Ryan howled for a long time and finally calmed down. He knew what he had to do. Otherwise the gods would return in the future. And he would not even be God. Who would not even be physically calm. And fell into H.L. at the spiritual level. There was a paragraph in the authentic P-Agency player that was widely circulated after a certain P-Agency player became a lord after crossing. Because he only left 10% of the food as a rations to lead to the people's change. When he was about to be sent to the Louis XVI happy platform, he said in pain, I knew that 10% of your rations can also take out 100% weapons and equipment to oppose me. I don't even leave you for you. As a halfway. A pie player. Ren knows where the symptoms are. Since the world broke the world, it was originally faithful to the gods. Then I let your believers die lightly. See, you still have the power to give me? Therefore, just when the senior executives of major churches are busy responding to the so-called beacon of their gods, each of them is not allowed to solve it. And the secret orders are issued from the physics school. Harry found the leader of Manazar in the name of my master. We will fully support the hardships of the Guilian conservatives. Do you dare to ask the expensive side to be a compatriot to become main juror? Actina took the follower to keep the devil's mouth. And it took almost a year without knowing it. During the period, they paid a lot, but rarely responded to them. Of course, she had heard the news that the spider goddess had sent the oracle again. To be honest, the ones who were most afraid were the traitors to the spider goddess. No one knew better than them what a terrible end it would be if they fell into the hands of the spider goddess again. Today, the most powerful physics school in the pan-human camp suddenly expressed support for their actions. And they are certainly overjoyed. As long as the support is enough, I dare to pack the ticket. At least the remaining half of the compatriots can be turned into comrades. This is the classic you don't believe my teachings. And you refuse to die. And it is difficult for me to do. No problem. Therefore, after the remake, the dwarves of Chasisa's leather were the first. And the most violent attack was launched to the largest shoreland city, followed by Manazar, and a lot of ground races that were incited to resist the conservatives of the shore, including the dwarf, the people of the Acupoint, and even the Grey Dwarf. Actina seized a large-scale blood sacrifice of conservatives, and forcing the rebellion of the Slave Legion to launch a huge attack. The momentum was overwhelming. And what was even more amazing was that the spider goddess seemed to have given a divine assist. And at this point in time, even the most basic divine arts were not issued. The mistresses had no power to suppress the opposition forces in their own families, let alone further control the slave army. The liberation war went unexpectedly smoothly. In just 2 weeks, 7 major cities in Jwar were liberated. There were more than 10,000 people who were killed. And it was twice the number of this number that confronted Maine. As we all know, Azure can control at least 10 slaves. In the case of each other's common goals, the liberation forces played a combat power beyond the normal level. When there was no way to escape in the underground world, many conservative drow chose to open the portal in desperation and escape to the spider park in the bottomless abyss. However, under the coordination of the spider goddess, most conservative Jur was attacked by the local giant spider as soon as he arrived. On the occasion of despair, there are more Jur jumping loyal ministers and faith in Maine. For a time, Maine Jur became the mainstream of Jur. And according to incomplete statistics, it accounted for more than 60%. This is outrageous. On land, Ryan also did not stop. The 5 northern provinces of Barbarossa came down. Of course, the newly sealed lords are busy breeding fields, such as directing the people to pioneer the people and the winter wheat. However, in October at this time, there are still 2 months before the extreme cold winter that cannot be sent in the real sense. As a result, Under the encouragement of the physics school, a public two-beast order was released by the Turin Knights. Each orc is rewarded with 5 silver coins. This is the completely injured. Downs directly froze the cold prison glacier and ordered more than 100,000 rangers, led by the Knights of Thailand, to rush towards the far north and launch the most direct massacre against the remaining orcs. At the same time, Matt and Genty formed the Dragon Squad, which was full of evil dragons on the mainland. Originally, such a big move should arouse the reaction of all parties. Now comes the interesting part. What are the bosses of these evil camps doing? I am busy responding to the beacon of your gods. Chapter 480, Everyone has a bright future. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? My family was almost killed, and I was still busy worshipping God. This is the world of Cana, which is higher than human rights. Even if your orcs have 10 million people, they can fall in the eyes of the highest level chiefs and shamans, sacrificing 9.99 million civilians in exchange for the favor of the gods. Isn't it more important than you keep the life of those BXXXH? Only the strongest soldiers are valuable. Other wastes that cannot even work hard work are not qualified to survive. Anyway, middle and lower orcs can be longer than leeks, as long as there are enough hunting grounds. No matter how many orcs can be born. This is the concept of the orcs running through the whole family from top to bottom. The classic weak meat and strong food concept. Moreover, human beings are stupid, and they will enter the great northern place when the winter is approaching. Are they not afraid of damaging the most elite cavalry? If they come to do things, it is impossible to pay the price without paying it, as long as the human elite is too much damage. Next year will be the opportunity to counterattack the orcs. With such ideas running through this idea, the cosmetology of the orcs from top to bottom of the invasion of human travelers seemed very negative. After all, humans are not a large-scale family one after another, and they are scattered into the team to fight and make trouble. How many orcs can they kill? Generally speaking, the situation does develop in the direction they think. The orcs with a decrease in talent and intelligence will never imagine that Ren, who mobilized this attack. Where is he from? From a world of drones dominated by the battlefield. Although a large number of cavalry seem to have no leadership and are fighting on their own in the far north. In fact, every team and squadron has at least 3 devout believers in physics. In addition, Lei was cunning enough to transform part of the far north into a legendary physics land when the orcs were not paying attention. This makes the long-distance communication with physical network support. Anton, don't move forward again. You have a team of 30 people in the north 5 miles in the north. Casa, your men will immediately head 3 miles west to eliminate any traces of Anton's team's retreat. Shanshuan, your ranger force invited to the top of the U-type port. If there is no accident, you can see the Binlet's team on the top of the mountain. One of the commanders, one by one, carried out remote control on the scene at the Killer Master Tari, which was more than 2,000 kilometers away from the scene. On the command seat, the assistants taught by the physics school manipulated a large number of the eyes of the mage flying around on the north of the polar north, and searched the enemy in the way of overlooking the teams below. After this full picture, there is no war-fighting fog at all. Not to mention this accurate command of the team, put in this era of scouting and traveling, waiting for the information to run, and the upload of the battlefield that makes it all relying on the roar. So the situation became very weird for the orcs. Often a team of hunters went out in the morning, and they didn't see people come back in the evening. The next day, I found that things were wrong. When the search forces went out, they could only see the corpses of the family who had been cut their heads. Battle records can be deceiving, but footprints cannot. Judging from the footprints at the crime scene, the number of human rangers in each attack was no more than 20. In many cases, humans fought with fewer people against more. When the angry orc chief sent out anti-hunting troops of 50 or even 100 people to take revenge, they either gained nothing or even the anti-hunting troops were destroyed by the concentrated superior forces of humans. This is very strange. After the benefits incident came from the gods, almost all the orc clan throughout the territory of the north of the world had reported a large number of people in the world. All the orcs were saying that many of their relatives and friends had died, and even a famous warrior had passed away. How much died? No one can say. There is no way. You can't expect the illiterate orcs that are not understood by the addition and subtraction of less than 10, and make a complete statistical report for you? When a large number of Centurion automatically downgraded the 10 husband, the orc chiefs were frightened and began to ask each other's condition in series. How many people have your clan dead? A lot of. How much is it? It's just a lot. The victimized chief's face flushed, and he couldn't explain it for a long time. Where is your hunting ground? That's all right. Oh, that's all right. In the concept of the orcs, as long as the site is still there, the person is dead. Then it is hard. There are more orcs who died in the hands of humans. And there are no major clan fire in winter. Everyone has a mouthful. Pretty good? No orcs aware that the orcs are not cloned. The orcs from birth to growth into a qualified warrior take at least 16 years. The outer layer is busy engaged in the call of the sacrifice to respond to the gods of the orcs. So that the population of the entire ethnic group showed a reduction in the avalanche-type reduction. They only knew that no clan was destroyed because of human attacks. They will not know that this is because a clan was killed only 2. When 3 adults were left, the physics school would prohibit the ride from continuing to attack the clan. It sounds like 2 or 3 adults. When the remaining 2 or 30% of the orc clan, except dozens of so-called warriors, are all old and weak. Even when an adult female orc is difficult to find, the war potential of this clan in the short term tends to 0. In order to avoid their weakness, some clan triggers the clan next door, and then triggers the crisis of the tribe, and deliberately concealed their own war loss. This caused the orc population to completely collapse. As a result, in the case of the upper layer of the orc rushed towards the direction of the destroyer. The rangers, having accomplished their mission, evacuated the far north perfectly before the end of December, when the far north was completely frozen and snow accumulated over a large area. The world often says, war reports can be deceived, and the front will not. In fact, sometimes the front will deceive people, and the war reports will not. When tens of thousands of travels gathered in the northernmost northern provinces in the northern provinces, watching the first orcs of the opponent's car in one car, everyone knows. Fortune. The corner of the orc's mouth has huge teeth, and it cannot be replaced with the first level of other pan-human camp races. At a glance, I knew it was an orc. The expressionless representative of the physical school numbly counted the harvest of these rangers. After each inspection, they would throw a large number of nitrate-coated orc heads into a huge pit, burn them with fire, and then crush them completely to prevent these things from being coveted by the undead wizards. This time, the orcs did not need to have a civil war. 99% of the human travelers returned safely, and they also made a lot of money to go home for the new year. Everyone has a bright future. Chapter 481. This is God's War. In the past 2 months, how many orcs have been killed in the battle of the extreme northern? Except for a master of lay, who uses systematics, no second person in this world knows the total. Renan even had a time to greedy too, and he reported more about the former assistant, who dared to give more money here to receive more money here. Ren originally thought that the practice of cutting the other person's population can only take effect on the mentally handicapped race of the orc. In fact, he found that he had overestimated the Zhuor, who was known for his high IQ and high conspiracy ability. When the main mother who believed in the spider goddess could no longer dominate the earth world, and they jumped loyal ministers to become main Zhuor, they worked more than Ryan. In addition to turning their knives on their former compatriots, the backward diehards today, the drow who have changed their ways to become loyal subjects, have also performed all kinds of incredibly strange operations, such as strictly prohibiting the continued enslavement of other races by Akdina. This is okay. A lot of former mother-in-law has changed the slavery to their fellow citizens. You don't want Lady Akdina to find out that you haven't completely believed in Marn. Do you? Everyone is equal to everyone. Eliminating slavery. And a pile of former mother-in-law faith in private. And it is still very played. Even human countries have found that the female who is poisoned by an idiot was thrown into the slave market for auction. The tube is dark, and sometimes the nobles are novel. Then, driven by the high auction gold, the wealth church of the headquarters was lost to the industry, and the high price reward was issued for the old-fashioned gorge. This in turn stimulates the bold adventurer team to join Main Zhuor's lineup and cooperate with Main Zhuor to attack conservatives. Originally, the underground was a paradise for dark races. When the physics school used a large number of magic eyes, the eyes of the mage, like supporting the Barbarossa riding to support these human adventurers from the ground, increased the fruits like a snowball. Also, after more than 2 months of fierce fighting, the once unknown Akdina can now proudly report to Ryan. Reporting to Lord Tesla, there are no more organized conservative drow in the underground world. We will cooperate with the adventurer team to ensure that there will be no more conservative drow organizations with more than 50 members on the Chaos continent. However, please take care of the abyss. Ren passed away by Actina. He knew that the biggest traitor of the Dark Elves had nothing to do with the bottomless abyss of a lot of Spider Goddess believers. There are three basic investors of the Spider Goddess. The Dark Elf Zhu, which is the main force, is now considered to be clean by Renan's intention or unintentional disaster. If his old man really returns, he will definitely be injured on the level of faith because of lack of believers. The other two are fallen elves and high-intelligence spiders. The number of the fallen is not too large. After all, there has been a 100-year window, and the elves have almost wiped out all the traitors long ago. The only thing that is difficult to deal with is the highly intelligent spiders. In theory, the 66th layer of the bottom of the abyss is the Earth God Kingdom of the Spider Goddess. That's right. This is just theoretically. Before the end of the FA, the Spider Goddess also knew that he had a good thing. Putting the kingdom of God on other planes would probably be attacked by the hostile god. He settled his kingdom in the bottomless abyss that he was unwilling to get involved, and mixed with many demon lords. The 66th level surface is overlapped, and it looks like a large net. During the peak of the goddess, this was another sense of difficult attack. That's all old yellow calendar. The entire 66th floor disappeared, as the Spider Goddess disappeared in the last era. And a large number of spider believers also disappeared. Now there are only a large number of giant spiders living in adjacent 65 and 67 layers, according to those mother-in-law who jumped to Maine. If time was put in a century ago, the average IQ of the magic spider is much higher than the current 2 layers of magic spiders. Nowadays, people's IQ is generally low. Most of the magic spiders only have the most basic original hunting instincts. Most of them will not weave giant nets. They only understand the most primitive way. For example, they suddenly rush out in the sand piles. They suppress the enemy with horrible huge cheek limbs. Even toxins are not used. Too many magic spiders lack enough IQ to communicate with Shore. So that the magic spider, who can perfectly understand the main mother's command, has become a rare color. And it is also regarded as the messenger of the Spider Goddess. Conversely, this also shows a decline. Since when did even a demon spider with a bit of intelligence become a rare commodity? In the Spider Goddess frequently sanctified, he gave all kinds of blessings and the age of God. As long as his magic, those huge and stunned spiders immediately turned into the most loyal and powerful guardian of the Spider Church. Now, the natural defects of the other party made Ren make a very adventurous move. One day at the end of October, the earth without the 65th floor of the bottom abyss was as hot as ever. Unless it was a demon with a considerable degree of flame resistance. Any foreign existence would not say that when you encountered the demon or magic spider, just standing on this red land, it was easy to be baked and mature. It seemed like an ordinary day, but the chaotic sky suddenly cracked. This strange scene attracted the attention of a large number of demon spiders around. Without any precursor, the sky suddenly raised the light rain. This is normal in the Kashua mainland. It is generally high, and it is almost a bottomless abyss with fire resistance. This is simply uncomfortable. Hundreds of demon spiders as big as a house stood silently in the increasingly heavy rain. And the rain stirred up a layer of mist on their dark bodies covered with sharp thorns. The frost element that exudes the cold atmosphere is turned into waves, extending waves in the direction in all directions. The cold breath of the cold atmosphere is mighty. The fire elements of all corners of the plain are dead. And there is a sudden storm and more hail weather everywhere. No matter what, the frost element sprayed out in the strange crack collide with the flame element in the seat, and then supported the more powerful space cracks. A large number of huge ice cones and ice thorn constituted a huge forest that looked like ice sculpture at the junction of this human and devil. As more frost elements gushed out from the cracks, the biting cold wind seemed to be about to drive away the hot air and become the dominant force on this layer. Purgatory magic spiders, which were unable to adapt to the extremely cold temperature, began to die in large quantities. These magic spiders, who do not have cast capacity, have no way for such large-scale elements. This is the result of not having the blessing of the Spider Goddess. Without a strong layer master, the field can no longer be protected. In this way, when Ren or active, or secretly dealing with the orcs in Dell, when Bishop Antonio asked his master to seek opinions, the former bishop sighed deeply. Child, this is the god of war. Ah! Chapter 482. Do not refuse from those who do not enter vs. Why did the commercial war dare to poison the koi in front of the opponent's shaman? It's because they have the state machinery to suppress them. So they dare not poison their opponents. As long as there is no limit to the hostile methods and means, then physically destroying the enemy is undoubtedly a good way. Retired Archbishop Hibbert sighed, for those gods who are deified by faith. It is a great blow to eliminate their believers from the root, because it means that the income of the power of faith of the god will be greatly reduced. But? Antonio was a little confused. I know what you want to ask. Of course, gods will store a lot of divine power in their own kingdoms. But that is under normal circumstances. Now, it seems to me that all gods are not in the right state. At least, they don't have enough power. If the war between gods reaches the point where the kingdoms of gods are blasting against each other, then the winner has actually been decided. Antonio was shocked. He understood that the teacher's intention was that in the conventional divine battle, the affairs that directly dismantled the opponent's kingdom would only happen between the opponents with very different strength comparisons. In most cases, the two sides would engage in a long war of attrition, destroying each other's messengers and believers, cutting off the other side's source of faith power, and then consuming the other side's accumulated divine power. Former bishop continued, now that Ren is used by Tesla, it is undoubtedly a very high-end god war. He takes advantage of the opponent's unsuccessful and decisively launching a destruction of the enemy of the pan-human camp. If I am the master of the orcs, I will find that the orcs on the mainland will be almost killed. Ah! In that case, isn't this equivalent to the physics school waging a war against both the orcs and the drow at the same time? Even though the drow and orcs were relatively small pantheons, they each had 6 or 7 gods before the end of the law. Ryan took action without informing other Orthodox religions, which was undoubtedly an extremely bold and even arrogant move. Hibbert sighed. This is the cleverness of Lord Tesla. All churches on the mainland have actually lost the blessing of God. Only the physics school is a foreign god. Even if he does not know what the reason why Lord Tesla has not ignited the fire in the world so far, he has used the way to attack the orcs in Jur. Antonio understands. Don't think that Ryan was so arbitrary and launched the attack on his own. That's because other sects simply couldn't cooperate with him. What he did was in the interests of all races and sects in the entire panhuman camp. First, each family was unable to spare any effort. And second, the major Orthodox churches would not only not stop it, but were willing to share the blame with the physics school, cut the orcs to help the Barbarossa Empire, and then help the Cavalier's goddess. To fight against the Drow is to fight against the underground races, to fight against the demons, and to help the Baroque Empire and the Church of Light. Each family must appreciate this. Just like that, when all races and sects were making it their highest mission to perform shaman tricks, Ryan quietly completed the epic weakening of the two major races, the orcs and the drow. If there is still no reaction from the orcs by the beginning of next spring, it is possible that Barbarossa will launch a further northern expedition to wipe out all the orc clans whose population has already been drastically reduced. 3 months passed, and the gods still didn't say a word. As a result, some active charlatans began to create their own miracles to attract more believers. But the big guys knew clearly that something big must have happened to the gods. It was under such circumstances that Tesla Magic Academy began to recruit the 4th batch of 3rd-generation disciples in a very low-key manner. Expand enrollment. Or expand enrollment. We will recruit 500 government-funded students and 500 assistants each. Moreover, this time's enrollment is significantly different from previous ones, in that the tuition for self-funded students is reduced to 1/3, and there is no longer a promise of guaranteed success. What's going on? Various nobles sent inquiries. It was only then that Downs stepped forward and said, "My teacher, Ryan Tesla, left the academy nearly a month ago and headed for the outer palace of the demon Neg goddess." Big guys? In fact, there was nothing wrong with the timing. Ryan left quietly after launching the War of Gods and achieving a decisive victory. But this is more outrageous in the ears of the nobles. Have you heard? When Ryan Tesla was not at the academy, he led 2 wars between gods. One killed millions of orcs, and the other wiped out the old school of drow who believed in the spider goddess. I heard. It really is the most ruthless god in the world. What do you mean by cruel? Don't talk nonsense. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. The school of physics is one of the orthodox religions. I heard that he made the plan and left 3 months ago. Ah! Doesn't that mean that just a few second-generation disciples can accomplish the feat of exterminating the clan? That's how amazing it is. I say that Lord Don Quixote will definitely be deified in the future. The nobles were not deliberately derogated. The main Ren's record was too outrageous. And no one had long regarded him as a man. The so-called evidence is that they still have no children. After seeing the embarrassing situation of the Orthodox Church, the nobles subconsciously wanted to cling to the super thigh of the physical school. This has made Towns very annoyed recently. I said, I want to devote everything to physics. I have no intention of getting married. Even if I do get married, Master will have to come back and personally give the order to marry me. Towns decisively passed the blame to his own master. There is no way. His green first love fantasies have been completely broken the filter because of the snobbishness of a certain nobleman. After that, Downs cannot say that he is not close to women. He can only say that he has no thoughts about getting married. He and Harry reached an offensive and defensive alliance. If we must have a political marriage, then we'll leave it to Master. If Master says it's okay, we'll get married. Otherwise, just accept a pink envelope. Isn't that nice? That's right. Compared with the oil and salt of most second-generation disciples, the little fat man Nucha only accepted the maid. The approach of the coming person also made the nobles a bit difficult to win. It's hard to do. Everyone knows that the physics school is a real thigh. But this thigh is becoming increasingly difficult to hold. Can't help but 99% of the aristocrats in the world began to mutter Sophia and Margaret. These two girls really walked away. On the other side, in a place that no one else can go, Ryan faces the biggest challenge of his life. Chapter 483 Exploration. It has been more than a year since I crossed this world. The most afraid of the fantasy world is the stuff that he can't explain the science before passing through. Go to the outer space can only be transmitted. Seriously, he has gone through a lot of things to transmit this code. So he has never tried so tossing. In fact, Ryan does not understand such exquisite stuff. The system judged him, and he could not correct it. Dizzy. No one tells me that after this outer space, there will be a period of time and space tunnel flying in the turbulence of time and space. Ryan looked at himself in the system's vision and wanted to die. In his visual observation, he looked like a thin paper with a thickness of 2 centimeters, and then like a 300-pound fat man. The strange feeling from the whole body is really like being rubbed and flattened. Fortunately, he had the legendary physique. Otherwise, he estimated that he would have died here just from this journey through time and space. He didn't know what the other FAE who had seen it at the beginning had experienced, and he could only guess that they must not have this experience. In the end, I can only say that the system thinks that he is doing. He is really doing. As for suffering, it is another matter. It seemed to spit out yesterday's dinner, and Renan panting a lot after arriving. After silently releasing 2 shadow steel golems as guards, Ryan finally had the mood to look at the scene in front of him. It's okay not to look at it. In the darkness not far away, an extremely exaggerated soil element surged. Ren stood in a small space without more than a 40-person classroom, watching the mudslides that were hundreds of meters wide and filled with small corridors, and were flowing in front of them less than 100 meters in front of them. It is definitely not wonderful to have a feeling of pouring mountain mud. However, there are no sounds, and even no movement like a sense of shock, because he and the corridor where the mudslide occurred were not on the same plane at all. The scene before me was so strange. The small spaces of the Tianyuan place are not continuous, but are hovering at all corners of Ren's vision like a debris floating. As for how to walk through these planes, or go directly to the void and arrive at the Grand Cavalier's Lusian's Palace of Magic Net, no one knows. Seeing this scene, Ryan couldn't help but frown. Not far from the mudslides located in the other plane, the waves alone were full of 7 or 8 meters high. Wherever it passed, everything was submerged by the earth element. It was simply not something that an ordinary legendary warrior could resist. Once it is involved in the mudslides, it won't stop the pressure of this mudslide. Ryan cast his gaze to another dimension on his left. There was a group of large fireballs falling from the sky, falling on the glacier, and instantly swallowed those water elements of the triangle humanoid. Under the attack of water and fire, the water of water was instantly turned into ashes. The terrible flame spread on the ice, and even Ren didn't have to listen to it, and it could make up the flames to make a sound. The glacier melts layer by layer, revealing a strange and black rock layer below. I don't know if these limestone is obvious that these rocks that have been frozen for many thousands of years have begun to turn into lava in the flames, and white water vapor rises, rising the limit height of the place. And then the vision of Ronnie's is blurred. Just as Ren kept looking at the surrounding environment, he suddenly noticed the change above his head. He hurriedly looked up and watched a huge figure that slid silently from his head. It was a plane. Frozen plane. The huge ice cubes obviously sealed a wooden warship of nearly 100 meters. The three-layer gun deck and the towering stern of the huge ship are like a living maritime museum. On its deck, a large number of human skeletons dressed in classical costumes are frozen there. Because they were in different planes, Ryan's perception was unable to function. He could only observe with his naked eyes, watching the giant icy ship slide over his own plane and disappear into the space storm in the distance. This is too outrageous. Renians can imagine why those legendary strong men who came to check the situation a century ago would choose to give up. Space magic is the exclusive field of Fae. At that time, all Orthodox mage fart. What are the remaining punishments? Warlocks and the like have not been trained by Orthodox space. He came here as a warlock, and he was blind. In addition to this space, only the size of the classroom is relatively stable. It is full of unstable space structures, and then large and small are considered to be the plane of the microplane in size. So it seems to be hovering near this space irregularly. The only thing that can be determined is the center of the Ren's vision. It is only 3 or 4 kilometers away, and it is still exuding a soft tactics glory. The key point is that in the case of spatial discontinuity, the so-called visual 3 or 4 kilometers is absolutely inaccurate. If you are not careful, you will step into the turbulence of time and space, be torn into pieces, and die without a burial place. Ryan wanted the fat boy Noka to predict a perfect passage, such as one that was safe and fast. Unfortunately not. After so long, Ren had summarized it. The boy's prediction was limited to the first perspective he had witnessed. Ren tried to announce the adventure with Nucha to try to see if he could have something to predicted this adventure. And the result was nothing to see. Renan understands that Norka's kid's physique can't carry the transmission of the first stage. And no one can die here. Of course, it is impossible to use what the so-called first visual prediction. It's troublesome. It seems that I can only rely on myself. And I can't go back for a while. Thanks to the advancement of the magical level of space, the space storage bags have long been available. It has been covered with water and food that can be used for several months. Ren is not panicked. He was stationed here, quietly observed the motion trajectory of each microplane, and let the system record it to see if the rules could be found in the running trajectory. The method is stupid, and the victory is stable enough. Chapter 484. Give me a pivot. As a physical sense, Ren enjoys within 300 meters in the radius of the place where he stands. All default to the legendary physics place. The premise is not to obstruct stronger divine power. On this basis, Renan can constantly call the college's magic pond most of the time. Unfortunately, in the strange world that is not continuous in this space, the system is a bit bad enough. It is not that magic supply is broken, but is broken. That intermittent situation. Even if the Ren system has the automatic breakpoint continuation function, Ren is afraid that the system will suddenly collapse. This situation made Ryan's actions more cautious. During the 1-week observation process, Ren did not stop using the power of his own mage tower to erode the surrounding space. The power of the legendary physics place has long been filled between the small heaven and earth. And then the strength spreads through the spatial cracks on the small plane to continuously erode more plots. This is a very long process that requires patience. Whenever there is subsequent magic power coming, Ryan will expand the scope of the legendary physical land again. It can be said that the 4 elements of small planes with small planes are integrated with the legendary physics place to produce the effects of opening and expanding the field. In these planes, Ren is the highest existence. A series of microplanes that have been visually fragmented. A cluster of long lines of each node are formed in the eyes of Ren. In just 7 days, Ren found the road that had gone through the gate of the temple. After making all preparations, Ryan moved forward quickly with 2 shadow steel golems. With the magic and the agile blessing of nearly 20 o'clock, Ryan's fast speed made the surrounding scene seem to automatically indent him from far and near. He flashed past the elemental creatures that emerged from some small planes. If someone looked at him from a bird's eye view at this moment, they would think that he was a point in this illusory starry sky that continuously leaped forward, forming a winding silver line that eventually approached the gate of the temple. It is like a trapped lightning through the void, pointing directly to the direction of the temple of the magic net. Then, Ren was stunned. He saw a human corpse that had been air-dried. Judging from the torn rope, he is probably a very powerful legendary warlock. He died in the most theoretically closest to the goal, just on a rock wall at his hand. He etched such a line of fire in the element, there was no way at all. Although Huehong's huge temple door looks like Renin. He can even clearly count on this 24-meter high exaggerated blue door. How many golden door like golden door like golden door like golden door is said? The warlock is right. This is not the road. You can see it. You can't touch it. There is a sad space barrier between Ren and the main entrance of the temple. The thickness of this barrier is enough to fail all transmission. Obviously, this is a trap. The goddess of the magic net set the temple on the outer level of the outer level. At the same time, in order to prevent the death of the goddess of death, the goddess of the head was sent to invade. And such a space trap was deliberately set up, as if it should be with Ren's self. There are several huge element channels that are about 30 football fields as small planes, and a large amount of frost element began to flow in. If Ren is just an ordinary legendary mage, he will be over this time. He is not ordinary at all. As the absolute ruler of the land beneath its feet, the legendary physical land responded to Ryan's order. Tens of thousands of tons of earth elements suddenly rose from the flat ground, forming a huge hill at a speed visible to the naked eye, blocking the entrances of the elemental passages like a blind spot, and supporting the original entrance, refusing to close the door and beat the dog. This allows Ren to exit this trap space indifferently. Huh? Ren vomited a long breath. Sure enough, this way is not easy. Back to the original starting point. Ryan decided to expand the search range, no longer within those small planes, but to transform his willpower into a beam of thought in a single direction. Like a tentacle, flexibly exploring the void, Ryan bared his teeth. He couldn't hold it. It is a bit exaggerated. The small flat plane just used as a trap is actually the door to the temple. Yes, the powerful goddess of the magic net back then actually blocked the entrance of the temple that she used as a forward base with a small plane that was about the size of 30 football fields. If she didn't open up this plane, outsiders couldn't get in. Ren almost wanted to eat the keys to his guests for the Cavaliers of Luzian. Do you have such a big battle? You are in the heart. You must not go in. Right? Rao is no matter how good you are. At this moment, you can't help scolding. He really felt like a dog. In fact, Ren basically sentenced himself to the failure of this exploration. Of course, he could comfort himself that this was not the only way for him to become a god. After all, the goddess of the demonic web was a god who had clearly fallen in that catastrophe. And her defeat just proved that her path was wrong. To put it another way, Ryan could go back and continue to mess with that fragment of chaos godhead. Theoretically, as long as he got that thing, washed it into physics exclusive, and reached a PY deal with the world will to obtain a formal priesthood, he could become a glorious, weakest god of weak power. Red is not reconciled. He Renla. Is this appropriate? This is inappropriate. Come here. How can there be the truth of empty-handed back? I can accept the fact that I am a black hand, but I can't accept that I have rolled back without even seeing the boss. Even if this is a grave robbing, I can dig a hole in the tomb. Looking at the micro and small planes that are constantly moving with a fixed trajectory, lay people were galloping. Try it. If you are a big deal, you will die. After saying that, Ryan took out a very thick and long stick from his crotch. No. From the system. The 4-meter-long crowbar. Ask you if you are afraid? Trying hard to recall Archimedes' famous saying, "Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the whole earth." Ryan let out a long breath, as a latecomer standing on the shoulders of giants. I don't ask this crowbar to overturn the earth or move Chaos Continent. I just want to pry a microplane. Is that not too much? As an extraordinary person with a legendary constitution, Ring can live in theoretically. The physical space can live for a long time. Chapter 485 Don't want to see good. If it is a vacuum near the earth, it hurts too much. There is no atmospheric layer of protection. Extreme cold and ultra-high temperature are pediatrics. And there are poor pressure, space radiation, and unlucky, unbeknownst to the people on Earth, the Earth is actually hit by thousands of meteorites of various sizes every day. Thanks to the atmosphere, it dissipates most of the meteorite fragments in the atmosphere. In vacuum, Ren can only rely on himself. I don't know whether I am lucky or this place is just like that. It seems that this vacuum is a bit too quiet. Except for small planes as small as a classroom, and as large as a hill moving along predetermined trajectories. This outer space is so quiet that it makes people panic. And there are no asteroid belts or meteorite groups to be seen. Renan's control of his extraordinary elements restricted the best current into a 100-meter-long electric whip and played a hook. Z. The sound was only passed on the range of his control of the wind. And when he arrived in the vacuum, it was silent. He manipulated thunder to pull his body, and finally came to the classroom-level microplane he had where he was. If there are more than a dozen planes in front of him, they are arranged like a large beta type. They wrap around a huge arc and extend to the medium-sized plane of the theory of the magic temple. Even without the goddess's blessing, this temple still emits a soft blue glow powered by unknown magic. The system assessed that this was a wide-area magic shield, and the only entrance was the main door that was blocked by that small plane. The problem now is that I don't think I have that ability to pry the last position. One of the 30 football fields of the football field, which weighs less, is based on 100,000 tons. No one knows what the soil density is, and how much the volume is. Everything is just an attempt. And we should try our best. Ren didn't know that when he was fighting, a bunch of big brothers on the mainland showed his decline to him. In the distant southeast of the Carrick Empire, the swamps of the lizardmen inhabit. And then 1,000 miles southeast, there is this virgin forest that looks endless and lush. One of the towering trees, with less 500 meters high, is shaking in the cold wind. The canopy of this tree is strange, and 1/3 of the place remains tender green. But it is gradually dried in other places. As an ancient tree that is worshipped by the elves as a god tree, it should not have such a performance. Just on this ancient tree, in a huge tree palace built by the brick and wood structure, a group of long-eared creatures wearing pink and blue gorgeous robes are whispering. If Renins are here, seeing their iconic long ears and thin body shapes, they must recognize them as elves without difficulty. The elves of the cow's world are generally slightly shorter than humans. About 1 meter 5 to 1 meter and 6 or 5. On the throne composed of the green vine, she is sitting with an elegant elven woman. The center of her coral with a vine crown is inlaid with a simple and elegant sapphire. With her beautiful face, it can be described as complimentary. The wind blowing into the tree palace between the treetops made her rolling gently with a water blue robe. And there was a feeling of being fascinating. Looking at the female general, who was saluting to herself, she said, "Report, Leah." "Yes, His Majesty, Queen Galano." This female general named Leah cleared her throat. "The latest news. The legendary master of the physics school, Renesla, has set off a month ago to the outer palace of the goddess of the magic net." At this time, the elven queen's golden eyebrows hugged. "Oh!" This Ren finally revealed his greedy scene. The old man who spoke on his right hand was standing. "Consultant, your view is?" Queen turned to ask the old woman. Advisor Lyatton hunched over, his eyes emitting light. As an outer god, Ryan Tesla says he wants to fight against evil. But he's not really like that. Humph! He wants to get enough fragments of the godhood before the gods return and become the true god of this world. The female general refuted. "We never look at what people say. Just look at him what to do. In any case, he severely hit our enemy Jur and the orcs. This is an indisputable fact." Lyandon scoffed. "The enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend. It can also be an enemy." The queen waved his hand. "Human beings are vulgar and can be greedy. He has this kind of performance. I only care about whether he can get the power of the goddess of the magic net." "Impossible," Lyatton said firmly, "after the Dharma ending age. Except for the Pan-Human Alliance. All races secretly sent adventure teams there. I was a member of the adventure team at that time. The last level is the Cliff of Space. The end of time. Unless Ryan can use his divine power to move an entire small plane, he will be like us and can't even get in the door." "God's power?" The queen's eyebrows had a sorrow that could not be opened. The female general Leah said deeply, "Although the physics school has attracted a lot of mortals, the power given by it can only be called magic. And there is a difference from qualitative. Magic and divine arts have a qualitative difference in the world of Cana. Generally speaking, any use of elements and arcane power can be called magic. Divine art is often more advanced, because the magic uses the high magic of the supernatural jurisdiction of a god, and the divine art is a reflection of some degradation of the law of the world." After Leah said this, the queen understood. Forget it. Tesla can't get the priesthood and be officially deified before the gods return anyway, so it won't have any impact on our elves. We should give priority to providing the coordinates to the elven gods. Let our patron saint return in advance. This is our top priority. Yes. The elven collective promises below. The elves, which are relatively close to the physics school in the position, are all like this. Countless devils and demon lords secretly cursed Ryan. You also want to peek at the authority of the magic net? What, we can't do that here. Why can you do it? To tell the truth, they also feel that Ronnie's is actually possible. But the demon is a demon. The tube is a devil or a devil. They cursed Ren in the biggest maliciously in case Ren is not a genuine outer domain, but a lucky hybrid? Anyway, scolding. How much their blasphemy can affect a person at the level of destiny. If it is a real human, try it, and you won't lose any meat. No one knows. Just in the outer space. The plane moves. Chapter 486, the real entry. The concept of Tianyuan place should be the delusion of the earth. This is common sense in the world of cows. Rin doesn't know what kind of material is the so-called outer wall of the plane. Is it soft like cotton or hard like iron? This is something that the cows has never experienced it. All ancient books rotten all ancient books. And no one will tell him what is going on with the outer wall of the so-called square space. When Ren in the void looked at the small plane, it had a ridiculous feeling. As if it was not a plane with only one classroom size, but a huge plane. The planes were full of holes, and vast, vertical and vast. Any elements in the outer world could directly penetrate into this ball-like microplane. When he shook his head sharply, he found that the microplane in front of him looked no different from just now. If you bombard directly with elements, will it be collected by this microplane? With such a question, Ren really did it. Sure enough, when the ice arrow passed, the small sphere had no response. And even the most basic vibration was not. However, when Ryan gently put the 4-meter-long leverage, a miracle happened. There was no absorption, nor any terrible reaction force. This classroom-sized microplane actually had a slight collision with the lever. Duang. Of course, there would be no sound in the void. Ryan made up this wonderful sound in his own mind. There's hope. The spiritual exciting Ren tried to promote the plane with Akumen's leverage. Cough. An embarrassing scene happened. Although Lei made a fierce style and fire element in his back, attempting to promote such a small microplane in an ejection manner. The cruel fact told him that he was only pushed away. Even though this small plane is floating in the air, it is still firmly locked in this space coordinate by some mysterious force, without any change. This, fortunately, no one saw the embarrassment of Lei at this moment. Otherwise he would pick up. See the ghost. And the void can even have 3 rooms and 1 living room. Ren, who calmed down again, claimed countermeasures. Fulcrum. 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 It seemed like a lightning split in the sea of inspiration. I can't do that fulcrum by myself. Not equal to other planes. In the horizon of Ren's spiritual sea, the microplanes of the fixed laws and trajectories are the opportunity he found before. Now it has a different meaning in the viewing perspective. The mysterious smile on the corner of Ren's mouth. Okay. I use one plane as a fulcrum. And to leverage another fulcrum. How should you deal with it? The 2 planes were not short. And it was about an hour. However, when Ren inserted the sanctuary crowbar to the middle of the 2 planes and attempted to change the direction of the 2 microplane movement, he lived again. Right. Archimedes once said that if he was given a fulcrum, he could move the earth. Can the crowbar do not need strength on the other end? Ryan himself does not have enough power. No. I didn't. It's not equal to it. Ren put his eyes on another holy relic, Newton's apple. When he placed the slightly shriveled apple on the other end of the crowbar and activated its power, the classroom-sized micro-dimension finally responded. Since it is a special relic of gravity, it can of course achieve the effect of activating the crowbar by strengthening the gravity between the apple and the microplane. Moved. At first it was a loss, and the distance between the 2 microplanes changed so much that even the naked eyes could be clearly seen. At this moment, Ren was not fighting alone. As if in the medium, the hero of the Archimeda is presented behind Ren. As the magic power transmitted from the body, and the magic pool was consumed like a river pouring out. This crowbar lever, that was only 4 meters long, actually pried open the second microplane. Oh! Ren couldn't help but exclaimed. This kind of 4 or 2 pounds. As if using a small fishing rod to catch the exaggerated visual shock of a whale. Make every cell of Ren's body tremble because of extreme excitement. At the same moment, a profound knowledge responded from the void. At that moment, Ryan seemed to understand the meaning of this world having no stars and planets, but only small planes with independent atmospheric space. All this information was quite vague, and it was just a story that happened in an instant. It was as if in that brief pause, his thoughts were fragmented, and he could only feel that he had somehow entered a completely new realm. But in the blink of an eye, he returned to the state of just a legendary strongman. This, regardless of the hazy feeling just now, the fact that the microplane in front of me changed its trajectory was indeed happening. Ryan watched intently as the first classroom-sized plane left the planned trajectory and collided with the second plane. It was a subtle feeling like playing billiards. I am only responsible for strong in the first pole. The rest is left to miracle. Even with the system's calculation, Ren still failed to calculate what would happen next. The first is the first classroom size. It seems to use the game industry the most authentic physical engine. It just rots and flew out all the way, without signs of stopping at all. I wonder if it will one day fly to the end of the stars. The second is the second place. It seems that when the two planes bump, all the kinetic energy is transmitted to it. This angle was too accurate, so that Ren was a little doubtful. Is this what I got? Without waiting for Ren's reaction, it seems that there is a mysterious power driving the second plane to make it accelerate into the third larger plane, followed by the third, fourth, fifth. One of the planes is like a domino card. How much kinetic energy is generated when the first plane of the pipe tube is hit? They are like a chain hit Newton surgery, which has died and transmitted the kinetic energy. This can't be Newton's cradle. The so-called Newtonian swing is to hang a few iron balls of the same length and volume, with the same length rope in the air. Pull the edge iron ball, and hit another iron ball. The power transmission that consumes very little will make the outermost iron ball on the other side of the other side. But this scene obviously subverted Ren's cognition. Suddenly, Ren heard the sound. Boom, boom, boom. In Ren's eyes stunned. Except for the smallest plane just flying away. The remaining 11 planes formed an oblique ladder that looked like a right hook, and extended to the magic temple. The above planes are lit, like the indicator of the aircraft runway. Renin finally realized that the door of this damn temple was not at the original place, but on. The previous 12 planes were all at stairs. Chapter 487. Ren was stunned, and he didn't realize it until then he realized. The original road was not a way. It was just a fatal trap that attracted the risk of mortal adventure. The real road is not meant for people to walk on. A plane is a step. Without the divine power to move planes, you are not worthy of being a visitor. 12 stairs are for the arrival of the most willing guests. At all, he did not let the 12 planes hit a serial impact. But as long as he moved the first microplane, the 12 planes would be put together to make this most shocking staircase according to the scheduled trajectory. This feeling is like walking in a lock-up maze who can't find the exit. When a void crack appears in front of you, and shows the light of hope at the end. The miracle of mountains and rivers is doubtful. Lu Donhua's village again is so sudden in your heart. Interesting. At this time, Ren turned to look at the first plane flying to the distance. He couldn't help but sting his teeth. This flying plane. Wouldn't you hit something that should not be smashed? In an instant, Ryan gave up the idea. How is the outer space vast? How can it be so easy to hit who else? This chance is to play over low altitude with a fighter, just to make a fish jumping on the water. It is almost difficult to kill it. What a joke. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this point, Ren was so peaceful with 2 shadow steel statues, embarked on the ladder that made it to welcome the guests. When Ren's feet touched the second plane as the second place as the ladder, the weird things happened again. For a while, they were surrounded by a fog. The light of the 2 colors of white and blue seemed to have some kind of inquiry. Ren suddenly, he pulled out the invitation from the Cavalier's Luzian to him. The fog fell back in a short time. Instead of a series of bright stars, Ren exposed his expression, and he suddenly felt that the goddess of the magic net was also a tasteful guide before his death. He stepped lightly onto the plane stairs, feeling a subtle sense of rebound under his feet, which allowed him to be bounced from one step to the second step in one step, with the momentum of covering 100 meters in one step. He easily reached the real door. It was a huge disc, which said that there were 30 meters in diameter. Looking down from the sky, the entire platform is a huge holy emblem. In the middle of the platform is a red mist flowing out from the center, surrounded by 6 blue and white stars. 6? What Ren remembered. He slowly opened the box given to him, by the Cavaliers Lusian. At a glance, there was a blue-white metal base star relief. No need to do something. A while of light lit. The stars in the box flew out, and it became bigger and embedded in an inconspicuous groove. 7 stars return. The soft red light began on the platform. A slight sense of shock came from the feet, and the platform began to sink slowly. Woo, a strange buzzing sound came into my ears. Originally, this should have been some kind of welcome song, but it was as if a music box was missing a few notes in the middle, resulting in a large number of discontinuities, resulting in an extremely strange song. Looking around, this is a typical medium-sized plane. It is about 5 kilometers radius spheres. The inner side is an outlook of the starry sky. Unfortunately, due to a certain kind of fatal lack, the sky curtain has collapsed a lot. At a glance, nothing is dark. There were turbid clouds floating in the plane. Like rotten cotton. They were like cotton candies covered with a lot of dust, suspended lifelessly in the air, looking out from the slowly descending platform, until the end of the field of vision, as if the entire sky is shrouded in such a cloud. Seeing this so-called inside of the temple, Ren felt a strong sense of depression. Is this what it feels like to rob a tomb? Ryan laughed at himself. Isn't it a huge grave? The eyes are full of collapse and disability, and even the far away in the distance should be extremely brilliant. The appearance is a bit like the majestic temple of the ancient Greek Barden Temple. With the further reduction of the height, Renians can clearly see the rune stones that are quite artistic on the earth, and the magic array line that is no longer shiny. It is not difficult to calculate when the outer plane god temple is the most glorious. How flourishing the magic civilization here. Sadly, everything fell into silence. Originally Ren was prepared for archaeology alone. Just as the disc-shaped platform he was on was about to completely descend to the ground, he saw a moving presence. A pink cat. To be precise, it is an unknown cat-shaped object standing like a doll suit and standing in a human form. When the platform stopped, it bowed deeply at Ren and opened the standard human language. Welcome, the noble guest designated by the goddess of the magic net. Strange. One by one, Renan made this strange puppet to be prepared to hurt people. And a dozen spells can be instantaneous at any time. Who knows? This pink cat doll-like thing will show a bitter smile to Ren in the next second. Guest. Just make a joke. Please don't do it. I am just a hero who is bound here. At the moment when the former owner falls, I don't know what the spirit I am. Then, please let me go. Ren was really laughed at this product. But the vigilance in his heart did not decrease. He secretly ordered the 2 statues. Whenever the eye had an attack intention, he immediately unloaded 8 pieces. The puppet smiled a little bit about Lin, and immediately made a very classic knee-bending ceremony. My name is Hero. Apollo. If my memory is right, I should be the Ling cat. I don't know why. Hero's self-introduction makes Ren hurt a little. I am Ren Tesla. For the Kazan, I am a person in an outer domain. People? He Roman gave my face with pink-colored furry slap. Sorry. I just don't know if I should use he to describe it. That's not necessary. Hero seemed to sigh, although you come to the invitation of the Cavalier's goddess. It is not the Cavaliers. Presumably, you must come here to inherit the heritage of the goddess of the magic net. Oh, I thought you would swear the relics of the goddess to death. The pink cat shrugged. I have been dead once. Chapter 488, The Tragedy of Retraining. Facing Ryan's doubts, the pink cat raised his hands with both hands, and a memory cloud group that condensed with spiritual power rose from its head. Ryan can see what happened 100 years ago without being connected to this spiritual power, suddenly inflowing the capacity of the magic net. The magic net has obviously appeared overloaded. At this time, the heroes and angels at the scene could no longer feel the will from the goddess of the magic net. Those angels who were proficient in magic instinctively tried to stabilize the magic net, but unfortunately they fell only a few seconds slower than the collapse of the magic net, when the beautiful angels turned into the screaming into a gradually dissipated mental residue. The operation of the entire outer level of the outer planes appeared the most terrible chain explosion. Elements produce explosive sparks when the element channel reverse. The broken film produced when the explosion of the outer wall of the temple. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. And the scene when the heroes dissipate. Obviously, this nightmare-like memory is still entangled with the memory of the pink cat Hiro. Knowing that Red and read his memory, Hiro sighed for a long time. I am not an angel or a heroic spirit under the command of the goddess of the magic network. To be precise, I am just a pet that the goddess occasionally brings back when she comes to the earth. Well, that should be right. I was originally a spirit cat. After my soul was forcibly awakened, it was eventually sealed into this doll-like body. When the goddess got tired of me, I was thrown here as a receptionist. In fact, in the past 500 years, I have only received 3 groups of guests. Ren understands why this product has no good opinion of the goddess of the magic net. In a physical sense, a Meow star who was abandoned by the goddess and ended. When he died, he had to see the house for the goddess. It was strange to have a good temper. Ren is a bit curious. Hilo, are you really responsible for welcome? What else? The pink puppet cat shrugged, showing a speechless expression, and then began to complain like a machine gun. Don't worry about trivial matters. It's not my turn to take care of major matters. Don't get involved in trivial matters. Leave important matters to the expert messengers. Then what's the point of you being here? I originally thought I was just waiting to die. Happy. Ren really never thought that a guardian spirit could be so humorous. He couldn't help but reduce the alertness. But you are dead. This is my sadness. Without the guests, I couldn't even leave more than 100 steps. Even if all the gods and angels were hung up, I still couldn't leave. Oh, if I need your cooperation, what do you want in exchange? Ryan asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, the pink-haired girl knelt down at the speed of light. I beg you, great Lord Tesla, as long as you take me away from here, I will do anything. I haven't even seen a moving thing in the past 100 years. I am really fed up. To say, this pink doll spent 5,000 words to talk crazy how boring it has been in the past century. From counting the number of broken runes in its field of vision to the number of nodes in the magic circle that collapsed. As a lively soul, it did not need to consider the issue of survival. But it could not die. How to kill endless time. This was the most painful thing. Ren's eyebrow jumped. Do I pick it up and go back? On the other hand, it is foreseeable that receiving this product is greatly beneficial to the heritage of the demon. Demon. Okay. I accepted you. If I find that you are too annoying, I will throw you to Taguli as a companion. Tailing? Woohoo! Tall Ling also coincides. Just speak. I can speak. I. Following Hero's instructions, Ryan dug the thing similar to the Lich's life box out of the ground and took it with him. Then he became the owner of this thing. He ordered frankly, I know you are holding it in. Now I don't want to hear your shit from your mouth. Tell me about the situation here. Tesla, are you a great mage? My strength is just legendary for now. Legend? A bit. Hero didn't dare to say, I'm not too sure if you can understand the infrastructure here. Tell me about it. Not to mention, even after the cat's understanding and observation of the past 500 years. After speaking, Renings are so big. There is a kind of beauty that his own physical education teacher is sick. And then, the physical education class has the beauty of the XX family. Highly professional hardware issues such as automatic control and NAND gate, as well as software concepts such as C language from beginner to master, flooded into Ryan's mind. How to say? There is a 3-day exam, and I haven't downloaded the wonderful impression of the app. The dead cat also made up the knife, with the wisdom of the owner of Ren. There is no problem with this degree of knowledge. What else can Ryan say? I understand a little. I understand a little. That's it. Fortunately, he is not one of those chaos natives who only know how to study magic. As an engineering student, don't think 60 points are good as not a pass. College students who can complete the credits required for promotion and do not have to repeat a grade are likely to be eligible for scholarships. It is really not bragging. Even if Ryan Shui is like this, he can still hang on the internet knowledge in terms of online knowledge. Today, all the fails on the Kaaba continent accept him. But it would take more than a day for him to sort out the huge remnants of the magical network here. Whenever he can call the police, he wants to call the police. This thing is still too much for an engineering student. He was desperate for an expert to come and save him. But sadly, the expert turned out to be me. Ryan was completely speechless. He could only calm down and study how much of this thing could be integrated into his own physical network. Ryan really wanted to go back and report his safety to his girl and disciples. But another problem came up, and he couldn't go back for the time being. The space coordinates he had come from became invalid as the classroom-sized microplane left. He wanted to reset the space coordinates here, but found that the entire space had been nailed down by the goddess of the magic net, while those god-level space anchors were still in effect. His only way to leave was to restart the magic net here and open the ancient portal in the temple. Yes! Bubble hard grind. Although he knew that the most brilliant moment of his intelligence would be around the college entrance examination, Ryan had no choice but to go back to school and let the system help him search for the electrical and network knowledge in his mind in order to match it with the damaged magic network system in the temple and repair it. At this moment, Ren didn't know what his disciples gave him a big job. Chapter 489. The Wheel of Fate is still rolling forward. It is dynamic. It is irrelevant. From ancient times to the present, the crushed creatures under this large wheels do not know geometry. Today, maybe a race called Orc. The cat tiredness of the physics school was discovered by the Orc chiefs. Seriously? The hundreds of thousands of people disappear like this. Even if mathematics is worse. After all, it will be back. The chiefs have a combination of the chiefs. And their faces are all iron. On the one hand, there are unreliable Orc gods. A group of jumping gods shouted for a month. Your people are here, and did not get the slightest response. The other side is an imminent crisis of destruction. Even if the shamans are obsessed with worshipping God, the chiefs finally have a few brains. Go back to a whole collection in his own clan and immediately find that it is wrong. In the past, the clan square, which was full of dwellings, is now at most 40%. The Orcs? Look at me. I look at you. And open my mouth and yell out who and who hangs. Thinking of the act of physics in the north. There is no need to ask who is the question of who is. Physics school is a despicable church. It must be destroyed. Some chiefs clamored. The question is, how to eliminate it? After asking, the chiefs were dumbfounded. The real headquarters of the physics school is said to be in the center of Fulongshan Range. The core country is the Principality of Marnino. These two places are nearly 2,000 kilometers from north to south across the Barbarossa Empire. Don't think about the army. The Orcs have the ability to kill the entire Barbarossa Empire. So you don't have to drink the northwest wind in the north at this time. The assassins are not easy to make, since the capital is the core area of the Barbarossa. There are anti-evil and anti-chaos law array everywhere. Okay, I don't know why the cave was flooded. When a goblin dies, his entire family often dies as well. The Orcs who tried to fight the authentic battle with the ground were injured. While the Orcs were blind, no one expected that Jur gave a big job to the physics faction. Listen right. Live. When Downs heard that the presence of Dow's had the courage to come, he froze. Flora beside him snickered, brother. Harry and Baron have already taken action. So it's normal for the conservative Drow to come to us. They can't be stupid enough to fight a proxy war with the Mon Drow. Right? The agent war. This is the cultural output of a master. In a sense, Main Zoria, Tay Knights are all agents of the physics school. To exaggerate a bit, almost all the knights in the Knight faction are agents of the physics school. A considerable number of knights believe in the Night Goddess. But because they have memorized a lot of physical laws, they are also blessed and enhanced by the badge of reason. If the goddess of the Cavaliers is there, she will share the power of faith with Ren. Unfortunately, the goddess was not there, and the power of faith originally offered to her was wasted. And more of the power of faith was stolen by Ryan. This time, Shure believes who is the real Thigh of the Panhuman camp, and goes directly to the door. Shure's messenger was taken to the manor outside Marino, and Downs and Ferrora brought a few disciples to meet him in the main hall. This is a male Shure, although the status of men in Door has not been high. If the golden decoration of this guy is completely cut off, it is estimated that there is 1 or 2 pounds. The extravagant dress is like an outbreak household in the human world. The other person opened his mouth and started spraying. Humans, all of you, kneel down. Huh? The mages from the physical science school all had a lot of question marks in their heads. This face is dark like a male in the bottom of the pan. And even his body is slightly leaning, so that Downs can see his dark nostrils as dark. So he continues to spray very arrogantly. This is your last chance. For offending the great spider goddess's followers, the Drow, offer your most sincere apology. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and pray to become the slave of Mistress Selegas. Yes, atonement is the only way to save your soul from eternal torment in the spider goddess's kingdom. No matter how good Downson was, he was laughed at this anger. His face was mixed with the expression of laughing and anger. So that other F.A., he felt what wonderful. Did you make a mistake? Hypey? Town stood up from his seat. with winding and twisted electric light already lingering around him. If the other person is shameless, then there is no need to give him face. Anyway, both sides are sworn enemies, so there is no point in tearing each other apart. Hee hee. To exercise the degustion of God with the power of mortals. Your physics school is just to this extent. Keep talking. I'm listening. I promise that every word you say will become the suffering you will endure next. Towns gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. This messenger is really good enough. And there is no fear. He continued to take up proudly. The mother of Hilarious has gained all the gods of the spider goddess. Next, you will bear all the anger of the goddess. Trend. Desperate. This is not the magic that you can resist the 3 running mage controlled by you. Ha ha ha. Then, he was hung on the southeast branch. Woo woo woo. The Merinos were surprised to see a black human stick hanging on their city gate. He kept shaking on the city gate, and was cut off his tongue. Even so, he still exuded his hatred to every citizen who passed by with his unclear voice and vicious eyes. What did this guy do? Alas, his mistress wants the physics school to surrender and become their slaves. Oh, this BXXXH. He is sorry? Now, with the growth and whitewashing of the Marn Drow, many people know that there is a group of Drow that obeys the orders of the physics school to ensure the safety of the mountain tunnel between Ramonk City and Merino. However, they don't know how badly the conservative Drow in the underground world have been beaten. In other words, the 2 factions of the physics school are also very ruthless without cutting to make. It took the messenger to the messenger for 3 days, so that the Zhur movement of Zhur took it back. At this time, the world has further consolidation of the stereotypes of the physics school acupuncture, and the stereotypes of the must be reported. For major sects, this operation is too shocking, no matter how violent Ma N's war was. Even in the underground war, the physics school sent out second-generation disciples to support him. If we really want to investigate, the physics school actually has another trick: claim that this is the personal behavior of the disciples, and then deny it and distance themselves from it. After all, Ryan did not publicly promote his own god, and the training of mages was divided into 2 types, self-funded and public-funded. If questioned, he could just deny it. Hanging the messenger of a goddess to the head of the city is another meaning, which means that the 2 sides completely tear up their skin and enter the public war stage. Don't forget, the spider goddess is not a deity. She is the god king of the Drow pantheon. Changing rely. The processing method will not be so rigid. But no outsiders know that this is actually the arbitration of the second-generation disciples. Chapter 490. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Such triple waves really choke the leaders of various factions. Everyone knows that the school of physics is often particularly rigid. But that rigidity is a combination of rigidity and flexibility. For the evil factions who dare to violate their own interests, it is just unmanned and decisive. However, for the orthodox religion and the aristocrats of the royal family, the physics school is very smooth, and the typical everyone will make a fortune together. This has made the big guys a high evaluation of Ren's means. Especially this time. The orcs were decimated, and the Drow were plotted against. In the end, the ones who should be blamed should be the knights, the Barbarossa Empire, and the Mon Drow, who were pushed to the forefront. But who would have thought that the physics school would be so successful? The current bishop, Bishop Antonio, is anxiously paced back and forth in his study. Don't. How can the physics school start a protracted god war at this time? On the sofa next to him, the predecessor sitting with a cane sighed. In fact, there is another possibility. Teacher, what do you say? When it was confirmed that the old gods were about to return, Ryan Tesla finally stopped pretending and confronted everyone, including the gods. The target he chose was the spider goddess. How is this? Antonio's question was normal. The spider goddess is insidious and cunning, and there is no enemy who is willing to become her. Hibber raised 3 fingers. There are 3 reasons. One is that the gods have returned to Ren's view that it has become a foregone conclusion, and there is no time to give him a slowly managed power. The other is that the spider goddess should be weaker than our outsiders. Ren should have some hidden news that we don't know. What is better than killing the enemy of the magic net? Can he be more famous to accept her clever job? Master, what you said makes sense. But is there any basis for it? There is no basis for this. Hibbert shook his head. But if the next development is as I expected, then it should be correct. How to develop the law? There is no doubt that the spider goddess's chief believer dared to say such a cruel word. And he will definitely give the physics school at least one target, and use a difficult high-level divine spell. If we see the physics school solve it with thunderous means, then it is correct. What if there's no solution? That proves that the so-called there are a bunch of gods from other realms backing the physics school is nothing but a hoax made up by Ryan Tesla. Teacher, why can't it be that the laws of the gods of the outer regions cannot be shot? Antonio asked with an indifferent manner. That's a possibility. But the world is about to go haywire. We must prepare for the worst if any ally or potential ally makes a mistake. Perhaps this former archbishop lacks the awareness and courage to carry the banner. But his vision is undoubtedly ruthless. His calculations were correct. The attack really arrived as scheduled. Even though towns declared martial law throughout the sect and reduced the outings of core disciples, publicly funded students, some activities were unavoidable. Otherwise, word would get out that the physics school was afraid of the spider goddess. At this moment, once the momentum weakens, the guys who had grudges against the physics school a few minutes ago will jump up and attack in groups, attacking them in various ways. Don't forget that Ryan can ignore the Abyss and Bator in bulk, and can ignore the possible retaliation of the Mind Flayers and Githyanki. At this stage, the physical school has also provoked the orcs. The size of the orc pantheon is similar to that of the drow pantheon, which is a lineup of less than 10 gods. Don't forget that the characteristic of this kind of small pantheon is that they all prosper together and suffer together. When they just come up, they will go together on the shoulders. And they will not fight you alone. No matter how strong Ryan is. He is just one. Downs has a lot of calculations. Be careful. And instructions. And the result is still a recruitment. Far away in the Devil's Mouth. When Ryan left and Harry was busy conquering the underground, Vondak, as the head of the Wizards of the Devil's Mouth Fortress, needed to be on duty. Of course, it's not that he stares at the screen all the time. But no matter what he does, he cannot leave the fortress. Although the physics school turns a large number of places of the Demon's Mouth into a legendary physics place, this does not include the fortress itself. The fortress itself is a blessed place of the Church of Light. And it has been so for thousands of years. When no one expected it, Von Dake was attacked. It was a regular meeting. And the coach of Karl gathered the generals to evaluate the recent defense situation. Everything seemed normal. And the people attending the meeting seemed to be the same people. Until a general was somewhat surprised to find that there was something wrong with the drow who replaced Agdina to attend the meeting. A human knight approaching the drow wore a badge of reason on his chest. The badge suddenly emitted a blue light, burning the drow's front. And the rays shot into the drow's chest. And even a faint smell of burnt meat spread in the military meeting hall. Be careful. The general pointed at the drow and shouted. That's too late. Everything below happens within 1 second. That Demel's figure disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, all things in the eyes of the military hall have changed. And the surrounding scenes were distorted. What I see is no longer bright lights, but deep and boundless darkness. And the biggest theme in this disgusting scene is spiders. The huge magic spider shuttled on the criss-cross clues. And everyone in the hall was tightly wrapped by the terrible spider silk. This is not an illusion. Everyone's perception received the most dangerous warning. And their protective appliances made a burst of sounds and started themselves. In this extremely terrifying atmosphere, everyone felt as if they were being forcibly dragged into the spider goddess's sinister kingdom. Slims are unable to breathe. And even their awareness of reality is rapidly backward. That's right. Even if there are more than 6 legendary strongmen at the scene, a master of a master-level master, everyone is still caught off guard. All this happened too fast. So few people noticed that in the next moment. That moment appeared behind Fondak. Zhuor's figure twisted strangely. And the hideous shadow turned into twisted spider claws, which stabbed towards Vondak's back at an extremely fast speed. As a legendary warrior, even if Fondak was created by force, his reaction and fighting qualities are definitely no worse than those of an ordinary legendary wizard. A violent flame sprayed out from his back with a cone shaped. The high temperature of thousands of degrees made the attacker instantly become an acquaintance, and completely turned the corner of the hall into an eruption volcano. Unexpectedly, it was still one step later. Chapter 491 Kiss of Black Widow. No one knows how that Zhuor did. A black shadow cheek limb still stunned Fongdak's magic shield sharply, and kissed it gently on his neck. The commander of Karl watched Fongdak's thick neck, and the pattern of a black spider opened quickly and evenly. Ah! No! The time in the military meeting hall seemed to have stopped flowing, but began to flow again. There are no mediocre people in the hall. In this era, there are no people who only know how to talk big but do nothing. The guide who commands a group of people can fight anyone. Those who reacted, whether they were guards or superiors, all gave the most correct responses. Some people greeted the assassin with a sharp sword, and some helped Fong Dak to open the late shield. There was also a courier to take care of the treatment of Fong Dak's head. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ha ha ha. Obviously, most of them were burning and suffering like H.L. fire. This your assassin still made an unpleasant laughter like night, as if this body was not him. What are you laughing? Coach Carl roared angrily. This is the poison curse of the spider goddess. Struggle. Cry. Please forgive. No matter what you do, the supreme spider goddess will take away his painful soul on the 7th day and give him eternal torture. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the assassin was not talking with sound chords. The two great knights swung their swords and chopped his body to the ground. Strangely, a dark soul was still standing there, unaffected by any sacred magic. A force that seemed to come from a higher dimension protected the assassin's soul, allowing him to continue venting his vicious curses. This is the punishment of the great goddess on the blasphemers of the school of physics. There is no power that can resist, no existence that can escape. You can go and get treatment. You can go and beg, and then drown in despair and pain. Ha ha ha. The black humanoid soul danced like a madman. However, the performance of this assassin has deeply imprinted to the deepest part of each participant's heart. After the assassin vented his maliciousness, he disappeared into a ray of black smoke. The boss of the devil, even the trouble of the Karak Empire, and the entire physics school is just the beginning. Fong Dak, what's wrong with you? For so long, the guards who guarded the fortress were quite familiar with Fong Dak, the Crown Clan. As soon as Fong Dak had an accident, in addition to the assassin's people, everyone immediately surrounded. Let me! Perester, who was responsible for helping to keep the fortress, came up, and his heart was colder. It's really a god-level poison curse kiss of Black Widow. The atmosphere around suddenly became dead silent. Before the end of the law, the gods would frequently bestow divine arts upon their devout and fanatical followers. However, there were very few divine arts of the godly level, and most divine arts were only slightly more advanced than ordinary magic, possessing a heavier law-based power. The god-level poisonous curse, which is equivalent to a certain angel of the gods, and acts with the will of the gods. Now that it is placed in the last era, it is also a thing that the great bishop level is qualified to use. Hearing this, Marshal Kaye closed his eyes in pain. Von Dake doesn't just represent him. Behind him is the clan of the Emperor's national ties Ho and the physics school. Echoing this assassination, a roaming soldier rushed in outside the door. Report. Discover the devil's attack. The number will not be less than 100,000. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Since the help of the physics school, how long have I not tried this level of demon attacks? After the physics school turns a lot of land outside the fortress into a legendary physics place, the devil steps up and will be harmed by order. To this day, there are actually demons to kill. Do you say this is a coincidence? Does anyone believe it? Defending fortress is the first priority. Even if everyone reluctantly, they can only run back to their posts with teeth. For a while, only a few priests and natural healers were left in the military meeting hall, plus Commander Carl and other staff officers who were originally active in the military meeting room. The assassination of Von Dak and the long-awaited war. These two events tensed the nerves of the fortress defenders. When they saw the exaggerated sea of devil again, they had to be shocked for the number. The place where the demons were paid too narrow, so that the massive demons could not be launched on a spacious front, and exerted their own strength advantages. In fact, this narrow environment is not necessarily an absolute bad thing for the devil of the chaotic camp. Confinement means disorder. The demon commander wants to take the line straight lines according to his will. It is also very difficult, and it is not possible to keep the devil of your men. Now, driven by a group of fire demons with whips of flames, a large number of disobedient demons, accompanied by more companions, are pouring towards the fortress. Originally, the defenders of the fortress were ready for a fierce battle. After all, Fong Dak, the first actual controller of the Mage Tower, was assassinated. For the sake of insurance, all Mangeur was temporarily controlled, which means that a large number of Mage Towers lacked the controller. But it didn't make them worry too long. The mage cluster brightened the bright elements of elements. With extremely accurate long-distance bombing, they showed the power of magic to the defender. Long live. Why is the mage tower under control again? I heard that the physics school has been in emergency support. It seems that the legendary master of his field has arrived. No matter what. Just have a master to sit in a town. With the Devil's Mouth fortress fully defended, the demon's offensive was unlikely to be effective. In fact, Commander Carl immediately discovered that the demons didn't care whether they could capture the fortress at all, because a large number of demon commanders began to slaughter their own demons along the way for blood sacrifice. This was a clear proof of the effect of the physical land being offset. Oh! Devil's offensive is only afraid of waves one after another. You can't stop. The defending army was fighting. And Fong Dak's situation was still not optimistic. Fong Dak's identity is too special. He had a difference. And outsiders couldn't imagine what would happen next. Downs, who arrived, heard the bad news. Bishop Perus told him personally, Mr. Ironhand is probably beyond saving. Why? Towns was furious. This is a divine spell. There are only two ways to break it. Either you use dozens of times the divine power to offset the power of the divine spell, or you kill the being that initiated the divine spell. I mean the being that continuously provides the divine power. Tangxi's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 492. There are only two ways to deal with poison. Either find the corresponding antidote, such as serum or something, which requires long-term targeted research, or find a way to neutralize and dilute the venom, such as performing gastric lavage on people who accidentally ingest poison. As the most famous magic mantra in the world, Kiss of Black Widow can be described as extremely poisonous. Originally, this kind of magic mantra could be killed in an instant, out of the purpose of leeway and torture victims. The power of the magic mantra was slow. If anyone is unwilling to be a victim, in an attempt to dilute this spider goddess with his own divine power, the spider goddess will be in the spider goddess through the spider clever duty. At first, the poisonous curse was just a manifestation of the spider priesthood. As the enemy came to rescue, this goddess with the assassination priesthood would gradually add elements such as darkness, evil, and chaos to the mix. If the proportion of divine power consumed by the two sides was 1:5, the consumption ratio will gradually be outrageous, and eventually reaches the terrible ratio of 1:100, allowing the other party to give up the rescue. This is her most vicious place to give people hope first, and gradually pushes the other family into the abyss of despair and pain. In the process, she will seduce the other party's family. After hearing this, Towns felt terrible. He tentatively asked Bishop Perust, I wonder if the Church of Light has any chance. This time it was the bishop's turn to be in trouble. He hurriedly quoted scriptures, talked about this and that, and based on the classic principle that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility that can be shirked. He said a lot of earnest words. Translated, it means, it's not that we don't want to help our allies, but the landlords don't have any surplus food. Last time, that bastard former Hibbert shot the Mind Flayer mastermind with a 10-year essence. No, it was the power of faith. Now all our priests are so weak that they see double vision. Downs was like an ice cave. The bishop was gone, and he couldn't return to God for a long time. After Flora, they repelled the demon's attack. Before they had time to discuss with her, they welcomed Alda Iron Hand first. The Iron Hand King just came out of the ward, and his face would not be good. Without waiting for Downs to speak, he first comforted Downs. Downs, don't put pressure on ourselves. Thousands of years ago, our Iron Hand clan also had a talented ancestor that was so difficult. I can only say that this is the fate. No. Downs suddenly felt that he was a damn stutter, and the victim's father was in turn to comfort himself. Needless to say, King Alda waved his hand. We dwarfs a little gold. Since the Iron Hand clan has made a choice, we won't regret it. Since the troubled times are, my only hope is that the physics school can teach me a few uncompromising guys. I don't expect them to achieve legends and leave us some thoughts. To say, the King of Dwarf is like introducing Halua to catch his 2, 3, and 4th cubs to show in front of Downs. What a sincere ally. Seeing that they were about to lose their prince, they still sent their children one after another. It is really hard to find such an ally who can show his true friendship in times of trouble. Tang Xi's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, when Master comes back, I will definitely beg Master to accept them as my personal disciples. If they are not qualified enough, then let them be my personal disciples. Downs also went out. Even though he is now a mid-level legendary wizard, he cannot teach outstanding disciples, which is also a matter of damaging his reputation. He has agreed to it, and has completely tied himself to the Iron Hand clan. King Alega was also very pleased after hearing this. He did not expect his child, whose quality was obviously inferior to that of Fingdeck, to succeed. After all, they had eaten dragon meat before, and had not shown any outstanding talent. Probably to go to Tesla Academy, to barely be a public standard. The treatment of the physics school should not be decisive. Not long after Vondak was assassinated, the physics school and the Iron Hand clan jointly announced that the remaining Iron Hand princes would also become disciples of the physics school. Then Flora announced that she would replace Vondak to guard the Devil's Mouth Fortress during Vondak's absence. But all of this is the internal operation. The outside world expects to see a higher level reaction of physics school. The leaders of various factions were a little disappointed. Perhaps they couldn't contact Rin. Downs could only watch Vondak gradually weakened in pain. 48 hours later, Vondak continued to have a high fever, and the painful groans from his mouth never stopped. Any attempt to feed him water or food was immediately vomited out. His vitality was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, which could be clearly seen from the gradual extinguishing of the fire element lingering around him. Either the Bright Church, the Cavaliers, or even the closely connected by the Church of Justice. Downs took a trip. Only the Grand Bishop Antonio gritted his teeth and made a promise. If you can cut off the sources of the magical power of the magic spell, we are willing to clear the magic mantra in his body for Vondak * Iron Hand. In this way, time came to the 4th day of the morning. It seemed that Vondak's life was like a candle, and it seemed that it would go out at any time. Valera with a big dark circle asked Downs, "Have you contacted Master?" Tang Si, with a cracked lip, shook his head in pain. Master didn't respond. Matt was the most puzzled. Can we really do nothing? Watch the 6th brother and die? Responsible for him? Only silence. Deadly silence. When everyone was at a loss, daybreak came. Feeling the bright light, the 2nd-generation disciples outside the ward were full of eyes. However, it was Flora who was the first to react. "Wait! This light is wrong!" As she exclaimed, everyone looked out the window and saw a huge red comet with ominous atmosphere break through the atmosphere over the Kana continent. Thick black gas lingered around the comet, and as it fell, large pieces of debris could be seen breaking away from the comet. Just when everyone was feeling weird but couldn't tell what it was, Actina, who had been waiting in the outer hall, screamed, "Oh my god! That's the temple of the spider goddess in the outer plane." What? Everyone present looked up in disbelief, with expressions of extreme shock frozen on their faces. Tang Si and the others were shocked and looked at each other. Wait! Could it be that Master has taken down the spider goddess's temple? Chapter 493. The Death Rattle of the Demonic Web Goddess. The inexplicable palpitations touched the hearts of almost all the extraordinary people on the Chaos Continent. The shock on the spiritual level was no different from an 8-magnitude earthquake. In the entire mental vision, everything lost its color. Only the huge falling object firmly occupied the center of the vision. The shockwave made the clouds in the sky seem to be torn into pieces by something very roughly, revealing the real protagonist, which was a huge palace burning with dark divine power, dragging a long tail across the sky from west to east, shining the last and most dazzling light. This light is reflected in the eyes of the world, shining brightly. Its final dance completely lit up the clouds in the distance, turning them into an evil black and red color. It is like a dying candle, burning out its remaining energy in the strong wind. In the Cathedral of Light, Archbishop Antonio stared at the falling giant infatuatedly, sensing the breath coming from it. What is this? Why do I feel the wrath of the spider goddess from it? His master was speechless for a long time. This is most likely the temple of the spider goddess hidden in the outer plane, an existence equivalent to our torch of light. Ah! The current archbishop let out an exclamation of disbelief. Huh? Hibbert sighed. I never thought Ryan Tesla was so cruel and strong. Pass the order down. From now on, everyone in the church should call this Lord him. Antonio's eyes widened to the extreme. Teacher, are you sure? What if? It's confirmed by 100,000 points. There will be no exception. The former bishop was a bit stunned old. And at this moment, it was all decisive. Even if the goddess of the spider is still alive, she is no longer different from falling. There was no reply, and his disciple could only gasp for air. Hibbert seemed to say, "We all calculate that the gods of the gods will not be good. Even if it does not fall. Most of them are dying. If you are the goddess of Spider, when the divine power is exhausted or even injured, he will return to the Cana continent after 100 years. Come down. Do you dare to come to the casual mainland?" Antonio was stunned for a long time before he slowly shook his head and answered in a nearly whispering voice, "I dare not. 99.99% of the people in the world don't understand the relationship between the kingdom of the gods and the temple on the outer plane of Chaos continent. The outer temple is a transit station, which is responsible for collecting the power of faith from mortal believers on the continent and transporting it to the kingdom of the gods in the higher plane. That is, the realm of the gods. At the same time, the automatic response system in the outer temple will directly convert a certain proportion of the power of faith into divine power, and return it to the devout believers on the earth in the form of divine magic. This is the reason why, even though the kingdom of God has been missing for 100 years, some people in various churches on earth are still qualified to use divine arts. It is precisely because of this response system that the charlatans can continue to show their power, maintain the worship of their own gods by most foolish mortals, and continue to attract new believers. Now, the mighty Ryan has actually blasted down the spider goddess's temple in the outer plane. Are you afraid? Not to mention the enemies. Even the allies are scared to death. Archbishop Antonio no longer had any doubts. He looked determined and said, "I will go there in person to remove the remaining poison of the curse from Fongdak Iron Hand." Hibbert stroked his beard and felt very relieved. His disciples might lack experience due to their age, but they were courageous enough. It's already this time. Ryan has already publicly fired the first shot to kill the evil. If the Church of Light, as the leader of the good camp, doesn't make a statement, then it will be finished. At the Devil's Mouth Fortress, Downs and his companions were unable to determine what the fallen object was due to their limited knowledge. It does not matter. The important thing is that within an hour, all the orthodox religions in the good camp sent people, apart from the familiar Church of Light, where the Archbishop came in person. All other religious sects that had dealt with the party sent bishop-level leaders. What's even more exaggerated is that the Church of the Goddess of Water and Peace is actually led by Archbishop Esther. It was a gentle old woman. The magic of light is effective in removing the curse, but alleviating pain is our specialty. Please allow me to help. It is a good idea to extend a hand and not hit a smiling person. Even though the two parties had never had any contact before, and it was not a matter of timely assistance now, Town still decided to accept this small favor. With the cooperation of several Orthodox leaders, the power of the divine spell in Fong Dak's body naturally receded quickly, and even his breathing became much smoother. Thank you all for your full support in rescuing my junior brother. Since courtesy is always a plus. Towns bowed to the big guys. I dare not. I dare not. Archbishop Antonio said politely. This time I really dare not. Haven't you seen that the outer plane temple of the spider goddess has been demolished? If they still don't know how to behave themselves, Ryan might talk them into some sense when he comes back. They are doing so much just to make up for the loss, to try desperately to repair the relationship between them. However, no one in the world thought that the truth of the matter would be like this. More than an hour ago, in the ruins of the palace of the goddess of the magic net in the outer plane, Ryan, the mastermind and culprit, stared at the illusory display screen in amazement. Wait, what do you mean? Goddess of the demonic web? Just when Renan was comparable to the modern control theory and process control project, the magic network of most of the heads was like a fight. And when the happiness was relieved by the 80 lessons, Rin finally roared out of his heart. Help me. Can I not take these credits? The little bit of anger kicked the magic array violently, and an unreal screen suddenly lit up on the white wall of the temple. If someone else saw the scene, they would probably be confused. Ryan, who at least understood the common language of ancient chaos humans, could barely see that one of the things now highlighted was actually the microplane he pried out with the Archimedes lever. The system helped him quickly translate the information displayed on the broken magic web in a way that he could understand. Skynet 1 left its planned orbit due to unknown reasons. Request failure. Cannot return to the original position. Activating the backup plan. Detecting that the only available plan is the destruction counterattack plan. Loading. Target, the outer temple of the spider goddess, has been locked, and the space orbit is being corrected. After the correction, It will be on the target after 114,514 Olympics. Chapter 494. Ryan? Seeing this, the original aggressive Ren finally guessed that the truth of the truth magic and the spider goddess was a deadly opponent. She had already set up a counterattack or offensive plan long ago. Unfortunately, the sudden fall, which caused most of her plans to not be used. Obviously, the microplane hit the opponent's outer temple is one of the plans. Ryan. That's embarrassing. If he could just pry open a plane and float out to smash the outer temple of another god in the vast space. The probability of this happening would be incredibly low. Not to mention smashing it. He probably wouldn't even be able to find this extremely secretive evil temple with optical invisibility. Even if this kind of thing is written as a novel by a third-rate writer. It is estimated that the reader will not be born by the reader. This is the dead language of the goddess of the magic net. Which is another matter. The one who knows an existence best must be its enemy. Everything is set in advance. Ren was just the butterfly who fought for the fate of fate. In fact, at this moment, Ren still doesn't think this will be successful. He missed a little. Although the goddess of the magic net rushed to the street. Where can the spider goddess go? The magical power that was originally accumulated in the outer temple of the spider goddess could also be used by the automatic counterattack system to bombard the microplane of the past. If you die, a certain mother of Jouer is desperate, hoping to deter the physics school by murdering Liz Ho. And for this reason, the most divine power of this outer plane spider temple is called. It can only be said that every rotary dart in the world will definitely find its goal. This operation directly paralyzed the automatic defense system that should have played a role. Without the gorgeous fortress, the Mars hit the Earth and the Mars hit the Earth without the gorgeous fortress. When Ren saw the live broadcast, people were stunned. No. What about the defense system? Nothing? Ren's eyes stared at the fierce number on the speedometer. When the classroom-level microplane used Ren's magic pawn magic to mention the speed of 200 km per hour, it was foreseeable that the impact of impact also rose to the maximum. It can be clearly seen from the optical image screen returned at the scene that the black temple full of twisted feelings is getting closer and closer. In the last few seconds, Ren could even see the furry outer jewelry on the exterior of the temple. This is the final scene. The unreal screen comes only the word hit. The real war is not the webcast of the Earth. There are so many real-time pictures. Ren can only judge from the feedback from some of the gadgets of the Magic Net Goddess system. The collision occurred. The opponent's temple was broken. The quality of the opponent's temple suddenly declined. Oh! Is this being hit by a barrel? The sensor left by the goddess of the Magic Net is a bit like a radar system, which can probably detect at least 200 tons of every piece of pieces of the Spider God temple. But on this radar screen, it seemed like flying snow in the air gently. Ren found that the largest temple wreckage began to fall into the Kana continent. This, the will of the world of cows will not be beat me. Ren was extremely embarrassing. This is always a little painful for the first time. You can bear it in the Kana continent. In fact, Ren still underestimates the role of the world's will. When such a medium-sized plane with nearly 10,000 square meters fell into the main world, the feeling was seamlessly integrated into a piece like a large and one small soap bubble. Immediately afterwards, the Spider Temple, which turned into a comet, continued to fall apart in midair. When it was 10 kilometers away from the ground, everyone could barely see the outline of the temple. When 5 kilometers away, any wreckage will not exceed the size of the tank. In the last kilometer, there was only the fist-sized residue. At the same time, he had the most miserable mourning sound with his soul, and will with this outer temple. Ah! This scene was very similar to the situation of the wizards, when the goddess of the magic network fell. The huge aftermath of magic and divine power invaded the mistresses through the spiritual channel. The huge amount of energy instantly burned their spiritual seas completely, followed by their bodies. The beautiful black female body is melted into a candle-like oil at the naked eye in front of the naked eye, and then spontaneously ignited, raising a blue flame. Ah! Mother. The mother and mother were killed. The god of spiders goddess was bombarded by Ren Tesla? Impossible. This is impossible. Why not? Wake up. The goddess fell. It was killed by Ren. Main Jouer would also chase immediately. Those men who have no magical talent are not enough common sense. They can't distinguish between the outer plane as the difference between the temple of the receiving station and the real god of the gods. When they see the god's kingdom falling, the mother screaming violently, They immediately fell into extremely confusion and fear. Birds and beasts are inevitable. They screamed to give up their duties and beliefs, and scrambled around like mice in the gap. It is difficult to believe that some of the elite sword dancers participated in the extremely brutal violent war with the elves 300 years ago. Whether facing the rude orcs, the powerful elves, the brave and fearless dwarf, and even the proud dragon, they have never shrunk. These Dwar elite is considered to be like iron, ruthless, and the most elite god under the goddess of Spider. Now, this legion, which represents the last strength of the conservative drow, has collapsed before even fighting its final battle. Anyone who knows a little understanding of the church knows that this situation will understand that when all the priests who spread their faith are farting, and the nursing army is dispersed, the Spider Church is finished. It has disappeared in the forest of the world's race, and its prestige, with all its past memories, completely died of this land, unless the Spider Goddess can quickly return. Fight the opponent with the supreme divine power and show his own power, so that you have the opportunity to regather the believers and keep his god. Otherwise, even if she comes back, she will quickly fall from the original medium divine power to the weak and divine power, and even fall into the end of being killed. Chapter 495 Program and Programmers always die. Change a particularly rigid deity, and may be killed back regardless of everything. Spider Goddess? Forget it. Everyone recognizes her strength, but never thinks she is a good player. Relatively lack of tackling ability. It has always been the weakness of Ordinary, and even the entire Dark Elf God. In many cases of insidious and cunning, it makes the Spider Goddess look difficult to entangle, and in turn, she limits her ability to have a fixed voice. If a god war is extended to 300 years, or even 1,000 years, everyone will not hesitate to bet that the Spider Goddess will win the final victory, at least not to lose, within a year. In this dueling scene that meets the narrow road, there is no doubt that the victory of the more rigid side is. The collapse of the Drow Spider Sword Dancer group made the leaders of various forces even more convinced that Ryan was the ultimate winner. Your Spider Goddess has a small god. Is there no place behind the physics school? At present, Newton, Archimedes, and other big guys seem to have a god with great power, early death and early life. As a little god, the Spider Goddess has always been criticized for just medium divine power. She also likes to incite the internal fighting with each other and decide the strongest person by raising the way. This gameplay has led to the unable to go up. The largest city in Djur was only 25,000. When the slave riots were under his men, conservative Djur had to fight on the front line. Such a low population has been hit by various events such as war and loyal jumping officers. Taking this as an opportunity, after Ryan demonstrated his supreme power, the major factions naturally no longer hesitated and placed their bets one after another. The main reason is that all this happened. Fong Dak had just been assassinated here, and Ren smashed the outer level of the Spider Goddess. No one could think of it. The world's eyes recognized by Renan. At this moment, he was fighting a pile of magic runes, code. Dizzy. We of the automatic control, or C++ language after a year of MagicNet Valentine's theology, and will not compile such garbage procedures. What is the magic network of the MagicNet Goddess? Popular translation. It is probably a program that can be done in a line of code. This product uses 100 lines of assumptions if to write. The layman does not need to know how bad she is. I just need to know that there is a mistake in the magic net, and the entire magic net will operate end-to-end times. The degree of adverseness in a writing network program is the same as that of the development of Typet scrolls to write game programs with TXT documents, which can be called the industry model. Having said that, the outrageous is out of the spectrum, which can be used, limited to ordinary state. Even though the records were incomplete, Ryan could tell that the magic network had already started reporting errors crazily before the goddess of the magic network got into trouble. Suddenly the magic tide killed was just the last straw of the magic net. The so-called program and programmers always die one. So the goddess of the magic net died. Ren is now facing such a galaxy of chicken ribs. As long as he completes the reprogramming of the magic network in this temple, he will most likely have a brand new magic network that reaches the entire world, and will be able to absorb the power of faith offered by believers from all over the continent with higher energy conversion efficiency. This is a bit like getting a high-pressure transmission network to reduce loss and improve efficiency. In this extremely primitive world, the goddess of the magic net has pondered a foundation network of the foundation. as a modern crossing of the heavens. Rin believes that he can do better than the goddess of the magic net. Unfortunately, this process is destined to be painful and long. Some people may ask, doesn't Ryan have a system? Isn't it enough to just leave everything to the system? The fact is that if you want to go online, you first need an internet cable or a wireless signal tower. And there must be a huge server behind it. What Ryan is tinkering with now is the Chaos World version of the wireless transmission satellite hanging high in the sky. And he is working on both the hardware and software in order to adapt the old and dilapidated Magic Network satellite to his system. Alas, how can it be so easy to be far ahead? Who knows the hard work behind the scenes? Lei was in tears. After 3 more days of repair, Ryan decided to take a break. He couldn't be the programmer who was going to die. Could he? He decided to repair a section of the magic circuit first to get the magic teleportation array working again. It was time to go back and see his girl and take care of his mount. It took him another 4 days to create a small, stable magic transmission circuit. In the physics school's internal network, Ryan sent a message after a long absence. I have initially finished it here. Downs. Has anything big happened recently? Master. 7 surprised voices sounded on the internet almost one after another. Tang Si choked up instantly. Master. The biggest incident was the assassination of our 6th junior brother. However, the spider goddess's vicious curse attached to our junior brother was no longer transmitted after Master shot down her temple. In the end, Archbishop Antonio personally took action to resolve the curse. The short silence was because of aggressive. Wait! The amount of information is too large. So that Rin hasn't slowed down for a long time. Of course, he knew that he accidentally leaned the seat and hit the spider temple. But it was the killer left by the goddess of the magic net. And then he threw him on his head. It's just that this is still connected to Feng Dak's assassination. Which is what Rin doesn't know. Because I went to the outer space. The things in the college were unknown. It was not until the physics network was reconnected that Rin could see the system prompt briefing. Rin quickly glanced at the record. And his face was still indifferent. The 7 disciples below have already gained a great gift and worshipped. Thank you, Master, for saving Feng Dak. This is other disciples. Thanks to Master for saving my life. The Iron Hand clan must be served by the physics school for generations. This is Feng Dak, who has a choke. Once upon a time, the dwarf prince thought that he, a self-funded student who turned into a public-funded student, was, after all, a child raised by a stepmother, and being raised to the legendary level was already the limit for him. Chapter 496. I can take another 10,000 steps. Even if Feng Dak is a bond of the physics school and the Iron Hand clan, he does not feel that his portion can be compared with an old-fashioned race of the mainland for thousands of years. The spider goddess is well famed, and it is the existence of the color changes of all races in the mainland. For him, Master did the temple directly. Just a mess. The so-called overlord is not the hegemony of the town to stay in the field. Can you cover the younger brother? Physical parties are extremely fierce and careless. This vast and uninterrupted momentum, this deep and far away, has long moved the disciples. For example, the guy selling teammates on the battlefield will eventually be sold. If you understand it in turn, Ren is a master who can protect his disciples. No matter who happens in the future, he can still cover it. When I thought of this, the rest of the disciples immediately had a sense of empathy with my master. As for the client Feng Dak, he had already burst into tears and could not cry. In this love, you have made me endless for 10. This is his voice at this time. At this time, Ryan's mind was unable to take in what his disciple said, because he opened his senses a little and immediately sensed that whether in Merino City or Iron Hand City where Von Dak had returned to recuperate, a large number of bigwigs from various factions had gathered here, eagerly waiting for an audience with him. Ryan was in pain. At this point, he was clear, because the dead language of the goddess of magic net, the Temple of Spider, was hit. And it was just on the assassination of Feng Dak. This series of incidents will definitely set him to a new position that is not him, regardless of whether he recognizes the account. This account must be counted on his head. Besides, he saved it exactly his disciple. Can he still say, "It is not your Feng Dak for the teacher. You are just an addition"? As long as he does not deny this, the world will count the credit of a god system to him. If she comes back, what if his so-called physical god system is a genuine and huge god system? Then wouldn't she be walking into trouble? As soon as Ren thought of his probability to pretend to be to the god of the gods, others were a bit numb. After so long, he also used to pretend. To this day, his family is great, and he is dead without being installed. Once he can't pretend anymore, he dies faster. It is impossible to bow his head, and can't bow his head to anyone. At this point, Ren said, "Fong Dak, you will take a good rest. You will have a long way to go in the future. Don't think so many messy things." Ren comforted the dwarf disciples, and then asked Downs and other disciples to understand what happened recently. Rennie did not know that he just spread out the perception in Marino and Taishar City, so that many of the gangsters who were excited, the spring water and the goddess of peace just visited the Bishop Antonio, and they were stiff at the same time. Isa first said, "Have you feel it?" In fact, Antonio sensed it, but it was a little vague. In front of his master Hibbert, he could be the good apprentice who asked everything, but in front of others, he was the steady and omnipotent archbishop. Well, feel it. Is this his consciousness? Ace was not too sure. Because of being uncertain, she asked Antonio. The problem is that Antonio is a level weaker than his master, and his perception is even lower. He can't tell whether it is divine consciousness or something else. Anyway, he remembers what his master said, and no matter what happens next, he will always call Ryan he who specifically refers to the god. This is his eyes. I didn't expect to see it for a while. He was more integrated with the laws of the world. If you go to the subject, this is a bit ambiguous praise. In fact, after controlling a small part of the network of the outer temple of the goddess of the magic net, his strength is far from the point where the real quality becomes divine. As an Antonio said like this, Ace naturally understood it as a process of a powerful god of outer domain is gradually integrating the law of the cow's world and ascending the throne of the world, with the background of the facts of the outer temple of the spider goddess of the spider goddess. The words of the great bishop are undoubtedly credible. So, the tone was set. Ryan's return alarmed countless bigwigs, and visiting cards flocked to the Grand Duke Marino's palace. Unfortunately, the female father is not there. Rinchin Whirlwind returned to the college, with the disciples and other disciples. I wondered all the colleges and grades. It was regarded as a platform for the disciples. Even so, even the Grand Bishop of Guangming, a group of big guys continued to stay in Marino's National Hotel obediently, waiting for Ren's call. Today is different. Before Ryan showed his god-level combat power, the archbishops could still pretend not to see it. If Ryan didn't say anything, they would be happy to pretend not to see it, and then hypnotize themselves that everyone's status is equal. After all, no one wants to be grandson. Now the temple of the spider goddess crashed in a deserted mountain in the Karak Empire, when a large amount of evidence was presented in front of the big leaders. The identity of the outer god of the outer region was completely hammered. How to establish a new type of cooperative relationship is the need for headaches for these gods of their gods. Flora came forward and said, "Master has indeed returned, but he is a little tired, and hopes to rest for 2 days before meeting you all." The leaders of various factions all smiled and said, "No hurry, no hurry," and then agreed on a time, and everyone went back through the portal with peace of mind. Late at night, Ren didn't accidentally wait for Sophia, Margaret and Mount Number 1. Sophia asked a question quite restrained. "Ren, can I call you like this?" Of course. Ryan is not a heartless man who would kill the person he loves first when he gets ashore. Sophia was relieved, and then asked about the question that I was buried in the bottom of my heart. "Ren, are you really a god?" Ruin took a look at the mount, although I hate being defined by others. I can. Chapter 497, he doesn't have to come. What is God? This is actually a quite vague concept. In the era of the primitive people who drink blood, perhaps a modern person took a flashlight and took a picture in the middle of the night, and he might become a bright god in the eyes of the primitive man. In the eyes of ignorant and backward people, anything beyond their imagination can be regarded as sacred. Even when the time was placed on the ancient times of the Cana continent, many humans thought that the legendary strongman was already a god. Ryan does not have the arrogance and indifference of the gods in this world. In the eyes of Ryan, who is a materialist at heart, the gods in this world are nothing more than high-intensity spiritual energy bodies, which gain more powerful strength and bodies by absorbing and transforming energy. That's all. Now, he has obtained the temple of the goddess of the magic net, which means he has obtained the converter that converts the power of faith into freely usable energy. when he rebuilds the magic net in his own way and masters this power. As he said, I can also be God. But Rin finally realized why some guys tinked out of a certain sect and named the leader. The feeling of being promoted is indeed not bad. It was not because Rin, the Grand Duke of Marino, and the Turin Knights, the second combo launched a frank and in-depth exchanges, and took the time to poke the dragon's trachea. It was not that Rin dreamed that he was a red rabbit war that turned into a tiger in the middle of the night. It is purely a physics-exploring person who explores the secret of energy conversion. Although the end of science may be theology, no one says that the end of theology cannot be science. From the perspective of crossing the person, science and theology are the relationship between the father and son. You call my dad? I call you a father. We are both discussing each other. The knight was inspired. And then 3 rods. So that the next day, when Rin saw Eli's silly white face, he felt a little embarrassed. Dear masters, even if you are really God, you shouldn't be so lazy. You know, you are the object of countless people. You will bring a bad impact on the apprentices, or believers of the physics school. Bite the words, the cheeks, and the waist of Elizabeth's face without half the respect. Renla. If he says this to him, he may have said, as long as the mind is lawscape, the difficulties can't catch up with me. But he still gave enough respect for Ha Ha. Occasionally. Just occasionally. Here, master. These are the meeting applications. If one meeting is held every hour, it will take a week to schedule. Elizabeth piled a large stack of application forms, visiting cards, of various styles, and characteristics of various forces on the desk. So many? Ren subconsciously stunned his teeth. Insuvinate application. Miss Acefield has helped you to catch it. Her Majesty Grandpa is here again. Era shrugged his nose. Ryan scratched his head. He wanted to pass on the blame. But he also felt that it was a bit too much to let Sophia work overtime day and night. He thought for a while and said, ask Antonio if he is free this afternoon. If he is, I will meet him first this afternoon. The news passed, and Antonio Bishop was a spirit of excitement, crying in his heart. From the perspective of power comparison, the Bright Church is a well-deserved first orthodoxy. This is just theoretically. The gods can be very wayward, especially the powerful gods. June did not see the god of tyranny in the storm, and he could do whatever you want. For thousands of years, no one can take them. God is mighty and unpredictable. No one said that it was not allowed. And finally I didn't install it. Renin, the showdown, was still as easy to speak as before. As soon as I heard Ren's first summoning church, Antonio greeted Master Hibbert. After discussing it, he rushed over an hour in advance with the portal. Why is Antonio so nervous? It stands to reason that, with the harmonious relationship between the two sides, even if Ryan has a showdown, it will not change much. This involves a very critical, and even affects the fundamental event of the entire Bright Church, which is definition of light. The 3 main gods of the Church of Light are, the Sun God, the Goddess of Hope, and the God of Fire. In the Callous Cognition, all the gods representing the light are the Bright Churches. Now that the physics school has made an electric light, is there a god behind the electric light? When Antonio asked whether the god of the electric lights of the physics school is Thomas * Eddie Shunshun God, with a very humble tone, Ren was stunned for a long time. What can Ren be? He also hurts. According to him, the early version of the electric lamp was invented by Henry * Gober in 1854. Then it is a modern energy-saving lamp, which is developed by the scientific team of Philips of the Netherlands. According to the concept of the god stick, you have to entangle who the god of the electric lamp is, and then call to the soy milk shop to find the manager. And then the other party asked, you are looking for a syrup, or the manager of the white pulp part. Ren entrusted the cheeks and subconsciously lit the handrail under the index finger of his right hand. He was organizing the language to see how to tell Antonio to the interests of the physics school of his lay. How long he thought of it. How long the opposite Antonio was in his heart. Although Ren's deliberately suppressing his strength, and did not deliberately show his own power, the Grand Bishop would not be linked to Ren, because Ren was just a pioneer of the God department. Instead, the Great Bishop was even humble, and his ears were erected smoothly, and listened to Ren's response, or trial words. Finally, Ren's clear voice came from the seat. How can I tell you? In our physics school, these knowledge is common, and can be shared. Reneno lost his voice and said, "Ah! Smart vocational of electric lights is shared." Ren's left eyelids jumped sharply. Sure enough. Chatting with the God stick. The word God. I'm so tired. In fact, most people in my world believe that Edison is the authority in the field of electric lamps. I understand. Most of these clergy positions were concentrated in Edison's hands. The great bishop answered. In Antonio's view, it is not difficult to understand. For example, the god of war in the cow's world is a weak chicken. But the god of fighting is a powerful god. Most of the clever jobs about war are concentrated in the hands of the god of fight. So they are strong and weak. The archbishop's god-level understanding of the problem made it impossible for a lay to be dealt with at all. Looking at the expression of the great bishop's eyes, Ren said for a long time before he said with a political taste, "Speak it. I know what your bright church is worried about. My answer is that he cannot come." Chapter 498 Shanhai Jing. Ren, even if you want me, I can't come to aid Xing's old man. Antonio, oh my god. Elder Ryan Tesla is so kind. In order to avoid conflict with our local sect, he is willing to help us persuade the great god Edison to give up coming to Chaos World. Of course, the charm of language lies in this. He cannot come. This can be understood what he originally came. And if you pay enough price, I can let his old man come without a rival. Thinking of this, Antonio Bishop felt that his scalp was a bit bombed. No. Your old man really planned to move the entire physics god department together. For the physics school, major forces cannot be said to lack understanding. The scope of physics is too wide, which can be said to cover all aspects of daily life. If you really want to come over, is it going to conflict with the clever job of more than half of the world of chorus? This is the most painful place for Antonio. The most murmured by the bishop is that in the Orthodox Church, only the Guangming Church and the physics school have a clever field. What cavaliers! The concept of the Justice Church and the physics school does not have a conflict at all. Antonio was thinking, too much concession. I can't explain to the people below. After thinking about a small meeting, the great bishop lowered. The history of the bright church is also famous in the calendar of the cows. Is it more than history? Since you don't want to put aside the dispute, I'll just have to say since ancient times. In order to prevent someone holding a book to say something, Ren had to make a big move. Ren raised his eyelids. Do you want to understand the Shanhai Jing? Just hearing the 3 Chinese characters of this word, Antonio suddenly felt that the wind in the ear began to scrape violently. I was obviously in the room, but I felt like to be blown by the wind on the top of Wanzhou. He suddenly realized that he was not blown by the wind in the physical sense. He was involved in the wind called history of the world. It feels like I fell into the mouth of a historical giant beast, and was sent between the teeth at a very fast speed, and chewed repeatedly. Ah! The bishop exhaled. For some reason, just hearing a name, there is a kind of despair, who was pulled into the abyss of the abyss. He couldn't help it again. His responsibilities tell him that he must understand the power behind the true God of the outer domain, so that he, and even all local sects make the right judgment. He couldn't help praying in his heart, hope the goddess of light. Antonio took a breath in a deep breath. Please allow me to use linking legend to understand the meaning of the word Shanhai Jing. Please. Ren looked at the bishop stepping on the pit very chic. If this is false, you can use the truth to break through this lie. If this is weak, the reason for the reason to prove its own value. However, what if this is true? The great bishop really recruited. At the moment of opening his spiritual vision, countless information flooded into his brain. Even with his amazing strength as the Archbishop of Light, he could only glimpse a little bit. Too many information. Because of the isolation of the world's barriers, could not look at the whole picture. A axe split the chaotic shocking power. And how many times he thought about it in his mind. It made him feel palpitated. No one can say the origin of the casual continent, but the opponent's ancestors have a shocking power to open up the place of order from chaos. Can't compare. There is no comparison at all. In comparison of his own perpetual calendar with each other's Shanhai Jing, Antonio only feels his blood, his soul, and his proud history will be trampled on the bottom of his feet and will be smashed. Extremely outrageous bloodline from another world. Mysterious block fonts. All of this forced Archbishop Antonio to believe in the fact that Ryan possessed a more noble and powerful divine bloodline, and that he and the entire Church of Light were witnessing the invasion of a powerful sect. No, it is not appropriate to say that invasion. Ren has been recognized by the will of Cain's world in a gentle way as possible. and has a good relationship with all local Orthodox religions. Antonio will never forget that Ryan was willing to give them respect because they were still willing to talk. Can't you talk about it? Look at the spider goddess. I don't know how many years of the spider church on the mainland. And it was destroyed. It turns out that Ryan, like the previous god of justice, is, without exception, an extremely terrifying existence. In the world, they can tear up a law of the law, extending room for their inheritance and development for their sex. For such a great and powerful existence, he was too late to admire Antonio. And he really wanted to give himself two big mouths. If you look a little farther, even if you just describe the story of his conversation with Ren, after thousands of years, maybe even such dialogue records can be regarded as sacred, and the blooming poets can be passed on the ages. Thinking of such a terrible and nuclear existence, he even had a relatively equal exchanges with himself with Yenyu. Antonio felt deeply afraid of it, and felt very lucky. He knew he had to be respectable. If he is not decent, the other party will help him decent. The key is that in the legend of Shan Hai Jing, many of the existence of many outrageous, but extremely tyrannical existence. What does this mean? This means that Ren's physics school is the best one who speaks. Antonio bowed quickly and said, "Thank you for your advice, God. But this is a serious matter. I need to go back and discuss with other bishops before making a decision. But please rest assured, God, I believe that the spread of physics in the chaos world will be smooth, even after our three gods return. I am very confident that I can convince them." "Yeah," Ryan agreed casually. The archbishop hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Then, can I mention the name of the classic of mountains and seas to other sects?" "Can." Chapter 499, Who Will Take Whom to Play. It is undoubtedly Ren's. I won't pretend to throw out the Shan Hai Jing. And I have a showdown to another evidence. The Bishop of Antonio lost his soul, and had a cold wind, and a cold and unstoppable feeling. Without a word. He could only be an ostrich. Without burning his head in the sand. He kicked up with his butt. And he was already responsible. After talking to Ryan, he tried his best to say goodbye without losing his composure. And then went out to find his teacher. After hearing this, Bishop Hibbard was also speechless for a long time. Alas! I knew from the beginning that he had a very important background. But I didn't expect it to be this big. How to get along with the physics school is no longer our business. The attitude of this former bishop, who still holds the title of bishop, is very clear. If anyone is to take the blame, all forces in the panhuman camp must do so together. The teacher is right. Antonio quickly passed the good news worthy of celebration to the head of other denominations. Unsurprisingly, when the big brothers gathered together, the name Shan Hai Jing shocked everyone. All the sake. Does the physics school with Yin Huang blood veins? The representative of the infant of the blood is the representative of Renla? Johnny * Justin, the Grand Bishop of the Justice Church, groaned. Archbishop Esta of the Church of the Goddess of Water and Peace said, "I don't feel any hostility from him. At least not now." This cheered everyone up. Who is Isa? Perhaps most of the time. She was abolished. The goddess who advocates peace. Their priests cannot even be medical care. They must be played in the state of peace. But when it comes to peace, Estelle is the absolute authority. She said Ryan had no hostility now, which meant nothing. At this time, Archbishop Anise of a small church called the Chanting Church, who represented the god of chanting, raised his hand weakly. "I have no intention of belittling God Tesla, but I have the obligation to remind everyone that according to our church's experience, such a strong figure, since his debut, must have some fatal weakness behind him. All of us Orthodox churches choose to rely on the physics school before the return of the gods. Is this really appropriate? The main god of her family has bards, singers, and poets as believers, and is very sensitive to miracles and great deeds." She actually reminded everyone very vaguely that her intuition felt that Ren may not look as strong as everyone. The other sectarian gangsters froze. And after careful recalling Ren's past record, the Cavaliers sent the Cavaliers Lu Zian first to refute. "You're out of mind." Antonio laughed at the corner of the mouth. "Perhaps there may be some names in the existence. His great power is that our bright church has witnessed the millions of believers." "That's right," everyone echoed. "Ryan is so powerful. How could he be a fake? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He at least started out with powerful divine powers, and could become a world king in a matter of minutes. Every bishop is so convinced. Obviously, everyone has decided. Archbishop Justin's own deity was originally an alien god, and he and Ryan had an almost natural affinity in this regard. He was the first to speak up and suggest, "We all have similar judgments, that the gods we each worship are in trouble. And then Lord Ryan Tesla has both the will to unite and the strength to match. I can't imagine any reason to refuse. On behalf of the Church of Justice, I accept the complete integration of the School of Physics into the Chaos Continent and join the Panhuman Orthodox camp." Water Spring and the Goddess Church. Lighting Church's discussion. The Knight seconded the motion, because Renan had no backbone. Wealth and guardian churches in the death of the country in Sweeline. These three influential churches also voted for votes. You know, the physics school has made a huge momentum and links with the sections. This is one thing. If all the archbishops of the good camp agree, then even if their own gods return, they will not be able to go back on their word. It was not until this day that the School of Physics was truly accepted by all orthodox religions on the continent of chaos. Bishop by proposed to want Ren to study how to give the gods to the coordinates of the Cana continent. Ren was indifferent. "It's just research. I don't say it will succeed. Don't blame me, Ryan, if you don't succeed." But in the eyes of the archbishops, this meant that Ryan was finally willing to play with them. I don't know yet who will play with whom and who will cling to whom. In everyone's eyes, it might be that all the gods are collectively clinging to Ryan. Only Ryan believed that he could not turn the tables. He thought, "Oh, if the prediction of the fat man Noka is correct, it will only be half a year before the gods return. How can I be deified as a mortal? What if the gods see that I am just a legendary wizard? That would be embarrassing. Be a good person and leave some space for us to meet again in the future." Of course, there is another possibility. That is, you pit and me. Everyone pit together. On the other hand, Ren heard again. He boasted one boast after another, and even managed to justify them all himself. In the eyes of the world, he is really awesome. But only he knows that if he doesn't work hard, he will become a plaything of the evil. After throwing out the Shan Hai Jing, from the reaction of each faction, he was regarded as the expectation value of those great bishops. I'm afraid that he will say too much and then show his true colors when something goes wrong. Ren held his forehead. A pair of thought-provokers pose. The window to me is about half a year left. Alas! Unfortunately, no one understands the sorrow of Lei. After he sent Antonio for a long time, Anna rushed to ask the warmth, and asked whether she wanted to poke her trachea. "Huh? What happened to you? This is not like you." Anna had a slightly embarrassing smile on his face. After a while, she dangled frustrated in the Shan Hai Jing. "Your Yanwang people like to eat strange beasts. Is this true?" Of course it's true. Flying in the sky, climbing on the ground, going to the head, clearing poison, nothing to eat. But Ryan was embarrassed. He knew that the female dragon's racial crisis had erupted again. He met those green eyes full of timidity and comforted her. "Don't worry. For obedient beasts, the descendants of Yin and Huan will always leave a place for them. You see? Don't look at Elizabeth silly. She is a light lantern. Ah, bright light." Chapter 500, The Steps to God. Anna widened her eyes. She thought about whether her owner's PUA had a trap with her only reason. She took a long time before she said, "A place? Is that a banquet or a pillow?" "Hi." Ren really didn't know that after so long. She became a successful case of cultural output. Regarding such a smart dragon mother, Ren said she was still too naive. "Why do you have to choose one of the two? I want them all." As a result, this day of the dinner, Renla and Sophia and Margaret tasted new dishes together. Dragon Shung. How to say? The ingredients are very fresh. The ingredients are tight. The shape of the ingredients is very chic. The ingredients are eventually happy. And the diners are also happy to eat. The only small problem is that the meal time is too long. From 6 p.m. until noon the next day. After Ren settled the various breaks in the Magic Academy, he returned to the Temple of Magic Net and continued to fight with the X-Mountain level rune code left by the goddess of the Magic Net. Of course, this time Ren, in accordance with Tianxian workers, can't just have his idea, decide the group strategy and group strength, and grab his dear disciples as Palu. No, let them help me research and develop the reverse deduction of the broken rune array. This is really not that Ren is going to be a disciple intentionally. Don't you hear what they say? On this day, Ren recruited all the 7 disciples. facing the disciples who were excited and expectant. Ryan Tactics cleared his throat. Ahem. You have been in my physics school for quite some time. How do you feel about the tasks assigned to you by your master? We have been doing our best to complete the tasks assigned by the master without any slacking. So far, I have taught 3 master level 3 generation disciples, 36 high level ones, and the rest are all formal mages. Tang stepped out and bowed. The eldest brother took the lead and set an example. And then everyone knew what to do. Harry continued. That's right. With my careful design, we not only perfectly defended against the enemies from the devil's mouth, but also achieved good results in the battle to annihilate the conservative drow. Including. Harry opened his mouth and was very accurate. Each disciples reported separately that this time even Matt's food was also obtained because of the Demel and the Dragon tribe. It seemed that his report was quite large. Ren nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he had seen these materials in the system long ago. Ren looked at the smile and smiled. So that the disciples had a little excited premonition. Master has a good thing to announce today? After the inquiry of Ren, he did not let them down, and started to click today's topic. How do your electrical studies now? Let's report your own experience. The disciples report one by one. To be honest, it was a bit beyond Ryan's expectation. Apart from Matt, who couldn't even tell the difference between a series circuit and a parallel circuit, and Noka, who had just started learning for a short time. He only learned the basics. The other 5 disciples learned quite well. Ryan nodded slightly. You guys are pretty good. Noka, you need to work harder. And Matt, you are on the path of physical sanctification. So I won't ask much of you. Well, you all have it. Follow me. Ren opened the portal. After the disciples passed through the portal with trepidation, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. The huge palace was suspended in the void, and there were many planes around this huge and mysterious palace. The key point was that the wider and larger plane not far away was right in front of him. They recognized almost immediately that the largest plane in front of them was the Chaos Continent. So what they are under their feet are not difficult to guess. This is the temple of the goddess of the magic net. Downs' voice was almost murmured. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat of the 7 disciples was so fierce that they couldn't hear other voices in their ears for a while. Only their fierce heartbeat echoed in their ears. The blood in their blood was surging, and they could not control themselves. Master finally stopped pretending? Are we going to be named God? When one person achieves enlightenment, his family members also benefit from it. This principle can also be applied to the world of chaos, as the Master is deified and his disciples ascend to heaven. Become a legendary strong. Although they have never thought of a peerless thing before they imagined. But on this, God, angel or something means eternal life and glory. This is the ultimate happiness that countless mortals can only dream of but cannot reach. 7 disciples fainted happily. Unexpectedly, Ren's next words are more explosive than they think. Next, I will demonstrate to you. This is the magic circuit of the magic net temple that I just repaired. Ryan began to demonstrate and explain step by step, node by node, how the elemental energy was introduced into this small section of the magic net, successfully converted, and then turned into pure magic power to drive the system, and finally supply energy to various parts of the temple. Don't look at the portal of the portal now, but it contains this kind of electrical knowledge point, which makes the disciples feel a sense of realization. This is a series circuit, right? This is a switch, which can be understood as a power source. The feedback control system is composed of a controller and a control object. Pick it back to the output signal of this control object and compare it with the required signals after measuring. Tell the controller according to this error. This is the work inside the magic net. Let the controller complete this control effect. The disciples discuss with each other enthusiastically. And from the initial junior level circuit, it has been discussed to the university level automatic control that Renan has recently taught. During the discussion, Tang Si was the first to wake up. Wait! The magic net of the goddess of magic net also uses the same electrical theory. Could it be that the master taught us the theological theory of the goddess of magic net from the beginning? Flora interface. Master has cultivated us in the direction of God from the beginning. Isn't it? Master wants them to help repair the magic net. And in the future, they must be to help manage the magic net. This matter looks cumbersome. And turn around. So this is particularly equivalent to promising to give them a god. This remark awakened the 7 disciples, who all looked at Ryan with surprised eyes at the same time. This made Ryan embarrassed. No! Ryan suddenly realized that he couldn't explain it clearly. The conscience of heaven and earth. Even I am not God. Why make you be God? Isn't this funny? As an actor from another world. Ryan smiled calmly. You guys are too superficial. What theology? Theology in your eyes is just a kind of science in my eyes. Everything can be explained clearly by physical theory. Chapter 501 The Meaning of Thighs. That's right. These magic networks, that were once extremely mysterious and advanced in the eyes of mortals, can be explained by Ryan using physical theories. The disciples also believed it. This is from the perspective of science and physics. But the people of Chaos don't think so. This brings us to the comparison between Earthlings and Chaos humans. On Earth, the babies of other species do not make a sound when they are born, for fear that they will be discovered by their natural enemies and die on the spot. In contrast, humans, who are the masters of the earth, cry loudly when they are born, as if they are afraid that other creatures don't know. If it were any other creature, this would be courting death. But if it were a human, this would be a declaration of hegemony. The young of our upright bipedal apes are so arrogant, and it takes more than 10 years for them to grow up. But so what? We will kill anyone who disobeys us, and imprint the fear into the DNA of other species, so that they can be passed down from generation to generation. What about Chaos World? For thousands of years, humans have not been the overlords of this world. The gods frequently appeared, and even the giant dragons flying in the sky and the monsters running on the ground were mostly invincible to humans. Not to mention these outrageous things. Even the orcs, lizardmen, drow, and even the smaller goblins and kobolds. Humans fought back and forth with these races. This led to Ryan perfectly interpreting the essence of the magic network from the perspective of physics. And his disciples' awe of the gods not only did not decrease, but increased dramatically. They would think, oh my god! The master easily disassembled and analyzed the secrets of the magic net goddess, and did not leave even a secret as small as a pair of pants to the magic net goddess. Isn't the master more awesome than the powerful magic net goddess? This is no longer a lofty mountain to look up to. This is simply looking up at the sky. Master's wisdom is like the vast starry sky. Even if we study for 10,000 years, we may not be able to reach even 1/10 of Master's wisdom. With the coming of Master, it is a blessing for the people of the entire Chaos world. Flora, who was the most eloquent, took the lead and praised Ryan sincerely together with a group of disciples. Ryan's face turned red, and he thought, no. In fact, you can learn this after 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of engineering and being beaten in the temple. Then he thought that if he counted the physics he knew from Archimedes, it would be the accumulation of more than 2,000 years of human knowledge. He was standing on the shoulders of giants. Without the discovery and summary of the laws of physics by the predecessors, there would be no way for him to concentrate on the essence of learning. Isn't this a kind of law-based output for his disciples, and even for the entire Chaos world? When Ryan thought of this, he felt relieved. I can't bear this courtesy. I am accepting your worship on behalf of the predecessors of physics. What happened next was a natural progression. The first Palu, disciple, Downs, and the second Palu Harry were summoned by Ryan to help repair the magic network, in order to restore the operation of this outer temple as soon as possible and help Ryan convert the power of faith from all over the continent. Now that the conservative drow have collapsed, the task of hunting down the remaining enemies will be left to main drow Victina. The third disciple, Belend, is in charge of the academy. The fourth disciple, Matt, continues to eliminate the evil dragon. The fifth disciple, Flora, continues to be in charge of external affairs. And the sixth disciple, Bondak, who has recovered well, is in charge of the devil's mouth. As for the seventh son, Noka, he had not predicted anything recently. After seeing the great power of his master, he began to reflect on his mistakes, temporarily gave up pleasure, and concentrated on studying electricity. On the other hand, the situation in the world seemed to become peaceful for a while, especially after the major orthodox religions officially announced their acceptance of the school of physics. Actually, they accepted Ryan's teachings. The situation in the panhuman camp became quite harmonious. A young believer asked Esther, the goddess of spring water and peace, Your Excellency, Archbishop, has peace returned to the world? After thinking for a while, Esther answered the little believer of the Peace Church for 18 generations. Peace? It only looks that way. Most of the time, peace is just an illusory term. It's not because we were born in a peaceful world. but because a stronger person maintained peace with physics. No, with force. Force? Physics? Ace found that he was a bit stupid. She suddenly smiled and said self-deprecatingly, if a peerless strong man like Ryan Tesla acts as the overlord, then it might not be bad. This principle is applicable throughout history, both in China and abroad. Even in the Celestial Empire before Ryan traveled through time. While children in China are setting off firecrackers on the streets, fireworks are also being set off enthusiastically somewhere in the world. The cornerstone of peace is actually force. In the world of chaos, when mortals thought that the world had returned to peace. In fact, in many places beyond the reach of the world's eyes, the world had quietly changed. In a certain layer of Bator Hell, 2 level 19 pit fiends were complaining about their own lord. As the top devils, every pit fiend has the opportunity to attack the overlord. They are also the most restless. Our lord is such a coward. How could he choose to avoid it just because a powerful, suspected god appeared on earth? When the gods were still around, didn't we still tempt mortals and angels to fall? Don't complain. Tesla Academy is probably his kingdom on earth. If we act rashly, he will just pull us out of H.L. and beat us to death. Don't forget that unlucky guy. Snort. As they were complaining, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the void beside them. The sound was like something crisp being broken, making a shrill whistle. The sound grew louder and louder, turning into a deafening roar. They, and all the devils in this wild area of H.L. saw a large mass of biological tissue ignited by H.L. fire leap out of the void and fall directly into the dark wasteland in front of them. Something's wrong. Lich devil only had time to issue a warning to his men before a torrential rain of flesh and blood mixed with countless weird biological tissues exploded from the ground where it fell, rushing towards the demons in all directions. Ah! A bone demon suddenly had a huge suction cup-like thing on his forehead. He screamed, and then turned into a strange thing with a Cthulhu-like appearance above the neck and human-shaped skeletons below the neck. Before his teammates could react, this new monster suddenly bit the Anzimo next to him. Don't be fooled by the fact that demons in humans' eyes all look scary and weird. That's just the way humans see it. In fact, over the past thousands of years, there have only been so many types of demons, and they have never increased. What seems to be diverse in the eyes of outsiders is just the same in the eyes of demons. As a lawful evil race, the appearance of demons has always been fixed. However, the emergence of these twisted creatures brought terrible mutations to the devil group. Counterattack. Counterattack. As the commander on the battlefield, the Hell Devil immediately commanded a successful counterattack. Relying on a strict formation, the devils paid a certain price and finally eliminated these mutant guys. What is this? A low-level devil asked his commander. The red face of the pit hell demon began to turn blue. He cursed a purgatory curse word and said fiercely, "This thing has already entered the realm of chaos. I must report it to the Lord." Chapter 502 Chaos Rising. The appearance of enemies in the depths of Bator Hell is undoubtedly a very shocking thing for the devils. The devil is a rigorous and meticulous race. Bator Hell has been carefully designed since its creation. Starting from the first layer, the area is expanded layer by layer. It is impossible to reach the next layer without passing through the previous layer. The deepest is the 9th layer, which is also the level where the Lord of Hell once lived. The first layer of H.L. is like a market, where all kinds of things can come from. There are fallen intelligent races, demon armies that cause trouble for the devil every day. And in the past, there were angel armies that came from time to fight against the devil. Going further down, the defense becomes more and more strict. For example, the sudden invasion of mutated chaotic creatures this time undoubtedly sounded the alarm for the entire H.L. This made the demon lords, who were in serious internal strife, alert. They immediately slowed down the pace of their internal strife, reduced border frictions, and began to communicate with each other as much as possible. The chaos invasion is not limited to Hell. In fact, it is even more serious on the continent of chaos. The Kingdom of Wizen, which has the qualification of electing the emperor in the Karak Empire, is definitely the backbone of the empire. The 300,000 square kilometers of fertile land is located in the north of the empire. This kingdom, which is long from east to west and narrow from north to south, can support the Devil's Mouth Fortress in the east and reach the border of the Barbarossa Empire in the west. It is a throat country connecting the central and northern parts of the empire. In history, 3 emperors of the empire were born here. But on this day, King Wisin suddenly received a letter from his younger brother, saying that he was seriously ill and hoped to see him for the last time before he died. King Wisin 36 knew that his brother had been weak and sickly since childhood, so he did not suspect anything and hurried to the prince's manor on the outskirts of the royal capital with the king's guards. He even brought the prince with him to see his uncle for the last time. When His Majesty the King rushed to the manor, what he saw were sad servants, the guard knights with painful faces, and the panicked nephew. Sok, why is it like this all of a sudden? When Sok saw the king coming, he felt like he had found his backbone and burst into tears. Father was fine yesterday at noon, but he suddenly said he wanted to go see the snow. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. So we had to cover him with a quilt, put a brazier next to him, and push him to the garden to watch for half an hour. Who knew that he suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night? And he became confused and vomited blood. The imperial physician said that Father, he was probably not going to make it. Take me to see it. Walking all the way inside the manor, one could see servants rushing around in a hurry. They either carried foul-smelling medicine or took away dirty blood-stained cloth. The ominous premonition in his heart made the king quicken his pace. Arriving all the way to his brother's bedroom and coming to the sickbed, the king originally thought that he would see a dying, skinny face. However, when his brother turned around, what the king saw was a completely abnormal blue face. "Brother, you smell so good," Prince Carson said with a smile. "Huh?" The facial features were still his brother's, but the weird color tone was definitely not normal. At this critical moment, the king's most loyal knight Grandmaster Paladin Tanis Turgi's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Protect His Majesty!" A brilliant golden light shot out from his waist and struck Prince Carson's neck. At the same time, he pulled the king with his left hand, trying to pull His Majesty away from danger. No one expected that he would be greeted with an extremely strange smile. Prince Carson faced his own end with great calmness, as the legendary paladin's blow easily cut him in half at the shoulder. But the prince's belly suddenly bulged up, opening a bloody mouth and biting the king, who was caught off guard. Tanis pulled back only the lower half of the king's body. He and the other royal guards almost watched helplessly as their own prince murdered their master. In an extremely weird way, the following battle could hardly be called a battle. It was just a group of strong men bombarding the monster in the prince's belly with all the tricks they could. But it was not until he was completely killed and the entire manor was in chaos that the royal guards and the rest of the people in the manor realized what had happened. Holy light! It was my father who murdered my uncle. Sok was about to collapse. Such a big thing has happened, so of course we have to investigate it thoroughly. Almost everyone, whether from Prince Carson's palace or the royal guards, who failed to protect the king, was locked up for individual investigation. Afterwards, even the local bishop of the Church of Light came to the scene in person. After 24 hours of investigation, the conclusion reached was chilling. When Knight Commander Tanis saw his familiar Bishop Limit and his superior, General Albert, who was in charge of the entire palace guard, coming in together, he couldn't hide his dejection on his face. "Tell me, who is the murderer? Have you found out? Or do you want me to be held responsible for this? If so, I am willing to commit suicide to wash away my shame and sin." Bishop Limit spoke. "My child, we have a sad and strange news to tell you. Prince Carson has no intention of assassinating the king." "Ah! How is this possible?" The Knight Commander looked in disbelief. General Albert sighed. "In fact, even the prince himself is a victim. The real murderer is a chaos monster." "Chaos?" Tanis was extremely unfamiliar with this word. Bishop Limit explained, "As everyone knows, there are 9 camps in the world. On the surface, the chaotic camp does whatever it wants. In fact, chaos is also a part of order. The existence of the chaotic camp at least abides by the basic laws of the world. And chaos is an existence that subverts the laws at will. Ah! The 9 factions are, after all, people of order who are bound by laws. But these are the chaos monsters that have not appeared in the past 5,000 years. They only have the most primitive killing and eating instincts. They will attack and devour everything that comes close to them. Then, they will use the flesh and blood of their victims to multiply any form of twisted flesh and blood creations. So what is this thing? This is an unfortunate story. Probably Prince Carson accidentally stained such a small piece of chaotic flesh, and then quickly grew up in his stomach and devoured his flesh. When His Majesty approached him, he was just listed by the chaos monster as the target of the attack. General Albert sighed. So during the attack, you can treat the prince and the chaos monster in his stomach as two different individuals. Tanis's voice was almost dreamy, and I took it for granted that the prince's neck was a vital point. It's like pushing down one end of a seesaw, only to get hit by the other end. Is it outrageous? It's just so outrageous. Then why are you so sure? The bishop said solemnly. We have received at least 100 reports of chaos monster attacks throughout the empire. This is the most unfortunate incident. The assassination of a king is undoubtedly the most explosive event since the beginning of the year. When Ryan sent Sanders to investigate the matter, the chaos monster suddenly seemed to have disappeared completely. And there was no news of it. Chapter 503 Newton's Coffin. What's going on with this chaos monster? As an outsider, Ryan was actually a little confused about what disorder and chaos were. After the messenger, the paladin Peter, explained it to him in a serious manner, Ryan touched his chin, thinking about something. Of course, Ren knows what the orthogonalism comes to his fart when he has an accident. It means what it means to report. It naturally returns. Chaos is the enemy of all order people. If the chaos is coming, the physics school will stand with the pan-human camp. With Ryan's words, Peter went to report with peace of mind. Everyone is really scared now. Don't be fooled by the Church of Light's seemingly powerful presence. When the Mind Flayer sent a fleet to attack them, Archbishop Hibbert had to throw out all his cards. If any more powerful army comes to attack us, we will have no choice but to use human lives to fill the gap. The Orthodox Church claimed to accept him, but in reality, they were just clinging to Ryan's thighs. Ryan knew this. After seeing Peter off, Ryan told his disciples about the matter, as if he was passing it on to others. What opinions could a few young boys who just turned 18 have? The ones who really had enough insight were the two dwarf apprentices, who were over 80 years old and had just reached adulthood among the dwarfs. Baron, I heard from my elders that the people of order have never had any good way to deal with the chaos monsters. They can only use their lives to fill the gap. Even the effects of divine magic are very mediocre. Von Dake, it's mainly because it's hard to create order, but easy to destroy it. To be honest, Ryan didn't like what he heard, and he blurted out, Humph! Doesn't this mean that Newton's coffin is about to break again? God knows. The 7 disciples below have no idea how to respond to Ryan's alien world joke. In fact, Towns really wanted to ask, could it be that Newton is a lich? Can he jump out of the coffin by himself? But he didn't dare to ask. As Newton is a recognized sage god within the school of physics, it is obviously inappropriate for him to say this. It's at least 12 points inappropriate out of 10. Ryan also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly made amends. Don't get me wrong. Newton has passed away for many years. It's just that his spirit is with us. After saying that, Ryan realized that he was wrong again. The spirit is with us in the chaos world. This sentence can be understood as Newton turning into a vengeful spirit, or a higher-level spiritual being, such as a god, and then being with his believers. Ryan found himself getting more and more angry. So he simply held his forehead and paused for a long time before explaining. This is a catchphrase among us physicists. Whenever we see something that seems to violate physics, we will laugh and say that Newton will be so angry that he will jump out of his grave and beat people. This is just a joke. Don't take it seriously. The disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Tangsi would stammer? Master, we are not ordinary physicists. We are the inheritors of physics. I am just curious and want to ask. Is it okay? You asked. Could it be that Newton's coffin is a special holy relic that suppresses chaos? Towns's imagination runs wild, which always gives Ryan a headache. Every time. Ryan was afraid that Towns would not be able to think out of the box, but also worried that his imagination would be too big. Ryan laughed out loud. Downs? You guessed wrong this time. Newton's coffin has nothing to do with physics. It can't even be considered an illusion in physics. Flora suddenly asked, Master, are you sure? If Newton's coffin is a name that is widely praised, it can also receive the power of people's faith and become sacred. Ryan wanted to laugh at the naive words of his female disciple. Suddenly he couldn't laugh anymore. Wait! Something seems wrong. Oh my god! Whenever Chinese netizens see anything that seems to violate the law of gravity, they will say Newton's coffin can't be held down anymore. Ryan is not exaggerating. Who among those who surfed the internet in those days didn't know this famous internet meme? If we have to count, There are at least hundreds of millions of people who know this meme. Right? Considering that hundreds of core fanatics in the chaos world can produce a god with weak divine power. Something that over 100 million people believe in must be a holy relic. Right? Ryan found it outrageous just to imagine it. No way. No way. The system wouldn't really give this thing to me as a holy relic. Would it? When the time comes? Should I accept it or not? In the end, Ryan decided to stop talking about the topic of relics. Which is much more outrageous than opening a blind box. The help of the sages is limited. We believe in physics itself. Not a certain scientist. If there is sufficient evidence and experimental data to overturn the formulas and laws of the sages, we will do it without hesitation. This is the rigorous attitude towards science. Ryan tried to change the subject to a scientific one. He tried his best. But whether his disciples listened or not was another matter. Anyway, seeing the gleam in Town's eyes, Ryan knew that this crooked disciple probably didn't listen. When Ryan thought about Newton's obsession with theology and alchemy in his later years, he felt extremely annoyed. He made up his mind not to tell his disciples about this. Otherwise, they would have no idea what was going on. The physics school's discussion on this issue has come to a temporary halt. When the world is in chaos and wars are ongoing, the right thing to do is to cultivate one's own inner strength and strengthen oneself. Build high walls, store up abundant food, and slowly become king. The lessons of our ancestors are still applicable no matter how many years have passed, or whether we are on Earth or not. After receiving the news from the Chaos Monster, Ryan very low-key agreed to the special requests of the two empires and a number of kingdoms, and also accepted a huge order for emergency training of magicians, with a total number of 3,000 people. The powerful people in various countries are really scared this time. It is obvious that swords are not very effective against those twisted monsters, compared to unstable magic professions such as warlocks and divine punishers. The mages trained by Ryan are not only quite close to the laws of the world, but also have the advantage of being able to fight independently without connecting to the magic network. They are much stronger than the magicians under the command of the magic network goddess 100 years ago. The key is that it can be grown quickly and meet the growing needs of war. Apart from being expensive, it has all the advantages. It can only be said that the princes and nobles of chaos are at least much better than the corrupt officials of the late Ming dynasty. Those corrupt officials would rather lose their country than pay money, while the nobles of chaos at least understand the truth that money is useless if you have lost your life. However, the second-generation disciples generally did not understand Ryan's approach. "Master, why don't we take the initiative to attack and kill the enemy?" Matt asked a very ignorant question. Ryan shook his head. The more chaotic the world is, the more we need something called strategic determination. Grasp the main contradictions and figure out who the real enemy is. When necessary, give the most critical enemy a fatal blow. As for the other small shrimps, leave them to the Church of Light. They need to show their presence more than we do. Chapter 504. New melons always come unexpectedly. While the fighting forces of the major good churches were spreading across the continent and busy putting out fires everywhere, the Tesla School of Magic and the Merino territory presented a scene that was completely different from the increasingly chaotic situation outside. As a small principality with only 100,000 people, almost all Merino people revolve around the several thousand people in the academy. Think about it. There are 3,000 people in this crash course alone. Most of them are children of commoners, who are not qualified enough to be selected by Ryan as public students or even assistants. Because of the needs of the situation, the kings and nobles of various countries gritted their teeth and paid a large sum of money to Ryan. As a result, these thousands of people enjoyed at least night-level treatment. Due to the large number of people, the Principality of Merino had to import large amounts of food from neighboring places such as Ramonk, which in turn boosted consumption in the surrounding areas. The nobles of each country had the duty to guard their territory and could not leave without permission. But that did not mean they could not send their children out. This led to a situation where the nobles and their legitimate children stayed in their territories, while they tried to find ways to pay their children, even those with no magical talent, to study at Ryan's place as self-funded students, and even paid 3 years tuition in one go. At first Ryan didn't want to accept it, but later he understood. This is hacking protection money. The purpose of sending the child to Ren is to prevent the bloodline from being cut off. Then we saw a strange sight. The noble children of the two empires and a bunch of kingdoms were eating and drinking in Merino City. They didn't cause trouble every day and were very law-abiding. They just held dances and dinners every day. which in turn promoted the high consumption in Marino City. This scene of peace and prosperity formed a somewhat strange contrast with the panic-stricken scenes of other countries. The area near Marino was very safe, but more than 500 kilometers away from the academy, there were chaos demon attacks everywhere. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand it. It's not that the chaos demons are deliberately avoiding Ryan's territory, but that the legendary physical land is too buggy. The powerful ordering ability of the physical land effectively resists the erosion of chaotic forces. Archbishop Antonio couldn't help but complain. Master Tesla has almost transformed that place into the kingdom of God on earth. Right? In fact, all the major Orthodox churches really want Ryan, a big shot, to come forward and calm the situation so that everyone can feel at ease. Every time this happens, the flexible bottom line of the physics school comes into play again. Flora, who is in charge of foreign affairs, used the same rhetoric again. Our school is a lawful neutral camp. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. The envoys from various families rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Devils, demons, dragons, drow, and orcs say they are right. We all believe your lies. All I can say is that only if you have a strong enough fist can you do whatever you want. What is confidence? There are wizard towers all over Marino, plus those red dragon heads hanging on the gates of the town-level city walls. This is our confidence. All factions hoped that Ryan would continue to show his divine power. But Ryan followed the rabbit family's tradition and said, "The truth is only within the range of magic. But I have the final say on when to use the truth." The leaders of various factions were simply speechless, although Ryan was so domineering before. In fact, the only territory directly under the jurisdiction of the School of Physics was the Duchy of Marino. Now, there is at most one Iron Hand clan, and the total area is only 20,000 square kilometers, which is not even as good as many Grand Dukes. The benefits of Ryan's not caring about false reputation have come. When trouble came, his family was not nominally the boss. The nobles and the state religion here naturally had the obligation to be the first to fight. The result was like in Barbarossa's 5 northern provinces, where it was the knights who worked hard to defeat the chaos demons. But in the end, there were more people wearing the emblem of reason. The bosses of each family are feeling a little itchy. As we step into February, spring is about to arrive and flowers will bloom. But there is a high probability that there will be no new melons at the beginning of the year. But new news always comes unexpectedly. On this day, Archbishop Antonio of Light finished his evening prayer and went to sleep. He could clearly feel that the power of faith generated by the prayers of the devout believers was being sent to the Temple of Light in the outer plane as usual. But unfortunately, as usual, there was no response from above. If it weren't for the limited number of clergy who could still use divine magic during fixed time periods, it would be as if their own gods had never existed. It is quite embarrassing that this old church is far less generous than the new physical school. After being slapped in the face so many times, Antonio has developed a thick-skinned attitude of as long as I'm not embarrassed. The embarrassment is on others. Nothing should happen tonight. As soon as he fell asleep, he heard an illusory and distorted roar. The sound was like a magical sound transmission that was disturbed by a huge element. Not only was the sound intermittent, but it also had a clear tone change. It was as if the person transmitting the sound was on a small boat on the sea, being attacked by a storm, and was crying for help. Antonio muttered to himself, could it be an evil invasion? It would be outrageous if the evil could corrupt the mind of an Archbishop of Light in the sacred cathedral. Before he finished speaking, the link was established, and an unclear image broke into his mind. The scene before his eyes kept shaking violently and irregularly, and Antonio took a lot of effort to adjust his eyes to the scene. When he saw a certain detail of the blurry figure in the scene, he felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible big hand. There is a holy emblem of light on the opponent's chest armor. A pair of slender jade hands held a flame. There is no doubt that this is the holy emblem of the goddess of hope, one of the 3 gods of light. The other party's white wings showed that she was an angel under the seat of the goddess of hope, and she was not an ordinary angel. Even though her armor was damaged in many places, and her body was stained with blood of different colors, it was hard to tell whether it was her blood or the enemy's. Antonio recognized her identity by the 3 layers of golden flying wing shoulder armor on her shoulders. Archangel Luna Aisha this. The Archbishop knew her from the murals in the cathedral. She is the most powerful angel guarding the goddess in the legend. What shocked Antonio was that the Archangel, who was praised for being able to fight against weaker evil gods, now had only one wing left behind her left shoulder of her holy white wings. And her right shoulder was stained with platinum blood. How miserable this is! Anxiety was written all over her beautiful face. As her red lips opened, she spoke incoherently. The god of fire has fallen. The light of hope is almost extinguished. Capra. Shags. Chaos. And. Can you hear me? Urgently. Evacuate. Coordinates. Antonio at least understood Chaos' name. He was startled and immediately summoned all his energy and strength. Shouting, Chaos is here! Chaos Church of Light is here! Archangel Luna seemed to have heard it. She turned her head, stared in Antonio's direction, and shouted quickly, The world. Move! Chapter 505 Chaos Version Ragnarok begins. The world is moving? Is that what it means? Archbishop Antonio suddenly saw the figure of the Archangel blur, and he shouted and stretched out his right hand in horror, as if he instinctively wanted to grab something. Naturally, he caught nothing. The moment he woke up from this oracle full of bad news, he was surprised to find that he had burst into tears without knowing when. Throughout the territory of the Karak Empire, including the kingdoms that believe in the Church of Light, the prayer halls of the Churches of Light, large and small, are filled with the unified prayers of devout believers day and night. Since the last divine revelation, all major churches have done this, organizing devout believers to pray continuously in shifts of 4 hours each, 6 shifts a day. At this time, as a special divine power fluctuated like a circle of ripples, the pastor of Guangming, who was wearing a gorgeous white robe, opened his eyes in panic. Not only did they find the sacred name that could not read the bright vulgar, one of the 3 idols in the church changed. The majestic god of fire was originally a male figure, and his outstretched hands were now clasped. The priests felt that they had forgotten something very important. There should have been something in their clenched hands. That's right. Only people at the bishop level would remember that there should have been a huge torch as tall as his body. It symbolized that the god of fire had taken control of the flames from the lord of the fire elemental world, and that the flames had allowed humans to bid farewell to their primitive lives of eating raw meat and drinking blood. This was a symbol of humans stepping from the wilderness into civilization. Now, there is nothing there. More than one paladin was horrified to find that a large number of offensive spells that they could use were disappearing from their mental lists. Ah! Ring the bell. Ring the alarm bell. The temple bells are ringing. Numerous sacred warriors and Pilates, who believed in Vulcan as the core belief, woke up from their sleep and sweated coldly. The kingdom of God in their dreams seemed to be devoured by something, because they were trapped in a common nightmare. At this moment, all priests in the area centered on the Karak Empire, and with the Church of Light as the state religion, were forcibly cut off from their connection with the god of fire XXXX. They were obviously very familiar with that god, but now they couldn't remember his name. Anyone who knows enough about gods will know that this only means one thing: the god of fire they worship has fallen. Even though his statue did not crack, the torch representing his core power was lost. And this was the fall of a god. In the first 3 times when gods fell, the mortals in the panhuman camp of Chaos World could still hypnotize themselves, and those who fell were all noobs. Even if the god of travel and exploration fell, it actually had no impact on the daily lives of most people. Vulcan is different. The influence of the Bright Church is extremely huge. More than half of the panhuman camps have established it as the state religion, now that the god of fire has fallen. This is very bad. People tend to regard the powerful sun god as the core of the Church of Light. He is the most comprehensive. The goddess of hope is a weaker divine power. She represents hope and guides mortals towards goodness. The god of fire has a violent temper and hates evil. He is also a classic example of a strong attacker who is good at defending a weak opponent. In any case, the Church of Light went from 3 gods to 2 gods, which was definitely a huge blow to the church's reputation. This is based on the premise that Archbishop Antonio concealed the news that the goddess of hope was likely seriously injured. If outsiders knew that one of the 3 gods of light was seriously injured and one fell, it would be a disaster. When Antonio told the Presbyterian bishops about this, they quickly agreed to keep it secret. If other churches are fine, then the Church of Light will be hit hard. This matter must not be made public. But soon, they found that there seemed to be no need to hide it too much, because something happened in every family. The message is quickly summarized. In just 1 week, the gods of fire, suffering, war, tracking and hunting of humans, the god of conspiracy of the dark elves, the god of fate and history of the elves, the god of theft of the dwarves, the god of death of the halflings, the god of rebellion and evil of the dwarves, and so on were declared dead one after another, regardless of race or camp. More than 20 gods have fallen. This is a very outrageous number. You know, humans have the most gods. A total of 80. The gods of other tribes vary in number, with the dwarves having the most. 18. Including the gray dwarf god, who is known as the dwarf traitor. Anyway, there are only a little over 200 gods with names and surnames in the entire continent. At first, each tribe thought that it was their own gods fighting against their mortal enemies, and they brought their own kingdoms to fight the other side in a higher dimension. Facts have proved that the judgments of the leaders of various tribes were wrong. As more oracles were given, it was basically certain that they were not fighting to the death with each other. All the evidence pointed to one enemy: chaos. What exactly is chaotic forces? Nobody knows. Some people believe that they are the chaos demons that have appeared recently. Most factions and national leaders believe that the troubles that the gods encounter are definitely more than this level. Various oracles all point to one key point. That is, coordinates. As time entered the center of February, Ryan, who was busy rebuilding the magic network system, had to descend from the temple in the outer plane and return to the academy, because this time a group of big guys were visiting together. In the huge reception room, the cold light of magic runes flickered everywhere. Of course, this was decorative. The light source of the entire hall came from the soft sunlight reflected from the top of the cliff many times. This made the Orthodox leaders feel quite comfortable. As soon as Ren took a few disciples to enter the door, he heard a fierce discussion between Bishop Antonio and the allies. I can't believe it so far. Our gods make the venue passing by saying the world is moving. Is this true? The upright Grand Knight Commander Lucian immediately complained. As everyone knows, the Chaos world has never moved since its creation. Otherwise, humans would have been thrown out of the plane long ago. The Grand Bishop of the Justice Church also emphasized, although the God of Justice comes from a crushed plane, that position has never moved since the ancient times. I don't know why the gods will award such a deity. When everyone saw Ryan come in, they all looked at him, obviously asking Ryan to judge the matter. Ryan suddenly felt that Bruno, who promoted Copernicus's heliocentric theory, was burned to death. In the context of that era, it was sometimes really hard to blame those in power for their ignorance. Not to mention the chaos world composed of various planes. Chapter 506, Can't Do It. Need more money. Ryan is not trying to whitewash those charlatans who burned Bruno to death. He just wants to say that cognition is actually a very subjective thing. Whether it is a human or a god, they only believe what they see. It is normal that when something is completely missing in your world, you will not be aware of its existence and cannot imagine the principle behind it. For example, the former Aztec Empire in South America stagnated in its civilization development because of the lack of iron. For example, if there was no alternating current that could be used for both military and civilian purposes on Earth, and even no direct current, would there still be today's brilliant civilization? At least there would not have been the birth of computers. There would not have been the subsequent control chips. And there would have been no complicated follow-ups such as breaking out of the atmosphere. This is also true for the Chaos people and even their gods. When they are used to looking at their own planes that do not move, and where the sky is round, and the Earth is round for thousands of years, they can't imagine that there are huge planets outside here, and that the planets can rotate and revolve. Gods are high-purity spiritual energy entities that focus on a certain field. Their ministerial duties limit their imagination to a large extent, and their believers absolutely worship them as beings in this field. With the support of faith is not absolute. It is a pagan. This leads to a serious lack of understanding of the world by that god, and even the entire pantheon. There is nothing that can be done about it. Ryan's eyes swept all the way and finally landed on the face of Archbishop Loris of the Temple of Knowledge. Huh? How rare. A believer of the God of Knowledge is also coming to me to seek answers? Loris, with his white hair and big beard, was not shy about it. He bowed deeply to Ryan. In my Lord's view, any of the existence that can provide more knowledge and truth can be my teacher. Our church has always wanted to achieve cooperation with your faction. Previously, it was a pity that it could not be done for some reason. It is a pity. Loris was straightforward. As long as Ren didn't make an official announcement, he would continue to cooperate with Ren and pretend to be confused. Anyway, he was polite as if he were treating a true god, and no one could say he was wrong. After all, a messenger of God does not need to kneel down and worship gods from other sects. As a person who has been pursuing knowledge in his life, there is a discussion to other knowledgeable great existences. No, even if you ask your mouth, this is not the case? Ryan found it extremely troublesome when he heard it. It's not right if he agrees. And it's not right if he doesn't agree. A bunch of guys who don't even know about the rotation and revolution of celestial bodies come to him. If he agrees, won't all the orthodox religions on the continent try to get him to send those crappy coordinates to their gods? I know nothing about astronomy. Besides, in this crappy world of chaos, are there any planes that revolve or rotate? Ryan is just an ordinary transcendent. How could he spy on places outside the entire star field and determine the cosmic coordinates of the chaos world? Even if he got the coordinates, he might not be able to send them out. Even if he did, it might not be good for Lei. There was no guarantee that these gods, who seemed to be in big trouble, would kill the guide first when they got ashore as soon as they came back. Just because he has a good relationship with the mortal bishops of various major religious sects does not mean that he has a good relationship with the gods. Ryan would never do such a stupid thing as catching a bug in his crotch. But at this moment, Reynolds found that all the disciples behind him were looking at him with fiery eyes. Tangsi took the initiative. Master, you said that physics also includes astronomy. Hey, you traitor! Today, the Master, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. I will clean up the mess. It's because Lei once casually mentioned that this little bastard Towns might not be so familiar with the law. How come you remember this trivial thing so clearly? Towns backstabbed his master, and the bishop's eyes lit up immediately. Mr. Lei is in trouble again. It is true that astronomy uses the technical and methods of physics to study the form, structure, physical conditions, chemical composition, and evolutionary laws of celestial bodies. Astronomy is closely related to physics. To study astronomy, you need to master the basic knowledge of physics, such as relativity, quantum mechanics, etc. At the same time, the development of astronomy also depends on the development of physics. However, everyone has his own specialty, and Ryan is not completely unaware of this. He only knows the basics. His face darkened, and he turned around and shouted at Tangsi, "Tangsi, how many times have I told you? People have specialties. Skills have specialties. It's good enough for a person to make a breakthrough in a certain field. Don't think about being proficient in everything. Although I understand astronomy, I only know the surface and don't understand the truth. If I say it casually, won't I harm everyone?" When Ryan said this, the archbishops on the opposite side felt their hearts sink. Ren is still continuing to output. On the bright side, he was scolding his apprentices. In fact, he heard them. The ancestor Nicholas Tesla has built achievements in many fields, but his most well-known expertise is still limited to electromagnetics. Is it enough? Including Towns? All the disciples were speechless after being scolded. Laura even glanced at Towns secretly, then secretly gave him a thumbs up behind his back. Tangsi was curious. Why did my junior sister give me a look that was both angry and encouraging me to do a good job? Towns didn't have time to think about it. He was already confused by his master's violent scolding. He lowered his head and dared not speak. After scolding his disciples, Ryan turned to the archbishops and said, "Although I would like to give you an answer, our physics school has not done any research on plane studies. The knowledge involved in astronomy just mentioned is completely incompatible with the laws of this world. Our predecessors are powerless, so please go back." Without waiting for the bishops to react, Ryan called out, "Towns, show them out." After that, without giving them a chance to argue, Ryan turned around and left, leaving the archbishop stunned. Antonio was completely confused, and when he returned, he couldn't help but look for his teacher out of habit. Hibber's chopping head is a sentence. "Oh, my stupid disciple, you are always the first in the world, and you have become the same as the status, or even more status communicate. What we want is not the law of cows. What we want to use for the outside world is obviously used. He has the benefit. He is not a kind camp, and he refuses to do this for the whole plane." Antonio suddenly realized that the teacher's words translated meant, "He is not satisfied with our price. Not only must we negotiate separately, but we also have to pay more." Chapter 507, The Angel Breaks into the Siege. Sometimes, information asymmetry works like this. When you are the only one in the world who knows a piece of information, Others will either come to you with a knife or beg you on their knees, depending on the strength of your fist. Everyone knows that Ryan broke through H.L., tore the abyss with his bare hands, and stepped on a dragon. He is also soft-hearted and does not respond to hard tactics. This allowed countries and even major sects to quickly find a shortcut. Let me put it this way. In recent days, the envoys from various factions coming to Merino City are no longer powerful but apologetic old men, but have all been replaced by beautiful women. Master, Flora only spoke in a low voice, and Ryan choked back through the physical network with a word, "No." I see. The manor outside Merino City had long been converted into a side entrance to the Magic Academy. The poor fifth disciple looked at the beauties of various races filling the hall outside. What else could he say but sigh? Flora could never have imagined that a good Magic Academy had turned into a beauty pageant for the panhuman camp. Not only are there beautiful women from various human countries who are carefully dressed up, but this time, there are also dwarves. Not only did the dwarves specially pick a princess of noble status, but she is also relatively thin, and her appearance and figure conform to human aesthetics. She is also 1.55 meters tall. This princess is definitely very tall among dwarves, because most dwarves are only 1.20 to 1.4 meters tall. Only the tallest and strongest dwarf elites are over 1.5 meters tall. The halflings and dwarves also sent out 2 princesses. Due to racial limitations, the 2 families dressed them up as little human girls. These 3 dwarf families are at least part of the panhuman camp, so Flora can understand that. What made her scalp tingle the most was the man sitting alone in the reception hall, shining with golden light. Even though she was dressed like a human noblewoman, she had a pair of golden horns on her head, a long, agile golden tail hanging from the side of her seat, and a terrifying aura that kept strangers away, which clearly revealed her identity as a dragon. A powerful golden dragon transformed into a human woman through ultimate transfiguration. Sitting here majestically, she even had the mood to look at the dragon head wall, which was extremely terrifying in the eyes of outsiders, and cast an interested look at those red dragon fellows who still exuded terrifying power even after death. Her coming, to some extent, is also to verify whether the physics school is indiscriminately targeting the entire dragon clan. Now it seems that she made the right bet. Even though Ryan was in the mage tower, he couldn't just ignore this golden dragon whose strength was at least at the legendary level, and whose challenge level was conservatively estimated to be no less than level 30. Looking at the magic projection, Ryan asked, "Who is she?" Isel Eltrans is a noble golden dragon. She worships the god of good dragons, and is also a member of the Dragon Council. The Mount Lady replied, "Perhaps the death of our goddess of laughter has greatly shaken the good dragon camp." "Oh, she's not getting along with you?" For a moment, Anna stopped what she was doing, but she quickly lowered her head and continued. Ryan lifted her chin and said with a smile, "Since my mount is so loyal, I will not treat her well." Ryan looked at the pair of green eyes that flashed with warm joy, and he seemed to see the words loyalty plus 20 pop up on her forehead. This is not an illusion. Anna is super enthusiastic today. Sure enough, if you want to improve a relationship, sometimes you don't have to rely on licking. You can also plan to deal with her opponent in a fair and square manner. Anyway, whether out of a sense of crisis or competition, Anna really wanted to improve her relationship with Ryan today. Ryan didn't want to bother with those guys, so he prepared in advance. He first took Sophia and Margaret to his own magic tower, and didn't even let their families meet, at most passing a note. Sometimes things are done just like that, unless you come to their door in person and plead face to face. Even relatives will find it difficult to understand how urgent your request is. You can guard against thieves day and night, but you can't guard against thieves in your own home. Ryan didn't expect that the other party was an acquaintance who stole things in Hiroshima on August 6, 1946. "Master, would you like some tea?" "Need not." The next second, a cup of 60-degree hot black tea flew over my head. "Ah, Master, you are not dead. It's okay. I always keep the shield on when you're here." Ryan watched speechlessly as the scalding liquid droplets, enough to burn an ordinary person, slid down the outer wall of a translucent light shield. "Master, do you dislike me?" Ely lowered her head guiltily. "A little, but not much." To some extent, Ryan had brought the conversation to an end. Under normal circumstances, any normal person would have given up when faced with difficulties. When Ely heard this, she actually smiled and patted her chest. "Ah, not much. That means you don't mind it too much. That's good. After a brief silence, Ryan said, if you have something to say, just say it. No. Nothing to say. Master, don't you think there's anything special about me today? After saying that, Elizabeth, who had been carefully dressed, turned around beautifully. To be fair, considering her looks and figure, this should be a very beautiful scene. She specially changed into a maid uniform that was exactly the same as Anna's. You know, maid uniforms can be different from each other, although they are made of the same black fabric. The 6D and 300D are two completely different worlds. She specially wore white silk stockings with suspenders. If she just wears a pair of exquisite white shoes, even the most ordinary flat shoes, it will be a sure win. What made Ryan hold his forehead was that the person who gave her the order probably told her that it was cold now, and she'd better wear a pair of small boots. What did she do in the end? God damn. He came out wearing a pair of black rain boots. Yes. Can only say, you are worthy of it. She easily accomplished what 99.99% of the beauties in the world cannot do. It is true that beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. She is probably the only one in the entire Church of Light who can perform seduction in such an extraordinary and otherworldly way, completely beyond vulgarity. Seeing Ryan holding his forehead with a desperate expression, Elizabeth knew that something bad was going to happen no matter how stupid she was. Did I screw up? Yes. Ryan was speechless. I didn't mean to screw up. Do you think you can succeed with your intelligence? Ryan sighed. How could there be any bitterness in his eyes when he looked at her? It was just like looking at his own stupid daughter who couldn't get married. Well, they said that I was successful as long as I could stay with you. Although they don't understand. Actually, I don't understand why you accepted me. What I want is your wise soul. Of course. You can't say that. Ryan said unhappily. Come on. Did Antonio ask you to come? No. It was Miss Luna who came to me in a dream. Huh? Who? She should be the archangel of the goddess of hope and light that I once believed in. Ryan? Chapter 508. Doghead stuck on the wall. Ryan almost wanted to say, there's a traitor among us. For a moment, he almost thought that he had been tricked by the Church of Light from the beginning. Now there was still time to abandon the husky. At most, he would be guilty of abandoning a pet. And he would not have any psychological burden at all. Elizabeth sometimes does stupid things. But she is not really stupid. When she saw Ryan's unhappy eyes, she immediately took small steps and backed away little by little instinctively. After a few steps, her butt was against the door. Ryan was annoyed. What's wrong again? No. Master. The look in your eyes just now was very scary. I felt like you must have thought of something terrible just now. Well, it turns out that being stupid and being intuitive can be two different things. Master, you really didn't intend to snap me or anything just now. Did you? Ryan held his chin in his hand speechlessly. Confess first. What did that archangel say to you? That's what she said. Elizabeth repeated her oracle in a long and rambling manner. After listening to her, Ryan found that what she said was similar to the content of the letter that Archbishop Antonio sent back. Rin noticed a key point, that the object of the Luna Angel asked for help was actually not limited to the world of Kazos. She called the maiden or great bishop in the three worlds, including the world of Cana, and at all costs of the space coordinates of the world, to facilitate serious injuries, the goddess of the light of hope. In terms of the narrative, the Shabai version shows that the situation is more critical than Antonio's version, which can be clearly felt from the wording and tone. The previous version had the wording urgently needed. Now it is reached at all costs. The sun god was not mentioned in the words. But as long as the sun god, who is the main god of light, has a trick up his sleeve, the archangel of the goddess of light of hope does not need to go beyond the sun god, or even his own archbishop, and can directly ask for help from the Holy Lady of Light of Hope, whose spiritual fluctuations are closer to his own. This kind of situation where one goes beyond one's level and asks for help from a member at a lower level is definitely unusual. This means that something may have happened to the sun god, and he has fallen into an unreliable or strange state. The 5 fingers of Ryan's right hand tapped the table in turns, as if playing a piano, rhythmically, yet seemingly without rhythm, making the saint maid's heart beat nervously. After a while, Ryan said, I have my own ideas about the Church of Light. Don't mention it again. Oh, Okay. Feeling as if she had accomplished something great, Elizabeth, who had let go of a huge burden, bowed as if nothing had happened and wanted to leave. Wait! Ryan's voice came from behind her, scaring her so much that her nerves suddenly tensed up and her whole body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted. Director? Are you still awake? Shabai was so nervous that his teeth were chattering, and he couldn't speak clearly. Ryan said with a fake smile, Yes. You seem to have forgotten that your identity is no longer the Holy Maiden of Light, but my maid. I feel that as the Master, I have the obligation to make you remember this identity. Ryan snapped his fingers. Anna. Here. The dragon maid appeared like lightning. Hang her at the gate of the Mage Tower for me. For a moment, Elizabeth was stunned. She thought Ryan wanted to kill her and increase her strength, so that she could go directly to the Louis XVI stage. No. Master. Don't. I have served you for so long. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Although I broke a lot of things, I swear I will compensate you. No. Woo-woo. The former saint wailed, as the human woman transformed by the giant dragon picked her up with one hand and dragged her away like a cat. Of course Anna would not misunderstand Ryan's meaning. Then, a strange scene appeared at the entrance of the first floor of the trump card Mage Tower. That picture is probably... How much sorrow can you have? It's like a dog's head stuck on the wall. Among the extremely terrifying dragon head specimens, there was a little blonde head. She was a very pretty girl. She was crying loudly and seemed to be struggling hard. Master Ryan, I was wrong. I am your maid. I am your good maid. I will not mess around anymore. Well, don't forget that there are a large number of self-funded students and apprentices in the crash course in Tesla Magic Academy. Many of them are from the Karak Empire and have close ties with the Church of Light. On the surface, everyone thought that it was Ryan punishing his disobedient maid. To be honest, in this feudal system, no one could blame the Lord or Master for punishing his servants, who made mistakes. The interesting thing is that Elizabeth is the former Saint of Light. This is equivalent to Ryan publicly announcing that no one can get in through the back door. The news reached Archbishop Antonio, who also sighed to his teacher. It seems that our former saint has failed. Hibbert laughed instead. Failure? No. I think this is another kind of success. Ryan Tesla is telling us that we should not expect him to work without paying a price. What price can we pay? Antonio said with a bitter face. Think about it. For an alien god, is it more beneficial for him to have all the local gods return? Or for him to become the only true god in the world? Even if he does not harm the wishes of the kind gods, it does not mean that he will give up his rights and interests to fulfill the interests of our Orthodox religion. Don't forget, we can't contact our gods at all. Ren is the only hope for us. Then we. Hibbert closed his eyes. You are the Archbishop. I am retired. No matter how good-tempered Antonio was, and how much respect he had for his master, at this moment he couldn't help but complain in his heart. The bastard old man retired early on purpose, just because he calculated all this, so that I could take the blame. Right? Anyone who can become an archbishop must have good self-cultivation, at least on the surface. This master-disciple pair, who looked like father and son, appeared to be a loving father and a filial son. Antonio may be angry, but he would never turn against his master over such a small matter. From the perspective of all the major sects, this is now a typical seller's market, because Ryan is the only one in the world who has the ability to provide spatial coordinates, and Ryan can wait, while the gods of other sects seem unable to. This typical one-sided demand is the reason why Ryan is asking for a sky-high price. Among all the major Orthodox religions, the loss of the Church of Light was undoubtedly the heaviest. Of the three gods who served as the pillars, one died and one was injured. If the goddess of hope also kneels, the Church of Light will change from a polytheistic religion to a monotheistic religion. This weakening of its strength will directly lead to its fall from the position of the First Orthodox Church. Once the boss fails, he won't just fall to the second place. As long as the situation permits, the second and third in command will definitely join forces to set up a plan. Even if they don't kill the original boss, they will at least make him fall to the point where he can never return to the position of boss again. Antonio knew that his family would have to bleed heavily. Chapter 509, quote Soar. Soon, Flora received the first offer from the Church of Light. Master, King Cervantes sent an envoy and an official letter, hoping that his kingdom's first state religion would be changed to physics, and explicitly stated that the Church of Light would be happy to see such a development. Perhaps, in the eyes of Archbishop Antonio, this offer was quite sincere. After all, Ryan had a precedent before, stealing the power of faith of the 5 northern provinces of Barbarossa without saying a word, and even selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, claiming that Barbarossa's first sect was still the Knights. This proves that Ryan is not without ideas about the power of faith. Now Antonio is just legalizing this behavior. Anyway, the School of Physics has been promoted to the state religion, and the churches of light in various parts of the kingdom of Cervantes sent congratulatory messages immediately. Everyone tacitly accepted the change of religion, and then everyone was happy. But the key to this matter is that Ryan must be a real god, who can successfully transform the power of faith for his own use. The problem is, Ryan is a classic false god. He only has the name of a god, but in reality, he is just a legendary wizard. Ryan couldn't come out and slap himself in the face. This results in a complete misalignment of the needs of both parties. Ryan didn't want the gods to return. At least not now. If it weren't for the horrible prophecy of the little fat man Noka, Ryan even wanted to kill the gods and not report the coordinates at all, so that all those shitty gods would die in the outer realm. This made Ryan very embarrassed. It's not a good thing for him to reply to this quote. And it's not a good thing for him not to reply. As a result, after 2 days of delay, he didn't make any move. So Antonio reluctantly increased the bet. This time, the letter was sent in the name of Emperor Karak. Anyway, the messenger said something nice. Like the Karak Empire is a country with a very diverse race. There are humans, dwarves, gnomes, halflings and other races living together. Our Majesty deeply feels the importance of diversity, and hopes that the School of Physics can become the second state religion of this empire. Now, not only the Church of Light, but also the Knights have sent messages through Emperor Barbarossa and the Turin family, saying, "We hope that the School of Physics will become the second state religion of the entire Barbarossa Empire." This time, the 2 major Orthodox religions collectively stepped up their efforts. In their view, they are sincere enough. You know, the original Barbarossa second sect was the Justice Church of the God of Justice. When the boss Barbarossa said he wanted to let the second place go, how could the Justice Church not know? There must have been a lot of PY transactions behind it, and it was completely passed on. And it was the Light Church and the Knights who jointly persuaded. Ryan could even imagine that during their negotiations, he would definitely say something like with the coordinates, "Your God of Justice can return earlier," which became the straw that broke the camel's back for Bishop Justin. From their perspective, the major Orthodox religions are really cutting off their own flesh this time. Giving up one's own faith territory would definitely be an event on the level of a war between gods before the Dharma ending age. Ryan could foresee that if he nodded in agreement, the bishops would make all the believers swear that they would keep this promise, would not let their own gods go back on their word, and would even be grateful to him, Ryan. But the more they bleed and profit, the more they are putting Ryan on the fire. When seeing these proposals, Ryan grinned inwardly, but on the surface he said to the female disciple, "Got it. Tell them that I don't actually have the ready-made spatial coordinates of this world. In fact, my coming to the world of chaos was an accident." Ah! Flora's eyes widened with curiosity. She thought back and immediately remembered the story told by her senior brother. The master was originally a hermit who hid in a small valley in the Fulong Mountains. There was almost nothing here at first, except for the Tesla coil, which looked like a magical artifact. There were only a pile of ruins, and it was impossible to find 2 more intact houses. It seems that the master really didn't intend to stay for long, nor did he intend to accept a disciple. Everything fits right. Flora also has something to say. When she responded to the 3 major Orthodox religions, the envoy's expressions were very interesting. Paladin Peter, then Sir Tesla, "Do you have any solution?" Flora smiled and said, "Master promised to determine the coordinates as soon as possible. But before the spatial coordinates of this world are determined, he cannot accept your proposals. The specific matters will be discussed with you after Master has settled the coordinate issue." A very honest reply. If people really don't have the coordinates, how can they use them to trade? Isn't this just cheating? Ryan's answer made the families feel his sincerity. The envoys expressed their hope that Ryan would come as soon as possible. Behind the scenes, they did not dare to push Ryan too hard, fearing that Ryan would become passive and lazy. The archbishops of each sect also knew that these conditions were only acceptable to a true god, far less than the rewards of dominating the world. But for them, this was the maximum condition they could offer as archbishops. The conditions were higher. Not to mention whether Ryan believed it or not. The key point was that they themselves could not report to the believers. They could not allow their own church to be incorporated into Ryan's physics school. Right here, Ryan managed to stabilize the various orthodox religions for the time being. He didn't expect that the other side seemed to have a feeling of suppressing one problem, but causing another. After not being received for several days, Sister Jean Long couldn't stand it anymore. So, right at the entrance of the Mage Tower, a small double dragon meeting took place. "Hey, Anastasia, are you the one who is trying to stop me from seeing Lord Tesla?" The golden dragon girl, who had transformed into a human form, put her right hand on her waist and stared at the dragon made in front of her with a very sharp look. Her golden vertical pupils were full of terrifying hostility. To be honest, if another opponent stood in front of her with this level of dragon power, he might be scared to death. No! In the past, she would have won. A mixed-race fairy dragon, under the same age, says that nothing is an opponent of pure-blood golden dragon. As the top dragon, the golden dragon has extremely high resistance in all aspects, and in hand-to-hand combat, it can absolutely defeat the fairy dragon that mainly relies on magic. In fact, the two dragons have always been at odds with each other in the Dragon Council. In particular, Anna repeatedly instigated the dragons to deal with Ryan, after directly or indirectly causing the deaths of several legendary dragons. Even though the dead were all evil dragons, other dragon members of the Dragon Council also had complaints about Anna. This made their already bad relationship even more tense. What's interesting is that facing the aggressive old enemy, Anna gave Isolt a subtle feeling of taking advantage of someone else's power. How could it be? Dear Sister Isolt, not to mention the Magic Academy, there is nothing in the entire Merino territory that can be hidden from my master, Ryan Tesla. Master? Isolt got angry when he heard it. I'm just wondering, what's wrong with your clothes? Even by human standards, this is too that revealing, right? Anna raised her head proudly. Although she was half a head shorter than him, she spoke in a condescending tone. I made an unforgivable mistake and almost released a divine evil. To make up for my mistake, I acknowledge Ryan Tesla as my master. Any problem? Chapter 510, Unauthorized Increase. Ugh. Isol was choked. She really didn't know about this. The dragons are all homebodies, except for the possibility of them being with their parents during their childhood. They are definitely driven away to live independently when they grow up. The dragon clan does not have any magic network, and they rely on regular gatherings to exchange information. It can be said that dragons are the race with the least information. If it weren't for their own dragon god crying for help this time. Not only the dragons living alone in various corners of the world, even the Dragon Council would not have known that Anastasia had caused such a big mess. A divine evil. This is a crime not even the Dragon Council can tolerate. In the past, Isolt would have spit at Anna without hesitation, scolded her for not having the dignity of a dragon, and humiliated her severely. She held back. Firstly, he thought that his mortal enemy had really committed a crime. Secondly, Anna had taken refuge with a true god from another world. So at least in terms of status, it was not too exaggerated, and it would be more acceptable to the proud dragon than having a tiny human as a mount. Thirdly, the entire Shanlong group also needed Ryan's help. Knowing that Anna was one of the very few shortcuts to see Ryan, Isolt really couldn't fall out with Anna. Anna was actually amused when she saw her old rival suddenly break. She covered her mouth and smiled mysteriously. Ha ha. What era is this? Do you think you can please a true god by turning into a vicious dragon and letting him ride on you? You are too naive. Isolt. You? What do you mean? Sister Jean Long was a little unable to remain calm. Anna's eyes swept over her mortal enemy wantonly. Ha ha. Don't you understand? That's right. But at least what those old men said before was right. My master has no ill feelings towards the good dragons. Nor does he have any good feelings towards them. The dragons have nothing that my master likes. The evil dragons are just courting death. So my master will deal with them. Wait. You mean? Yes. That's what I mean. My lord has no reason to help the Shanlong group. That's why you have been left here for so many days. You can go back. Anna smiled a little wickedly. Isol's golden pupils suddenly shrank. She was really panicking. She would never forget how her old man had told her before she left the house. Sir, you have to do everything possible to impress Rinla. And you must not anger him. You can't expect any politeness for the dragon. If you don't slaughter you after you arrive at Marino, it is already the biggest goodness of his normal. So what should I do? Go ask Anastasia. A dragon slayer did not kill the hostile dragon that offended him, but instead spared her. There must be a hidden reason. This may be the biggest key to my lord's salvation. But there is no but. Many dragon gods are in danger of falling. The little grudge between you and Anastasia is nothing in the face of the future of the dragon clan. Go! You are our only hope. Isel was distracted and came out of her memories, looking at her mortal enemy, who was not looking at her well. She softened her attitude and said, Anastasia, you know, nowadays, all the dragon gods. Anna interrupted her mortal enemy, Humph. Don't push the responsibility of other gods onto me. I believe in the God of justice. If anything goes wrong, I will go and ask my master for help myself. Anna finally let the cat out of the bag. Isel's pupils suddenly widened, and her breathing became rapid. She sensitively caught a piece of information. Anastasia was able to persuade Ryan Tesla. This proved that her mortal enemy was not low in the eyes of the target person. Well, at least higher than that stupid maid who was hung at the gate of the mage tower. There's hope. This is a bit tough. However, compared with the dragon god they worship, this little conflict becomes insignificant. It can only be said that the charlatan has done great harm to Long. And Isel is really going all out this time. Anastasia. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have discriminated against you as a half-blood dragon. I am willing to admit my mistakes. Can you give me a chance to make up for it all? Isolde held Anna's hands tightly, his golden eyes revealing unprecedented weakness. To be honest, Anna was very proud at this moment. After becoming Ryan's mount, she felt that she had suffered a lot and had done a lot of menial things that she had never dreamed of before. She couldn't even imagine how she would be humiliated and mocked if the fact that she had become Ryan's mount in various senses was exposed to the dragon world. I didn't expect how long it had been. There actually came a day when the dragon clan came to ask for help from him. The resentment caused by Ryan's various troubles was subtly transformed in this way. Seeing her mortal enemy lowering his head and looking obedient, Anna felt relieved. Whether she dared to help Isolde was another matter. Humph! I can't give you this opportunity. Don't forget. If a former saint of the Church of Light dares to stand on the side of the Church of Light and beg the Master, she will be hung up on the door. I must ask the Master first. After saying that, Anna pried Isolde's hand apart and walked away without looking back, leaving the back of her head right in the middle of her enemy's vision. Stepping into the mage tower, Anna immediately sensed Ryan's gaze. She felt guilty and immediately bowed down, Master. At this moment, Anna was extremely glad that her but didn't fall crooked. Anna, come to the office. Yes. Half an hour later, Ryan spoke up. Didn't Margaret always tell me that she wanted a special mount? I can't handle the coordinates for now, but I can let the Dragon Clan show their sincerity first. Of course, I'm not that evil. That Isel has a challenge level of at least 30, so I won't ask for her by name. Just ask them to send a dragon from the good camp. And the key is to be obedient. There is a reason why Ryan made such an offer. The Chaos faction is coming with great force. Since the Chaos world will most likely have to face the Chaos army head-on, it is better for more factions to take the brunt of the impact than for the Panhuman camp to do it alone. Ryan, had already offended the evil dragon goddess. So naturally he had to find a way to make amends. Normally, the good dragon camp would not help the Panhuman camp. But as long as Ryan gave the coordinates, the gods would definitely connect with each other and trade with PY, instead of letting the sun god act as a middleman to transfer his coordinates. Why not he take advantage of this favor from the good dragon god? However, what Ryan never expected was that Anna actually gave him an extra bet. First of all, she told Ryan's words to Isar. When Isar's face showed joy, Anna launched a fatal blow. Well, I have done for you what the former Saint of Light failed to do. I just want to say that I would be very disappointed if the dragon that volunteered to be Miss Tylene's mount was not you. What? Isel was shocked. Chapter 511 Volunteering. It was volunteered. Throughout the ages, dragons have been free and extremely arrogant. They can slaughter humans at will. And humans can also launch desperate counterattacks against dragons. Precisely because there are so few cases of dragon slaying, but so many cases of dragons destroying nations. Humans who can kill dragons are all revered as dragon slayers, and their stories are passed down through the ages by bards. Dragons can die, and even be skinned and dismembered. Dragons who pursue individual isolationism do not care about the death of their fellows. You die because you are weak. If you are so weak, don't call yourself a dragon. This concept is deeply rooted in the soul of every dragon. To be honest, Isolde looked down on Anna from the bottom of her heart. She never dreamed that such a bad thing would happen to her one day. At this moment, Isolde's golden eyes were fierce, and the narrowing pupils were terrifying killing. But Anna was still adding fuel to the fire. She ripped open the small bow on the neck of her maid uniform, revealing her snow-white neck. Do you want to bite me to death? Sure. Come at me. Her smile was full of mockery in Isolde's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Isolde would not have hesitated at all. The war between dragons could be ignited by such a small spark. Even if the matter was reported to the Dragon Council, she would be in the right. Even if Anna died, no dragon would say a word for her. Not now. Even though every muscle in Isolde's body was trembling with anger, she still tried her best to control herself. Anastasia cannot be killed. Otherwise the dragons of the good camp will go to war with the physics school. First, the dragon god is in danger. Second, this goes against the philosophy of the dragons of the good camp. Third, Ryan, the dragon nemesis, will not hesitate for even a second to slay a dragon. Isolde began to suspect that this was a trap set for her by her mortal enemy. She gritted her teeth and said, "Bite you to death? No, it's not necessary. The dragon god's business is more important." Oh, as expected of the principled, kind-hearted Lord Golden Dragon, Anna tied the bow again with a smile. She even had time to give a graceful lady's salute to her mortal enemy. The standard of human etiquette made Isolde's blood pressure drop completely. Anastasia, what on earth do you want to do? Isolde growled almost word by word. As I said, this little suggestion is just my selfish desire. If you tell my master, I will definitely be punished. I am also ready to accept the punishment. And then? Isolde felt as if his voice came from the deepest part of H.L. And then? You just have to wait in line with the dwarves, halflings, and emissaries from various factions. When my lord is free, he might be in a mood to meet you. The proud golden dragon girl felt dizzy on the spot. Wait. Can she wait? More than 20 gods have fallen in the world of chaos. It is very difficult to bring down a god, especially when the god is not working alone. In most cases, in order to bring down a god, in addition to not being able to escape, you also need to exhaust the power of the god and his allies and destroy his kingdom. It is a very difficult thing to do. On the other hand, if a god in a pantheon dies, it often means that the entire pantheon is in a state of collapse. This chain reaction is difficult to stop. She can wait, but the dragon gods can't. It just so happens that the relationship between the entire dragon clan and Ryan is so bad that it is difficult to describe in words. And this dragon's mortal enemy is the only one who can get close to Ryan and use the back door. Isolde finally understood why the dragon elders had to appoint her to come. If she didn't come, given Anastasia's temperament, they would most likely pull her out of the dragon group in the end. It would be better to do it in one go. Isolde felt a chill all over her body. She was stunned for a long time, allowing her mortal enemy to look at her unscrupulously. For the dragon god, I will voluntarily be Miss Tylene's mount. Isolde thought that when she said the word voluntarily, she would be very angry and have a grin on her face. In fact, when she said these words which were quite humiliating to her, all she thought about in her heart was this lofty word for the dragon god. Anna was so happy to see her old rival lower her noble head, and her shining golden horns seemed to soften. Anna knew that this was wrong. But the moment she saw Isolde, she was so angry that she couldn't control herself. When she thought of the way her old rival looked at her, as if she was looking at garbage, Anna suddenly felt that what Ryan did was not excessive at all. Anna was amused and said with a wicked smile, "Ha ha. Don't feel ashamed. Ryan Tesla is an extremely powerful true god from the outer realm. Even if you serve him indirectly, it won't humiliate you. Even if the dragon god comes in person, the result will not be much different. In exchange for you for the future of the dragon god system, all the dragon gods will do this deal." I understand. Isolde lowered the faucet, and she suddenly felt like crying. She had never thought of such a weak behavior before. Anna put her hands on her hips and re-entered the mage tower with the attitude of a winner, leaving her old rival outside to wait for news. On this side, After hearing Anna's report, Ryan was upset again. This bastard dragon maid actually added a scene to him without his permission? Isn't this reverse? Ryan spanked her hard on the butt, then carefully grabbed the dragon's tail and studied it. Master, what are you doing? Anna asked weakly on the surface. But Ryan found that she was not angry at all, but had a strange sense of excitement. I'm trying to figure out whether this is a dragon's tail or a devil's tail. How can I, a lawful neutral physicist, raise an evil dragon like you? At this moment, Anna was a little panicked. I didn't change my camp. I will be in whatever camp the master told me to be in. It's just that. By the way. What a nice by the way. To be honest, no revenge is too much for someone who tries to harm you. But by doing this, Anna seemed to be threatening the golden dragon girl to go into the sea, which made Ryan feel somewhat guilty. Apart from the fact that dragons have no human rights, Ryan couldn't even find a reason to convince himself to do so. Sure enough, the good young men raised in the rabbit family are kind-hearted. On the other hand, he had no reason to give the dragon clan an advantage. No longer physically offering up the dragon body, providing dragon meat, dragon bones, and dragon skin. At least it can be used as a mount. Right? Ryan was convinced and said helplessly, notify Margaret. He knew that from now on, Margaret and Anna would be happy. Chapter 512. Towns understands again. Although the wind was cold and chilly, Margaret's heart was burning with joy. She was so excited that she yelled, "Oh!" This was definitely the most unladylike day of her life. It's not like she hasn't ridden a dragon before. How can a theoretically common fairy dragon be as comfortable as an exclusive one? Moreover, fairy dragons are simply too weak compared to the shining golden dragon, both in terms of combat power and visual appearance. Margaret felt that at this moment she had reached the pinnacle of her life. She didn't notice the corners of the golden dragon's mouth twitching slightly, and thought it was the dragon's normal reaction when the wind blew. Margaret enjoyed the ride. The official statement of this event was the School of Physics sincerely invites Ms. Isolt Eltrance to become the school's guardian dragon. On this day, the physics school once again refreshed people's cognition. It seemed that the major Orthodox churches and the physics schools had not reached any new agreements or new cooperation. But the Dragon Clan had sneaked away. For a while, the light of the portal in Marino City was flickering continuously, and information from all over the world requesting to be teleported to Marino came in like snowflakes. Flora was overwhelmed and had to send the first-term students she taught to serve as receptionists. Only Ryan was quite calm. He remained focused, which was rare. System. Expand the search range as much as possible. I need the spatial coordinates of the entire Chaos world. Yes. May I ask what is the lower limit of intelligence that the host can accept? Just keep 16 points for me. Clear. The huge wizard's eye continuously shone with azure light, and its sharp gaze swept across the surrounding world from time to time. Even in the city of Marino, one would occasionally be swept by this gaze coming from the depths of the Fulong Mountains. Anyone with a perception of more than 15 points got goosebumps on the spot. The extraordinary people all complained. This look is too scary. It was Lord Tesla's gaze. He accepted a commission from a group of Orthodox people. Just bear with it. This is almost the will of the entire panhuman camp. They didn't know that not only here, but also above the temple of the goddess of the demon net in outer space, an even larger arcane eye was constantly casting its gaze, comparable to that of a deep space telescope, to the distant other side of the starry sea at a high frequency. If this happened 100 years ago, it would probably have ignited another war between gods. No god can tolerate his kingdom being spied on like this. Unfortunately, at least at this moment, there are no gods in the world of chaos. Ryan used the magic net goddess temple to do this, which was considered unique in the world, given the bad reputation of the physics school at this time. Even if a legendary strongman sensed it, he would at most be angry but not speak out. Although Ryan looked like a salted fish at this moment, lying happily on the beach chair on the top floor of the Mage Tower, an extremely large 3D star map was gradually being constructed in his mind. Ryan was not bragging. As long as he was given enough time and relying on the ruins of the palace of the goddess of the demon net, he would have at least a 50% chance of finding the spatial coordinates of the chaos world. Ryan said to himself, I just need a reference, or I can find the essential difference between this world and Earth. The space wrapped around the flat land. This plane structure of a round sky and a round Earth was so different from the celestial body theory that Ryan knew that he could not simply explain it with the physics he knew. In fact, What constellations are there? They are just celestial bodies observed with an ultra-high magnification optical telescope, centered on the Earth. Just like the well-known Big Dipper, the 7 stars are actually very far apart and are not on the same plane at all. It is only from the perspective of Earthlings that the 7 stars are piled together to form a spoon-like shape. So observing coordinates and determining points are not something that can be rushed. This takes time. A lot of time. But what the major sects need most is time. Who knows whether the gods will bring news about someone's death again? When the gods lost contact again, Ryan used the magic eye to observe them day and night. And the major sects could only worry. Ryan acted as if nothing had happened. He let the system continue to scan the star realm, and even had time to continue teaching his disciples. Now even Noka, who has the worst progress, has reached the stage where he is studying a physics course that is roughly equivalent to that of a freshman in high school in China. On this day, Ryan talked about concepts such as purity and density. Tangxi raised his hand. Master, why do you always emphasize to us that the purer the magic power is, the better when we use it? Ryan thought about it for a moment, and decided to explain it from another angle. People who often slay dragons know that dragons have very thick blood vessels. The 7 disciples nodded collectively. Has anyone noticed that some dragons have more blocked blood vessels? Ah? Several disciples shook their heads. Only Baron raised his hand. Master, I discovered this problem when I slaughtered an old red dragon. Ryan nodded. That's the problem. Mages can accumulate magic power through meditation and other methods, or use their mental power to call upon the elements of the 4 elemental planes for their own use. But no matter which form of magic it is nothing more than a process of energy transfer and conversion. In this process, if impure energy enters your body, then the impurities brought by the low purity energy will accumulate in your body. Even non-material spiritual stuff? Harry asked. That's right. The more debris there is, the more damage it causes to our bodies. This principle is also common to some extent in other physical fields. The disciples began to think collectively. Ryan waited for a moment and continued. Next, I will teach you another concept. That is the very familiar explosion. Strictly speaking, this is not a pure physics concept. It involves chemistry. When Ren said this, the disciples were nervously taking notes, and felt that this was the so-called test site. An explosion is a process in which matter and energy are rapidly transformed in a short period of time, producing high temperature, high pressure, or a large amount of gas. After Ryan briefly explained, he talked about another concept. In simple terms, once high purity energy explodes, its power will be greater. What if the purity is low? Flora asked back. Low purity means more impurities. If there are more impurities, the explosive power will often be low, or even no explosion at all. After Ryan finished talking about today's lessons, he floated away. Well, after all, as an indigenous disciple, he must be a little confused when he hears it for the first time. Feng Dak asked weakly, Big brother, what does Master mean by this? I understand. Town shouted. A group of junior brothers and sisters? Big brother, do you understand now? Master is teaching us how to fight chaos monsters. Ah! Chapter 513 Another Accident. Tangxi shook his head, and even twirled his right index finger in a cocky way. Ah! I told you that you don't understand Master's heart. Everything Master does has a deep meaning behind it. Just like Master has been writing Miss Anna every day recently. Do you think Master is lustful? The 6 fellow students really wanted to complain, isn't it? You are wrong. Master just wants to tell the Dragon Clan that we don't just kill dragons when we see them. Nor do we drool at the sight of dragons like Matt does. Our physics school can totally coexist with the Dragon Clan. Isn't that why Miss Isel joined us? Although it felt a little wrong. The junior students felt that what Town said made sense. Matt felt it was a bit of a pity. Downs turned the conversation around. You guys don't remember Newton's coffin? The 6 of them nodded vigorously. Without a doubt. That is the holy relic that can deal with chaos. Master has already prepared everything. The fact that we cannot comprehend it is because we are too stupid and cannot adapt to Master's teaching method. You have followed Master for so long. You should have learned what Master calls reverse thinking. The 6 pricked up their ears. Downs continued. Master, why did you take the time to tell us the definition of explosion? This is not about explosion. This is clearly about chaos. Our apprentice said that swords are very ineffective against chaos monsters, and magic is only okay. This means that the order style of play is actually problematic. What if a more powerful chaos monster comes? Harry groaned. Even the gods were defeated. So I guess normal fighting methods probably won't work. That's right. Think again about what the master just said. The lower the purity, the lower the power of the explosion. Did you really not understand something? Tangs narrowed his eyes, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Noka was the first to react. Could it be that if we increase the chaos level of a powerful chaos monster, we can reduce its combat power? Tangsi smiled and said, if Master's physics theory is correct, then it is indeed true. Vondak smiled bitterly. Please, where can we find impurities stronger than the powerful chaos monsters? Chaos monsters will eat ordinary stuff directly. Towns was the only one in the audience who crossed his legs proudly, imitating Ryan's occasional posture and habit, shaking his right index finger. No. 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 Harry's eyes suddenly widened to their limit. Could it be that Master asked us to deal with it? Tangsi finally nodded with satisfaction and laughed. Yes. Remember, we may not be able to learn all the wisdom and knowledge of the Master in our lifetime. If we can't learn it, at least we have to keep up with the Master's way of thinking. This is the final answer to this incident. The other 6 people bowed to Tangsi in unison. Thank you for your teachings, Senior Brother. Town stood up elegantly and waved his hand. Harry, I and our Master have a mission to continue to reorganize the magic network of the goddess of the magic network. So I can leave it to you this time. Right? Junior Brother Berend, facing Tangsi, who was both his senior brother and half a master. Berend bowed and said, thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother. Let me contribute to the School of Physics and the Chaos World. Very good. The images of Towns and Harry disappeared in the remote classroom space of the physics network. The rest of the people looked at each other. And Berend was the first to speak. Junior Sister Flora, I'm afraid the daily chores will be handed over to you. No problem. And Matt, you're following me during this time. Okay. Matt nodded. No one knows which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. Obviously, in this broken world of chaos, there will never be a shortage of surprises. Just as all major religions and countries were moving closer to the School of Physics, apart from those countries that could not move closer due to their positions, such as the Pirate Kingdom, there was still a country that was giving up. The Kingdom of Sweetland. The once glorious financial empire called itself the Empire of Money. Today, Sweetland is just a pile of ruins. After King Sweetland attempted to violate the customary rules on the continent and wanted to ask Ryan to return the money that was stolen by the Githyanki and the Red Dragons, but failed, this money empire fell into complete decline. There are actually many practical factors that make it impossible to get back the stolen money after it has been transferred to another person. The victims are certainly pitiful, but how much money and property they lose is actually a very subjective issue. You said you lost 10 million gold coins? Is that really 10 million? You must first prove that you have 10 million. And then all of it was robbed by the Red Dragon. Officials and subordinates cannot be involved in false accounts. Don't let a bank robber rob 100,000 yuan and report in the news that he robbed 100 million yuan. And the shortfall was all due to the bank president making up the account. Then after being robbed, was the stolen money spent by the robbers? Did the remaining part go to the person who did the right thing? If the person did the right thing, then he did not suffer any loss? No compensation is required. Therefore, the world of chaos has simply and violently become a convention. If someone is robbed, they can offer a reward, but they cannot calculate how much they get back. As long as they return a portion to the victim, the matter is settled. No one can investigate further. And if they didn't take your reward and didn't do anything for you, then the money that changed hands is no longer your money. It has nothing to do with you. In this national-level robbery by the Githyanki bandits, Ryan gave the Sweetlanders 100,000 gold coins as if he were sending away beggars, and was done with it. Thus, there was the King of Sweetland who drank to drown his sorrows every day. Yes, even the wine was bought by borrowing money from the Church of Wealth. One can imagine how impoverished the king is now. In the ruined palace that was broken open and half gone, the king heard a voice in a daze while he was sleeping in a side hall. Are you resentful? It's all Ryan Tesla's fault. He teamed up with the Githyanki to steal your money, and then used his power to kill the Githyanki and the Red Dragon Legion. All your misfortunes are his fault. Yes, it's all Ryan's fault. His Majesty the King repeated these mysterious words in a daze, like a tape recorder. For revenge. What are you willing to give? The king, whose heart had long been blinded by the fire of revenge, was dreaming about it day and night. Even when he was half awake and half asleep, he did not hesitate and gritted his teeth and said, "Everything. Very good. Gather your soldiers and citizens and sacrifice everything to chaos." Good. In the middle of the night, an alarm bell suddenly rang in the dilapidated capital of Sweetland. The remaining civilians and soldiers crawled out of their houses in fear, holding simple weapons and looking around. What happened? Enemy attack? Are they robbers? However, neither the city guards, who arrived, nor even the royal guards, who were given orders, knew what was happening. At this moment, all the street lights on the dark and deep streets connecting the King's Square suddenly went out. All kinds of strange sounds came from all directions, like the sound of metal or some multi-legged creatures squeaking and scratching on the ground. It sounds creepy, especially when the sound hits the eardrum like dense raindrops and gets closer and closer. Ah! Chapter 514, please shout his holy name. At this time, a citizen of Sweetland screamed, "Look! What is that?" Many people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a wealthy man with gorgeous clothes and a big belly covering his mouth and pointing at the second cross street next to King's Avenue with a look of horror. At that location there is a half-collapsed building. It used to be a thriving pawn shop where countless people pawned their pants. The only one who could walk out with his head held high was the real owner of the pawn shop, a Marquis of Sweetland. The pawn shop was in a state of disrepair. After the dragon robbery a while ago, the huge metal door was torn open like a piece of paper, and the metal debris of the door and the glass fragments that no one had cleaned up were piled up there, blocking a small part of the intersection of the second cross street. At this moment, a creature with a very unreasonable appearance crawled out of this dilapidated house. His upper body looked like a minotaur, a shirtless man staring at a bull's head, but his overly white chest was covered with terrifying metal spikes, and his lower body was like a combination of a fish and a centipede, or more precisely, a huge goldfish-like belly with a bunch of centipede claws growing on it. The appearance of this thing is so hacking abstract. When this unidentified creature, which was at least 5 meters long, crawled out of the ruins, more monsters poured out from the darkness, like foul water flooding a ditch. This torrent of chaotic monsters was rushing towards the Sweetland people. There are not many people left in the capital of Sweetland now. It cannot be compared with the heyday, but there are still over 10,000 people. For this number of people facing an even more outrageous tide of chaos monsters, resistance becomes synonymous with courage. This is like a primitive man holding a small wooden stick and yelling at a hungry Tyrannosaurus Rex. The final result will not be surprising. It will just be a manly death. Looking at the huge mouth parts of these abstract monsters, or their weird and disgusting appearance, most people even forgot to run away, and could only instinctively let out hysterical screams. This kind of sound is meaningless except for spreading panic and reducing the courage of our own people. This is what is called a bad teammate. Even these wastes are more valuable to a shovel in chaos monsters. The first scream was like a starting gun that spurred the monster to attack. After hearing this sound, countless monsters excitedly stood up in front of humans. And then this chaotic storm swept towards everyone. Some people screamed in fear. Some sat on the ground waiting to die. And some threw themselves on the city guards in despair, hoping that the cold armor on their bodies would comfort their souls, not knowing that such actions would instead cost them their own lives and the lives of the eldest brother of the city guards. Oh my God! It was that damn assembly bell that brought us here. Who rang the bell? The alarm bell is guarded by the royal guards. Did the king betray us? Some people were talking, but the few sober ones knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. Someone shouted, "Run!" But where to run to? Those who still had some sense looked around and realized that they, a group of 10,000 people, had been surrounded by disgusting creatures coming from all directions without knowing when. There were too many chaos monsters to count, and the squeaking sound was the scraping sound of their claws as they crawled on the hard ground. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Run out of the city! The place where the Black Dragon was killed. I heard from a buddy with a badge of reason that there is a legendary physics land over there." The people of Sweetland cannot understand such complicated words. All they need to understand is that it is Ryan's territory. It turned out that killing 3 black dragons that time was just a casual act for Ryan. Even an entire army of red dragons was not enough for those ruthless people of the physical school to kill, let alone a mere chaos monster. The originally desperate Sweetlanders suddenly regained their courage. The struggle for survival and despair can often be written into a hymn to humanity. When the chaos monsters pounced on them, some people dragged their feet. Some foolishly tried to scare the monsters away with screams. And some people burst out with great fighting power in desperate situations. I don't know if those monsters are difficult to command, or if the chaos demons themselves have similar chaotic attributes. When some monsters pounced on the citizens and pinned them down and bit and devoured them, some monsters were doing something unknown. Some vented their anger on the street lamps, and some seemed to be lost in thought while looking at a broken wall. Anyway, the number of chaos demons blocking the Sweetland breakout team was not few. But definitely not many either. Probably only 50 or 60. Not everyone has the ability to fight against these monsters with high challenge levels. Some were killed instantly. Some were injured as soon as they went up. And there were also many people who got a chance of survival by selling out their teammates. Among them, there was a team of guards riding blindfolded horses, leading the way out of the city gate. More than 1,000 people arrived at the designated location one after another. However, this is an empty field with nothing on it. Although King Sweetland promised this land to the physics school, due to the fact that the two sides did not have a harmonious relationship. When their relationship was at its best, they only built a few sheds here to recruit students. As relations deteriorated, even the shed was gone. What should we do now? The physics school people are not here, someone asked in a mournful tone. The same terrible sound of footsteps was heard again in the dark woods in the distance. And the person who had originally proposed it was at a loss. A priest who believed in the noble goddess said coldly, "The way to call the gods is the same all over the continent. If this is really the earthly divine domain of the physical school, then as long as you call the holy name of Ryan Tesla, and the number of people calling is large enough and pious enough, he will be able to hear it. Then what? You are not from the School of Physics. He is not obliged to respond to your request. I heard that the School of Physics is lawful and neutral, and emphasizes equal exchange. You can try to swear to offer your soul, wealth, or something you think can most impress this outland god, and see if he accepts it. What if he says yes? He will send out his angels. No, let's call them disciples. Any second-generation disciple of the physics school is a powerful person who has started as a legend. If he is really willing to respond, then his disciples will come." All of a sudden, these thousands of people began to pray and swear in a disorderly manner, with all kinds of words coming out of their mouths. From the next 18 generations will be dogs of the physics school, too, if this oath is violated. My family is willing to be slaves for generations. There are all kinds of messes. Only those charlatans who believed in other religions could not help but smile bitterly. The priest of the goddess of nobility looked at a priest of wealth and said, "I heard that the last time the gods responded to the requests of passers-by was 100 years ago. Yes, before the Dharma ending age. For the next 100 years, there has been no more appearance of gods that can listen to the prayers of mortals." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, a huge purple-blue portal opened in the open space in front of them. A huge metal creature in the shape of a dwarf came over with big strides. The people who were praying just saw the huge rationale emblem on the chest of the mechanical dwarf that was shining with a purple-blue glow. And they burst into loud cheers on the spot. "It's the physics school. Oh my god! His messenger has really come to save us. Praise physics." The giant dwarf's front hatch opened, and Baron poked his head out. "Who's calling me master?" Chapter 515. The fleet was myself? 10 minutes ago. In the Mage Tower more than 200 kilometers away. Ryan frowned. He rarely shows this kind of expression. So many people around him were scared just now. "Master, has something serious happened?" Belend was extremely nervous. Now that the eldest and second brothers were working in the temple in the outer plane, he was the only one in charge of the academy. If anything happened, he would be the first person responsible. It's a rare occasion for the master to come back, and he hasn't even had time to get intimate with his two future mistresses. But he suddenly has this expression? It's no big deal. It's annoying to see thousands of Sweetlanders, who have nothing to do with us, yelling and calling my name. The noise was even louder than that of a vegetable market in China. It was like 1,000 ducks quacking in his ears. Ryan was almost driven crazy. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Ryan said this casually, and everyone except a few disciples, Sophia and Margaret beside him, Elizabeth and Anna, who were standing in the distance ready to take orders, and even the new Mount Isel, all widened their eyes. Their breathing was rapid, and their heartbeats were speeding up. "What's this?" can listen to the calls of believers. Whenever someone mentions his name, there will be a response in the spiritual sea. All of the above are the unique abilities of gods. You still say you are not a god. This, actually, everyone really misunderstood. This is really the monitoring function of the teaching people tirelessly system. It is just like the modern campuses in China, where cameras are installed on the walls for monitoring, to prevent students from climbing over the walls, to skip classes, and to prevent outsiders from coming in. Some cameras even have built-in radio functions. In the eyes of others, this became another proof that Ryan was equal to a god. Ryan was simply annoyed by the system pop-up window, because there were too many people making noise in his own legendary physics land. He clicked in and regretted it on the spot. He didn't care about being noisy to death. Fortunately, Ryan quickly discovered in that part of the prompt that the system had thoughtfully set up a button for him, Do Not Disturb messages. Ryan decisively pressed it with his mind. It's quiet, but not completely quiet. Message Do Not Disturb is true. But he can't give up monitoring the legendary physical land. If he wants to give up, he must give up the land, and Ryan is reluctant to do so. This is why the sound is not heard, and the number of messages displayed by the system instantly increases to 99 plus. This thing that looks like the WeChat interface made Ryan quite annoyed. Baron, the Sweetlanders have been attacked by chaos demons. A group of guys who are not our physics apprentices are making a fuss. You should go to their capital and take a look. Ryan decisively acted as a hands-off manager. Master, how do you master the scale? Ignore all those who don't have the rationality emblem on their chest. After receiving the order, Baron rushed to the hangar where his old lover was, and at the same time quickly contacted his senior brother to explain the situation. Big brother, you are the best at figuring out Master's intentions. What should I do this time? Tang Si, who was recognized as a true genius, was happy. Junior brother, Master is obviously taking this opportunity to establish his authority in Sweetland. Remember the thing I told you about not long ago? Hurry and take it with you. That thing? Baron's pupil shrank. Downs grinned. Don't forget. We are lawful neutral. To put it simply, we follow our own rules. And we don't care about the irrelevant guys. Hence, the scene of Who's Calling the Fleet. The huge mechanical dwarf looks extremely terrifying. Today's Dwarf Gundam is already version 2.0. Ever since it was severely damaged that time, Barin learned his lesson and replaced a new frame and suit for his wife Masana. The new version of Dwarf Gundam is 16 meters tall and 12 meters wide. Although it does not look as square as before, it still has a dwarf style. Except for the torso skeleton, which continues to be made of expensive adamantium. Because the adamantium of various countries has almost been bought up by the physics school, Baron had no choice but to use the skeleton of Tkazar as the limb skeleton of the new Gundam. While the outer armor is wrapped with a large amount of adamantium and secret silver, the outer skin is also upgraded to the dragon skin of the strongest legendary red dragon Tkazar. This makes the Dwarf Gundam have the strongest dragon power below the god level as soon as it appears. Ordinary enemies will immediately have to undergo a will test if they even see it once. Anyone who can't survive 3 willpower tests is not even qualified to be an opponent of the Dwarf Gundam. At the same time, on the shoulder armor and shoulders of the Dwarf Gundam, there are now 4 huge war machines lined up in pairs. Namely 2 Tesla towers and 2 heavenly light generators with controllable and rotatable shooting directions, coupled with the classic dragon head shield and dragon tooth battle axe. Today's Dwarf Gundam is a battlefield monster armed to the teeth with amazing firepower both near and far. To be honest, many Sweetlanders were physically scared to death the moment they saw Masana. However, after a brief moment of shock, the panicked Sweetlanders burst into huge cheers as soon as they saw Baron's face. They were crying and their noses were oozing. This feeling of escaping death is too exaggerated. If we have to use the theory of the charlatan, many people have completely turned into fanatical believers of the physics school at this moment. In their eyes, this is salvation. This is divine power. The great god Ryan Tesla sent his angels to save us lost lambs. From this moment on, I am a dog of the physics school. I would like to die for the physics school. The messy scene before him made Barin feel very upset. Fortunately, he did not forget his mission. He turned his eyes and locked them firmly on an extremely terrifying thing in the distance. A towering tree that 3 people could hug together fell down with just a push from this 10-story high monster. The bird was startled and flew into the air, then was poisoned to death by the spreading horrible aura. It fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. A large number of animals fled in terror, and even the reptiles deep underground came out of the ground in an attempt to stay away from this monster. Unfortunately, most of them failed to escape. That thing was so terrifying that if a mortal just glanced at it, he would feel like his eyeballs were being burned to ashes. Only the priests of various sects could barely catch a glimpse of the outline of the thing. What a blasphemy this is! A goddess of fortune priest almost burst into tears. Terrible. It was like a creeping mountain of flesh, with about 30 carriage-sized pieces of metal debris piled together to form the overall outline of a pyramid. But outside the large amount of metal debris was a large amount of flesh and blood. There are humans, cattle, sheep and other domestic animals, as well as a small number of monsters. An extremely smelly force that even exuded an evil aura violently mixed these metals, stones, and flesh together. But its power is so strong that it is beyond imagination, which makes people have a devilish impulse to worship it. God. No! This is a demigod-level monster from Chaos. Priests from various factions gave their conclusions. Chapter 516 The Divine Rasengan. Do not look directly at God, even if that is an evil demigod with the power of chaos. When everyone saw clearly, they began to worry about the fate of Baron and the Dwarf Gundam. Although the Dwarf Gundam is strong, the aura it exudes is ultimately only legendary. Can this metal golem really fight against a demigod-level monster? Regarding the chaos myth, some say that the gods created the titans to fight against chaotic creatures, while others say that the arrogant arcanists created the titans to fight against the gods. After a century of Dharma ending and the knowledge gap caused by the sudden death of all the mages, all records can no longer be traced. The power of this Dwarf Gundam is visible to the naked eye. But can he really fight against a demigod-level chaos demon on his own? The war that was about to break out was so soul-stirring that the priests of various sects, who were under the protection of the guards, calmed down and stared at the broad and huge back, refusing to move their eyes away even for a moment. In fact, not only these priests, but also some wandering spies from various factions, who had rushed here urgently through the portal, or who were lurking near the capital of Sweetland to gather information, were also watching the scene nervously. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy and loud footsteps of the Dwarf Gundam were like the deafening war drums, striking everyone's hearts. The ground cracked open with a loud bang under the pair of metal feet that weighed tons. The atmosphere was also shaking as the rapidly gathering dark clouds overhead quickly struck down thick lightning. The terrifying electrical energy gathered on the two small metal towers with strange hemispherical metal tops on the shoulders of the Dwarf Gundam. Immediately, the lightning was refracted and turned into an 8-meter-wide lightning road, connecting the Dwarf Gundam and the demigod monster. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce electric light instantly filled the sky and the earth. People instinctively turned their heads away and covered their eyes with their hands that were hurt by the strong light. After the bright light faded, everyone relied on their slowly recovering eyesight to see a horrible big hole on the chest of the terrifying monster. If it were any other being, the consequence of opening its chest to a bloody hole at least 3 meters deep, big enough to fit a carriage, would most likely lead to death. Even if it were a giant dragon or a titan, the result would not be much better. The bad thing is that the thing is still moving forward vigorously. It cannot be said that it was not injured. Perhaps this is what it means to be injured. The only change was that the flesh outside the metal lumps began to grow terrifying human faces, as if the human victims trapped in the wriggling flesh were struggling to float to the surface from the bottom of the flesh. They all let out a shrill and desperate cry. Who can help me? I'm not dead yet. Ah! Only a few people with extremely good eyesight noticed that in the middle of the mass of flesh and blood there was a huge human face enlarged to about 5 square meters, which looked very familiar. Oh my god! Is that His Majesty Sweetland? Yes. The king's face was distorted and appeared on the chest of this demigod-level chaos monster. Ha ha ha. You can't resist the attack of chaos. Join us and become a part of chaos. Ha ha ha. His face was covered with terrifying green veins. The face of this former king was so distorted now. If it weren't for the crown on his head that seemed to have been magnified countless times, who the H.L. would recognize him as the king? Everything is explained. Why was there an alarm bell to summon everyone in the city? It's because the king voted. Why did your majesty rebel? This absurd and extremely ironic fact was presented to the survivors of Sweetland. They were stunned at first, and then some of them burst into tears. Unfortunately, the reaction of the Sweetlanders is not important. All we know is that if Baron is defeated, most of them will be defeated. Here, seeing that the powerful lightning strike had no effect at all, Baron could not help but spit fiercely. TSK. Masana was a little panicked. Honey, what should we do next? Why are you panicking? Everything is his big brother. No, master. Predicted. At the same time, in the trump card mage tower, Ryan, who appeared calm and composed as if watching a show, was already panicking inside. Is everything as I expected? Wait. What did I predict? Why was Baron so calm? This is a demigod. It's comparable to the evil spirit Anna almost released before. Not to mention Baron. I would also be overwhelmed if I faced him myself. Why is my apprentice so confident? But Ryan felt the admiring gazes of his disciples, and the fanatical eyes of his own girl. And he had to put on an expression of confidence. Ryan's heart was crying, never mind. Masana is thick-skinned and strong. Even if facing a demigod-level monster, she can probably hold out for 1 or 2 rounds. If it doesn't work, I can just pick up Barend. If he changed his apprentice, Ryan would definitely not be able to continue to pretend to be calm. After all, the human's health bar is there, and one mistake will lead to HL. As for Gundam, its health bar is still very long. As a result, Ryan's let's see first was seen by others as an act of divinity. The physics school of their own naturally trusted Ryan unconditionally, while the newly joined Golden Dragon Mount Isel, who was sitting at the last seat, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. As a powerful golden dragon with a challenge level of 30, she could feel the horror of this demigod-level chaos monster even through the screen. If it were her, with her dragon body with extremely high magic resistance, she would probably suffer moderate injuries from the powerful lightning strike by Baron just now. And she might even be physically injured. It seemed that the other party was only slightly injured. This was the power of chaos in the opponent's body. The unknown power gave his body incredible resistance to the bombardment of the elements, greatly reducing the damage. Isel thought to himself that there was no way he could deal with this thing except running away. The person Ryan sent out was just a third disciple. If it were someone else, she would sneer and say that he was too arrogant. Kenna. She couldn't eat it. On the screen, the huge dwarf Gundam began to charge. Don't think that Masana's seemingly short legs swinging quickly may look a bit funny. That's just a visual effect caused by her body proportions. In fact, 6-meter-long metal legs. No matter where they are placed, they are long legs. Masana held the giant dragon head shield in front of her with her left hand. The colorful prince dragon head, with its eyes open, opened its mouth under the operation of the mechanism, and a mouthful of scorching dragon-like breath spurted out, fiercely burning the 60-degree, more than 20-meter-long conical space in front of it. Few people would have thought that such a powerful dragon breath attack would only be a cover. The real killer move is in her right hand. During the high-speed charge, the huge dragon tooth battle axe had already been hung on the combination hook on the metal back waist of the dwarf Gundam, and her right hand was now empty-handed. Except for Ryan and the second-generation disciples, no one else noticed that Masana's adamantine right palm had quietly opened, revealing a special thing tightly wrapped in a large ball of arcane energy. Ryan almost jumped up from his chair, screaming in his heart, "What is that?" A ball of light formed on Masana's huge metal palm, which was at least 5 square meters in size, and began to spin at high speed. When the arcane energy wrapped in the energy ball bloomed, the strange aura that spread out finally allowed Ryan to determine what that thing was. A small piece of the chaotic divinity of the evil god. Chapter 517, Bugs on top of bugs. In the spirit, Rim was staring at the dog for a long time. The real Ryan was only slightly surprised. He really couldn't imagine that his disciple could turn waste into treasure in this way. He had instructed his disciples to wrap up the divinity that was cut from the evil gods and find a place to dispose of it. But I don't remember calling you to handle it this way, Lei said in his heart, after being cleansed by the power of faith of a large number of physics believers. The fragment of the god's divinity that had once been destroyed was repeatedly dismantled and was no longer harmful. But just because it's non-toxic doesn't mean it's useful. This piece of shit mountain code-like thing is still a definite negative asset for Ryan. The cost of straightening a tangled mess of hemp is 100 times more troublesome than making a new rope. Moreover, after removing the debris, Ryan was more confident that he could wash the remaining fragments of the godhead for his own use. But he never expected that Baron would use this thing to make a Rasengan. The divine fragments that kept spinning clockwise caused a strong wind, and the wind elements brought by it were like a whirlpool on the sea, carrying a large amount of elements and rushing forward layer by layer with a whirring sound. No one could describe what color this thing was in the giant metal dwarf's hand. Everyone just felt that the dwarf pushed out a huge ball of energy and pressed it in the center of the chaos demigod's body, as if stabbing something into its heart. Will it work? Not to mention the other physicists and the audience. Even Ryan was extremely curious whether this thing was really effective. No one knows what will happen. After Masana pressed this thing up, she retreated with a few light leaps with agility that others could not imagine. The meat mountain opposite, which was a mixture of a large amount of metal, first stiffened, and then the extremely chaotic colors on its body quickly turned into a light fish belly white. And then a strange light began to emerge from the gaps in the metal structure under the skin and flesh. This light is neither holy nor evil, but everyone feels that the things here are conflicting with each other madly. Killer in the Mage Tower. Flora's voice was almost a whisper. Master. What is this? Ryan sighed. And the aura of a master emanated from him. A bunch of errors that can barely coexist harmoniously plus another bunch of errors are destined to never work again. This is a bit difficult to say. If we put it into the language of a time traveler, it means someone wrote a program with a lot of bugs. But it can run. So no one should touch it. Otherwise it will die in front of you. This principle actually also applies to chaos demons. No matter whether it is demigod level or not. It is difficult to make so many chaotic elements mixed together to make it work well. This method of adding bugs to bugs is really hitting the nail on the head. Getting stuck is the only outcome. Mortals could not tell what happened to this demigod-level chaos demon. The discerning priests and strong men were all surprised at how powerful Barend was, because the mountain of flesh, blood and metal on the opposite side was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The simplest reference is, this existence that mortals originally could not look directly at has actually become something they can look directly at. As the saying goes, strike him while he's weak. Seeing the sky in the distance beginning to turn pale, a ray of morning light broke through the darkness and sprinkled on the earth. Barend turned the two huge convex lenses on Masana's shoulder armor without hesitation. They gathered the not too strong sunlight and refracted two gorgeous beams of light towards the huge mountain of flesh and metal. Z. With the strange screams of the demigod chaos demon as the background music. It seemed as if the entire mountain of flesh was burning, which was extremely spectacular. This scene was very similar to the Midsummer Eve bonfire party that had been held every year in Sweetland for the past hundreds of years. But this bonfire is fueled by demigods, which is a bit too warm and exaggerated. It was dawn, and the flesh and blood on the metal mountain was shrinking rapidly, just like the darkness driven away by the rising sun, quickly fading away. The chaos demon is actually still struggling, but unfortunately the conflicting divinity has caused it to lose its original powerful strength. At this moment, it is at most a legendary monster, if it is given enough time to integrate the newly added divinity. Perhaps in time it will become a more powerful demigod chaos demon. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as if or regret. This method of using bugs to fight bugs is a natural counter to it. With the final blow, Masana easily blew up the lifeless metal mountain with the dragon tooth axe. The sun rose, as it had experienced almost every day for the past thousands of years. This is sunrise, the beginning of daylight. But on this day, a metal giant that looked like a god appeared right in front of them, and simply and magnificently defeated a demigod-level chaos demon. The chaos demon that their king had transformed into. Their king gave them despair, but the physical school gave them new hope. Looking at the other chaos demons that were still rushing towards them in the distance, baring their fangs and claws, and not knowing whether to live or die, the people of Sweetland did not feel the slightest fear, but only felt a warmth in their hearts. Here, although Barend received the order from Ryan to not care about the lives of the Sweetlanders, this did not prevent him from acting according to his conscience. He was seen riding the dwarf Gundam and rushing over to beat up the chaos demons that surged up. As a demigod-level chaos demon, he also needs to use the divine Rasengan. Masana's current equipment is enough to deal with these pieces of junk. Soon, the fighting subsided, and the only sound echoing in the wide open space beside the King's Road was the cheers of the Sweetland people. Long live the physics school. Praise you, Mr. Dwarf. I have been a loyal dog of the physics school all my life. It's the tears of the Sweetland people flying. Within the school of physics, it is the fanatical worship of the second and third generation disciples. Just when Belend was fighting against the demigod chaos demon, Flora quietly turned on the live broadcast. In the teaching area and dormitory area of the entire academy, which covers hundreds of thousands of square meters. A huge magic mirror was opened in almost every corner, projecting the heroic image of Uncle Belinda in the eyes of 3 generations of disciples. Among the 3 generations of disciples, no matter they were core disciples who were on government funding, self-funded students who entered at high prices, assistants, or ordinary disciples in the crash course, they all felt their blood boiling and unable to control themselves after seeing this shocking battle. At the moment when the demigod Chaos Demon was blown up, thousands of disciples knelt down in unison towards the trump card Mage Tower. Flora and the other brothers and sisters connected to the physics network saluted and shouted, "Master, you are so smart. Everything is under your control." Ryan smiled, but was confused. What? Me? What did I do? How come I don't even know? Chapter 518, Demolish. All can be demolished. The image of Ryan, the mysterious and unfathomable true god from the other world, was also deeply imprinted in the mind of the Golden Dragon Isel at this moment. No one knew how powerful Ryan was, and no one knew how terrifying the knowledge he possessed was. In the past, everyone knew that the legendary level was the limit for mortals. But this so-called limit was definitely not Ryan's. The legendary monster was just a teaching tool for him to instruct his disciples. But he didn't expect that the demigod level would not be a problem for him either. The demigod level Chaos Demon is so powerful that even mortals cannot look it in the face. With just a few pointers from him, even a legendary disciple can easily kill it. Is this the true god from the outer realm? No. The power of the God King? The shock in Isel's heart could not subside for a long time. She originally thought that her estimate of Ryan was high enough, and believed that he might be a god with powerful divine power. Now it seems that even the powerful divine power cannot stop him, and he is about to reach the level of God King. Not to mention, such a powerful Ryan is just a pioneer in physics. How strong is the physics school? When Isel thought of this, he felt like he was trembling with excitement. Over there, the disciples continued to praise Ryan. Harry said, "Master, you said that as long as we find the right method, it is not a problem to kill enemies above our level. We are just following your teachings." Huh? Who discovered it this time? Ryan raised his eyelids, looking like Santa Claus, who had prepared the gifts in advance and was waiting for the children to unpack them. You have to keep pretending, but you don't know the result. How do you expect Ryan to make up for it? It was Baron who took the initiative to take credit. No. He took the initiative to confess. It was senior brother Tang Si who reminded me. He said that, Master, you would never do something without a purpose, and you must have made some arrangements. So you deliberately started talking about topics such as purity and explosion power recently. Then, Master, I contacted you and asked us to deal with the remnants of the evil spirits. So I gave it a try. I didn't expect that even the demigod level chaos demons were afraid of this. At this moment, Lei's unintentional pretense came true again. While shouting in his heart that he was lucky, he looked at Towns through the projection of the physics network. If someone else encountered this, they would probably feel a little proud. But Towns did not forget who created the conditions for the cross-level kill. Master's wisdom and knowledge are 100 times stronger than ours. I am very fortunate to be able to barely keep up with Master's thinking rhythm. Ryan nodded, comforting this weird disciple, who was afraid that he would not go astray, but also afraid that he would go astray in a disorderly manner. The physics theories I taught you were summarized by the ancient sages and verified by countless physicists. Although they may not conform to the laws of Chaos World, many principles are interlinked. As the saying goes, once you understand one, you will understand 100. You must think carefully, think more, and verify them carefully later. Master, we understand. The disciples responded in unison. Ryan waved his hand, and the disciples knew that the on-site lecture was over. They saluted and watched their master leave. No one asked what to do with the Sweetlanders, since the master didn't say anything. Flora, who is in charge of the school's internal diplomacy and miscellaneous affairs, will take care of it. It's funny to say that the baby-faced girl back then was trained by Ryan into a strong woman. This time, Ryan casually let Baron show off his skills, which caused an uproar among the major forces on the continent. This is just like the mushroom egg that Ryan had before he traveled through time. You can choose not to use it, but you can't live without it. When the various factions were having a headache encountering chaos demons, Belinda came up and killed a demigod-level chaos demon with just a few bangs. It is easy to infer that there are at least 2 brothers who are stronger than Belinda, plus the unfathomable Ryan. considering that the School of Physics used a special method to kill the demigod Chaos Demon. And continuing to deduce, the School of Physics is declaring to the world that the Chaos Demon at the level of a righteous god is no problem for them. Everyone knows that the physics school is strong. But no one thought it would be so ridiculously strong. Especially this time there were thousands of witnesses, including pastors from various sects. Which is absolutely solid evidence. In particular, the next day, news came from the Southern Federation that 4 long-established legendary warriors besieged a legendary Chaos Demon, but were counterattacked, with 2 dead and 2 seriously injured. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. It's not that the Chaos School isn't powerful. It's just that the Physics School is more powerful. To this day, the value of this thigh is still rising rapidly. This time, many powerful people could no longer sit still. First, all the nobles of Sweetland jointly wrote a petition, hoping that the School of Physics could become the state religion of New Sweetland. Their reasons were very good. The damned king of Sweetland actually defected to chaos. And we absolutely do not want to be loyal to such a traitor. So we discussed the establishment of a new kingdom. What new kingdom? New look? To put it bluntly, it just means clinging to Ryan's golden thigh. The second was King Cervantes, who came to the territory of La Mancha in person, hoping that Count La Mancha would send a message to Downs, play the family card, and finally go back to Rennes to let Rennes protect his poor little kingdom. In a sense, the kingdom of Cervantes had a great advantage. Ryan's eldest disciple, Downs, was a Cervantes native for generations, and his second disciple, Harry, also became a Cervantes citizen after escaping. It would be a waste if this natural advantage was not used. When King Cervantes thought about how a stupid noble lady in his kingdom had actually scared towns away, he regretted it so much that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could cut that stupid lady into pieces. You scared away more than just a legendary wizard. You almost scared away the amulets of the entire kingdom. There is no medicine for regret in the world. King Cervantes could only wait and try to contact Towns and Harry through various channels. But who would have thought that these 2 people were thrown by Ryan into the temple of the goddess of the demonic net to do hard labor? Even when they contacted their Cervantes disciples, they still received the same reply: the master is not here. He was sent to work in heaven by the master. The king was angry and helpless. On the mainland, news about the Chaos Demons kept coming out, and many people were confused. Fortunately, the Church of Light and other Orthodox religions sent elite troops to put out fires all over the world, so that everyone's life remained relatively peaceful. It is under such circumstances that the legendary physics land controlled by the physics school maintains a tranquility similar to that of a paradise. Everyone knows that this is the deterrent power brought by a strong fist. It seems that even the Chaos Demon knows who can be provoked and who cannot be provoked. After recovering the divinity of the demigod-level Chaos Demon, Ryan thought for a long time. Theoretically, he could use the same method he used to deal with the evil gods to render them harmless, or even turn them into a new version of the Chaos Rasengan. But that would be too slow. He needs a large number of believers in physics to provide the power of faith, and then cleanse this thing again. Chapter 519. Believe in the wisdom of future generations? The more believers he has, the larger the territory he needs to occupy, which in turn increases the difficulty of defense and increases his burden. It's like a paradox. What if there are too many Chaos Demons in the future, and he and his disciples are unable to kill them all, and a large amount of chaos divinity begins to pollute the earth and reduce food production? He had to find a more effective way, such as a more violent and faster way to dismantle this thing. After thinking for a long time, a very famous story on Earth jumped into Ryan's mind. The story of Alexander cutting the knot. According to legend, a king declared that whoever could untie the knot would become the king of Asia. But Alexander simply chopped the knot into pieces with his sword. At worst, I can ask the servants to piece the broken ropes back together. Just tell me whether you have solved it or not. In retrospect, the divinity of the evil god and the divinity of the demigod Chaos Demon are actually quite similar. If Ryan's previous solution was to grease the knot to make it less strong and easier to untie, which was considered the correct solution, then directly cutting the knot was a brute force solution. The question is, where does the sword come from? Ryan silently took out a crowbar. Or a lever. Hey! Just tell me whether the holy sword of physics is a sword or not. Master, this is... Ryan called all the disciples together. Naturally, the disciples would be confused about what they saw. Ryan raised his right hand, and a powerful arcane energy was wrapping around the fragment of Chaos Godhead that he got from the demigod-level Chaos Demon. It must be admitted that anything related to chaos is poisonous. After the originally pure arcane energy came into contact with the fragments of the Chaos Godhead, it produced many different reactions. Some energy balls quickly solidified, becoming substantial, and then exploding one after another. Some energy balls condensed into liquid balls, turning into a strange slurry of who knows how many colors. This chaotic and disordered transformation requires Ryan to fill in a large amount of arcane energy almost every moment. Otherwise this thing will come out and pollute the wider space. Even though the Tesla Academy's magic pool has such an astonishing reserve, everyone has the illusion that it can never be used up. Everyone suddenly understood why the gods split up and sealed a part of their godhood that they could not resolve. Ryan began teaching. There are tens of thousands of elements in the world. You can roughly divide them into the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. In fact, there are also factors such as light, darkness, time, etc. that must be taken into account. But in my opinion, the most powerful forces in the world are time, space, and fate. These words made the disciples feel excited. And everyone actually had a sense of anticipation. Is the master going to show us the secrets of top magic? Among the space magics, the one you are most exposed to is teleportation. But everyone who has used teleportation magic knows that the mental energy consumed to maintain the folding of space and rapid teleportation is a considerable burden even for a legendary wizard. Therefore, using teleportation to deal with this chaos godhead is extremely inefficient. The disciples nodded. Ryan continued, "What I want to show you is to use the opponent's force to attack you." Ryan teleported his disciples to a void in a distant outer plane. In fact, even though the disciples had a good grasp of the wind element, it still took them a while to get used to the weightlessness of a vacuum and to use the wind element to stabilize their bodies. Everyone noticed that 2 microplanes were overlapping. This time, Ryan spoke, transmitting his voice to his disciples through the physical network. The sage Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever, and I can move a plane." But how many people know what happens when planes collide? Under the gaze of 7 pairs of eyes from his disciples, Ryan raised his hand, and the fragment of the Chaos Godhead wrapped in arcane energy was stuck between the 2 almost overlapping microplanes. Then, the lever was inserted into the 2 planes, and on the other side of the lever was a small apple that looked fresh and rosy. Ryan waved his hand, and the apple responded. A mysterious gravitational force that is invisible and intangible, but does exist in perception, occurs between the apple and a microscopic plane. If the disciples had the system, they would be like Ryan, watching the G representing the acceleration of gravity soar wildly. Although the gravity is generated only in a microscopic plane not much larger than a classroom with 40 people, the gravity acts on the lever and brings about a terrible thrust. As the disciples watched nervously, this classroom-level microplane began to press down on the auditorium-level plane. Sadly, the fragment of the Chaos Godhead happened to be sandwiched between 2 planes. Although sound cannot be transmitted in the void, everyone seemed to have auditory hallucinations and felt that they could hear crisp, crackling sounds similar to the sound of ice colliding. The auditory empathy brought about by vision seemed to resonate in their hearts. They could no longer figure out whether this was a tingling sensation from sight or hearing. In this cold and lonely void before our eyes, the crushing of a certain solid fragment of the divine nature by space is still going on. Crunch. Click. Click. For some reason, Ryan felt quite relieved when he saw this scene. It was just like those busybodies using a hydraulic press to crush all kinds of messy things. However, after seeing the fragments of the Godhead that were originally gathered together and would pollute the environment even if placed on the mainland being crushed to pieces, Ryan actually had the illusion that he was watching a video of repairing a cow's hoof. The feeling of cleaning out all the pus and putting on a new iron shoe is really relaxing. What is terror? Many times, huge means terrifying. A huge existence is enough to arouse the most instinctive fear in people's hearts. Whether it is terror or evil, it is actually a very comprehensive thing. It condenses a lot of negative things and becomes the terror and evil in people's hearts. The same is true of the fragments of the divinity before our eyes. When it condenses into a ball and can pollute everything around it, turning it into an aggregate of living and dead things, it is absolutely evil and terrifying. But what happens when it is broken down into smaller pieces? And even the thoughts that are enough to pollute a living being's spiritual seed are broken down and diluted? At this time, the fragments of the Godhead are just fragments. crush it again and again, decompose it again and again. In the eyes of mortals, no one can do anything about it. And the fragments of the Chaos Godhead that must be sealed were actually completely consumed just like that. The disciples were stunned by this scene, and were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Ryan sighed. Every time our generation makes a big mess, they turn around and say something like trust the wisdom of future generations. To put it bluntly, this is an irresponsible behavior. If possible, I would rather my generation fight all the battles for future generations. Chapter 520 Physical Rain God. Ryan didn't know how much of a storm his words had caused in the hearts of his disciples. Master, where is the lawful neutrality you promised? The chaos demons are certainly no good. But from the tone of your voice it sounds like you want to kill the entire chaos demon clan? Your generation? Who doesn't know that you are an outer god? You have a lifespan of at least 5,000 years. And you're hunting down chaos demons in all planes of the universe. And yet, you call yourself neutral. Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? Ryan had no idea that his disciples were complaining in their hearts. As a young man who had just turned 18 years and 120 months old, he didn't think there was anything wrong with throwing out the term a generation. Because of his different upbringing, Ryan didn't think his words were excessive at all. Tang Si and his people were born in a kingdom that was neither weak nor strong. So naturally they would not have the arrogance of the people of a great country. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Ryan is very lawful and neutral most of the time. It's like when the Chinese see other countries fighting. They will shout something like so many young ladies and handsome men died. It hurts? Don't fight. But when it comes to themselves, there is only one sentence left. Hack him. Others are already taking advantage of you. Why don't you take action? Are you just waiting for grass to grow on your grave? This is why Ryan's actions seem quite extreme. Most of the time, he and the school of physics he leads are harmless to people and animals. But if you really mess with him, no one will end up well. Ryan's speech was so domineering that the disciples were distracted at the first moment and did not realize the key to their master's control of the demigod chaos demon. This is like encountering a mountain of garbage code that you can't handle. In addition to slowly disassembling the garbled code one by one, there is actually a simpler and more violent option. I don't want to play this game anymore. Just delete the database and run away. What Ryan is doing now is that delete library. Simply smash the divine fragment hard disk containing a large amount of chaotic garbled code, and you won't even have a place to store it. In this era when chaos can't create a chaos version of the internet, isn't physical annihilation also a kind of annihilation? The disciples were all stunned when they saw the chaos evil talisman shattered into pieces, flying everywhere and finally hovering in the void. Tang Si, Master, this ball of chaotic divinity, is it completely destroyed now? It has been destroyed, but not completely. These extremely polluting spiritual fog balls will still cause harm if they are touched by living things. However, this is the void, a place that most beings in the world will not set foot in. We just need to leave surveillance behind and leave these spiritual energy balls alone. They will eventually dissipate on their own. Understood? Apart from Ryan and his second-generation disciples, no one else in the world knows how Ryan deals with these chaotic divinities. Soon, on the 5th day after Beren killed a demigod-level chaos demon, the Church of Light also broke the news, saying that it had killed a chaos demon of the same level. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this one is definitely weaker than the one in Sweetland. Not only in size, but also in divine reaction. It is more than one level weaker. Of course no one would tell it. Unfortunately, this time it was a bit tragic. The hunting team formed by the Church of Light and Justice, despite sending out more than 30 legendary strongmen, still paid a heavy price of 3 deaths and 11 injuries. For the lawful good camp, slaying demons and defending the way is their duty. So there is no question of whether it is worth it. Moreover, after this battle, a paladin was promoted to the legendary level, and many other young warriors also showed signs of breaking through to the legendary level. Archbishop Antonio came secretly to ask Ryan if he had any way to deal with the chaos divinity, because this thing would bring disaster to anyone. After Flora, following her master's instructions, stretched out her right hand to the messenger of the Church of Light and rubbed her index and middle fingers with her right thumb. The messenger was completely speechless. They are still eagerly waiting for Ryan to provide the coordinates. There is no point in raising the price since the price has not been negotiated yet. It doesn't cost any money to ask. In the end, It was the poor Church of Justice that was responsible for temporarily sealing up the fragment of divinity. It was the beginning of March, and a small accident caused trouble for the Knights and the physics faction. Oh, the almighty God of Knights, please bless us and grant us nectar. A group of farmers, who were panicking because of drought, went to the Knights Templar to pray to God. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? This scene happened exactly in the newly built Knights Templar in Barbarossa's 5 northern provinces. The eyelids of the great knight stationed at the temple kept twitching. Why don't you go to the Earth Temple? This matter is under the jurisdiction of the Mother Earth. The Mother Earth is in charge of agriculture, and her duties also include Earth. So it seems like a professional match no matter how you think about it. But the old farmers were sad. Pastor Dottie said that the land in the 5 northern provinces is fertile. There is no problem. It's just that God doesn't reign. There is nothing they can do. The great knight was embarrassed. Even the God of Knights couldn't control the weather. The gods related to rainfall in Chaos World are a bit troublesome. First of all, the god of water element is an elemental god, not of human origin. Secondly, the god of nature is in charge of the balance of nature. His believers are druids and wood elves. He is moody and only cares about nature. He doesn't care whether humans can grow crops and have enough food. Finally, there is the Lord of Storms. That guy loves to stir up trouble, and he is an evil god. If the Earth Mother cult can't handle it, then theoretically no one can. Looking at the old farmer who kept kowtowing, the great knight also knew that this winter wheat harvest was related to whether the 5 northern provinces could be self-sufficient and form a positive cycle of food. As a result, he was overwhelmed and gave a suggestion that should have been quite bad. The duties of our God of Knights do not include agriculture. Otherwise, why don't you go to the physics school next door to have a look? There is no way. There are territorial divisions between sections. The Temple of Knowledge does not have a branch in the 5 northern provinces. The question is, if the God of Knights doesn't care about something, will the God of Physics take care of it? This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. An outrageous scene occurred. The old farmers collectively ran to ask the lecturer of the physics school, but they were not rejected at the first time. After being reported to higher authorities, the matter was finally brought to Ryan. Flora looked at her master's subtle expression and felt a pang in her heart. Master, do you really have a solution? Ryan's eyes twitched. He really has a way without blowing or black. Ryan was born in a magical country. A country that advocates man can conquer nature. The idea of using a 155mm howitzer to physically exorcise ghosts is old news. As for not raining, that's even less of a matter. As long as I catch a rain cloud, I will make it rain for you even if there is no rain. In the past, there was even a case where a province made too much artificial rainfall and did not leave the rain cloud for its neighboring provinces, and was eventually sued. Some people may ask, can this matter be mediated? It really works. The higher-ups issued a document on Monday, Wednesday and Friday. The Western Province will fire on Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday. The Eastern Province will fire. Let God take a break on Sunday. It's just outrageous. Ryan casually looked at the distribution of rain clouds in the legendary physical land through the system, and found that most of the rain clouds were floating from south to north. He sighed and said, alas, the orcs will suffer again this time.